Mingming was just an ordinary high school senior, but on the day of talent awakening, he became an unparalleled genius endowed with countless abilities. This all began 200 years ago when the land of divine punishment descended, and demons invaded Blue Star, ushering in an era where everyone could awaken their talents. In the awakening chamber at Jiangnan High School No. 2, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. A row of school leaders sat on the high platform, with the elderly principal, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, delivering an impassioned speech at the center. His words ignited the fervor in every student present. Students, ever since one of the four great human emperors, Dugu, fell in battle 2 years ago, the demons have seized the opportunity to counterattack, leaving our human race in a precarious situation. The principal's voice echoed throughout the chamber. This is the worst of times, but also the best of times. For 100 years, no one from the human race had awakened an SS-level talent, and Dugu's fall had everyone eagerly awaiting the emergence of a new human emperor. The principal's words pierced the hearts of every student like a sharp sword. I hope you can seize this opportunity, awaken your talents, and forge ahead. Perhaps the next human emperor will emerge from among you. However, just as the student's blood was boiling with excitement, a boy with short black hair and striking features in the back row looked utterly shocked. Su Yin instinctively reached for his thigh, but accidentally touched something smooth. Following his gaze, he met the resentful eyes of his deskmate, Tang Xia. For heaven's sake, you're touching my leg. Tang Xia whispered incredulously. Su Yin, I always thought of you as a brother, and you dare to take advantage of me while I'm asleep? Su Yin was stunned, his eyes involuntarily drifting under the desk. His female deskmate was wearing a cool short skirt, her long, well-proportioned legs completely exposed. The skin was delicate and smooth to the touch. However, when he noticed a glimpse of black safety shorts under her skirt, he couldn't help but think, seriously? Even deskmates need to be cautious. At that moment, the principal's gaze fell on Su Yin, and he frowned. Is there something you need, young man? Su Yan's mind buzzed for a couple of seconds before he suddenly had a bright idea. He pointed at the gloating Tang Xia and said, Principal, my deskmate requests to be the first to awaken her talent. Unexpectedly, this move forced Tang Xia to step onto the awakening platform. Guided by the staff, she placed her hand on the crystal. Soon, the result was announced. Tang Xia, level talent, fire enthusiast. The room burst into admiration, and the school leaders on the platform nodded in approval. The surrounding students began to discuss excitedly, all praising Tang Xia's level fire talent. When it was Su Yan's turn, he confidently walked onto the awakening platform. However, the result left everyone astonished. Su Yan's level talent, tenfold absorption. This result caused an uproar of laughter. Although level talent was rare, the ability of tenfold absorption seemed to be of little practical value beyond eating and absorbing. Even the principal couldn't help but sigh. Level talent. It could have added another top expert to our human race and brought great honor to our school in Jiangnan City. But who would have thought? Alas, what a pity! However, just as Su Yin was about to leave the awakening platform, a series of system prompts suddenly echoed in his mind. You have awakened the SS level talent, hero from another world. You have awakened the SS level talent, chosen one. You have awakened the SS level talent, divine shackles. You have awakened the SS level talent, supreme authority. You have awakened the SS level talent, element conversion. You have awakened the SS level talent, descendant of the gods. You have awakened the SS level talent, perfect attributes. You have awakened the SS level talent, eyes of the gods. You have awakened the SS level talent, void rift. What just happened? Su Yin was completely taken aback, overwhelmed with joy. A series of dazzling, gold-lit SS level talents flashed before his eyes, 9 in total. This was no illusion. It was a genuine miracle. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin forced himself to calm down. Facing the sympathetic gazes of his classmates, he suppressed his excitement and walked expressionlessly to the last row of the classroom. As soon as he sat down, his desk mate Tang Xia cheerfully spoke up. Leaning on the desk with her hand propping up her chin, her ample chest pressed against the desk's edge, she said, Wow, Su Yin, you're amazing. You actually awakened level talent. What? It's tenfold absorption? Oh, never mind then, haha. Ignoring Tang Xia's laughter, Su Yin asked with a strange expression. Stop laughing for a moment. I have a question. Haha, a question? Tang Xia continued to laugh. Lowering his voice, Su Yin asked, Can a person really only awaken one talent? Tang Xia looked at him puzzled. Of course, isn't it clearly written in the books? Since the beginning, everyone, including the 4 human emperors, has only awakened one talent. Su Yin was shocked to his core. Awakening 9 SS level talents was unprecedented. It was utterly unbelievable. Yet the excitement he felt was very real. After a while, Su Yin finally calmed down and began to carefully review the talent information. Otherworldly Hero SSS. Luck value and initial 5-dimensional attributes maxed out. Encounter rate increased to 100. Chosen 1 SSS. Charisma and growth attributes maxed out. All class equipment can be equipped. Divine Shackles SSS. Combine a god's avatar with shackles and form a contract. Divine Descendant SSS. As a descendant of a god, mastery of all elemental types. 50 increased damage to demons. 20 increased critical hit rate, and daily divine blessings. Void Rift SSS. Possesses infinite storage space, controls the power of the void. Su Yin was dazzled by these talent descriptions. With his years of online gaming experience, he could only describe these SS-level talents as game-breaking. No wonder those who awakened SS-level talents ultimately became human emperors, standing at the pinnacle of humanity to guard Blue Star. Su Yin felt a surge of heat in his chest, thinking, with just 1 SS-level talent, one could become a human emperor. What would I become with 9? 2 hours later, the awakening ceremony ended, and the classmates returned to the classroom. According to the Human Alliance regulations, those who had awakened talents were qualified to enter the Divine Punishment Land. This place, also known as the Land of Descent, resembled a virtual game world filled with various maps, monsters, bosses, and dungeons. Each map was akin to a level, with a set level cap. Players needed to level up to the maximum and complete breakthrough tasks to unlock the next map. Abilities and items obtained in the Divine Punishment Land could be brought back to the real world. Seeing everyone eagerly preparing to enter the Divine Punishment Land to level up, Tang Xia turned to look at the still-dazed Su Yin. She thought he was worried about his useless S-level talent and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Come on, I'll help you level up." Little did she know that Su Yin was busy studying his numerous SS-level talents. Hearing Tang Xia's words, he looked up comically and said, "That's funny, you helping me?" At that moment, Su Yin saw a line of text appear next to Tang Xia's pretty face. "Don't doubt it. She genuinely wants to help you level up." This was the effect of his SS-level talent, Eye of the Gods, which could perceive everything in the world. Providing such information was just one of its many functions. Crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow, Tang Xia said, "What can I do? I don't want my desk mate to fail college exams. I'll just have to reluctantly help you out." Su Yin muttered under his breath, "If you really want to help me, how about letting me touch your leg again?" Tang Xia's face turned bright red, clearly having heard him. She shouted in embarrassment and anger, "Su Yin, get lost." 2 minutes later, Su Yin touched the link crystal at the upper left corner of his desk. The crystal emitted a soft, rhythmic glow, and Su Yin felt dizzy as his consciousness began to fade. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a magnificent golden temple. The goddess of dawn, dressed in a flowing white gown, hovered in midair, radiating a holy light. She spoke, "Traveler, welcome to the Divine Punishment Land. Detecting your first entry, please create a Divine Punishment ID." As someone who struggles with naming things, Su Yin hesitated in front of the character creation screen. In the end, he reluctantly opted for the random option. The system quickly generated an ID for him. Jean Mo. Jean Mo. Su Yin was momentarily surprised, but then smiled with satisfaction. Not bad for a random ID. Next, the system prompted him to choose a class. Su Yin had already made up his mind and said without hesitation, "Warrior." A real man has to be a warrior. Just as he thought everything was settled, an unexpected system message popped up. "Congratulations! You possess SS-level talents. Otherworldly Hero, Chosen 1, and Descendant of the Gods. You have triggered a hidden special class, Godwrath Mage. Would you like to select Godwrath Mage as your primary class?" Su Yan's spirits were instantly lifted, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is amazing! He couldn't wait to learn more. However, the Eye of the Gods issued a warning. This class is beyond known limits. Please choose carefully. Rather than deter him, this message only fueled Su Yan's curiosity. Even SS-level talents can't provide information? This Godwrath Mage must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, Su Yan decisively chose Godwrath Mage as his primary class. The system began attribute detection and synchronization. 10 seconds later, a detailed attribute panel appeared before Su Yan. ID, Jean Mo. Level 1, Class, Godwrath Mage. Secondary Class, Warrior. Talents, Tenfold Absorptions level, Otherworldly Hero SS level, Chosen 1 SS level, Void Rift SS level. Health, 150,000 155,000. Mana, 100,000 103,000. Attack, 2200. Magic Power, 4250. Defense, 10100. Magic Defense, 15150. Speed, 1060. Luck Max, Charm Max. Equipment, None. Skills. Judgment LV1, Retribution LV1, Purification LV1. Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10. Su Yin carefully reviewed the attribute panel, feeling a surge of joy. Not only had he obtained the mysterious Godwrath Mage class, but he also retained the Warrior class as a secondary. Dual classes? Su Yin recalled the rumors from the land of divine punishment. It was said that many top human experts were dual-classed, but the difficulty of obtaining this was extremely high. Without awakening special talents, it was nearly impossible for a novice to have dual classes. Looking at his attribute panel, Su Yin felt a wave of delight and anticipation, eager for the adventure that was about to begin. In addition to his dual professions, Su Yan's initial attributes all reached 10 points each, thanks to the SS level talent Otherworldly Hero, making him a unique all-rounder among the human race. His attribute panel also displayed additional values from another SS level talent, Ultimate Attributes, which comprehensively enhanced his stats. Su Yan's level 1 attribute panel was so impressive that it completely redefined the concept of a newbie player. As he scrolled down, Su Yan noticed that his skill bar was already equipped with 3 skills, clearly exclusive to the Wrath Mage class. 1. Judgment LV1. Ignores the target's level to apply a judgment mark. If the target's intelligence is lower than Su Yan's, the judgment is successful, causing the target to enter a weakened state for 5 seconds and dealing 570 of his magic power as magic damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 100. 2. Sanction LV1. Delivers a verdict to the target, ignoring magic defense and all buff effects, dealing 800-200 of his magic power as magic damage. If the target is under judgment, an additional sanction effect occurs, dealing 1,300 of his magic power as magic damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 200. 3. Purify LV1. Staring at the skill Purify filled with question marks, Su Yin was equally puzzled. He thought, why can't I see what it does? Every other skill is clear. So why are you being mysterious? Despite this, the combination of judgment and sanction was enough to excite Su Yin. This was clearly a combo finisher. First, judgment, then sanction. Considering Su Yin had 290 magic power at level 1, the additional damage from a successful judgment would be terrifying. After confirming his attributes, the system prompted, please adjust your appearance. Confident in his looks, Su Yin simply responded, no need to adjust, proceed. Immediately, divine power enveloped the temple as the goddess of dawn gently asked, Traveler, are you ready to cross the star gate to the unknown land of divine punishment? Without hesitation, Su Yin stepped into the stargate, his figure dissolving into white light. In an instant, Su Yin was transported to newbie village number 1996 Nasi Farm. Before him lay the scenery of an abandoned farm. Wild grass and moss growing unchecked, a dilapidated giant windmill standing alone under the scorching sun, as if telling the tale of the disaster that had befallen this place. This feels so real, Su Yin remarked, looking at his hands and moving his limbs. After a brief adjustment, he quickly checked his status. Although his main class was Wrath Mage, he was wearing the Warrior Novice outfit from the newbie package. Doesn't matter, let's level up first, Su Yin muttered, looking around. New players were constantly arriving, but thanks to the ample number of newbie villages and the fact that the land of divine punishment had existed for 200 years, it wasn't particularly crowded. Various voices filled the air. So, this is the divine punishment world? Damn, it's so realistic. Even the tactile sensation is incredible. Hey buddy, I get you're excited, but can you not touch my butt? I awakened a Clevel combat talent Earth Splitter's strong Earth-type damage. Anyone want to team up? A pretty knight looking for a partner online. If you're willing, I'll be your personal knight. Ignoring the noise, Su Yin decided to head outside the farm to test his damage on some wild monsters and get some practice. According to the backstory of the Land of Divine Punishment, Nasi Farm was originally a human settlement in the newbie map. However, 200 years ago, it was suddenly attacked by the Wolf tribe. The humans suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat from the area. Since then, the newbie map had become Wolf tribe territory. Players' goal was to start from Nasi Farm, break through the Wolf tribe's encirclement, and proceed to the next map, the Forest Kingdom. Soon, Su Yin arrived at the grassy area outside the farm. Here, numerous werewolves roamed, ranging from levels 1 to 5. He carefully observed the attributes of a level 2 werewolf. Werewolf, level 2. Health, 250. Attack, 50. Defense, 45. Magic defense, 50. Speed, 15. Skill, bloodthirsty passive. Seeing these stats, Su Yin couldn't help but be amazed. A level 2 wild monster with an attack power of 50 points? For comparison, a level 1 ordinary player with novice weapons would have an attack or magic power of only about 25 to 35 points. Breaking their defense was tough enough. Su Yin muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the nearby werewolf. The demonic creature was massive, covered in glossy black fur, standing 3 meters tall, and exuding a terrifying aura. The book suggested that forming a team was wise, but Su Yin had no intention of finding teammates. He decided to test his damage output first and walked towards the werewolf without hesitation. Not far to his right, a 4-person team consisting of a warrior, a summoner, a mage, and an archer was engaged in a fierce battle with another level 2 werewolf. The fight had been ongoing for some time, and the werewolf's health had finally dropped to 10. Come on, guys! The warrior, at the forefront, swung his beginner's greatsword, barely dodging the werewolf's bites, and shouted excitedly. Due to level restrictions, they hadn't learned any skills yet. Behind him, the summoner, mage, and archer attacked frantically, constantly adjusting their positions to minimize the delay between attacks and maximize their damage output. The archer, in particular, was highly favored in the early game because every 7th arrow dealt 50 true damage. Suddenly, the 4 noticed Su Yan's actions. Seeing a level 1 newbie daring to challenge a level 2 werewolf alone, they shouted, "Hey, Demon Slayer, are you crazy? Run! This werewolf is too strong. Go find a team first." Su Yan ignored them. As the werewolf charged at him, he drew a warrior's great sword from his back, quickly adjusted to its weight, and adopted a combat stance. The werewolf roared and lunged, its sharp claws aiming for Su Yan's face. With a swift sidestep, Su Yan easily dodged the attack and countered with a reverse slash. Critical hit! Accompanied by the system notification, the werewolf let out a piercing scream and collapsed. XP 100. You obtained fresh wolf meat. Looking at the lifeless werewolf at his feet, Su Yin was very pleased with his damage output. Thanks to the bonus from his SS class talent, Descendant of the Gods, his damage against demonic creatures was increased by 50, and his critical hit rate was boosted by 20. Even without a critical hit, this strike would have been enough to kill the werewolf. Su Yin calculated in his mind. With such high damage from basic attacks, why bother with beginner quests and grinding mobs? He might as well go solo dungeons directly. With this thought, he lost interest in the werewolf's corpse before him. Meanwhile, the 4 players nearby had witnessed the entire scene of Su Yin one-shotting the werewolf. They were all stunned, forgetting they were still in battle. They didn't even notice they had pulled aggro and were swiftly slaughtered by the werewolf. Damn it, this is demoralizing. The 4 looked at each other, questioning, are we even playing the same game? The level cap for the novice map is 50. Su Yan's goal is clear. Reach level 50 as quickly as possible. Complete the breakthrough quest and unlock the next map. In the land of divine punishment, there are various ways to gain experience, but dungeon runs are undoubtedly the most popular choice. Not only can they yield a substantial amount of experience points, but they can also provide various equipment and items if you're lucky. With over 2 hours left until school ends, Su Yin calculated the time and decided to head to the strongest dungeon in the novice map, Wolf King Valley, a level 50 dungeon. He believed this was the fastest way to level up. With a sense of anticipation, Su Yin opened his character attributes to check his experience bar, only to suddenly exclaim, "What the heck? Why do I need so much experience to level up?" The experience required for the next level was clearly marked. 1009999999999. Su Yin couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly took out a magnifying glass from his virtual inventory and checked several times. After confirming it, he immediately thought of the possible reason the Wrath Mage. With a change in expression, Su Yin quickly opened the Profession tab to read the description of the Wrath Mage. Wrath Mage. Time will fade in the river of history, but you will gain immortality. Upon learning this hidden special class, you can no longer level up. Once the traveler maxes out their experience, they can undertake the quest to become a god. Completing the quest will grant you divinity, making you a supreme mage. Holy crap! Su Yin gasped, his heart racing. Becoming a god directly? This discovery thrilled him. With unprecedented excitement, he set off towards Wolf King Valley. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared ahead. A level 50 knight in plate armor was heading towards Nashi Farm, seemingly to turn in a quest. Su Yin approached and asked, "Hey buddy, how long does it take to get to Wolf King Valley from here?" The knight frowned at the level 1 newbie. "What's your deal? You're level 1, I'm level 50, and you call me buddy?" Su Yin laughed. "Don't sweat the details. Just tell me, please." At full speed, it takes about 2 hours, the knight replied, then asked in confusion, "Why are you going to Wolf King Valley just after creating your character?" "Nothing much, just that leveling up here is too slow. I figured running a dungeon might be faster." "What? Running a dungeon?" The knight almost burst out laughing. "Just you by yourself?" "Yeah, why not join me?" Su Yin seriously extended an invitation, which was immediately declined. The knight sneered, "Are you nuts? Wolf King Valley is the toughest dungeon in the novice map. Even for someone like me with a grade talent at level 50, I need a full party of similarly skilled players, including a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer, to even stand a chance. And you, a level 1? Think you can do it? Dream on? You'd be dead from the mobs along the way, before you even get there. Su Yan smiled. I see, thanks. He then turned and walked away. Watching Su Yan's retreating figure, the knight shook his head, thinking, idiot, as if he could already see Su Yan meeting a grim fate on the way. In the land of divine punishment, while death allows for resurrection, it results in experience loss and a debuff. The debuff starts at 1 hour and increases with higher levels. Following the novice map guide from the forum, Su Yan headed towards Wolf King Valley at full speed. With ample time, he set a preliminary goal to attempt a solo run of the level 50 dungeon. Just then, a system notification sounded. Attention! The daily blessing of the SS grade talent, Descendant of the Gods, has begun. You have received 20 Dragon Phoenix Blood. As this is your first blessing, you have been granted a novice blessing package. Congratulations! You have obtained an SS grade weapon Azura sword. Su Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. An SS grade weapon. This talent is awesome. He immediately opened his inventory to check the divine blessing rewards. The attributes of the Dragon Phoenix Blood were clearly listed. High Evil, restores 5,000 HP instantly, and heals 2,000 points of wounds. CD, 15 seconds. Su Yan stared at the Dragon Phoenix Blood in his hand. This high-grade healing potion could instantly restore 5,000 health points and heal injuries. He did a quick mental calculation. Similar potions on the market sell for around 100 gold coins, which is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. And he possessed 20 bottles of Dragon Phoenix Blood, worth a total of 200,000 yuan. No wonder they say descendants of SS-level deities are incredibly generous, Su Yan thought excitedly, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. For a student, 200,000 yuan was a huge sum, enough to buy a Tapophyline computer. Moreover, the additional healing effects of Dragon Phoenix Blood undoubtedly made it even more valuable. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yan turned his attention to the SS-level weapon, the Azura sword. In the land of divine punishment, weapon grades range from F to SSS, and the Azura sword was the highest level. Azura sword SS level. Constitution 20, Strength 66, Agility 30, Critical Hit 100. Weapon type, Greatsword. Equipment level, Level 1. Exclusive skill, Azura Slash. Effect, deals 100-300 physical attack damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. Has a 30 chance to slow enemies, with the effect decreasing from 80 to 40 over 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Cost none. After reading the attributes, Su Yan struggled to remain calm. Wow, an SS-level weapon with an exclusive skill, he marveled. In this world, SS-level weapons were incredibly rare, with only 6 known to exist. Even an S-level weapon required defeating a level 2000 boss or being forged by a master blacksmith, valued at millions of gold coins. The value of an SS-level weapon was beyond estimation. What made the Azura sword even rarer was its exclusive skill. Statistically, only 1 in 10,000 weapons had an exclusive skill. None of the existing 6 SS-level weapons had this feature. Yet the Azura sword did. If there was any downside, it was the level requirement of just 1. For most players, this godly weapon might become obsolete as they leveled up. But for Su Yan, the god Wrath Mage who would forever remain at level 1, it was perfect. Equipping the Azura sword, Su Yan's stats saw a significant boost. ID, Demon Slayer. Level 1. Class, God Wrath Mage. Secondary class, Warrior. Talents, Tenfold Absorption level. Otherworldly Warrior SS level. Chosen 1 SS level. Void Rift SS level. Health, 5450-5450. Mana, 3100-3100. Attack, 352. Magic Power, 290. Defense, 110. Magic Defense, 165. Speed, 100. Luck Max. Charm Max. Equipment, Azura Sword, Novice Warrior Set. Skills, Judgment LV1, Sanction LV1, Purify LV1, Azura/LV1. These stats far surpassed those of an average level 50 player. But Su Yan knew that these alone weren't enough to solo a level 50 dungeon. Attempting a level 50 dungeon at level 1 was an extreme challenge. He would need some extra help to succeed. For this, Su Yan was prepared. As he hurried on, he took out another SS level talent, Elemental Conversion. Elemental Conversion SS level can be applied to weapons or skills, converting them to any elemental attribute. On the way to Wolf King Valley, Su Yan drew out the Shura sword, ready to showcase his skills. This SS grade weapon originally had attribute bonuses of 20 Constitution, 66 Strength, and 30 Agility. Taking a deep breath, he activated his innate elemental conversion on the sword, silently chanting in his mind, Strength 66, Constitution 66. With a soft sound, the pitch-black blade suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Su Yin quickly checked the attribute changes, and sure enough, the Shura sword's bonuses were now 20 Constitution, 66 Constitution, and 30 Agility. He couldn't help but grin. Successfully converting 66 points of strength into 66 points of constitution was a testament to the power of the SS-grade elemental conversion. Energized by his success, a bold idea flashed through Su Yan's mind. Without hesitation, he used the elemental conversion again, this time targeting the Shura sword's unique skill Shura Slash. Originally, it dealt 100-300 physical attack damage. After a moment of contemplation, he changed it to 100-300 of his health. As another dazzling light flashed, the elemental conversion succeeded once more. The description of Shura Slash now read, deals 100-300 of health as physical damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. Su Yin felt a surge of pride. Since health is typically several times greater than attack power or magical strength, this modification spiked the skill's damage to over 10 times its original value. Encouraged by his success, Su Yin turned his attention to the two exclusive skills of the God's Wrath Mage. The Judgment skill was altered to ignores target level and applies a judgment mark. If the target's luck is lower than the caster's, the judgment succeeds. The target enters a weakened state for 5 seconds, taking 570 of health as magic damage. This not only changed the damage type to a percentage of health, but also cleverly adjusted the judgment criteria to a luck comparison. Similarly, the Retribution skill was modified to deal health-based damage. Su Yin did a quick calculation. With his current 5,450 health points, plus a 50 damage bonus against demons, a single Retribution skill could deal up to 43,575 damage, with critical hits potentially reaching nearly 100,000. These series of modifications bolstered Su Yan's confidence. He realized that by solely focusing on increasing his health, he could simultaneously boost both his damage output and survivability. With this newfound confidence, he spent over 2 hours traveling to the entrance of the Wolf King Valley dungeon. The entrance was bustling with activity, filled with level 50 players forming parties. Level 50 dungeon group, we have a knight and a priest, looking for one more DPS. Speedrun team here. All members have a grade combat talents, needing a grade or higher fire DPS. Aiming for leaderboard ranks, no noobs. Su Yan's arrival drew everyone's attention. With an air of confidence, he walked through the crowd straight to the dungeon entrance. The team aiming for leaderboard rankings caught his interest, as completing a dungeon in the Land of Divine Punishment not only provided basic rewards, but also offered additional benefits. There would be a time summary at the end. Su Yin stared at the flickering holographic projection above the dungeon entrance. It detailed the reward rules. The shorter the time spent, the more generous the extra rewards. Particularly eye-catching was the fact that those who made it into the top 500 would receive coveted ranking rewards. Su Yin recalled the statistical data from the forum. The teams that made it onto the leaderboard were all exceptionally skilled. Their average talents were at least grade, their professional combinations were exquisite, and their teamwork was flawless. Every year after Awakening Day, new prodigies from around the world would emerge to challenge this leaderboard. This year was no exception, although those newly awakened talents were still struggling in the newbie village. With a heart full of reverence, Su Yin had a brief conversation with the dungeon NPC and eagerly opened the historical clearance leaderboard. The data was astonishing. First place, MO wins team, time, 5 minutes 35 seconds, clearance rating, SS grade. Second place, Yi Jibai's team, time, 5 minutes 50 seconds, clearance rating, SS grade. Third place, Duga's team, time, 7 minutes 17 seconds, clearance rating, SS grade. Fourth place, Liweking's team, time, 8 minutes 36 seconds, clearance rating, SS grade. Fifth place, Shinshio's team, time, 20 minutes 27 seconds, clearance rating, S grade. 10th place, Shui Wuyue's team, time, 28 minutes 9 seconds, clearance rating, S grade. Su Yin took a deep breath. As expected, the leaderboard was dominated by renowned teams of human emperors and war gods. The gap of more than 10 minutes between the 4th and 5th places starkly highlighted the difference between SS grade and S grade talents. After carefully browsing the rankings, Su Yin noticed an interesting phenomenon. Unlike the intense competition for the lower ranks, the top 100 positions were almost unshakable. Except for Shui Wuyue's team in 10th place, the other positions had remained unchanged for over 50 years. This wasn't because new challengers were lacking, but because the early pioneers were simply too extraordinary. From rookie players, they had grown into the backbone of humanity, fighting on the front lines to repel demonic invasions. Su Yan's expression became serious, his eyes filled with admiration. He also noticed one detail. There were no records of solo clearances on the leaderboard. Perhaps someone had attempted it, but their results were not good enough to make the list. I wonder if I can make it onto the leaderboard. Let's give it a try and see, just as practice, Su Yan murmured, a spark of challenge igniting in his eyes. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Please note, your level is significantly lower than the dungeon level, and your team is fewer than 5 members. Are you sure you want to enter Wolf King Valley? Without hesitation, Su Yan chose confirm. The players at the dungeon entrance finally noticed Su Yan's level and erupted in chatter. No way, did I see that right? This demon slayer is only level 1. Wow, does anyone know how he got here? What is he trying to do? Is he planning to clear the dungeon? Don't be ridiculous. What can he do at level 1? As the discussions buzzed, Su Yan suddenly transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared from sight. Clang, a warrior's great sword fell to the ground as he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Holy crap! He went in!" Wolf King Valley. The narrow, winding path seemed endless, with cold winds howling through the canyon and the sound of wolf howls echoing all around. A flash of white light appeared, and a warrior clad in flamboyant armor materialized out of thin air in the dungeon. Su Yan quickly adapted to the dark and damp environment, drawing his Shura sword from his back without hesitation and embarking on his adventure. The strategy for this dungeon had long been dissected by players on forums, and Su Yan knew it inside out. But he was well aware that strategies were merely guidelines. True success depended on personal skill. Stepping onto the slippery grass, the heavy scent of blood filled the air. Su Yan held his breath, advancing cautiously. According to the information he had gathered, this dungeon contained 60 silver wolf minions, 6 elite silver wolves, and the final boss, the Silver Wolf King. Peering into the distance, Su Yan saw a few massive, silver-gray silhouettes looming at the foggy end of the valley. Despite the distance, the eye of the gods provided precise details. Silver Wolf, level 50, HP 5200, attack 503, defense 463, magic defense 582, speed 92. Skills: Claw Bite, Bloodthirsty passive. Utilize speed difference to handle them easily. Elite Silver Wolf, level 51, HP 5700, attack 551, defense 477, magic defense 602, speed 105. Skills: Charge, Claw Bite, Bloodthirsty passive. Be wary of its charge skill. The Eye of the Gods prompts were clear and concise. Without further thought, Su Yan charged forward, beginning his monster-pulling journey. Thud, thud, thud. With swift strides, Su Yan crossed the stream, heading straight for the wolf pack without slowing down. Suddenly, a 2-meter tall, ferocious elite silver wolf bared its fangs and launched a fierce charge at him. Su Yan's reflexes were sharp. He dodged effortlessly and counterattacked with a precise mage basic attack to the wolf's back, instantly drawing its aggro. Su Yan continued advancing, repeatedly maneuvering, pulling, and luring monsters. In just 4 minutes, he demonstrated incredible gaming prowess. With impeccable positioning and control, and a perfect grasp of aggro range, Su Yan successfully gathered all the silver wolves and elites under a giant boulder. Standing atop the boulder, he looked down at the mass of silver wolves trapped against the rock, futilely trying to reach him, and couldn't help but smile in triumph. For online gamers, pulling monsters is an art, and pulling the entire map is the pinnacle of that art, a true skill. Gathering all the monsters in one place while maintaining combat and staying unharmed requires exceptional technique. At this moment, Su Yan, the master gamer, perfectly illustrated what a textbook-level demonstration looked like. Who hasn't been a pro gamer before? Su Yan remarked self-deprecatingly, but his heart brimmed with confidence. Solid microcontrol skills and extraordinary mental fortitude were his secrets to invincibility. Without further ado, Su Yan raised his Shura sword and unleashed his SS rank special weapon skill Shura slash at the dense wolf pack. Boom! In an instant, the sword's light burst forth, illuminating the entire dark valley. A shadow wielding a sword leaped into the wolf pack like lightning, the light sword extending 50 meters and slashing wildly at the wolves. Critical hit! Critical hit! Critical hit! Countless bright red damage numbers filled Su Yan's entire vision. All critical hits. Blood splattered everywhere as the massacre continued for a full 10 seconds. When the sword light faded, not a single silver wolf remained alive under the boulder. All had been annihilated. I thought it would be harder. Turns out it's a piece of cake, Su Yan said nonchalantly, dusting off his sleeves, not a drop of blood on him, his tone dripping with a hint of smugness. System notifications flooded in. Experience 1100. Experience 1200. You have obtained fresh silver wolf meat. His experience points skyrocketed by over 70,000, along with a mountain of silver wolf meat. Su Yin took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined his experience bar, muttering to himself, just a tiny step away from godhood. Next up, the boss challenge. In just a minute, Su Yin sprinted to the deepest part of the valley, the only place where sunlight penetrated. However, waiting for him was a massive, majestic beast, looking down at him with a menacing air. Su Yin looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, shit. His towering 1.8-meter frame suddenly seemed insignificant. In the presence of the Silver Wolf King, he couldn't even reach its knees, jumping up just to strike its knees. Standing in the valley, Su Yin gazed up at the towering Silver Wolf King. Its massive form almost blocked out the entire view, with fur glinting like cold metal. Without hesitation, Su Yin activated the Eye of the Gods, instantly revealing the Silver Wolf King's attributes. Level 55. Health 59,500. Attack 1,460. Defense 1,155. Magic defense 1,268. Speed 120. Skills: ferocious pounce, cruel bite, savage roar. Su Yin couldn't help but marvel, thinking, strong, really strong. These stats are enough to instantly kill even top-tier level 50 players. No wonder it's called the Newbie Reaper. It's said to have killed over 1 billion human players. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf King let out a long howl, its violent aura sweeping through the valley. The roar caused rocks to tumble from the valley walls, creating a terrifying scene. Any other player would have been paralyzed with fear. But Su Yin stood still, his expression calm. Despicable human. How dare you trespass into my Wolf King's valley? I will tear you apart, the Silver Wolf King roared, its voice a chilling rasp. Su Yin listened quietly, knowing this was the boss's scripted event, much like a cutscene in a game. He was just waiting for the health bar to appear. The Silver Wolf King continued to roar, foolish, insignificant, disgusting ants. That's what you humans are. All humans deserve to die. Impatient, Su Yin scratched his ear, thinking, hurry up, I've got places to be. The Silver Wolf King suddenly paused, its fierce gaze locking onto Su Yin in confusion. Human ant, tell me, why are you only level 1? Su Yin was annoyed. What? Are you discriminating based on levels? The Silver Wolf King laughed maniacally. Ha! Foolish creature, daring to come here alone at level 1. You're courting death. Die, human! As soon as it finished speaking, the Silver Wolf King's health bar appeared. For ordinary players, the upcoming boss battle would be the most difficult and nightmarish part of this dungeon. The Silver Wolf King's demands for talent and combat skills were so high that most players were stuck here, unable to clear it for life. However, Jean Mo was no ordinary player. As the battle began, Su Yin moved swiftly, casting a judgment spell. In an instant, a beam of golden light, thicker than the Silver Wolf King's waist, descended from the sky, striking the beast. Judgment, commencing evaluation. 1 second later. Judgment successful. Before the Silver Wolf King could react, it howled in pain. Its mountainous body was enveloped in a sickly, dark green glow, with the word weakened prominently displayed above its head. What's happening? I feel so weak. Human, aren't you a warrior? What did you do to me? The Silver Wolf King was stunned, its eyes filled with confusion and fear. Su Yin smirked, striking again without hesitation. Isn't it reasonable for a warrior to have a side job? Before he finished speaking, he unleashed his judgment skill. A massive sword of light, 20 meters long and 5 meters wide, materialized and descended from the sky, cleaving the Silver Wolf King from head to toe. Critical hit. The immense force shook the entire valley, causing the earth to tremble. The Silver Wolf King didn't even have time to scream before it was reduced to ashes by the blow. Instant kill. At the moment, Su Yin instantly killed the Silver Wolf King. An ethereal and authoritative voice echoed across the entire Divine Punishment land. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for solo clearing the Wolf King's Valley dungeon. Time: 5 minutes and 52 seconds. Rating: SSS. This announcement shocked all human players fighting in various maps of the Divine Punishment land. They looked up at the sky, their expressions shifting from disbelief, confusion, and bewilderment to excitement and fervor. Holy crap, someone actually solo cleared the Wolf King's Valley dungeon in under 6 minutes. Is this person a demon? At that moment, everyone thought of one possibility. This guy named Jean Mo must have awakened an SS-level talent. After the solitary hero, a new human emperor has emerged. On this day, the Demon Slayer emerged. The land of divine punishment erupted in an instant, and the entire blue star trembled. An astonishing message spread like wildfire across the server. Solo clear. Time: 5 minutes and 52 seconds. SSS rating. The world chat exploded, with countless players exclaiming in disbelief. The phrase WTF dominated the chat for a full half hour until a level 50 knight nervously typed, "Guys, I think I messed up. 2 hours ago, a level 1 newbie asked me for directions, and I was pretty rude. Now I find out that was the legendary demon slayer. Should I hide? Waiting for advice. Urgent." This message was like a bomb, reigniting the world chat. Players were incredulous and began to question. Are you kidding? A level 1 soloing Wolf King Valley and getting the third highest score in history. You have no idea. That's the terror of an SSS-tier talent. Even more insane than Run Huang Mo1. Is this the limit of the human race? Meanwhile, the real world's various powers were also shaken by the news. In the capital of China, at the headquarters of the Demon Extermination Institute, a refined man stood before an electronic screen, his brows furrowed. His master, Yi Jibai, the founder of the institute, had attempted a solo clear during his novice period, but only managed 45 minutes. Yet, Demon Slayer had accomplished the impossible. Suddenly, the screen displayed the face of a middle-aged man with an ancient and stoic demeanor. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire capital, and the sky darkened with clouds. "Uncle Mo, is it true that Demon Slayer solo cleared the novice dungeon?" The refined man asked cautiously. "Don't ask." The man on the screen closed his eyes briefly, then continued, "I can't see through Demon Slayer's identity." The refined man gasped. "Even you can't see through it?" "It's been 100 years, and the SS-tier talent we've been waiting for has finally appeared," the man on the screen said slowly. "Listen, Shower, the Demon Extermination Institute should not act rashly for now. Let things unfold naturally. I will keep an eye on the land of divine punishment. Nothing will go wrong." "Yes, sir." As the screen went dark, the oppressive atmosphere over the capital vanished. The sky cleared, and a blood-red ray of light pointed towards the land of divine punishment, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. At this very moment, Su Yin, the epicenter of this storm, had already logged out of the game after school, completely unaware of the event that had shaken the entire server. The man gazed up at the dazzling imperial symbol in the sky, his entire body relaxing involuntarily. His eyes were filled with admiration and awe as he thought, Uncle Mo's power has grown again. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. If Jean Mo matures, who would be stronger, him or Uncle Mo? After all, even Uncle Mo couldn't make the list on his own back in the day. The school bell rang, and Su Yin walked out of the school gates, turning left to catch the tram home. Ever since his parents disappeared 10 years ago, he had been staying with his uncle. Half an hour later, he pushed open the front door and habitually called out toward the living room. "I'm home." He yawned as he spoke. "You look tired, huh?" A cool, teasing voice suddenly came from his right. Startled, Su Yin turned his head to see a beautiful woman with flowing long hair, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, smiling at him. The woman appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with fair skin and exquisite features. She wore a slightly revealing white blouse, the neckline slightly open, showcasing her delicate collarbone. The tight shirt accentuated her ample, well-rounded chest. She paired it with denim shorts, her long legs wrapped in white stockings that were strikingly bright. Swallowing hard, Su Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Shuejie, you're back? It's vacation time. Where else would I go?" Xiao Panxue replied with a hint of a smirk, exuding an air of confidence. As she spoke, the beauty mark under her left eye became faintly visible. Only then did Su Yin remember that today was the beginning of summer break for Imperial Capital University. Xiao Panxue, standing before him, was his uncle's daughter and had always been a top student, now the pride of the family. Last year, she awakened in S-level combat talent, causing a sensation throughout Jiangnan City, and was ultimately admitted to the nation's top Imperial Capital University as the provincial top scorer. "Come with me." Before Su Yin could react, Xiao Panxue grabbed his hand and led him into her room, closing the door behind them. "Shuejie, what are you doing?" Su Yin was stunned, his voice trembling slightly. He thought to himself, "What's going on? This doesn't match my memory at all." Although they usually addressed each other as siblings, they were not related by blood. Now, alone in a room with Xiao Panxue dressed so provocatively, it felt highly inappropriate. Closing the door, Xiao Panxue looked directly at Su Yin and asked, "Su Yin, today is Awakening Day. What talent did you awaken?" "So that's what this is about." Su Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, but his face showed a hint of disappointment. He had no intention of revealing that he had awakened 9 SS-level talents. The reason was simple. It's fine to be flashy in a game, but in real life, one must stay low-key. In the game, you can respawn after being killed. In reality, you only have one life. It's always good to keep a few cards up your sleeve. Of course, Su Yin wasn't worried about his identity in the game being exposed. This brings up his other SS-level talent, Supreme Authority. This talent granted him the highest authority, second only to the Creator God, allowing him to set encrypted information. In simpler terms, it was like having GM privileges. Before entering the land of divine punishment, Su Yin had already encrypted his real-world identity. This meant that the link between Su Yin in reality and Jean Mo in the game was firmly sealed. Without his permission, no one could ever know who Jean Mo was in the real world. Facing Xiao Panchue's inquiry, Su Yin deliberately sighed, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Ah, don't even mention it. I awakened and shrank useless talent. Tenfold absorption. As expected, Xiao Panchue's reaction was intense. Her chest heaved slightly, and she covered her mouth with her delicate hand, exclaiming, "What did you say? A useless talent? And it shrank?" Su Yin, are you sure you're not lying to me? Su Yin shrugged innocently and asked, "Why would I lie to you? Do I get coconut milk if I do?" Surprisingly, Xiao Panchue actually pulled a bottle of coconut milk from her drawer and tossed it to Su Yin. Catching it, Su Yin said, somewhat speechlessly, "Sis Shui, I'm really not lying. Do you think I joke about my own future?" He skillfully inserted the straw and took a couple of sips. Xiao Panchue was still skeptical, not even noticing that a few drops of coconut milk had accidentally dripped onto her stockings. Su Yan's gaze was unintentionally drawn to her long legs, the white stockings, and those few glistening drops of coconut milk. Suddenly, a warm rush surged up his nose, and he hurriedly bolted out of the room. "Su Yan, why are you running?" Xiao Panchue called after him. "Don't ask. Just know it's too hot to handle." Su Yan dashed into the bathroom without looking back. Watching Su Yan's flustered retreat, Xiao Panchue frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. While waiting for Su Yan to return, she idly scrolled through the headlines and stumbled upon a sensational piece of news. A player with the ID Jean Mo was trending. It was said that this Jean Mo had awakened an SS rank talent and had solo cleared a level 50 beginner dungeon while still at level 1, ranking 3rd on the historical leaderboard. After confirming the news, Xiao Panchue was deeply shocked. A glimmer of hope sparked in her mind, wondering if this Jean Mo could be Su Yin. This was why she had questioned Su Yin earlier. "So it was just my imagination," Xiao Panchue muttered to herself, shaking her head lightly. By dinner time, Su Yan's actions dispelled Xiao Panchue's doubts. His appetite had skyrocketed. He devoured all the dishes meant for Xiao Panchue and even downed 10 extra bowls of rice. Her uncle and aunt were stunned and couldn't help but ask, "What's gotten into this kid today? Why is he eating so much?" Xiao Panchue, holding her forehead, sat silently at the dinner table for a long time. She finally believed Su Yan's words. Su Yan had indeed awakened a useless talent, and it was in strength just like hers. Tenfold absorption. Is there still hope? Xiao Panchue had mixed feelings, lost in her thoughts. Despite the enormous dinner, Su Yan's stomach showed no signs of bloating. On the contrary, he felt a surge of energy. Looks like tenfold absorption does have its perks, Su Yan thought excitedly, wondering if his physical strength would improve if he kept eating like this. After a quick shower, and while Xiao Panchue was still in the bathroom, Su Yan sneaked into his room and locked the door like a thief. He hadn't had time to check the rewards for solo clearing the dungeon due to the rush after school. The fact that he had waited this long was a testament to his self-control. It felt like receiving a package and waiting until New Year's to open it. Something like that. If I remember correctly, there should be a staff among the rewards? Su Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, eagerly connecting to the divine punishment package with his mind. In the next moment, 2 sets of rewards appeared before him. The first set was for killing the boss Silver Wolf King. 45,000 experience points, 5,000 gold coins, and silver wolf boots. Because it was a solo kill, the experience and gold rewards were nearly double compared to a 5-person team. I knew it, soloing is the way to go for dungeons. Su Yin thought proudly, then calculated, one run gives around 120,000 experience, so to max out at 999.9 billion experience, I need to run it about 830,000 times. Forget it, let's check the next reward. The 5,000 gold coins were equivalent to 500,000 yuan. Su Yin was thrilled. It was a substantial sum. 2 bad coins are only rewarded for first clears of dungeons. Otherwise, I could become the richest person in China in no time. Su Yin lamented, feeling as if he had lost billions. As for the silver wolf boots, they were a top-tier strength item for level 50. But since Su Yin was a level 1 maniac, he couldn't use them. He'll just sell them, they should fetch a good price, he thought. The second set of rewards was for his dungeon ranking. This was the highlight of the night. Su Yin eagerly examined each item. The first thing that caught his eye was a heavy, golden bag of coins. 100,000 gold coins? Holy crap, that much! Seeing the amount, Su Yan's breath caught. Although he liked to think of himself as indifferent to wealth, it didn't stop him from loving gold coins. No shame in that. 100,000 gold coins, equivalent to 10 million huabi. Su Yin felt a surge of excitement. This fortune could buy a luxurious three-bedroom apartment in the heart of the capital city on Blue Star, or three opulent villas in Jiangnan City. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart. Among the treasures, a golden medal caught his eye. The Golden Glory Medal offered a 100 boost to all attributes when worn. For a God's Wrath mage who couldn't level up, this medal was the perfect solution to bridge the growing gap in stats compared to other players. Su Yin carefully pinned the medal to his chest. A faint golden glow flashed and then disappeared. He felt a warm current surge from his dantian, spreading throughout his body, and he let out a soft sigh of contentment. Checking his attribute panel again, Su Yin was thrilled to see significant improvements in his stats. Constitution 196, Spirit 110, Strength 110, Intelligence 110, Agility 140. Not bad, this is more like it, he said with a satisfied smile. The final reward was an SS grade staff named Crimson Dawn. This level 1 permanent equipment not only provided substantial attribute boost Spirit 60, Intelligence 55, but also featured 100 spell vamp and a powerful permanent suffix. Each hit on an enemy permanently increased his maximum health by 10 points. Talk about getting exactly what you need when you need it. I, Su Yin, truly am a man blessed with maxed out luck, he joked to himself, though he was ecstatic about the staff that perfectly met his needs. With patience and grinding, he could potentially amass billions of health points, making his damage output explosively high. Su Yin immediately used his SS grade talent elemental conversion to transform the staff's spirit and intelligence attributes into Constitution. After the conversion, Crimson Dawn's attributes became Constitution 60, Constitution 55, Spell Vamp 100. His total Constitution reached 311, and his health soared to 9,665. With this, my punishment skill can deal over 70,000 damage to the demon race. Su Yin calculated. This'll have to do for now. I'll stack more health when I grind dungeons tomorrow. He lay back on his bed, hands behind his head, feeling completely relaxed. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with today's performance, he knew it was just practice and far from his true potential. Before diving into tomorrow's dungeon, Su Yin decided to try his luck at the auction house. My damage output is sufficient, but to shorten the clearance time, I need to focus on movement speed, he mused. If I can get a mobility skill or a set of gear that boosts movement speed, that would be perfect. The next day, Su Yin arrived at school early, only to find the classroom already buzzing with excitement. His classmates were either boasting about their level upgrades in Divine Punishment or enthusiastically discussing the sudden rise of Demon Slayer. Su Yin had just learned from checking his phone on the way that Demon Slayer had gone viral, with major platforms scrambling to report on it. As he took his seat in the back row, his desk mate, Tang Xia, woke up from her nap. She stretched, revealing a small glimpse of her pale midriff, and asked unabashedly, "So, Su Yin, what class did you choose, and what level are you now?" Su Yin tossed his backpack onto the desk and retorted, "You first." Tang Xia replied dejectedly, "I chose Archer, but I only made it to level 5. Su Yin couldn't help but tease. 2 hours to get to level 5, and you're still not satisfied? Tang Xia crossed her arms proudly and said, if I had a good team, I could definitely reach level 7. Su Yin responded with a few perfunctory acknowledgments and then started looking up information about the auction house. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. A haughty-looking boy strode in, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. "Look, isn't that Jiang Hao from Class 5? I heard he awakened in a grade fire talent and was on Jiangnan News last night. Looks like he's a strong contender for this year's top student in Jiangnan City." Jiang Hao basked in the admiration of his peers and walked straight to Su Yan's seat. "Excuse me, can you move?" he demanded arrogantly. Without looking up, Su Yin replied, "Can't do that, I'm busy." Jiang Hao frowned and turned to Tang Xia. "Tang Xia, got a moment to talk?" Tang Xia glanced at him lazily. "No time." Suppressing his irritation, Jiang Hao got straight to the point. "I'm forming a powerful fire team and want you to be the vice captain. If you agree, I'll give you a link crystal." The classroom erupted in disbelief. "No way. Jiang Hao is offering Tang Xia a link crystal. That's crazy. Can you just give away a link crystal like that? Don't you know? Jiang Hao's dad is the richest man in Jiangnan City." Su Yin was also taken aback. The link crystal, the only tool to enter the land of divine punishment, was priced at a staggering 100 million Hua coins and was incredibly hard to come by. With it, one could continue their quests in the land of divine punishment after school, making it the ultimate weapon for top students. Jiang Hao smiled confidently. "So, Tang Xia, don't you want to get good grades in the college entrance exams? With the link crystal and your talent, if you work hard, getting into a top university is definitely possible." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Tang Xia's response. To their surprise, she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she frowned, her tone clearly impatient. I already said I don't have time. Do you not understand human language? Zhang Hao's smile froze instantly, his face turning from red to pale. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice filled with anger. Tang Xia, do you realize what you're refusing? We're both fire element. Teaming up with me would help you level up faster. This is your future. I'm doing this for your own good. Despite being rejected, Zhang Hao tried to suppress his anger and forced out a glimmer of hope. I hope you'll reconsider. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. With that, he gave a meaningful glance at Su Yin and walked out of the classroom with large strides. After Zhang Hao left, the tension in the classroom seemed to dissipate. Tang Xia appeared completely indifferent to what had just happened. She yawned and continued to nap on her desk as if nothing had occurred. Her petite frame was almost entirely hidden by the desk, with only her flattened chest faintly visible under her uniform. Seeing this, Su Yin couldn't help but awkwardly look away. He was both surprised and impressed by Tang Xia's behavior. Who would have thought, Xia, that you have such integrity? You were just complaining about not having a good team, and now that a good team comes to you, you refuse it? Tang Xia's voice came from the crook of her arm, muffled yet full of confidence. And who cares about that thing? Without the link crystal, I can still get into a top university. Su Yin chuckled softly and didn't say anything more. He knew that in this world, the college entrance exams tested not only academic subjects but also divine punishment abilities. To get into a university, one needed to reach at least level 40 in their divine punishment skills and pass the simple difficulty exam. Though labeled as simple, the pass rate for candidates with a talent below level was just 1. To get into a top university, one needed to reach level 50 and pass the difficult exam. Recalling past admission statistics, Su Yin knew that in 200 years, only 5 students with level talent had been admitted to top universities, and all of them were from wealthy families. He was aware that Tang Xia's family conditions weren't good, though he didn't know the specifics. After 3 years of knowing her, he could sense it. For them, awakening their talent and performing well in the college entrance exams was their only chance to change their fate. Thinking of this, Su Yin couldn't help but look at Tang Xia again. She was breathing evenly, with a few stray strands of hair on her smooth face. Her looks weren't particularly stunning, only slightly above average among the girls Su Yin knew, far from being as dazzling as his sister Xiaopan Xue. Her chest and hips were also quite ordinary. Yet, to Su Yin, Tang Xia had a unique charm. For instance, now with class about to start, this girl could still sleep so soundly, not caring at all about the risk of exposing herself. From Su Yan's angle, he could see things he shouldn't if he wanted to. No choice. I'll buy her a bottle of milk after school to help her replenish her energy, Su Yin sighed inwardly. 10 minutes later, the bell rang for class to start. The link crystal at the top left corner of the desk emitted a faint glow, signaling the beginning of another day in the divine punishment realm. Su Yin eagerly reached out, ready to touch the crystal and enter the realm. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, walked into the classroom and clapped his hands loudly to get everyone's attention. Hold on a moment, I have an announcement to make. Mr. Wang stood at the lectern, his gaze sweeping across every face in the classroom. With a heartfelt tone, he began, You've all awakened your talents now. The remaining 2 months are up to you. Use the knowledge you've gained over the years wisely in the divine punishment realm. Strive to improve your levels and strength, and aim for good results in the college entrance exams. His words struck each student like a heavy blow, and the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss a single word. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Wang continued. So, I won't waste your time any further. I have an announcement to make. He paused briefly. I'm sure you've all heard about John Mo, the new SS level talent awakener. Our human race's on-scene-a-century genius. The students' eyes lit up instantly, and some couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Mr. Wang raised his hand to signal for silence, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. The emergence of Jean Mo signifies a turning point for humanity. A revival is in sight. Therefore, the school leadership held an emergency meeting and decided to offer everyone some benefits to celebrate this revival. The classroom erupted in excitement, and the students eagerly asked, What kind of benefits? Mr. Wang explained with a smile. In a few days, the principal will invite a local genius currently studying at a prestigious school in the capital to come and teach. Additionally, there will be a lavishly funded real combat training event in the divine punishment realm. His expression turned serious. This is an unprecedented opportunity. With these geniuses sharing their experiences, it could be worth half a lifetime of effort. You must seize this chance and not let the school's efforts go to waste. After finishing, Mr. Wang's gaze fell on the back row. Tang Xia, come out with me for a moment. Su Yin gently nudged the dozing Tang Xia beside him. She jolted awake, hurriedly straightening her wrinkled uniform and messy hair, and followed Mr. Wang out of the classroom under the envious gazes of her classmates. In the corner of the hallway, Mr. Wang stopped and turned to face the somewhat uneasy Tang Xia. He spoke kindly. Tang Xia, starting tomorrow, you will no longer be a student of Class 3. Tang Xia didn't react immediately, her high ponytail swaying in the breeze, her short skirt fluttering around her legs. Suddenly, she snapped out of it and asked in a panic, Mr. Wang, did I do something wrong? Why are you expelling me? Mr. Wang laughed heartily. What are you thinking? I'm not expelling you. I'm transferring you to the rocket class. The rocket class? Tang Xia blinked in confusion. Mr. Wang patiently explained, this year, to better allocate resources to top students like you with level talents and above, the school has decided to create a rocket class. All students with level talents and higher will be placed in this class. Your level fire talent ranks 3rd in the school, so of course you have to go. A proud expression appeared on Tang Xia's face, but she quickly frowned. What about Su Yin? Is he going too? Su Yin? Mr. Wang's expression turned serious. He can't go? Tang Xia's face changed instantly. Su Yin hasn't level talent, the top in the school. Why can't he go? Mr. Wang sighed. Tang Xia, don't you understand? And level useless talent is still useless. Sending him would just waste the school's resources. Waste the school's resources? Tang Xia's voice rose sharply. Then I won't go either. Mr. Wang looked at her in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? This is not a joke. Your future is closely tied to this opportunity. Understand? Tang Xia stubbornly pursed her lips. So what? Mr. Wang's face reddened with frustration as he tried to reason with her. Tang Xia, do you know what the rocket class means? It means your chances of getting into a top university increase by 20%. You need to think this through. I've thought it through very clearly. Tang Xia bit her lip, her eyes resolute. If level talent can't go to the rocket class, then I don't deserve to go either. Tang Xia you? Tang Xia bowed deeply. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to class. With that, she turned and left, leaving Mr. Wang shaking his head and sighing. This child, why is she like this? When Tang Xia returned to her seat, Su Yin was engrossed in studying the auction house. Without looking up, he asked, back? What did Mr. Wang want? Tang Xia casually played with the strands of hair on her forehead. What else? Just telling me to work hard and bring glory to Class 3. At that moment, a prompt suddenly appeared before Su Yin. She's lying. Guess what it's about? Su Yin paused, then turned to scrutinize Tang Xia, frowning. Xia, are you hiding something from me? Tang Xia's expression momentarily turned flustered, but she quickly straightened up, snorting. Nonsense, your dad here is always straightforward. How could I hide anything from you? The next second, the prompt appeared again. Reveal the answer. Just a minute ago, your good deskmate refused the rocket class because of you. How touching, isn't it? Because of me? Su Yin blinked in surprise, eyeing Tang Xia with a peculiar look. Xia. Su Yin thought of Jiang Hao and said to Tang Xia, you turned down Jiang Hao today, and he's definitely not going to give up. If he bothers you again, just mention my name. Tang Xia chuckled and said, huh, your name? What name? Su Yin, feeling indignant, replied, why not? How about Demon Slayer? You? A Demon Slayer? Give me a break. Tang Xia retorted mercilessly. She certainly didn't believe the legendary Demon Slayer was right beside her. She said seriously, Su Yin, I'm being serious. You don't need to get involved. I don't want to drag you into this. If Jiang Hao targets you, things might get worse, and you might not even get into college. Su Yin grinned nonchalantly. It's not that serious. College is no big deal. I can get in with my eyes closed. You'd better be right. Tang Xia snorted. By this time, the others had already entered the divine punishment grounds, and the two of them started preparing to enter as well. Just before touching the linking crystal, Tang Xia hesitated and then asked, Su Yin, are you sure you don't need me to help you level up? Su Yin laughed and replied, Little Xia, do you like me or something? Why else would you keep wanting to help me? Tang Xia's face turned crimson, and even her neck flushed. Her eyebrows twitched slightly from agitation. She quickly defended herself. What are you talking about? I don't like you. I just don't want my desk mate to fail college. Don't get any ideas. Seeing her amusing reaction, Su Yin understood. He boldly glanced at Tang Xia's smooth, white legs and suggested in a low voice, how about this? Since we're buddies, let me touch your leg, and I'll let you help me. Deal? Su Yin, get lost! Tang Xia shouted angrily. Using this move, Su Yin successfully shook off Tang Xia and ventured into the divine punishment grounds alone. In the temple at the login interface, the familiar gentle voice of the goddess of dawn echoed, Traveler, are you ready to cross the Stargate and enter the unknown divine punishment grounds? This time, Su Yin didn't rush to log in. Instead, he looked up. The goddess of dawn was bathed in holy light, high above. Her divine form was barely covered by a milky white dress formed by divine power, revealing a deep white cleavage between her rounded peaks. Her face was noble and beautiful, exuding an aura of inviolability, with her cascading white hair flowing endlessly. She radiated an aura of unattainable majesty. At this moment, Su Yan had an incredibly bold idea. He remembered he had an SS-level talent, the divine shackles, which could bind a god or a god's avatar, forcing them into a contract. And since the goddess of dawn was a god, should he give it a try? As a special perk on the player login screen, the goddess of dawn has been serving as the welcome hostess since her arrival from the land of divine punishment. Her otherworldly beauty, stunning figure, and the slightly revealing long dress have made her the dream girl of countless male players. Standing on the login screen, Su Yin couldn't help but be captivated by the goddess of dawn. He thought to himself, with such a visual feast right at the start, who has the heart to grind and level up? No wonder the human race is falling behind. Pulling his critical gaze away, Su Yin decided that for the future of humanity, he had to give it a try himself. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Goddess of Dawn, I have a question." The goddess of dawn turned to face Su Yin, smiling gently. "What do you wish to ask, traveler? Are you really a god?" Su Yin asked directly. "Of course, I am a god," the goddess of dawn replied without hesitation. "I am a mid-level deity with a level 12 divine essence, governing dawn and hope." Su Yin nodded and asked again, "That powerful? Huh? Do you have any relatives or friends?" Despite the peculiar nature of the question, the goddess of dawn maintained her calm demeanor and patiently explained, "Gods exist independently of one another, each overseeing their own domain. We don't have relatives or friends in the human sense." Breathing a sigh of relief, Su Yin continued, "I see. Hypothetically speaking, if something were to happen to you, would anyone avenge you?" The goddess of dawn's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. However, she maintained her divine composure and replied, "Your question is quite unusual, traveler. But rest assured, gods control everything and nothing will happen to me." "Got it?" Just asking out of curiosity, Su Yin nodded in understanding, though a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a cross-chain of light appeared in Su Yan's palm, flickering faintly. This was the activation of his SS-level talent, the Divine Shackles. Unsure if it would succeed, Su Yan decided to give it a shot. He thrust his palm towards the goddess of dawn in midair, shouting, "Shackles." In an instant, two blood-red chains shot out from Su Yan's hand, the runes on them glowing ominously as they sped towards the goddess of dawn. "Traveler, what are you doing?" the goddess of dawn exclaimed, her face showing panic for the first time. However, the creation rules descended instantly, suppressing the entire space. A holy and colossal phantom appeared behind the goddess of dawn, radiating endless divine light. The phantom's godly power surged, but was immediately restrained by the rules, unable to move. At that moment, the chains transformed into two red beams, locking onto the phantom's wrists. The chains dangled from the sky, slowly pulling upwards. The massive phantom trembled violently, struggling, but soon fell silent. Shackles completed, the system prompt sounded. Moments later, the colossal phantom disappeared, and the goddess of dawn, now devoid of her divine glow, gently descended to the ground. She approached Su Yin, crossed her hands over her chest, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, "Please command me, my master." Su Yin was overwhelmed with excitement. "Holy crap, it actually worked! Divine Shackles, you're incredible," he rejoiced internally. Now, the young men of the human race can fully focus on leveling up without being distracted by the goddess of dawn. "I'll bear this temptation alone. I truly am a selfless hero." Just as Su Yin was about to issue orders to the goddess of dawn, an ethereal voice sounded from above. "Dear travelers, due to an anomaly on the login screen, please exit the land of divine punishment immediately. Emergency maintenance will commence in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached the final second, Su Yan's vision went black, and the scenery around him changed rapidly. The next moment, Su Yin found himself in Shura City, located at the entrance of the land of divine punishment, a place that provided supplies for travelers. Due to the sudden system maintenance, all human travelers were forcibly relocated here, and Su Yin was no exception. "Damn, what's going on?" Su Yin cursed internally. Even the land of divine punishment needs maintenance? If I remember correctly, the last maintenance was over 100 years ago. Why now? Quickly adjusting his mindset, he began to contemplate compensation. Whatever the reason for the maintenance, I was just about to take down the twin-headed serpent boss. They better compensate me. 300 gold coins would be barely acceptable, 500 gold coins would make me consider forgiving them, and 1,000 gold coins would make me forget the whole thing. Shura City was bustling, filled with the noise of complaints and chatter, resembling a crowded subway during rush hour. As the instigator, Su Yin squeezed through the crowd, listening to the surrounding grumbles with a sense of unease. How could he have known that shackling the Dawn Goddess would trigger an emergency maintenance? Su Yin mused to himself that with his supreme access privileges, he shouldn't be discovered. After all, he was merely utilizing the talent rules reasonably and hadn't violated any prohibitions. Su Yin discreetly opened his palm, feeling satisfied with the white shackle mark that had appeared. This mark not only symbolized a contract with the Dawn Goddess, but also allowed him to sense her presence at any time. At this moment, the Dawn Goddess was sealed within this mark, ready to respond to his summons. The thought thrilled Su Yin. Just then, a sudden outburst erupted from the crowd. Holy crap, it's Demon Slayer! It's really Demon Slayer! The shout was like a bomb going off, instantly electrifying the entire leisure area. Immediately, more voices followed. Guys, it's really Demon Slayer! Demon Slayer is in the leisure area of Azura City. But wait, didn't Demon Slayer solo a level 50 dungeon yesterday? Why is he still level 1? Clearly, you're a newbie. For someone of Demon Slayer's caliber, he must have a hidden class, so it's normal for his experience points to be higher. I'm crying. This is the first time I've been so close to someone with an SS-tier talent. Mom, your son has made it. The appearance of Demon Slayer was like dropping a boulder into a pond, causing waves of excitement throughout Azura City. Countless players surged in like a tide, eager to get closer. Su Yin, holding his staff, Crimson Dawn, stood tall in the center of the crowd, akin to the brightest star at a grand concert. Although this level of attention was unprecedented, Su Yin remained calm. He smiled and waved to the crowd, loudly saying, "Hello everyone, I'm Demon Slayer." Instantly, the crowd erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers, mingled with shouts of Demon Slayer. "I love you," and "Demon Slayer, have my babies." However, as more and more players gathered in the leisure area, they suddenly realized that Demon Slayer had vanished. Su Yin had discreetly used the Dawn Goddess's divine power to slip away under the cover of her magic. To avoid causing a bigger commotion, he reluctantly hid his ID, blending in as an ordinary level 1 mage, though his striking appearance remained. Azura City, being the player's hub, included an auction house, team-up area, leisure area, bounty zone, and the recruit hall. After a brief orientation, Su Yin headed towards the auction house, already planning his next move. By the time Su Yin arrived at the auction house, the usually bustling hall was sparsely populated with only a dozen or so people. The opulent decor starkly contrasted with the quiet atmosphere. Su Yin understood immediately. It must be because the Demon Slayer had appeared in Shura City, and all the players had gone to catch a glimpse of the future emperor. What a clever diversion, he silently praised, stepping into the auction house. The floor, as clear as a mirror, reflected Su Yin's confident stride. He walked straight to an available transaction window, bypassing any queue. "Hello, I'd like to purchase some equipment," he said. A sweet voice from the female attendant behind the counter replied, "Sure, please wait a moment." Just as Su Yin was about to commend the service, the attendant suddenly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, but your level is too low. We can't provide you with any transaction services at the moment." Su Yin's face darkened instantly. "Too low? What do you mean?" The female attendant didn't explain further but suggested, "If you're looking to buy equipment at level 1, we recommend you turn right after exiting the auction house. There are always people setting up stalls there, and the value for money is quite good." Annoyed, Su Yin retorted, "I've come here to buy equipment, and you're talking to me about value for money? Just tell me if you can sell it or not." The female attendant explained with difficulty, "Sir, this is a high-end establishment. The value of most items here starts at 1,000 gold coins or more." "You see," Su Yin sneered, abruptly throwing a heavy bag of gold coins onto the counter. "Here's 100,000 gold coins. Is that enough? If not, I can add more." 100,000. The female attendant's eyes widened in shock. She hurriedly said, "Sir, please wait a moment." She quickly walked to the corner and whispered something into a screen. Moments later, a man in a suit with slick-back hair hurried over, followed by the female attendant with her head bowed. The manager scrutinized Su Yin, whose ID was hidden, and apologized profusely. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. Xiao Zhou just started yesterday and isn't familiar with our protocols. Please forgive us for any inconvenience." He then reprimanded the female attendant. "What are you standing there for? Apologize to our esteemed guest." The female attendant bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry." This scene immediately drew everyone's attention in the hall. Players gaped in disbelief at the absurdity unfolding before them. Whispers filled the room. "Are you kidding me? The auction house manager is bowing and apologizing to a level 1 player. What's going on? Who is that level 1 player? He looks so impressive." "No kidding. If you could casually throw down 100,000 gold coins, you'd be just as impressive." "Wow, 100,000 gold coins? At level 1? As the players speculated that this must be the heir of some powerful family just awakening their talents. Envy and jealousy were evident in their expressions. Su Yin, feeling a bit bewildered by the commotion, couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of human nature. He frowned and asked, I'm in a hurry. Can I buy the equipment now? Of course. Please follow me to the office, the manager said respectfully. In the luxurious office, Su Yin sat on a soft leather sofa, sipping high-quality tea and enjoying VIP treatment. The manager politely inquired, "What kind of equipment are you looking to purchase, sir?" Setting down his teacup, Su Yin said straightforwardly, SS-grade equipment that can be used at level 1. Do you have any recommendations? The manager was dumbfounded. Sir, you must be joking. The number of SS-grade divine equipment in the entire human race can be counted on one hand. Each piece is a priceless treasure. How can anyone possibly sell them? And as for level 1 SS-grade equipment, I'm sorry, but I've never even seen one. No. Su Yan's face showed obvious disappointment. Su Yan shook his head helplessly and compromised. What about S-grade equipment? The male manager's body stiffened at Su Yan's words. He initially thought Su Yan was joking, but his expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Carefully, he responded, "Sir, I know you're not short on money, but there's really no need to buy such high-end gear at level 1. S-grade items are incredibly expensive, even at level 1, and won't come cheap. Plus, you'll level up so quickly in the first 20 levels that this gear will barely be transitional." Su Yin interrupted impatiently. "I'm buying, you're selling. Just recommend something." "All right, got it." The manager, being a savvy businessman, knew when to stop talking. He was more than happy to make a guaranteed profit. Soon enough, the coffee table in the office was covered with various level 1 S-grade items. The manager smiled apologetically. "Although we don't have any SS-grade divine gear, we do have a decent stock of level 1 S-grade items. These were crafted by master blacksmiths to hone their skills, so their quality is top-notch. Judging by your staff, you must be a distinguished mage. I think these pieces would suit you well." Su Yin interrupted again. "No need. I'll pick them myself." "Sure, take your time, sir. I'll make you another cup of tea." The manager tactfully stepped aside. While the manager was busy making tea, Su Yin carefully inspected the S-grade equipment. He quickly noticed that some items had been deliberately polished, and the ones at the bottom were covered in dust. Su Yin cursed inwardly. These aren't hot sellers. They're clearly items that have been gathering dust. Level 1 S-grade equipment is something ordinary players can't afford, and wealthy players don't need. Who would spend an exorbitant amount on gear that would be obsolete in 10 minutes? At most, someone might buy it as a collector's item, just to say they once owned S-grade gear. But Su Yin, being a powerful mage, had no choice but to buy it. The only question was whether he could haggle the price down. After some careful selection, Su Yin chose a warrior's helmet, a mage's boots, and 3 unidentified pieces: gloves, a chestplate, and leggings. Helm of Hope S-grade. Stamina 20, Strength 15. Required level 1. Set bonus. Wind of Agility 5-piece set. Wind of Agility. Agility 200, movement speed increased to 200 for 10 seconds after leaving combat. Wind Spirit Boots S-grade. Intelligence 18, Agility 21. Required level 1. Set bonus. Wind of Agility 5-piece set. Wind of Agility. Agility 200, movement speed increased to 200 for 10 seconds after leaving combat. The 3 unidentified items showed no attributes other than their S-grade quality, but Su Yin was different. With his SS-grade talent, Eyes of the Gods, he could see their attributes clearly. The manager returned with the tea and, noticing the items Su Yin had chosen, praised, "You have a great eye, sir. The Wind of Agility set is our top seller, perfect for traveling. But as a mage, are you sure you want to buy gear for other classes?" Su Yin replied coolly, "Mind your own business." Of course, of course. How much in total?" The manager explained with a smile. "We're running a promotion to celebrate the release of Demon Slayer. All items are 20 off, and the more you buy, the bigger the discount." Su Yin couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued. Another promotion because of Demon Slayer. He kept a straight face and said, "That's good to hear. Thanks." The manager chuckled. "No need to thank us. You should thank Demon Slayer." "Yeah, right? Thank myself." Su Yin grumbled internally, then said flatly, "Just tell me the total amount." After the discount, each piece from the Wind of Agility set is 150,000 gold. The 3 unidentified items are 80,000 gold each. The total comes to 540,000 gold. I'll round it down to 500,000 for you. How does that sound? Goodbye." Su Yan's expression changed instantly as he stood up to leave. "Damn, 500,000 gold. That's 5 million yuan. Are they trying to rob me?" Su Yin cursed internally. Seeing Su Yin heading for the door without looking back, the manager quickly followed. "How about you name a price, sir?" Su Yin replied disdainfully. "These old relics, 5,000 gold each, no more. Even though S-grade items are rare, they're still just level 1. Su Yin was confident that no one else would be foolish enough to buy them. Without any buyers, they were just a pile of scrap metal. 5,000 gold coins, take it or leave it. Su Yan's voice echoed through the office. For him, this Swiftwind gear set wasn't essential. He could do without it. If needed, he'd just buy a skill book to boost his movement speed. The only reason he was interested in buying it was because he couldn't find any blood armor pieces, and this set was conveniently available. After all, collecting a complete set of 5 wasn't easy. The male manager stood at the office door, stunned by the price. His face was a mix of disbelief and frustration. Are you serious? This gear originally cost tens of thousands, and you're offering just 5,000 gold coins? That's ridiculous. However, he knew these pieces had been gathering dust for years, some even older than his tenure, which gave him a headache. After a brief pause, the manager spoke. Sir, how about I contact the seller and hear their thoughts? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Su Yin nodded. Sure, but you have only 5 minutes. No problem. The manager quickly got in touch with the seller. Moments later, he returned with a troubled expression. The seller says 5,000 gold coins are too low. They hope you can increase your offer. Su Yin didn't hesitate to refuse. Forget it then. I'm not adding a single coin. You can keep the gear. He turned and started to leave. But just a few steps out, the manager chased after him. Sir, the seller agreed. Plus, they're throwing in 3 equipment identification scrolls. Identification scrolls? Su Yan's eyes lit up. That means I won't even have to pay for identification fees. Deal. He immediately turned back. Identification scrolls were created by master forgers and had a minimum level requirement of 100. Each was worth 10,000 gold coins on the market, so Su Yan essentially got an extra 30,000 in value. Back in the office, the manager quickly processed the order. The screen displayed the transaction, and Su Yin completed the payment. In an instant, 25,000 gold coins vanished. Seeing the payment go through, the manager smiled and retrieved 3 identification scrolls from the warehouse. Would you like to identify the items now? Su Yin nodded in agreement. The manager deftly used the scrolls. As soon as he identified the first piece, his expression turned peculiar. Nightfall gauntlets, SS grade, strength 21, intelligence 12, equipment level 1, set effect, swift wind 5-piece set. Swift wind. Agility 200, movement speed increases to 200 for 10 seconds after leaving combat. Then came the second piece. Nightfall chestplate, SS grade, constitution 18, spirit 15, equipment level 1, set effect, swift wind 5-piece set. The manager swallowed hard, thinking, this is too coincidental. How can they all be part of the swift wind set? He glanced at Su Yin, hesitant to speak. Finally, the last piece. Nightfall leg guards, SS grade, strength 12, agility 16, equipment level 1, set effect, Swiftwind 5-piece set. The manager was utterly dumbfounded. All pieces were from the Swiftwind set. Rising from the couch, Su Yin grinned. Looks like my luck's pretty good completing the set. Thanks, manager. With that, he swiftly grabbed the gear and hurried out. The manager was left alone in the office, feeling both regretful and shocked. The value of a complete set was vastly higher than individual pieces. Sets often fetched several times, even dozens of times more than standalone items. The auction house had just taken a huge loss, at least tens of thousands of gold coins. But the manager couldn't dwell on that now. One thought dominated his mind. Su Yin must be able to see the hidden attributes of unidentified gear. Otherwise, how could he have known all 3 pieces were part of the Swiftwind set? The odds were simply too low. It must be some special talent. His expression shifted, eyes gleaming with envy. To his knowledge, only those with grade talent or higher could see hidden attributes. Incredible. Su Yin might be one of the top new generation human experts. Su Yin quickly donned the 5-piece Swiftwind set, immediately feeling his movement speed double. He slipped out of the auction house like a ghost, heading straight for the Azura City Plaza. Moments ago, the sky had broadcasted a divine punishment announcement, signaling the end of maintenance. Eagerly, he planned to start grinding dungeons, leveling up, and stacking health, all while aiming to top the historical leaderboard. Just then, the manager chased after him again. Wait, hold on. Su Yin looked at the male manager with a puzzled expression. Is there something else? The manager respectfully handed over a golden card, his eyes full of admiration. You are a valued client of our auction house. Please accept this auction house pass. Auction house pass? What does this mean? Su Yin took the card and examined it closely. The manager eagerly explained. This is a symbol of your esteemed status and powerful capabilities. Currently, there is no way to purchase it. It is only given out by us. With this pass, you will enjoy a permanent 20% discount on purchases at our auction house and can conduct remote transactions anytime, anywhere. If you need, I can also assist you with the transactions. My name is Wang Defa, but you can call me Alpha. After listening to Wang Defa's explanation, Su Yin was intrigued. This pass was indeed a valuable asset, especially since it couldn't be bought. It was practically priceless. However, he was still a bit confused. How did I become your esteemed client? Because you possess S-level talent. According to our boss's policy, anyone who awakens in S-level talent or higher is considered an esteemed client. Wang Defo explained. Su Yin suddenly understood. They had mistaken him for someone with S-level talent. He chuckled inwardly at their mistake but kept a composed exterior. I see. In that case, I will accept it. Please thank your boss for me. He calmly put the pass away, thinking that future transactions would be much more convenient. Su Yin then headed to the Shura City Square and used the portal there to return to the newbie map. As soon as he entered the login screen, a rough, welcome voice boomed over his head, almost making him jump. Hey traveler, welcome to the land of divine punishment. Su Yin looked up to see a burly man with a full beard and a giant axe standing where the goddess of dawn used to be. The man, clearly displeased, said, I'm Gaurad. Not too thrilled to serve you. Su Yin was speechless, thinking, is this because I captured the goddess of dawn, so they had to replace her? But this attitude is just too blatant. Maintenance? What a joke. With a soft sound, Su Yan's figure appeared at the entrance of the Wolf King Valley dungeon. The area was already bustling with players forming teams and calling for members. The scene was as lively as ever. The world chat was abuzz with discussions about Gaurad replacing the goddess of dawn after the maintenance. What kind of ridiculous move is this? The goddess just vanished without any explanation. Scare me to death. I thought I got blacklisted for peeking under the goddess's skirt. Seeing everyone else is experiencing this too. I'm relieved. R.I.P. Bring back my goddess. Bring her back. I'm losing it. Without the goddess of dawn, what's the point of living? Might as well die. Seriously? My dad's a funeral director, offering full service packages. Want to exchange contacts? Gu Hongxia, looking for a wife online. Su Yin glanced at the world chat, and then focused on the dungeon NPC in front of him. He opened the historical rankings, and as expected, his record was now third. Third place, Demon Slayer solo run. Time, 5 minutes 52 seconds. Completion rating, SSS. He was just 2 seconds behind the second place, and 17 seconds behind the first. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Attention, daily blessings from the SS level talent divine, descendant have begun. You have received Dragon Phoenix Blood X20. A new day, a new blessing. Seeing the Dragon Phoenix blood again, Su Yin felt indifferent. Time was of the essence, so he transformed into a flash of white light and entered the Wolf King Valley dungeon without hesitation. Su Yin re-entered the dungeon, this time fully prepared and with a clear goal, to shorten his completion time as much as possible and seize the top reward on the leaderboard. In the narrow, dim valley, a figure suddenly appeared, instantly crossing a distance of 30 meters. This was Su Yin. Using the blazing flash he had just purchased from the auction house for 2,000 gold coins, a universal movement skill. Holding his staff, Su Yin charged forward to face the nearby pack of silver wolves. His stance was so heroic that it was hard to tell if he was a warrior or a mage. From 15 meters away, a fireball shot out, hitting the leading silver wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The explosion engulfed the wolf in flames. This basic fire mage skill, which cost only 10 gold coins, unleashed astonishing power in the hands of the rage mage Su Yin. Blood red damage numbers flashed, and the 5,000 HP silver wolf was instantly killed. Su Yin was secretly pleased. His gear and skills, enhanced by elemental talent conversion, had indeed become much more powerful. Faster. I need to be even faster, Su Yin muttered, while continuously casting basic skills from various elements. Fireball, Ice Arrow, Lightning Strike, Rock Burst, and Hurricane were unleashed in quick succession, each strike resulting in an instant kill. As the battle ended, the disengagement attribute of the Swift Wind set activated, doubling Su Yan's speed for 10 seconds. He became a blur, moving so fast it seemed his soul couldn't keep up with his body. With perfect skill cooldown coordination, Su Yin felt an exhilarating sense of efficiency. This synergy solved the biggest problem of solo dungeon runs mob gathering. He was confident he could achieve the speed of a 5-person team. Just over 3 minutes later, Su Yin stood before the boss, the Silver Wolf King. Without waiting for the boss's opening speech, he swung his staff and simultaneously cast Judgment and Retribution. Boom! The damage from Retribution exploded within the Silver Wolf King. Human ant! This is impossible! The Silver Wolf King roared in shock, its earth-shattering howl ending as it was once again instantly killed. A world announcement immediately followed. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for solo clearing the Wolf King Valley dungeon. Time, 3 minutes, 59 seconds. Completion rating, SSS. The divine punishment land erupted. All human players were first stunned, then ecstatic. Jean Mo had once again set a new record, reducing the completion time to under 4 minutes, breaking Mo1, the human emperor's 198-year reign, and taking the top spot on the historical leaderboard. Jean Mo's feat shocked the entire server, heralding the dawn of his era. The top experts from the Demon Extermination Institute, Shura City, Red Mansion, the Supreme Command of the Frontline Divine Strategy Corps, and even other countries and the Human Alliance were all taken aback. Dozens of eyes turned towards Wolf King Valley. However, their expectations were dashed because the demon-slaying operation was undetectable and invisible. At this moment, within the Wolf King Valley dungeon, Su Yin, who had just shattered the clearance record, was completely oblivious to the commotion outside. His focus was solely on the ranking rewards, and he eagerly checked them out. The basic dungeon rewards were nothing special. A heap of experience points, a truckload of silver wolf meat, and 2 pieces of level 50 grade equipment. Su Yin quickly skimmed through these and went straight for the first place reward. When he saw the rewards, his eyes lit up. 300,000 gold coins, 200 to all attributes, and a skill called Flame Forbidden Spell LV1. This reward combination thrilled Su Yin, especially the Forbidden level skill. Forbidden spells, exclusive to the hidden class of Forbidden Spell Mage, were as powerful as SS level skills. Su Yin carefully read the skill description. Flame Forbidden Spell LV1 casts a fiery explosion within a 100-meter radius, dealing 270 magic power spell damage. It causes Heartfire burn effect on non-fire enemies, putting them in a weakened fire state and increasing the fire damage they take by 50 for 2 hours. Cooldown time is 100 seconds, and it consumes 1,000 mana points. Holy crap, 2 hours! Su Yin exclaimed. This Flame Forbidden spell not only had massive AoE damage, but also inflicted a prolonged weakened fire state on surviving targets. This was practically a cheat skill. Great, I like it. Su Yin learned the skill without hesitation. He felt fortunate to gain another powerful trump card. No wonder the human emperors in history rose to power so rapidly. With dungeon rewards like these, who wouldn't? Satisfied, Su Yin dusted himself off and exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the crowd erupted as soon as the demon-slaying figure appeared. Look, the Demon Slayer is out. Demon Slayer! Demon Slayer! Demon Slayer! I'm your biggest fan. Can I add you as a friend? Master, are you taking disciples? I'd even be your dog. The dungeon entrance was swarmed with players, making it impassable. These players were at least level 50, with many high-level players rushing in from other maps, including a few top-tier players at level 1000. They enthusiastically surrounded the level 1 Demon Slayer, creating a scene reminiscent of a celebrity airport arrival. Faced with such a spectacle, Su Yin felt flattered but not overwhelmed. He found the players rather endearing and smiled, saying, "Sorry, I need to run more dungeons. Please disperse." Hearing the future human emperor speak made the crowd even more excited. In their minds, the 4 human emperors with SS-level talents were always aloof and mysterious, rarely seen, let alone heard. The Demon Slayer was not only powerful, but also approachable, making them even more infatuated. Demon Slayer, are you going to break more records? Does this mean this score isn't your limit? Demon Slayer, when will you level up to 2? Faced with a barrage of questions, Su Yin could only shake his head helplessly. He spoke to the dungeon NPC and vanished in a flash of white light. These people really have too much time on their hands, Su Yin thought to himself. Even though the Demon Slayer had entered the dungeon, the players did not leave. They stayed, faces full of excitement and anticipation, waiting to witness the birth of a new clearance record with their own eyes. Su Yin didn't have a personal connection crystal, so he could only access the Divine Punishment game at school. As a result, he cherished every second he had. Once he logged in, he immediately began farming for experience, skillfully using the attributes of his staff, the Scarlet Dawn, to continuously increase his health limit. With the Flame Forbidden spell, he no longer needed to frequently switch classes and weapons, significantly boosting his efficiency. Su Yin was fully focused, his eyes glued to the screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. In this highly concentrated state, he could complete a dungeon challenge every 4 minutes or so. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was noon. He rushed to the cafeteria, quickly devouring 10 bowls of rice to fill his stomach, then immediately returned to the world of divine punishment. However, when he arrived at the dungeon entrance again, the sight before him left him both amused and exasperated. Seriously? Don't these guys have any leveling to do? Just hanging around here watching the show? Su Yin muttered to himself, seeing the crowd of players still gathered at the dungeon entrance, all eagerly watching as if waiting for some miracle to happen. In a corner of the crowd, hidden from Su Yin's view, stood a dazzling warrior, level 1352, casually leaning against a crooked old tree with a broken sword in his arms. With a confident expression, he said to his companion, "Still no world announcement after all this time. Looks like 3 minutes and 59 seconds is the limit for the Demon Slayer." "Ha! I told you even a freak has their limits, right, Ailing?" The female player named Ailing responded softly. "Maybe." The warrior grinned. "All right then, you've seen the Demon Slayer. No point in waiting any longer." The boss is already urging us to move out. All right, Ailing nodded. Just then, the figure of the demon slayer suddenly appeared, causing a stir among the crowd. Su Yan was used to this. From the surrounding chatter, he finally understood why these players were reluctant to leave. They were all waiting for him to break another record. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh, thinking, so they're all waiting for me to break the dungeon record again. He had tried to surpass his own limits, but perhaps because he was too relaxed, he couldn't manage to bring the completion time under 4 minutes again. At that moment, Su Yan felt a sudden heat in his right palm, accompanied by a humming sound only he could hear. Surprised, he lifted his hand to see the shackle mark in his palm, glowing blood red. This is the goddess of dawn. Su Yan suddenly remembered that he had a deity residing in his palm. With this thought, he focused his mind to establish a connection with the goddess of dawn. Soon, a sacred and respectful, ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Master. Su Yan got straight to the point. Dawn, can you complete the dungeon for me? After a brief silence, the goddess of dawn replied softly. Of course, my master. No way, it actually works. Su Yan was overjoyed and asked eagerly, what do I need to do? Master, you only need to release me from the shackle mark. Dawn will take care of everything else, the goddess explained. After ending the conversation, Su Yan felt a wave of dizziness and quickly rubbed his temples. With his current strength, directly communicating with a deity was still quite challenging. However, since he had already signed a contract with the goddess of dawn, there was no need to worry about betrayal. Next, Su Yan began searching for a way to release the shackle mark. To his surprise, he found that his skill list had gained a new golden skill called Summon God. Summon God LV1. Summon the deity from the shackle, creating a divine domain. Cooldown, 2 hours. There was plenty of time before school ended, and with this cooldown, he could use it at least twice. Su Yan decided to try it out first to see the effect. With great anticipation, Su Yan talked to the dungeon NPC and entered the Wolf King Valley dungeon again. Having a mid-level deity with a 12th level godhead to help clear the dungeon was an unprecedented and perhaps unique experience. Su Yan thought to himself, with the goddess of dawn's assistance, he should be able to break the dungeon record again, right? Whatever, let's do this. Su Yan cheered himself on. With a flash of light, Su Yan's figure instantly appeared in the Wolf King Valley dungeon. The biting cold and damp air hit him, but he didn't hesitate, pushing his right palm forward to release the shackle mark. Come forth, goddess of dawn. Su Yan called out loudly. Boom! In an instant, an unparalleled divine power surged from the shackle mark, sweeping across the entire valley. The Wolf King Valley echoed with terrified howls of wolves as the holy light dispelled the darkness, and the light of dawn flooded every corner of the dungeon like a tidal wave. Time seemed to stand still. On the valley walls, silver flowers grew at an astonishing speed, covering the entire rock face in the blink of an eye, creating a breathtaking sea of blooms. Amid this rapidly changing scene, a figure as white as jade appeared out of nowhere. Barefoot, she stepped forward, dressed in a milky white gown, her graceful figure capturing all attention. As she emerged, a fierce wind arose, forming a swirling storm around her. Her waist-length white hair danced in the wind, and her full, firm chest trembled slightly, exuding both divinity and allure. Suddenly, the goddess of dawn opened her divine eyes, which seemed to contain the mysteries of the entire universe. She extended her snow-white arm, and with a delicate fingertip, pointed forward. Perish! This word slipped lightly from her vermilion lips, yet it carried boundless power. Su Yan felt a surge of immense divine power sweeping over him. The infinite divine force spread out like a shockwave, obliterating everything in its path. Silver wolves, silver wolf elites, and even the silver wolf king hidden deep within the dungeon all turned to ash in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Before Su Yan could recover from his shock, a flood of system notifications overwhelmed him. Experience 1100. Experience 1100. You have obtained silver wolf meat. The endless stream of experience rewards popped up continuously, leaving Su Yan dumbfounded. He marveled inwardly. Holy crap, it's over just like that? He had assumed that summoning the goddess of dawn would at least entail some symbolic battle. But in reality, the goddess merely extended a finger, and all enemies were annihilated. So powerful. Is this the might of a god? Su Yan couldn't help but swallow hard, looking up at the goddess of dawn floating in midair. Bathed in divine light, the goddess of dawn radiated a sacred and noble aura. She bowed slightly and said to Su Yan, Master, dawn has carried out your command and eliminated all targets. Su Yan composed himself, straightening his expression, and nodded in response. You did well. Their gazes met, and it felt as though their souls began to resonate with each other at that moment. Just then, an ethereal and authoritative voice echoed through the tranquil, azure sky of divine retribution. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for solo clearing the Silver Wolf King's Valley dungeon. Time for seconds. Completion rating. This Sun World announcement caught everyone off guard. At the entrance of the Silver Wolf King's Valley dungeon, players who had been losing hope were instantly revitalized. A warrior who was about to leave stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with disbelief. The female player beside him also raised her fair neck, staring at the sky in astonishment. "Oh my God! Jean Mo has broken the record again," the warrior exclaimed, his face full of incredulity. "And it only took 4 seconds. For seconds. How is that even possible?" The world chat exploded with countless question marks, followed by waves of praise. "Jean Mo is amazing. Jean Mo is the god of our human race." Human players collectively erupted in celebration, raising their arms in triumph. From that moment on, a new record was set for the level 50 Silver Wolf King's Valley dungeon. 4 seconds. This completion time left even the human Emperor Mo when speechless, and Yi Jibai couldn't help but shed tears. What could be done in 4 seconds? Almost nothing. Yet Jean Mo had solo cleared the dungeon. This man's power was terrifyingly immense, truly deserving the title of the 4-second legend. After the endless revelry, when the world chat finally calmed down a bit, someone suddenly spoke up, their message highlighted. "Jean Mo, does anyone know the demon god? I need someone to introduce me. I want to talk to the demon god." Jean Mo suddenly spoke in the world chat, instantly igniting the entire gaming community. At first, players were silent, but then the chat exploded with exclamations and discussions. "Holy crap! Did he really say that? Jean Mo, you're just a level 1 human player, and you dare talk to me like that? Wait, is Jean Mo? Never mind then. Jean Mo is awesome. I declare him the strongest SS level talent. Haha, Jean Mo's ID is straightforward enough. Clearly here to slay the demon god. Level 1? So what? He can still take down the demon god." The world chat was in an uproar. Even some veteran players who had been lurking for years couldn't help but join in, cheering madly for Jean Mo taking advantage of the excitement. Gu Hanxia shouted in the chat, "Looking for a girlfriend online, must be female." But his message was quickly drowned out by the chorus of cheers. Meanwhile, atop the celestial peak of Shura City, 2 figures gazed at each other from a distance. One was dressed in flowing white robes, while the other was enveloped in lightning, hidden within the void. Jean Mo broke the Wolf King's dungeon record again. Only took him 4 seconds. "Is this for real?" the figure in white asked in amazement. The figure in lightning replied calmly, "You already know the answer. Why ask?" The figure in white was silent for a moment before asking, "But why is Jean Mo still only level 1? Even if the Wolf King's Valley dungeon is simple, it should be enough for him to level up, right? Jean Mo is different from us. If I'm not mistaken, he has awakened 2 SS level talents." The figure in white gasped, "Can one person really awaken 2 talents? The mysteries of this world far exceed our understanding. Jean Mo's future achievements will surpass everyone and make him the strongest in human history." The figure in white murmured, "The strongest? Shouldn't the Demon Slayer Institute activate the Dawn Plan to protect such a prodigious talent around the clock?" "No need." "Why not?" "Because even I cannot discern his real-world identity. This means he is protected by the creation laws, indicating a connection with divine retribution. It is both the will of the gods and Jean Mo's will. The path to becoming a great warrior is destined to be lonely. We just need to wait for that day. The future of humanity rests in Jean Mo's hands." Hearing this, the figure in white was deeply moved, but couldn't help but ask, "I have one more question." The lightning figure began to dissipate, leaving behind a faint warning. "Don't ask. If you ask again, you'll die." The figure in white was shocked. As a peak battle god with an SS-level talent and the head of the Demon Slayer Institute, he could only ask a few questions? Any more, and he would die? Meanwhile, inside the Wolf King's Valley dungeon, Su Yin closed the world chat. His bold statements were not just for show, but intended to attract the attention of the demon god. In this world, the demon god is seen as the source of humanity's calamity. 200 years ago, the demon god, in the land of divine retribution, descended upon Blue Star, leading an endless army of demons to devour human territories. Most countries have since become wastelands. It was only under the leadership of the 4 human emperors from Hua Nation that humanity managed to fend off the demon god's onslaught. Su Yan's plan was simple. Since the demon god was so malevolent, why not directly capture it with the divine shackles? The problem was, the demon god had never shown itself, and only existed in legends. So Su Yan's current goal was to lure the demon god out, into the land of divine retribution. He believed that the demon god would surely see his provocation in the world chat. Standing in a narrow valley, with the goddess of dawn at his side, Su Yin raised his middle finger to the sky and shouted, "Demon god, dare you face me, heathen?" But the clear blue sky remained unresponsive, eerily calm. Su Yin decided then and there that he would log in every day to taunt the demon god, convinced that it wouldn't be able to resist showing itself forever. Swish! The divine figure of the goddess of dawn beside him flashed with a holy light and then vanished into the sea of flowers, returning to the mark on Su Yan's palm. Su Yin quickly noted the time, calculating in his mind. The duration of Summon God Level 1 is 5 minutes. He opened the skill interface to check what he needed for the upgrade. 19,999,999 experience points, 10 blood silver flowers, and the heart of the magic core. Su Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. Such requirements were simply out of reach for a level 1 newbie. Let's figure out the beginner's map first, he muttered, stretching and deciding to continue farming instances. After all, personal strength is the foundation. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Hidden instance ranking rewards have been issued. Please check. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he eagerly opened his inventory. 50,000 gold coins, 200 to all attributes, God's domain level 1. And the eternal instance seal these 4 rewards filled him with joy. Another 50,000 in the bank. Su Yin calculated quickly. Including the 378,000 in his treasury, his personal assets had nearly reached 1 million. The drastic change from being penniless 2 days ago to a small fortune now made him feel a bit euphoric. But soon reason took over. It's not time to enjoy yet. I need to spend the money wisely. He continued to examine the rewards. The 200 to all attributes boosted his stats significantly. Constitution 842, Spirit 510, Strength 510, Intelligence 510, Agility 577. I should be able to crush level 100 players now. Su Yin mused, but I still need to keep working hard. The properties of God's domain level 1 caught his eye. A range of 100 level meters, 1,000 to all attributes for himself, 100 critical hit rate, 50 to all enemy attributes, lasting 20 seconds, with a 2-hour cooldown, consuming 1,000 mana points. This is practically a divine skill. Su Yin marveled. This morning I got a forbidden spell, and now a domain skill in the afternoon. My luck is incredible. The last reward was the Eternal Instance Seal. The system explained. It allows the player to leave an eternal mark in this instance for others to observe and pay homage. After a moment's thought, Su Yin drew his Azura sword and carved on the stone wall behind the Silver Wolf King, seeking the address of the demon god family, urgently needed. The system immediately notified. Sword mark has been generated. Each player who observes and pays homage will receive 1 experience point. Only 1 experience point? Su Yin was about to complain when a world announcement suddenly rang out. Player Jean Mo has left a permanent sword mark in the Wolf King Valley instance. Players can enter the instance to observe and pay homage for various unexpected rewards. The announcement echoed far and wide, resonating through every corner of the land of divine punishment. Players exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Permanent sword mark, someone murmured, what kind of new gameplay is this? The land of divine punishment had existed for 200 years. Yet no one had ever heard of a sword mark in the dungeon. Questions flooded the world chat like a tidal wave. Can someone explain this? Asked a self-proclaimed level 666 newbie player in the chat. Level 888 newbie here. Also curious. Another voice quickly followed. Yikes, you 2 big shots should stop messing around. A genuine newbie player couldn't help but grumble. If you're newbies, what does that make me at level 66? Better call the 3 human emperors. Even the reclusive veteran human warriors, those of war god caliber, were deep in thought. Could a sword mark really be left in the dungeon? Was this some special privilege for clearing it in 4 seconds? As the world chat buzzed with excitement, a warrior with a broken great sword in his arms raised an eyebrow at an old crooked tree and asked, a sword mark? Can it be studied? A nearby female player softly replied, let's go in and take a look. The warrior chuckled. Are you serious, Ailing? This is just a newbie dungeon. Do you really think we can get a reward for observing a sword mark at our level? Just taking a look. Ailing's voice was gentle and soft, her movements light as the wind, as she led the way to the dungeon entrance. We only have 2 minutes, the warrior followed reluctantly. That's enough, Ailing responded calmly. At the entrance of the Wolf King Valley dungeon, 2 dazzling figures approached, exuding a powerful aura. Players around them started whispering. Look, even the experts from the Divine Strategy Corps are here. Isn't that the medal of the Divine Mechanism Battalions? Yeah, the same battalion famous for its countless feats and victories? That's right, legend has it that human emperor Du Gu started from the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Only the elite of the elite, with at least level talent, can join the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Players instinctively made way, their eyes filled with reverence. These were true experts, battle-hardened warriors who could kill without a trace. The warrior and Ailing walked side by side, their expressions indifferent. Suddenly, a curious voice broke the silence. Why is that woman only level 999? Isn't the minimum requirement for the Divine Mechanism Battalion level 1000? Do you have a death wish? Keep quiet. Someone urgently hushed him. Ailing paused briefly, then continued forward. The two of them turned into white light and vanished in front of the dungeon NPC. Inside the dungeon, in the damp and dark valley path, the warrior asked with concern, Ailing, are you really going to go alone? Ailing interrupted, you know I have no choice. Is there really no way to break through? The warrior sighed. Ailing's eyes dimmed, and she sighed, if there was, I wouldn't have been stuck for 15 years. Level 999 was Ailing's lifelong sorrow. 20 years ago, she had risen like a meteor, reaching level 999 in just 5 years. All the strong players had high hopes for her, believing her potential rivaled that of a war god. But that year, she failed to break through. Her hidden class caused her to lack the necessary attribute points to meet the breakthrough requirements. Even worse, attribute points had become nearly impossible to obtain, unless she entered higher level maps. However, the Divine Punishment Mechanism stipulated that only after breaking through could one unlock leveling permissions and open the gates to higher level maps. Otherwise, she would be forever stuck at level 999. This harsh reality was like an invisible shackle that had bound Ailing tightly for 15 long years. During these endless years, Ailing tried every possible method. Day after day, she grinded the level 999 dungeons, desperately trying to improve her rankings, hoping to find a breakthrough. However, all her efforts were like stones sinking into the sea, with no response at all. Now, Ailing's only option left was a near-death path venturing deep into the Nine Netherlands to find the legendary demon core heart, and then asking a master alchemist to craft a stat-enhancing elixir. This was her last hope and the most dangerous gamble. After hearing Ailing's plan, the warrior felt a pang of sympathy and tried to dissuade her. Ailing, this path is too dangerous. No one has ever returned alive from there. Do you really think you can make it? He paused, attempting to convince her. With your current strength, opponents below level 1300 are no threat at all. Why be so obsessed? Ailing listened quietly, her slender shoulders trembling slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. But soon, she lifted her face, her eyes narrowing, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. I don't want to live like this anymore. You don't need to persuade me. The warrior pressed his lips together, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He knew that nothing he said could change Ailing's determination. If that's the case, I respect your choice, he finally sighed. Ailing clasped her hands behind her back, straightened her chest, and her smile grew even brighter. Meeting the future demon slayer before leaving, I have no regrets. The sword mark is just ahead. Let's go. The warrior nodded but couldn't help but remind her, we only have 1 minute left. I know, Ailing replied softly. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted. Ailing's body was instantly engulfed by a black mist, and the gentle, lovely girl vanished, replaced by a terrifying dark figure. The figure constantly shifted, eventually becoming a misty form with a long, trailing tail, emitting countless eerie laughs. A dense aura of death emanated from the dark figure. It floated in midair, like a black lightning bolt darting towards the depths of the valley. Wherever it went, silver wolves and elite silver wolves fell dead instantly. In just a few seconds, the mournful howl of the boss, Silver Wolf King, echoed from the end of the valley. Nightshade Phantom is truly something, the warrior thought enviously. Deep in the valley, Ailing and the warrior easily found the permanent sword mark left by the demon slayer. When they stood before the stone wall and read the inscription, both were stunned, urgently seeking the demon god's address. No way, this is the sword mark? The warrior couldn't help but laugh. The legendary sword mark that all human players have been anticipating is just this, asking for the demon god's address. If I knew the demon god's address, I would have reported it for the reward long ago. At that moment, an option suddenly popped up. Enter observation mode? Yes or no? The warrior pouted and muttered. This sword mark doesn't seem serious at all. Doesn't look like it offers any rewards. Despite his doubts, he chose yes. Observing. A few seconds later, a system notification appeared. Through your diligent observation, you have been inspired by the sword mark and have realized the secrets of job change. Congratulations, you have gained a job change opportunity. The previously indifferent warrior was instantly wide-eyed, his body trembling. Wow, I actually got a job change opportunity. The immense joy surged from his chest, reaching his head. Ailing, Ailing, I can change jobs now. The warrior excitedly turned to call out, but suddenly froze. He saw Ailing standing with her eyes closed, a powerful aura swirling around her, growing stronger and more intense. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, Ailing's entire body erupted with dazzling golden light, instantly turning the entire valley into a stunning golden hue. Half a minute later, Ailing slowly opened her eyes, her face full of joy. I've broken through. In front of the stone wall, the warrior stood frozen, eyes wide open and mouth slightly ajar, a look of disbelief on his face. Ailing had actually broken through. 15 years of being stuck at the same level were finally shattered in this moment. A wave of euphoria surged through him, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter, his joy echoing through the valley. He was even more excited than when he had his own chance to change classes, jumping around like a child who had just turned 25. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly checked Ailing's level. The words Fengling level 1000 appeared before his eyes, and he swallowed hard, the sound of his gulp echoing in the silent valley. Overwhelmed with indescribable joy, he laughed so hard his jaw dislocated. With a quick smack, he reset it and finally stopped laughing. This is amazing, Ailing. You've finally broken through the level you've been stuck at for 15 years, he shouted excitedly, abandoning all the dignity expected of a human leader. Ailing seemed a bit dazed, as if she were dreaming. She stood still for a moment, then slowly squinted her eyes and gave a gentle smile, softly saying, "Yes, brother." The word brother made the warrior freeze, his eyes misting over. He turned away quickly to wipe his eyes, then focused on the sword mark on the stone wall. The sword mark of the demon slayer is truly incredible, he marveled. If you hadn't insisted on coming in here, I might have missed the greatest opportunity of my life. No wonder someone with an SS level talent in demon slaying is so powerful. Not only did you rise to the top yourself, but you also provided benefits for all of humanity. This is unprecedented in the history of the human emperor. Ailing nodded in agreement, her eyes fixed on the sword mark, lost in thought. Suddenly, the warrior remembered something and said excitedly, "Ailing, we need to spread this news quickly. Let's get all human players to come and observe the sword mark. I believe with this, the overall strength of our race will improve significantly." "Yes," Ailing replied. At this point, 2 minutes had passed since the announcement about the sword mark. The world channel was still buzzing with activity, filled with questions and speculations. Some asked if anyone had observed the sword mark, others inquired about the rewards, and low-level players sought team leaders. Amidst the discussions, one message caught everyone's attention. "Fengling, thank you, Demon Slayer. Your sword mark gave me a new life. I will be grateful to you forever." This message was quickly noticed by Sharpied players. A level 99 player was about to ask for details, but apologized repeatedly upon seeing Fengling's level. The world channel erupted again, with players expressing envy for the level 1000 powerhouse. At that moment, the warrior Jianpa spoke up on the world channel, briefly explaining the situation. He said that Ailing had successfully broken through to level 1000 by observing the sword mark, and he had also received an opportunity to change classes. He urged everyone to take advantage of the chance to observe the mark and thanked the Demon Slayer. His words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire game world. The news spread rapidly across Huagua, the Human Alliance, and even the entire Blue Planet. Human players rushed to the newbie map, and teleport scrolls became the hottest item in the auction house. 2 minutes later, the game world was in complete frenzy. The global chat suddenly erupted with excitement. Messages of joy were flying across the screen like snowflakes. "OMG, Jianpa was right. Observing the sword mark gave me a second chance at Talon Awakening. Thanks, Jean Mo. Guys, I got a job change opportunity too." Jean Mo is awesome. More and more players, after observing the sword mark, were receiving unexpected rewards, their excitement palpable. The entire global chat echoed with shouts of "Thank you, Jean Mo." At the same time, a bombshell announcement on the forums caused a huge stir. Boss Silver Wolf King had topped the 24-hour kill leaderboard. This news added a tragic twist to the Silver Wolf King story. Amid this frenzy, Su Yen sneezed several times inside the dungeon. He had just one-shot the boss Silver Wolf King, and after leaving the sword mark, immediately started a new round of dungeon farming. Seeing the flood of gratitude messages on the global chat, Su Yen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The sense of accomplishment from being appreciated by so many made him feel warm inside, especially when he saw a level 1000 expert named Feng Ling claim they would be grateful to him for life. It was a bit overwhelming. What truly stunned Su Yen was his rapidly increasing experience bar. EXP 1 notifications flashed on the screen like raindrops. Su Yen quickly opened his stats panel and gasped. His experience points had skyrocketed from just over 6 million to more than 56 million. This meant that in just a few minutes, around 50 million players had observed his sword mark. The number left Su Yen in shock, realizing how shallow his previous thoughts had been. This dungeon sword mark was a masterpiece in human history. Far more rewarding than the tedious dungeon farming. Earning massive experience while doing nothing was simply amazing. Despite this sudden success, Su Yin kept his cool. He knew that to become stronger, experience alone wasn't enough. he needed to continue dungeon farming to accumulate health points. So, he decisively shifted his focus from the external celebration to his dungeon grinding. Su Yin buried himself in intense dungeon farming for the entire afternoon, stopping only when he felt nauseous. By the time he logged off for school, he had amassed an astonishing 100,000 health points. This was a staggering amount for a level 1 player, rivaling the health of level 200 elite players. With the Divine Realm mode activated, Su Yin could now deal over 1.5 million damage with a single punishment skill, enough to one-shot a level 200 boss. This realization ignited a fiery determination in his eyes. It was time to switch maps. However, a tricky problem arose according to the Divine Punishment mechanism. Leaving the beginner's map required reaching level 50 and completing a breakthrough, but Su Yin couldn't level up. What should he do? With this dilemma on his mind, Su Yin logged out of the Divine Punishment world and returned to his classroom in the real world. Sitting in the back row, he couldn't help but sigh. Next to him, Tang Xia sighed as well. Su Yin turned to her, puzzled. Why are you sighing? Tang Xia played with her ponytail, envious. It's because of the sword mark left by Jean Mo in the dungeon. I really want to observe it, but my level is too low. I got schooled by wild monsters as soon as I left the beginner's village. It was the end of the school day, and the classroom was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was talking about the dungeon sword mark, lamenting their low levels that prevented them from observing it. Su Yin couldn't help but gloat. Trying to observe the sword mark at such a low level? That's asking for trouble. Tang Xiao wasn't having it and almost kicked him. Realizing she was wearing a skirt, she quickly held it down and blushed, retreating. I'm level 12 now. What level are you? Tang Xia glared at him. Su Yin pretended not to notice her earlier move and smirked. I'm level 50, about to leave the beginner's map tomorrow. Jealous? Jealous my foot. After a bit of banter, Su Yin got bored. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he said coolly, I'm out. With that, he left the classroom with one hand in his pocket. Half an hour later, Su Yin arrived home on time. In back, he called out habitually as he walked into the living room, changing his shoes. Suddenly, a dazzling crystal on the coffee table caught his eye. Su Yan's pupils contracted sharply. It was a linked crystal. Xiao Panxue stepped out of the room and said calmly, Don't make a fuss. This is a gift for you. Su Yin stopped in his tracks, looking bewildered. A gift? Why are you giving me a gift? He pondered silently, knowing that the linked crystal was worth 1 billion huabi and required strong connections to even have the chance to buy. He was well aware of Xiao Panxue's family situation. Where could she have gotten it from? A thought struck him, and Su Yin guessed a possible explanation. He looked up at Xiao Panxue. Today, she was dressed lightly as usual, wearing nothing but a silk camisole nightgown. The smooth fabric clung to her skin, accentuating her fair complexion, which glowed like milk. Her alluring curves, especially the full swell of her chest, made Su Yin swallow hard. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Panxue said coolly, What? Are you doubting your sister's abilities? She walked gracefully toward the living room, each step causing her tight-fitting nightgown to quiver slightly, outlining an enticing silhouette that made hearts race. Su Yin struggled to suppress his emotions, secretly relieved that he had just bought some milk. Otherwise, he might not have been able to handle this tempting scene. Xiao Panxue sat elegantly on the sofa and explained, I exchanged my academic credits for this linked crystal. Consider it a gift for your 18th birthday. So that was it. Su Yin understood and couldn't hide his admiration. He recalled how every university issued various tasks, which, when completed, earned credits that could be exchanged for rare items. This was one of the reasons he was so eager to go to college. Thank you, Sister Xue, Su Yin said gratefully, his eyes shining with excitement. This linked crystal, coveted by many but rarely obtained, had fallen into his hands. With it, he could spend at least 4 more hours in the land of divine punishment than others. Bring it on, competition. I'll outwork all of you, Su Yin thought triumphantly. After dinner, Su Yin took a shower and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. A full day of dungeon runs had left him exhausted. He planned to take a nap and recharge before pulling an all-nighter. As soon as he lay on the soft bed, comfort enveloped him. Su Yin slowly closed his eyes and quickly drifted into slumber. However, just as he was dozing off, he felt a cold sensation on his face. Opening his sleepy eyes, Su Yin saw Xiao Panxue sitting by his bed, lightly patting his face with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Sister Xue, how did you get in? Su Yin asked in surprise, then remembered that with Xiao Panxue's skills, picking a lock was child's play. The two were now very close, making the atmosphere suddenly intimate. Xiao Panxue's long, seaweed-like hair was within reach, and her overly prominent chest, pushing against the camisole, was right in front of Su Yan's eyes. That chest is at least twice the size of Tang Xia's. Even compared to the goddess of dawn, it holds its own, Su Yin thought, swallowing hard. He discreetly pulled up the blanket, trying to hide the awkwardness caused by his body's reaction. Xiao Panxue seemed unaware of the impact her seductive posture had on an 18-year-old boy. She frowned, her tone a mix of anger and disappointment. Su Yin, the college entrance exams are only 2 months away. How can you still sleep so soundly? Scratching his head, Su Yin was puzzled. It's pretty late. Shouldn't I be sleeping? Xiao Panxue stood up in exasperation. Her black hair spread out like dandelion seeds, and her nightgown swayed gently, outlining her exquisite figure like a piece of jade. I gave you the link crystal for extra study. Your talent is already lagging behind. If you don't put in more effort than others, do you really think you'll get into college? Faced with this sisterly lecture, Su Yin quickly adopted a repentant demeanor. Sister Shui, I deeply realize my mistake now. I'll go to the land of divine punishment to level up right away. Having been suppressed by Xiao Panxue since childhood, Su Yin had no choice but to obediently comply and prepare for another round of training. Seeing his relatively good attitude, Xiao Panxue's eyebrows relaxed. She stood by the bed with her arms crossed and said in an unquestionable tone, "It's not just tonight. From now on, you need to have 4 hours of extra tutoring every day after school, and I'll supervise you. Any objections?" "No objections," Su Yin replied promptly, with a hint of flattery in his voice. Xiao Panxue's expression softened considerably, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Her gaze shifted to the air conditioner blanket covering Su Yan's lower body, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on her flawless face. "All right, you have 1 minute to put on your pants and come with me to tackle the Wolf King Valley dungeon." Hearing that she wanted to help him level up, Su Yin hesitated. He silently grumbled to himself. What's going on these days? Why does everyone want to help me level up? Xiao Panxue, I keenly noticed his hesitation and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Oh, so you're hesitating, little brother? Do you know how many people would kill for the chance to run a dungeon with me?" Su Yin shrugged and said casually, "Snow, I think I'll pass. Not only am I hesitating, but I also dare to refuse. Su Yin, am the man you'll never be able to have." Seeing Xiao Panxue's eyes narrow as if she wanted to tear him apart, Su Yin quickly explained, "Well, you see, your level is too high. Running the dungeon with me won't give you any experience or rewards. It's really unnecessary." Xiao Panxue, half annoyed and half amused, huffed, "Who cares about leveling you up? I want to take you to observe the sword imprint in the dungeon." "Whoa," Su Yin gasped, a look of surprise crossing his face. "You mean the sword imprint left by the legendary SS level talent, the Demon Slayer, who's so handsome and powerful that he shook the universe? Did you observe it? What rewards did you get?" He was trying hard to change the subject. Xiao Panxue gave him a curious look before her expression turned dreamy. "Yes, the very same sword imprint left by the Demon Slayer. I was quite lucky. After observing it, I gained an SS level skill, and my power increased significantly." "Wow, congratulations!" Su Yin congratulated her, a broad smile on his face, though he felt a twinge of envy. As someone who also wanted those rewards, he couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Xiao Panxue's eyes sparkled as she continued. "Some people even gain the chance for a second awakening of their talents after observing it. It's like defying fate, so I want to take you there to give it a try." Su Yin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Maybe not. I heard that the higher your level, the better the rewards from observing the sword imprint. If I go now, there's a high chance I won't get anything." He decided not to mention that he was only level 1, fearing that it would ruin the atmosphere and possibly get him in trouble. "Is that so?" Xiao Panxue thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "All right, then you should level up first. Aim to reach level 50 before the college entrance exams, and then I'll take you to observe the sword imprint." "No problem," Su Yin agreed readily. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Only after Su Yin repeatedly promised not to slack off and to diligently level up in divine punishment did Xiao Panxue finally nod in satisfaction. She reached out to pat Su Yin's head and said with a smile, "Our Su Yin is so obedient, I'll be leaving now. See you tomorrow." As Xiao Panxue turned to leave, Su Yin suddenly remembered something and tentatively asked, "By the way, Snow, I have a classmate who isn't very bright. He's trying to move to the next map at level 12. Is there any way to help him?" Xiao Panxue's eyes sparkled with mischief as she saw right through Su Yan's antics. "Su Yin, are you sure this deskmate you're talking about isn't just you?" Su Yin immediately raised his hand and solemnly swore, "Heaven can bear witness, it's really my deskmate." Xiao Panxue gave him a knowing glance before explaining the game rules. In theory, for a low-level player to enter a higher-level map, they need to reach the highest level of the current map and then take on a breakthrough quest. Hearing this, Su Yan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "So, there really are other ways, right?" Xiao Panxue neither confirmed nor denied it, continuing, "When I first enrolled, my teacher was conducting a study titled Feasibility of Players Entering Higher-Level Maps. I was fortunate to participate as the top scorer in Jiangnan Province." She added with a hint of pride, "Imperial Capital University, ranked #1 in Blue Star, has the most powerful faculty. The research results are as authoritative as they come. Over the past 200 years, humanity has faced countless challenges in the divine punishment land. 90% of these challenges were solved by teams led by professors from Imperial Capital University, making significant contributions to humanity's exploration. Su Yin couldn't wait to ask, so what were the findings? Xiao Panxue turned to him, lightly touching her lips. Su Yin, this research is classified as SS level. Only my teacher and I know about it. Are you sure you want to know? Maybe not. Su Yin quickly waved his hand, thinking that if it's SS level classified, there's no point in pushing it. He didn't want to put Xiao Panxue in a difficult position. But then, Xiao Panxue suddenly smiled charmingly. But if it's you, Su Yin, I can tell you. Why? Su Yin asked in surprise. Because you're my dear brother, Xiao Panxue said with a teasing smile, making the word dear sound quite ambiguous. At that moment, Su Yin's talent, Eye of the Gods, activated quietly, and he successfully extracted the research report from Xiao Panxue. The report concluded with just 5 words. Strength brings miracles. Su Yin couldn't help but internally grumble. No wonder Xiao Panxue was willing to tell me. This is as good as saying nothing. Outwardly, he smiled and said, Snow sis, you really don't have to say it. I was just joking. Xiao Panxue, as if talking to herself, furrowed her brows slightly and advised, Su Yin, put aside those unrealistic thoughts. With your talent, you might still break through level 50. Focus on leveling up and don't get distracted. Yes, 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 Su Yin agreed repeatedly, but then quickly realized, wait, it's my deskmate who's distracted, not me. After seeing Xiao Panxue off, Su Yin lay in bed, unable to sleep. The words, strength brings miracles, echoed in his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he thought, why not give it a try? Finally, he decisively took out the link crystal and entered the divine punishment land. Meanwhile, in a shabby rental room, a skinny young man with glasses exited the divine punishment land. His eyes were filled with fervor as he excitedly talked to himself. Perfect. This photo is perfect. Not only does it clearly show the demon-slaying scene, but it also captures my 10th Samperson handsomeness. In his hand, a glowing photo slowly emerged. Today, the Demon Slayer had made high-profile appearances, interacting with players multiple times, causing a stir in Shura City and the newbie map. The young man was one of the lucky ones who got a chance to greet the Demon Slayer up close. Although the Divine Punishment Land itself lacked screenshot and photo functions, the young man's special talent allowed him to capture moments like taking a photo. He decisively took a series of 10 rapid shots, preserving the moment, and finally selected the perfect photo. On-seen-a-lifetime moment. Truly on-seen-a-lifetime. The young man muttered excitedly. If I post this photo online, it might even be the first Demon Slayer post, guaranteed to hit the trending list. Eagerly, he held the newly generated color photo under a light to admire it again, focusing mainly on his own face enhanced by a 10,000-fold beauty filter, checking for any flaws. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Where's the Demon Slayer? He exclaimed, his expression freezing. The Demon Slayer had vanished from the photo, leaving only his self-proclaimed handsome face. What happened? The Demon Slayer was there, before the photo was generated. The young man was utterly shocked, his face changing rapidly as he plunged into deep confusion. However, what shocked him even more was that when he tried to recall the face of the Demon Slayer from the photo, his mind went completely blank. The young man widened his eyes, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table. That face seemed to have been wiped from his memory by some mysterious force, leaving only a vague outline. Is it because I overindulge and my memory is failing? He muttered to himself, hands trembling as he pulled out his phone. He quickly opened Baidu and clumsily typed, what to do if memory deteriorates from overindulgence. The answers that popped up made him gasp. No cure, just accept it. Damn it. He cursed out loud, frustration and anger in his voice. Just as he was about to close the page, a recommended post caught his attention. Shocking. This is what the Demon Slayer actually looks like. The post had an astounding number of replies, exceeding 999. With a bitter smile, he muttered, those bastards, someone beat me to it. With mixed feelings, he clicked on the post. What greeted him was a photo, but apart from the background, there was nothing there. The comment section was filled with various opinions. These days, there are a lot of people trying to scam for free meals. At least put a mosaic over a random guy and pretend it's the Demon Slayer. Posting just a background picture is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Clickbait much? Report this idiot immediately. Someone claimed to be a friend of the Demon Slayer and posted a photo of a foot massage parlor, marking the supposed Demon Slayer with a red line, jokingly calling it practical application. Even more outrageous, someone claimed the person above is lying. I'm the Demon Slayer's wife, and I would never let him go to such a place. Erase our marriage certificate. Finally, a user claiming to be the Demon Slayer himself commented, stop bluffing. I am the demon slayer, known as Mr. Qin from Jiangnan. End of discussion. The young man's expression turned peculiar. He quickly opened trending searches and headlines, finding numerous similar articles all claiming to have captured the demon slayer's photo, yet posting a blank image. Suddenly, a thought exploded in his mind. I get it. He stood up abruptly, eyes filled with terror. There's a powerful force protecting the demon slayer's real identity. Realizing he had almost touched upon some forbidden secret, he was engulfed by overwhelming fear. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and his spine chilled. What if that mysterious force comes through the internet and erases me? No, I have to move out right now. In a panic, he began to hastily pack his belongings, deciding to buy a ticket and leave immediately. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the beginner's map in the game world, the Demon Slayer's figure was darting through groups of wild monsters, leaving a trail of shadows. Su Yin was heading towards the entrance of the next map, using the auction house pass to deal with the clutter in his inventory. He checked the market prices for equipment ranging from level 50 grade to Scrade. Grade and a grade equipment were cheap. Only the Scrade could fetch around 8,000 gold coins. For Su Yin, whose assets were nearing billions, this amount was trivial. He considered giving these items to his deskmate Tang Xia. Perhaps it could change her fate. The main thing Su Yin needed to clear out was the mountain of silver wolf meat. He decided to list it in the auction house, and to his surprise, this trash was quite valuable. Each piece could sell for 100 gold coins. Could it be that merchants are inflating the price? Su Yin wondered, but decided to test the waters by listing a batch of 20 pieces, each priced at 100 gold coins. To his astonishment, the items sold instantly. The system notification sounded. Ding! Your consigned fresh silver wolf meat X20 has been purchased by player Gagewu. 2,000 gold coins have been deposited into your account. As a privileged pass holder of this auction house, this transaction is free of charge. Su Yan's mouth dropped open, incredulous. Wow! It sold instantly, he murmured in disbelief. The sudden high demand for low-level materials left Su Yan astounded. He frowned and opened the system interface, intending to check for other silver wolf meat on sale. However, he was greeted by a glaring red message. Sorry, the fresh silver wolf meat you searched for is sold out. Please check other items. Su Yan stopped in his tracks, standing in the wind, dumbfounded. A flash of insight crossed his mind as he speculated. Maybe someone is making potions and urgently needs low-level materials, so they bought up all the silver wolf meat. This explanation seemed reasonable, and Su Yin nodded to himself. Given the circumstances, why not seize the opportunity to make a profit? With this thought, Su Yin swiftly opened his backpack and listed all his silver wolf meat on the auction house, a total of 6,240 pieces. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to set the unit price at 200 gold coins, double the market rate. After all, those with the bulk control the pricing, and raising the price was only logical. Once the items were listed, Su Yin continued on his way. Skillfully using Blazing Flash and combining it with basic skills from various disciplines, he triggered the speed boost effect of his Swift Wind set. His figure darted like lightning through the monster-dense areas, moving even faster than before. While sprinting, Su Yan's eyes remained glued to the auction house interface. About a minute later, a system notification popped up. Ding! The 6,240 pieces of fresh silver wolf meat you consigned have been purchased by player Gagewu. 1,248,000 gold coins have been deposited into your account. As a privileged pass holder of this auction house, the transaction fee has been waived. Su Yin was stunned, nearly tripping at high speed. He took a sharp breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Everything had sold out. This far exceeded his expectations. He quickly opened his account, and the gold balance showed 2,125,990. Converted to Huobi, it was 53.9. In just a few hours, the silver wolf meat had brought him 1.24 million gold coins, more than the total rewards from previous ranking grinds. This transaction directly pushed his total gold coins past 2 million, equivalent to 2 small goals. Su Yin took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Just then, a new message popped up. Ding! Player Gagewu has sent you a message. Gagewu, seller, are you there? Are you there? Su Yin, please use your microphone to communicate. Gagewu, I don't have a microphone, can I type? Su Yin, if you have something to say it quickly. Gagewu, okay. How do you have so much silver wolf meat? Are you with a guild? To stockpile so much silver wolf meat at once, your guild must be huge, right? Can you tell me how long you've been stockpiling? Su Yin, I'm not with a guild, and I haven't been stockpiling for long. I just farmed for a day. Gagewu, you're lying. You're lying. Who do you think you are, claiming you can farm over 6,000 pieces of silver wolf meat in a day? Even Jean Ma couldn't do that. Only then did Su Yin realize that the auction house's chat system, to protect privacy, defaulted to hiding both parties' IDs. Without hesitation, he revealed his identity. Jean Ma, why not? The chat room fell silent instantly, then, Gagewu. Aya, you're actually Jean Ma. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ignoring the apologies, Su Yin continued his questioning. Jean Ma, from what you said, it sounds like silver wolf meat is hard to farm? Gagewu. Yes, not just silver wolf meat, but all dungeon materials are extremely hard to farm. The drop rates are terrible. For the amount you had today, a large guild would need to farm for at least half a year. Su Yin was taken aback, his mind filled with doubt. Could it really take that long? To him, silver wolf meat seemed like something you could farm with ease, with nearly a 100 drop rate. Even accounting for luck, the discrepancy shouldn't be this vast. He fell into deep thought, trying to understand the reasoning behind this. Jean Mo assured Gargamel that he wasn't lying, but admitted that the task was indeed difficult. Curious, Gargamel asked about Jean Mo's luck stat. With confidence, Jean Mo declared it was maxed out. Gargamel was amazed by Jean Mo's luck, but Jean Mo remarked that thinking in terms of just 100 points was too limited and mentioned the concept of max. Momentarily at a loss for words, Gargamel then introduced herself. She stated that she was an apprentice to a master alchemist, responsible for procuring materials for the potion department of the Demon Slaying Institute. Gargamel explained that the frontline situation was dire, and a large quantity of potions was urgently needed. She thanked Jean Mo for providing silver wolf meat and inquired about the possibility of long-term cooperation. Upon hearing the name of the Demon Slaying Institute, Su Yin immediately understood the significance. The Institute, the highest command center resisting the demon race, was founded by the first human emperor, Yi Jibai. Its headquarters were located in the imperial capital, with branches spread nationwide, representing official authority. Su Yin briefly responded with sure, and then closed the conversation interface. At this moment, Su Yin had reached the northernmost part of the beginner's map, arriving at the boundary between the Forest of Hope and the next map. A massive barrier divided the vast forest in two, with one half belonging to the beginner's map and the other to the Forest Kingdom's territory. Under the sunlight, the barrier shimmered with a radiant glow, standing like a towering, transparent wall within the forest. Su Yin immediately recognized it as the invisible wall common in games. It was said that once players reached level 50 and completed the breakthrough quest, a stargate would appear on the barrier, allowing them to leave the beginner's map and enter the Forest Kingdom. Coincidentally, a rogue player had just completed the breakthrough quest and was preparing to activate the stargate, ready to cross the first major hurdle of their journey. Dozens of players had gathered in front of the barrier to bid farewell, witnessing this significant moment. With a hum, a dark green stargate slowly rose on the pulsating barrier. The rogue, who appeared to be in his 50s, knelt before the barrier, tears streaming down his face as he recounted his arduous 50-year journey and expressed gratitude for the help of the demon-slaying sword seal. After saying goodbye to friends and family, the rogue eagerly stepped through the stargate, disappearing into the dark green core. The remaining players were deeply moved, both happy for their companion's breakthrough and uncertain about their own futures. They stared at the slowly closing stargate, reluctant to leave. Behind this group of veteran players, Su Yin was striding forward with determination. Newbie map, Forest of Hope. Su Yin's arrival was like a gentle breeze rippling across a calm lake, instantly catching the attention of seasoned players. Is that Jean Mo? It's Jean Mo. Oh my god, it's really him. I finally get to see him in person. Exclamations erupted as the veteran players struggled to contain their excitement. However, when they noticed the glaring level 1 icon above Su Yan's head, confusion began to brew. Didn't expect to see Jean Mo here, but why is he still level 1? What is he doing here? In hushed tones, the veteran players recalled the unique nature of the Forest of Hope. Typically, this place was a forbidden zone for humans, shrouded in lethal mist year-round. Tonight, the mist had receded, revealing a starry sky, thanks to Lao Wang opening the stargate. Normally, only players who have completed breakthrough quests come here. Jean Mo couldn't have known about Lao Wang opening the stargate, so why is he here? Is he exploring the map and just happened to stumble upon this place? The ancient, dense forest blocked out the starlight, and a cool night breeze swept across the veterans' backs from the other side of the boundary. They gazed at the young, handsome future emperor with mixed emotions. He's really young and handsome, almost as I was back in the day, one veteran couldn't help but remark. Despite their excitement, they didn't step forward to greet him. Their age had long since tempered the impulsiveness of youth. Instead, they silently made way, paying silent homage to the strong. Su Yin strode quickly through the crowd, arriving at the towering, shimmering boundary. He looked up, his expression serious. Warning, you don't have much time. In 5 minutes, the Forest of Hope will be engulfed in toxic mist, the eye of the gods talent warned. Su Yin frowned slightly and nodded. Got it? He recalled the conclusion of that research report: brute force can work miracles. Although he vaguely understood its meaning, he wasn't entirely sure. He hadn't come with high hopes, just to give it a try. Success would be a bonus. Failure wouldn't matter much. Su Yin took a few steps back, gripping the scarlet dawn in his hand. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him and turned around, frowning. Why are you still here? From the crowd, an elderly, bald mage stepped forward, his legs trembling with age. The grip of his staff was worn smooth, showing the passage of time. The old mage hesitated for a moment before asking, Jean-Mo, what exactly are you planning to do? Facing the inquiry, Su Yin did not hide anything. I want to see if I can break through this boundary. It might get dangerous here, so you should leave. What? Break through the boundary? The veteran players were stunned. The old mage's eyes trembled, and he muttered, is this for real? Jean-Mo is actually going to break through the boundary. For the past 2 centuries, breaking the boundary had been unheard of. Although some players who had lost hope of breaking through had tried unconventional methods, they were all proven futile. Everyone believed that the only way to access higher-level maps was through diligent leveling and breakthroughs. If any other player had stood here claiming to attempt breaking the boundary, the veterans might have laughed it off. But standing before them was the future emperor, Jean-Mo. This news struck them like a thunderclap, echoing in their hearts. They would definitely mock and ridicule, maybe even call him an idiot. But now, things were different. The person saying this was the future Emperor Jean-Mo, the legendary figure who, at level 1, solo cleared the Wolf King Valley dungeon in just 4 seconds and left a permanent sword imprint there. In front of the barrier, the eyes of the veteran players sparkled with long-lost excitement and disbelief. The old mage's trembling hands clutched his staff as if it were his only support. In a hoarse yet firm voice, he pleaded, Jean-Mo, we old folks aren't afraid of death. Please let us stay. Even though they knew it was an impossible task, one that not even Jean-Mo could accomplish, they were determined to stay and witness this insane moment. Su Yin understood the emotions of these veteran players and didn't say more, just gestured for them to step back. Only when they had retreated several hundred meters did he stop. Taking a deep breath, feeling the cool night breeze from the other side of the barrier, Su Yin slowly raised his staff. Fireball, he shouted, casting a small fireball to test the waters. Bang! The fireball hit the barrier and exploded instantly. A damage number popped up, but the barrier remained unscathed, without even a scratch. Yet a glimmer of joy flashed in Su Yan's eyes. As I suspected, great strength brings miracles isn't just talk, he thought with delight. Even though the barrier doesn't show a health bar, the fact that it can take damage means it can be attacked. There were only 4 minutes left until the forest would be shrouded in mist. Without hesitation, Su Yin activated his ultimate ability. Help me, Dawn, he called out in his mind while pressing the golden skill, Summon Deity. Yes, Master, responded the gentle voice of the Goddess of Dawn. In an instant, a terrifying divine power radiated from Su Yin like a shockwave, enveloping the entire forest of hope. The starry night sky was suddenly torn apart by the light of dawn from the east. The light spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, dawn had pierced through the darkness, bathing the world in gold. Su Yan's body was enveloped in divine power and slowly lifted into the air. With the power of the Goddess of Dawn, he gathered immense strength and then launched a powerful punch towards the barrier. Break for me, he roared. A giant fist formed of divine energy materialized in front of him and struck the shimmering barrier. In an instant, the world shook, and divine light consumed everything. A terrifying damage number appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! Su Yan's colossal fist of light smashed against the boundary wall, unleashing a thunderous roar. The wall, which had stood strong for 2 centuries and was deemed unbreakable, shattered like fragile glass under his powerful blow. As dawn's first light broke in the east, it illuminated the shimmering fragments that scattered like petals. Su Yin hovered in the sky, his fist clenched tightly, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. The success of his single strike far exceeded his expectations, once again proving the adage, strength brings miracles. Behind him, veteran players stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, gazing at the shattered boundary wall. Emotions of shock, elation, excitement, and admiration intertwined, reminiscent of their passionate early days in the land of divine punishment. They couldn't fathom how a level 1 demon slayer had accomplished this feat. They only knew that the wall was broken, and perhaps they too could now cross into the Forest Kingdom. At that moment, the light in the sky rapidly faded, and night reclaimed its dominion. An ethereal world announcement echoed through the night. The Demon Slayer has shattered the beginner map boundary. The level cap on the beginner map is now lifted. Players at level 50 can proceed to the Forest of Hope and enter the Forest Kingdom. Those who have reached level 50 and completed the beginner breakthrough tasks will receive compensation rewards. This announcement instantly sparked an uproar in the dead of night. The world chat channel buzzed with excitement as players expressed their admiration and gratitude towards the Demon Slayer. Some rejoiced at the prospect of no longer needing to complete breakthrough tasks. Others dreamed of a bright future where humanity could reach level 200, and some even took the opportunity to seek companions. Simultaneously, the news spread like wildfire across major online platforms, quickly dominating all trending lists. High-ranking officials and various departments of the human race convened emergency meetings to discuss the impending wave of mass returns to the land of divine punishment and to formulate new regulations to adapt to the changing landscape. The white-robed leader of the Demon Extermination Institute gazed towards the land of divine punishment, deeply moved. The dawn of humanity has arrived. The road to human resurgence begins tonight. In the royal palace of the capital, this epical news was also quietly spreading. A middle-aged man, wearing a thin robe, burst excitedly into a luxurious electric car. His face was full of urgency as he loudly commanded the driver, "Quick, take me to the old man's quarters." The driver, not daring to delay, immediately fastened his seatbelt and floored the accelerator. This globally limited edition car, with only 5 in existence, shot forward, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 0.29 seconds, weaving through the vast Wong family estate like the wind. The car sped through mountain tunnels, leaped over river bridges, and after half an hour, finally stopped in front of an ancient, traditional courtyard. The man hurriedly jumped out and rushed towards the courtyard. 2 maids, hearing the commotion, came out to greet him. They were stunned to see the usually impeccably dressed richest man in Hua country, now only in a robe. The man urgently asked, "Is the old man asleep?" One of the maids replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Wong. The old gentleman went to bed around 7:30. Wake him up immediately. He can't sleep tonight. We need to pull an all-nighter." The man's words left the maids looking at each other in disbelief. Seeing their hesitation, the man dashed straight into the bedroom. He stood by the bedside and shouted at the sleeping elder, "Dad, wake up! Wake up!" The old man slowly opened his eyes and weakly said, "Son, why are you here?" His expression seemed to say, "You better have a good reason for disturbing my sleep, or you'll be in trouble." The man excitedly said, "Dad, get up. We need to stay up all night in the land of divine punishment." "You rascal! Are you joking?" Cough, cough. "I'm this old, and you want me to pull an all-nighter in the land of divine punishment." The old man wheezed, as if those few words had drained all his energy. The man urgently explained, "Dad, do you remember me telling you about John M.O.? That SS-level awakened talent. He just broke through the boundary of the newbie map with a single punch, shattering the level cap for beginners. The whole country is going crazy." The old man looked a bit confused. "I've got a bit of dementia and can't quite follow. Just tell me what it means." "It means, Dad, that you can finally level up past 50, the level you've been stuck at your whole life." The man said excitedly. Bang! The old man suddenly sprang up from his golden Nanma bed, looking rejuvenated as he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Bring me my linking crystal." Before the shattered boundary, divine energy dissipated, and the aura of the goddess of dawn returned entirely to the shackles in her palm. Su Yin slowly landed, his brow furrowed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The content of the world announcement caught him off guard. The damage to the boundary was permanent. He had originally breached the boundary to facilitate his journey to the Forest Kingdom, assuming it would quickly repair itself. The unexpected outcome left him momentarily stunned. A slight smile tugged at Su Yan's lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The passage from the beginner map to the Forest Kingdom would now be completely open, and players would no longer be stuck at level 50. Suddenly, he heard a choked sob of excitement behind him. Turning around, Su Yan saw a group of veteran players, tears streaming down their faces. Some even knelt on the ground, hands raised in the air, shouting to the heavens as if to vent years of frustration at being stuck. They each expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Su Yan. Su Yan lightly pressed his lips together and responded with a smile, "No need to thank me. I just did what needed to be done. It's not too late now, so give it your best." With that, he stepped into the boundary without hesitation. Su Yan was well aware that these veteran players were not just excited about the lifting of the level cap. More importantly, they now had a chance to extend their lifespans. By diligently leveling up, their lifespans would increase accordingly. For example, reaching level 100 could extend their lives to at least 90 years. "Looks like tonight will be a sleepless night," Su Yin mused, picturing a group of elderly players battling through the night. Upon crossing the boundary, Su Yan's view opened up to a vast, lush forest. Standing before a grand entrance formed by towering ancient trees, 2 elf guards greeted him in unison. "Traveler, welcome to the Forest Kingdom." Even without having completed the breakthrough quest, Su Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of accomplishment and pride at that moment. He politely nodded to the elf guards and stepped through the jungle gate, officially entering the territory of the Forest Kingdom. The Forest Kingdom was the domain of the Elven race, allies of the humans, with a maximum map level of 200. To clear the map, one had to reach level 200 and complete the breakthrough quest. Su Yin recalled that in previous years, apart from regular admissions, there was a direct admission pathway for the college entrance exam. Completing the level 50 breakthrough quest to enter the Forest Kingdom allowed one to be directly recruited by prestigious universities like Imperial Capital University on Blue Star. This standard was extremely challenging, with only one or two geniuses in all of Huagua achieving it each year. Is it difficult? Not really, Su Yin remarked quietly. Noticing it was still early, Su Yin set out decisively towards the depths of the Forest Kingdom. According to the game rules, once a player completed the breakthrough quest and entered a high-level map, their primary task was to change classes. Only after changing classes could they continue to level up, gain comprehensive attribute boosts, upgrade class skills, and learn new skills. This is why players would experience a qualitative leap in power after changing classes, allowing them to easily overpower non-class change players of the same level. As a Wrath Mage, Su Yin also needed to change classes. He planned to complete the class change tonight, so he could tackle the 200-level dungeon directly at school tomorrow. Without wasting any time, Su Yin quickly headed towards the forest capital where the class change NPC was located, following the guide. On his way, he encountered many high-level wild monsters, which would pose a significant challenge to other players who had just entered the Forest Kingdom. To make progress towards the forest capital, most players need to form teams, or even larger groups. But Su Yin is different. His power is like a lightning bolt, unstoppable and overwhelming. The wild monsters that usually bully new players tremble in fear before this level 1 newbie named Jean Mo, not daring to make a sound. They have become mere speed boosters for Su Yin, providing him with a constant speed increase. Despite this, Su Yin still feels it's not fast enough. He thinks to himself, once I complete my class change, I need to buy 2 more mobility skills. Even then, he doesn't feel satisfied. Suddenly, his gaze falls on a group of wild monsters to his right that haven't provoked him. With a casual wave of his hand, a forbidden flame spell shoots out like a meteor. Boom! A thunderous explosion shakes the ground as terrifying flames rise, forming a massive mushroom cloud. In an instant, the entire forest turns into a sea of fire, and the group of wild monsters is reduced to ashes. After half an hour of rapid travel, Su Yin finally arrives at the forest capital, located in the center of the Forest Kingdom. This magnificent city is built atop countless millennia-old trees, perfectly blending architectural art with the beauty of the forest. It serves as the main base for the elves, allies of the human race. At this moment, human players can be seen everywhere in the city, all of whom are top-tier players in the real world. Su Yan's arrival causes a sensation, like a bomb going off. Cheers erupt from the crowd. Haha, after 30 years of ups and downs, it's finally our turn in the Forest Kingdom to witness the greatness of Jean Mo. Everyone move aside. I want to be the first to greet him. Such excited shouts mostly come from players who can't afford teleportation scrolls. Holy crap, Jean Mo is really just level 1. That's insane. He's the first level 1 player to ever make it to the Forest Kingdom. Didn't Jean Mo just break through the newbie map barrier? How did he get to the forest capital so quickly? It's like he's riding a rocket. It took me an entire day to get here with a large group, and I even paid for it. Faced with such enthusiastic scenes, Su Yin is already used to it. He thinks to himself, well, it's not my fault I'm too famous. After all, who can resist a super powerful and handsome guy? He smiles and waves to the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm Jean Mo. Considering the enthusiasm of the Forest Kingdom players, Su Yin interacts with them briefly for about 2 minutes. Then, he politely declines further conversations, quickly bidding farewell to the crowd and heading straight for the class change NPC. Compared to breakthrough tasks, class change tasks are much simpler. This is because breakthrough tasks can only be completed solo, while class change tasks have no such limitation. 10 minutes later, Su Yin receives the class change task for becoming a Wrath Mage. He isn't sure about others' class change requirements, but his task seems a bit excessive. It requires 5 SS-level materials. Additionally, he must defeat the wild boss lurking in the depths of the dark forest, the 9-headed serpent. Su Yin quickly checks the situation. SS-level materials can be bought at the auction house, though they are quite expensive, averaging 100,000 gold coins each. But he thinks if money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. Su Yin, am not short on cash. As for the 9-headed serpent, the name indeed sounds intimidating. But when Su Yin sees its level 99, he can't help but smile. Under the cover of night, Su Yin headed straight for the dark forest. He had only one goal in mind: to slay the 9-headed serpent. The dark forest was located in the western part of the Forest Kingdom, known for being occupied by dark elves for many years. Su Yin activated the Eye of the Gods, a mystical ability that served as his guide, helping him avoid many unnecessary detours. Along the way, various wild monsters attacked him, but he easily dispatched them with a flick of his hand, casting fireball spells. After an hour of swift travel, Su Yin finally arrived near his destination. Following the guidance of the Eye of the Gods, he proceeded another 500 meters, then turned right at the end, with his target just to the left. Suddenly, a faint cry for help reached his ears from a distance. Su Yin frowned and immediately activated his swift wind gear to quicken his pace. Someone else hunting the boss this late? He thought, feeling a sense of urgency. If the boss gets killed, my job change plan for tonight is doomed. Without sparing his radiant flash, Su Yin pushed his speed to the limit, his figure becoming a blur as he dashed forward. Soon, the dark aura of the forest depths came into view, revealing the Serpent King's pool, where the nine-headed serpent resided. The pool was vast, divided into several parts by dense jungle. The water was thick and black, resembling unrefined ink. The surrounding vegetation was withered, leaving behind a foul-smelling, charred swamp. Suddenly, a sharp roar echoed from the right front. There it is! Su Yin instantly locked onto his target and sped along the pool's edge. When he arrived at the largest section of the pool, the scene before him opened up. A massive, jet-black serpent, over 30 meters tall, stood in the pool. Its 9 heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously, saliva and stomach acid splattering everywhere, creating a horrifying spectacle. Su Yin gasped, "Wow, that's one huge snake." Compared to this, the Silver Wolf King, the toughest boss in the beginner's map, was nothing. A quick glance at the 9-headed serpent's health showed it was down to 58. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Good timing, just perfect. He slowed his pace, carefully surveying the surroundings. At that moment, the black pool water suddenly surged, forming a massive wave that crashed against the embankment where the 9-headed serpent stood. On the embankment, over 20 players around level 90 were fighting desperately. The wave hit, causing exclamations of shock, and instantly reducing the health of most players by 40. Sensing Su Yan's arrival, the 9-headed serpent suddenly went into a berserk state, its health bar turning a burning crimson, and its attack speed increasing dramatically. It lunged forward, its 9 massive heads slamming into the embankment, launching a relentless assault on the players. With a thunderous crash, the players scattered to dodge. However, the knight at the forefront made a fatal mistake and was struck by one of the heads. Despite activating his shield instantly, he was killed in one blow and swallowed whole by the serpent. "That's brutal. The tank's down just like that?" Su Yin muttered, quickening his pace. The players on the embankment were stunned by the sudden berserk attack, standing frozen and forgetting to use their skills. Losing its targets, the 9-headed serpent suddenly dove into the deep pool, vanishing from sight. "Damn, the boss disengaged," someone shouted in frustration. According to the mechanics of this world boss, once out of combat, their health would instantly regenerate. This harsh reality struck the players like a bolt of lightning, making them realize that their efforts throughout the night had been in vain. At the back of the crowd, a sultry and alluring female summoner frowned in dissatisfaction, her voice tinged with evident anxiety. "What's going on? Can we finish this tonight?" The group leader, his face etched with exhaustion and irritation, snapped back. "What's the rush, boss? The Hydra is notoriously tough. Can't you be a bit more patient?" The female summoner was clearly displeased with this response, her tone turning sharp. "What? I paid money, and this is the attitude I get." The group leader, now infuriated, raised his voice. "What's wrong with my attitude? If you think you could do better, go find another group. I'm not bragging, but in the entire Forest Kingdom, no one else dares to take on the Hydra but us." Their argument echoed off the cliff walls, drawing the attention of nearby players. Just then, Su Yin arrived on the scene. The moment he appeared, the clamor ceased, and all eyes turned to him. Its demon slayer, gas erupted from the crowd, and the earlier quarrel was instantly forgotten. Holding his staff, Su Yin walked into the cliffside with a calm demeanor. He smiled and said, "I'm here to take down the Hydra. Mind making way?" The group leader's eyes lit up at his words, but he was cut off by the female summoner. "Demon Slayer, I'm a big fan." Her voice suddenly sweet and unrecognizable from before. "Could you help me defeat the Hydra?" "Of course. I'll pay you." Su Yin gave her a brief look and politely declined. "Sorry, I don't need money. Besides, my services don't come cheap." The female summoner timidly asked, "I know it's expensive. How about 10 million gold coins?" The number stunned everyone present. Su Yin nearly stumbled, turning to ask, "Do you own a mine or something?" "No mine, but I do own over 100 companies," she replied calmly. Su Yin quietly activated his divine eye talent, surprised by what he saw. With a smile, he asked, "May I know your name, miss?" "My surname is Wang." "Miss Wang, please join the team," Su Yin said, striding towards the cliff's edge. The players behind him buzzed with discussion. The group leader crossed his arms and sneered, greedy for money. Who would have thought that even the great demon slayer could be swayed by gold? Does he think this is still the beginner's map? This is the level 99 wild boss Hydra. Even a level 205-man team would struggle. And he's only level 1. He's walking into a death trap. The players nodded in agreement. The group leader continued, watch. It won't be long before this little rich girl comes back begging us. As for Demon Slayer, we were going to fight anyway. Maybe we could have let him join for free. But now, I've changed my mind. He raised his voice, declaring emphatically, I'm laying it down now. Even if he's Demon Slayer, without 100,000 gold coins, he won't get past the Hydra. Mark my words. At the Snake King's pool, the players stood like wooden stakes, their eyes fixed on their noses, and their noses on their hearts, pretending to be indifferent. This was all due to the leader's orders. They forcibly suppressed their urge to help, waiting to see the show unfold. Su Yin seemed completely unaware of the strange atmosphere around him as he walked straight to the edge of the pool. He leaned over and gazed into the ink-black water, his expression calm and collected. Master Slayer, how should I attack later? The female summoner's voice trembled with excitement, her eyes shining with a mix of thrill and nerves. At this moment, she couldn't care less whether Slayer could defeat the nine-headed serpent. Just teaming up with her idol was enough to make her content. Even though 10 million gold coins were equivalent to her 2 months' allowance, she felt it was worth it to be in Slayer's company. Su Yin was indifferent to the female summoner's psychological turmoil. After confirming the receipt of 10 million gold coins, he calmly said, Where's your summoned beast? Summon one? All right. The female summoner dared not delay. Although she might be a high and mighty heiress in real life, in front of Slayer, she was so humble that even her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The female summoner waved her wand, and with a flash of light, a puff of smoke dissipated. A pure white, winged kitten-like summoned beast appeared out of thin air, immediately acting cute and cuddly. Without a word, Su Yin grabbed the summoned beast and tossed it into the pool. With a splash, the beast hit the black water, sending up a spray. The female summoner's face turned pale, her heart aching at the sight. Roar! From the depths of the pool came the angry roar of the nine-headed serpent. As the summoned beast flapped its wings frantically to escape the water, 9 ferocious heads emerged, faintly visible amid the black currents. Su Yan's eyes locked onto the target like lightning. He casually waved his staff, releasing a punishment skill. With a loud bang, damage numbers floated on the water's surface. In an instant, the nine-headed serpent let out 9 piercing howls, the water churned, and waves surged. A 10-meter-high wave engulfed the entire poolside, far more terrifying than when the serpent had gone berserk before. The entire Snake King's pool shook violently, with waves crashing fiercely. The female summoner was dumbfounded by the stunning scene, struggling to suppress a scream, afraid of ruining the sacred moment. Several rewards flew into Su Yan's inventory, and he smiled in satisfaction. After disbanding the team, he turned and left. Behind him, the players who were watching the spectacle were almost swallowed by the waves, frantically consuming potions to heal. They looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Did the nine-headed serpent go berserk before it even appeared? It seems Slayer had worse luck than us. What do we do now? Should we leave before we all die here? Everyone thought the scene was caused by the nine-headed serpent. The leader was the first to calm down, shouting, Don't panic. Let's see what's going on first. At that moment, they suddenly saw Slayer walking back. The leader couldn't help but smile smugly. See? I told you it wasn't doable. Even Slayer and that rich girl have to come begging us in the end. Watching Slayer's confident stride, a trace of jealousy flashed in the leader's eyes. He raised his head proudly and said, Hey Slayer. But before he could finish, Su Yin didn't even glance at him, walking past without a word, heading out of the pool area. All the players were stunned, not understanding what was happening. The leader felt his intelligence was being stretched thin, turning with a face full of questions to shout at Slayer's back. Slayer, aren't you going to fight the nine-headed serpent? Without turning, Su Yin waved his hand nonchalantly. It's done. Done. The leader exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. It's already done? You're kidding. Turning to look at the female summoner, he saw her trembling all over, a reaction from extreme excitement. Slayer, my idol, you're incredible, she murmured. What's going on? The leader frowned, quickly leading the players to tiptoe to the edge of the pool, craning their necks to look down. Suddenly, the previously calm surface of the pool erupted with waves once more. Watch out, scatter! A shout pierced the night sky, sending the players on the shore into a panic, fearing the return of the nine-headed serpent. However, the next moment, they witnessed a shocking scene. The enormous corpse of the nine-headed serpent slowly surfaced, floating on the dark water. Its 9 heads hung lifelessly, devoid of any vitality. This once terrifying field boss had now become a cold, lifeless body. A collective gasp echoed along the shore. The players were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. The team leader, overwhelmed by the sight, collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Jean Mo's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. A mere level 1 player had managed to instantly kill a level 99 field boss. That night, every player on the shore was deeply shaken and uneasy, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Yin felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Defeating the nine-headed serpent not only earned him great fame, but also brought an unexpected fortune, 10 million gold coins. For Su Yin, who had no qualms about accepting such wealth, his personal savings skyrocketed to over 12 million gold coins. To celebrate his windfall, Su Yin decided to splurge. Instead of walking back to Forest City, he bought a teleportation scroll worth 1,000 gold coins from the auction house. The moment he crushed the scroll, he was enveloped in a flash of light, instantly returning to Forest City. The experience of instant teleportation was exhilarating, despite the cost. Back in the city, Su Yin immediately headed to the job change NPC. He purchased the 5 SS-grade materials required for the job change from the auction house, spending 550,000 gold coins. Although the expense stung a bit, it was a necessary investment for his career development. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. With the system notification, a wave of excitement surged through Su Yin. He eagerly opened his status panel to check. ID, Jean Mo. Level 1. Class. First Transition Wrath Mage. Subclass, Warrior. Talents, Tenfold Absorption S-Class. Otherworldly Hero SSS Class. Chosen 1 SSS Class. Void Rift SSS Class. HP, 100 500 500. MP, 5 2006 100. Attack, 952. Magic Power, 1490. Defense, 476. Magic Defense, 615. Speed, 637. Luck Max. Charm Max. Equipment, Azura Sword, Crimson Dawn, Swift Wind Set. Skills, Judgment LV1 upgradable. Retribution LV1 upgradable. Purification LV1 unlockable. Azura/LV1. Blazing Flash LV1. Fireball LV1 Flame Forbidden Spell LV1. Divine Domain LV1. Summon God LV1. Su Yin carefully examined his status panel and noticed that his class had changed from Wrath Mage to First Transition Wrath Mage. What excited him even more was that the 2 exclusive skills of the Wrath Mage could now be upgraded. The most thrilling discovery was that the Purification skill could also be unlocked. This meant his power would undergo a significant transformation. Without hesitation, Su Yin immediately chose to upgrade his skills. The system prompt appeared. You've spent 3 million gold coins to upgrade the skills Judgment and Verdict from level 1 to level 2. Confirm? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. What the heck? Upgrading a skill costs 3 million, he muttered under his breath. This isn't just a ripoff, it's daylight robbery. However, thinking about the prestigious status of the Divine Wrath Mage, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, the exclusivity is worth something. Maybe it's reasonable for special skills to be pricier, Su Yin convinced himself. Despite the initial heartache, he didn't dwell on it too long and decisively confirmed the upgrade. Skill upgrade successful. The system chimed, followed by detailed skill descriptions. Judgment LV2. Marks the target regardless of level. If the target's luck is lower than yours, the judgment is successful. The target enters a weakened state for 5 minutes, taking 1,500 of their health as spell damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 100. Verdict LV2. Delivers a ruling on the target, ignoring spell defense and all buffs, causing 1,202,000 of their health as spell damage. If the target is under judgment, applies additional verdict effect, causing 1,805,000 of their health as spell damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 200. After reading the upgraded skills, Su Yin felt the 3 million gold was well spent. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile crept onto his face. The damage has skyrocketed, he exclaimed to himself. The weakened state from judgment now lasts 5 minutes instead of 5 seconds. Even someone with the slowest reflexes could trigger the additional damage from verdict. Su Yin quickly did the math. In the judgment state, if verdict landed a critical hit, he could instantly deal over 20 million damage. Is this the terrifying power of a hidden special class? Now it's starting to feel like a divine wrath mage, he thought with pride. Next, Su Yin checked the purge skill available for unlocking. The system prompted again. You will spend 5 million gold coins to unlock Purge LV1. Confirm? With the previous successes, Su Yin didn't hesitate to confirm. Skill unlocked successfully. The system displayed the Purge skill details. Purge LV1 releases basic divine power to purify a 100-meter radius, removing all hazardous elements and making it an explorable area. After purification, all attributes including health, defense, spell defense, and speed are increased by 100, and experience and rewards are doubled. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000. Wow, this Purge skill is insane. Su Yin gasped, his eyes glued to the skill description. He immediately recognized its importance in Divine Wrath, especially for unknown areas and high-level stages like Nightmare Zones. With Purge, I can easily unlock Nightmare Zones. Su Yin imagined the rich rewards hidden for centuries. The only downside was the high mana cost. With his current 6,100 mana, he could only use it twice. Looks like I need to stock up on mana potions, he chuckled, knowing that wouldn't be a problem for him. Su Yin then reviewed the upgrade conditions for other skills and categorized them. Category 1. Skills that require a class change to upgrade, including the exclusive Divine Wrath Mage Skills Judgment, Verdict, and Purge. Category 2. Skills that can be upgraded by meeting level requirements, including basic class skills like Blazing Flash, Fireball, Ice Arrow, Lightning Strike, Rock Burst, and Hurricane. Skills like these aren't worth mentioning, so Su Yin decided to forego upgrading them. He knew that players who remain at level 1 would never make significant progress in the game. Next, Su Yin turned his attention to the third category of skills that required materials for upgrades. Although powerful, the SS level skills like Flame Curse, Divine Realm, and Summon God required high-level SSS materials that were currently out of his reach. He had no choice but to shelve this plan for the time being and think long-term. The fourth category of skills was closely related to weapon advancement. For Su Yin, this meant the Azura Slash that came with the Azura Sword. However, advancing the Azura Sword required a master-level blacksmith. Frustrated, Su Yin had to temporarily abandon this option. These four methods covered almost all the skill upgrading pathways in the game, Divine Punishment. Additionally, changing classes offered other benefits. Not only could players upgrade existing skills and learn new ones, but they also received a boost to all attributes. Su Yin obtained an attribute pill that provided a 100 boost to all attributes. Although he found this reward somewhat lackluster, was used to 150 or 200 attribute boost. She swallowed the pill without hesitation. For ordinary players, a 100-point boost to all attributes was equivalent to a 20-level increase, a significant improvement. This explained why level 50 class change players could easily defeat a team of non-class change players of the same level. Swallowing the attribute pill marked the completion of Su Yan's class change. He immediately headed to the trial room in the forest capital to test the power of his new skills. Seeing the damage in the millions explode on the training dummy filled him with satisfaction. As night fell, fatigue crept in. Su Yin couldn't help but yawn, realizing his plan to pull an all-nighter would have to be postponed. He wasn't disappointed, though. He had already exceeded his goal of clearing the beginner map tonight. A good night's sleep, and I'll tackle the level 200 dungeon tomorrow, he thought as he logged out of Divine Punishment, his consciousness returning to the real world. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Su Yan's sleeping face. A faint smile occasionally played on his lips, as if he were lost in a pleasant dream. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tranquility. The bedroom door was kicked open, startling Su Yin awake. He almost instinctively reached for his blood-dawn staff. Focusing his eyes, he saw it was Xiao Panxue. Dressed in a short-sleeved sports outfit, her perfect figure was accentuated by the form-fitting clothes, making her look particularly alluring. At that moment, she stood at the doorway with a commanding presence, her gaze fixed on the startled Su Yin. 2 minutes later, Su Yin was forcibly pulled out of bed by his sister, Xiao Panxue. Still dazed and half asleep, he had no choice but to face his sister's stern demeanor. Listen up, Su Yin. From today on, you have to go for a morning run every day, Xiao Panxue commanded, dressed in sportswear with her hair tied up high, exuding an aura of authority. Her slender hand, seemingly delicate, displayed surprising strength as she dragged Su Yin to the bedroom door. Su Yin groaned in protest. Come on, sis, I get the extra classes, but why do I have to run in the morning? It's only 6 o'clock. He clung desperately to the door handle, resisting with all his might his last stand as a man. Xiao Panxue, growing impatient, snapped, Are you really clueless or just pretending? Last night, Geronimo broke through the novice map barrier. Now, all players who reach level 50 don't have to complete breakthrough missions anymore. This is your chance. But what does that have to do with running? Su Yin asked, bewildered. Little brother, if I say it's related, then it is. Let go, or don't blame me for being rough with you. The two siblings tugged and pulled, neither willing to yield. Xiao Panxue's light sportswear barely concealed her curvaceous figure, her bust bouncing vigorously with each struggle. Her white peaks threatened to burst from her slightly open neckline. Su Yin thought to himself. This is too much excitement for so early in the morning. His grip on the door handle weakened momentarily, and Xiao Panxue seized the opportunity to drag him into the bathroom. Damn, I let my guard down. Su Yin muttered in frustration. Leaning against the bathroom door with her arms crossed, Xiao Panxue teased him. You've got 10 seconds to wash your face and wake up. Her hair was tied in a bun, with strands of bangs partially covering a nearly invisible tear mole. Su Yin stared, mesmerized. Xiao Panxue smirked. What? Cat got your tongue? Snapping out of it, Su Yin stammered. Sis, I really need to pee, you know? Such a hassle. Xiao Panxue muttered, blushing slightly as she stepped out of the bathroom. Soon enough, Su Yin found himself downstairs with Xiao Panxue, starting their morning run. As they jogged out of the neighborhood, Xiao Panxue explained, even though you don't need to do breakthrough missions anymore, with your current potential, extra classes alone won't cut it. You need to improve your physical fitness to have any chance at passing the college entrance exams. The morning sunlight cast a radiant glow on Xiao Panxue, highlighting her healthy complexion. Her curves became even more captivating with each stride. Trailing behind, Su Yin mumbled responses while his eyes fixated on Xiao Panxue's firm behind. He couldn't help but compare. Sis's but is amazing, definitely worth a squeeze. Probably twice as nice as Tang Xia's. Unbeknownst to Tang Xia, she had become Su Yan's benchmark for comparison. After crossing a traffic light, Xiao Panxue asked, didn't expect you to be so motivated. Today, let's start with a 20-kilometer run. Any objections? Snapping back to reality, Su Yin quickly replied, no objections. I'll follow your lead, sis. In truth, with his current abilities, 20 kilometers was a breeze. The chance to run with his beautiful sister made him more than willing. It was still early, and the streets were sparsely populated. They jogged towards the city center, aiming for Jiangnan Park. Half an hour later, Xiao Panxue maintained her pace effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. Unable to resist, Su Yin glanced at her again and asked, sis, what level is your divine punishment now? Why the sudden interest? Just curious, Su Yin replied. Xiao Panxue said calmly, last night, I managed to level up to 150 using the new SS level skill I obtained from studying the sword seal. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He recalled that just a year ago, when Xiao Panxue first entered Imperial Capital University, she was only at level 50. He couldn't help but exclaim, impressive, you're already at level 150. His astonishment was genuine, coming from a place of deep shock. In just 1 year, Xiao Panxue had advanced by 100 levels. Su Yan's mind quickly ran through the forum statistics on experience points needed for leveling up. Reaching level 100 from level 50 required 10 times the experience, and progressing from level 100 to 150 required 10 times that amount. Xiao Panxue's leveling speed was truly terrifying, even by the standards of the entire human race. Thinking of something, Su Yan asked, so, Snow, have you taken the private first-class assessment? Xiao Panxue glanced at him in mild surprise, slowing her pace. Not bad. You actually know about the private first-class assessment? Su Yin smiled. I've been in school for so many years. It would be odd if I didn't know. He then began explaining the details of the private first-class assessment to Xiao Panxue, including the participation requirements, ranking system, and benefits. Private first class, rank 5, Xiao Panxue answered succinctly, satisfying Su Yan's curiosity. Admiration flickered in Su Yan's eyes. You're already at rank 5? Snow, you must be one of the top experts at school. Xiao Panxue's tone carried a hint of pride, yet there was an underlying sense of frustration. What's the use? Compared to the demon slayers, I'm still far behind. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, silently admiring her ambition. And S-level talent aspiring to compete with the 9 SS-level talents, her courage was indeed commendable. Before long, they arrived at their morning run destination, Jiangnan Park. Located in the heart of Jiangnan City, the park was vast and usually bustling with people in the early morning. However, today, the park was eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. Suddenly, Su Yan's brows furrowed as he keenly sensed a presence rapidly approaching. Just as he was about to step forward to protect Xiao Panxue, she swiftly moved to shield him. Be careful, Su Yin, there's danger. Xiao Panxue's voice carried a hint of tension. Xiao Panxue's instinctive protective gesture warmed Su Yan's heart. He gripped his judgment skill tightly, ready for any sudden situation. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the forest ahead, and the air became unsettlingly agitated. Buzz! A deafening noise erupted from the woods, followed by a violent gust of wind. The storm tore through everything in its path, uprooting trees and forming a destructive mini-tornado that barreled towards Su Yin and Xiao Panxue. Facing the sudden attack, Xiao Panxue's expression turned icy. She parted her delicate lips and said, courting death. With a flick of her slender wrist, crimson flames ignited and she struck towards the storm. Boom! The clash of wind and fire created a thunderous explosion, and the storm dissipated instantly. A tall figure was sent flying 100 meters away, struggling to get up and wiping blood from his mouth, his furious eyes fixed on Xiao Panxue. Xiao Panxue didn't spare him a glance. She released her aura to shield herself and turned to Su Yin with concern. Su Yin, are you all right? A look of admiration flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and he shook his head gently. I'm fine, Xiao Panxue said seriously. Listen to me, the attacker might be a thug. Stay close to me. With that, she flicked her right hand, and a white knight's sword appeared out of thin air. Got it, Su Yin responded, his dark eyes scanning the injured man in the distance as his innate god's eye activated. The information revealed: murderous thug, divine punishment level 162, private first class. Su Yin felt relieved, knowing Xiao Panxue could handle him. At that moment, there was another disturbance in the forest. Two figures rushed out to join the injured man. During their conversation, an ugly man with dyed yellow hair and a white striped shirt looked at Xiao Panxue with greedy excitement. TSK, that face, that body, those curves. Brothers, this woman is mine. Capture her alive, the yellow-haired man shouted arrogantly. Su Yin was furious and was about to act when God's eye reminded him to stay calm. The information displayed: yellow-haired man, divine punishment level 169, private first class. Fat man, divine punishment level 165, private first class. Although their levels were higher than Xiao Panxue's, their actual strength was inferior to hers. Xiao Panxue stood proudly, her prominent chest catching the morning light. She looked at the yellow-haired man disdainfully, pointing her knight's sword at him. Answer me, did you kill anyone? The yellow-haired man laughed maniacally. So what if we did? Let me tell you, beauty, not only did we kill everyone in this park, but we're also going to drag you into the woods and show you our skills. Xiao Panxue's brows furrowed, her aura turning cold. Those will be your last words. Just a mere private first-class knight. Brothers, let's take her down together, the yellow-haired man roared, assuming a battle stance. The ground beneath their feet cracked as the three of them turned into shadows, attacking Xiao Panxue from three directions simultaneously. These three moved incredibly fast, but to Su Yin it seemed like they were in slow motion. Xiao Panxue's expression suddenly changed. Her previously calm face now showed signs of disgust. Two strands of her bangs moved despite the lack of wind, and her entire demeanor became noticeably more aggressive. Zhang! A bright sword light flashed as Xiao Panxue made her move. At that moment, a furious shout came from the side. Who dares to touch Panxue? Immediately, there was a sonic boom, and a figure dressed in black shot out like lightning, positioning himself in front of Xiao Panxue. His fist, glowing with a brilliant golden light, struck towards the head of the injured man. Bang! The powerful punch, accompanied by a gust of wind and thunder, instantly shattered the person's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. Old third! The blonde-haired man and the chubby guy cried out in shock. Terrified, they quickly retreated to a safe distance. The newcomer turned around and asked with concern, Panxue, are you all right? He was tall, a full head taller than Xiao Panxue, with a buzz cut and an earring, and had a slightly handsome face. Xiao Panxue exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Yao, why are you here? Jiang Yao quickly explained, it's a coincidence. I was just passing by the park when I heard the sounds of fighting, so I rushed over. I didn't expect it to be you, Panxue. Su Yin frowned as he observed the sudden appearance of Jiang Yao. He recognized him. Last year, Jiang Yao had made headlines on Jiangnan TV for awakening in a great talent, Raging Thunder, and had caused quite a stir. He was a student at the No. 2 high school and also Jiang Hao's older brother. With his own efforts and the support of his wealthy family, Jiang Yao had been admitted to the Imperial University with grade second only to Xiao Panxue. More importantly, Jiang Yao had been pursuing Xiao Panxue since high school, often spending lavishly to win her favor. Su Yin didn't believe this was just a coincidence. The Eye of the Gods provided a prompt. Jiang Yao, divine punishment level 160, private first class, rank third in the human race for speed of power increase. Su Yin was astonished. A grade talent advancing at such an incredible speed, even surpassing this grade talent of Xiao Panxue? It was unbelievable. Xiao Panxue said indifferently, I'm fine. You can go now. A few thugs are no threat to me. Jiang Yao, seemingly accustomed to Xiao Panxue's coldness, did not leave. He glanced at Su Yin and smiled. Panxue, is this the boyfriend you mentioned? Xiao Panxue didn't respond, but a slight blush appeared on her face. Su Yin immediately understood and stepped forward, saying confidently, yes, I am her boyfriend. Is there anything else you need? Jiang Yao. Xiao Panxue looked at Su Yin curiously. Su Yin, you? Jiang Yao's expression turned strange, and a barely perceptible malicious glint flashed in his eyes. Ignoring Su Yin, he said to Xiao Panxue, Panxue, it seems your boyfriend is not very strong. He needed you to protect him in a dangerous situation. As he spoke, he glanced at the blonde-haired man and the chubby guy, cracking his knuckles. As a gentleman, how could I let a lady fight? Give me 2 minutes, and I'll take care of the remaining thugs for you. Before he finished speaking, a violent and intense surge of thunderous energy erupted from Jiang Yao's body. He charged towards the blonde-haired man and the chubby guy like a cannonball. Su Yin felt annoyed and thought, damn, this guy's acting is so forced. What he couldn't tolerate the most was Jiang Yao claiming that he was weak. You want to play the hero? I'll show you. As Jiang Yao rushed out, Su Yin decisively activated his god's domain. Swoosh! A transparent field expanded from Su Yin, covering a 100-meter radius, like an inverted glass bowl. Without hesitation, he targeted Jiang Yao, applying a debuff instantly. However, Jiang Yao seemed unaware, still brimming with confidence as he charged viciously towards the blonde-haired man and the chubby guy. Two scumbags, daring to commit murder in my Jiangnan city? Die! Raging thunder! Jiang Yao roared, his entire body instantly enveloped in lightning, charging forward like a human-shaped bolt of lightning. As he charged, his voice thundered in the air. 100 meters away, Huang Mao and Fatty were already terrified by Jiang Yao's aura and power. Their faces were pale with fear, their bodies trembling slightly, but they gritted their teeth and prepared to fight back together. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yao was upon them. The sound of thunder was deafening. From several meters away, he punched towards Huang Mao's head. This punch seemed to contain all of Jiang Yao's fury, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction on these two thugs. Jiang Yao's peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao Panxue and that pretty boy not far away. He wanted them to see what true power looked like. Only he, Jiang Yao, was worthy of the heavenly beauty Xiao Panxue. The punch was powerful, carrying the full strength of a rank 6 soldier, with no reservations. Even against a master of the same rank, Jiang Yao was confident he could incapacitate his opponent with one blow, let alone these two mere rank 4 trash. Boom! The punch landed, but instead of the expected scene of Huang Mao being smashed to pieces, Jiang Yao's fist collided with an earth element shield. The shield shattered instantly, but Jiang Yao's fist was met with excruciating pain. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Yao staggered back several steps, his face ashen. Huang Mao and Fatty also stepped back, their eyes filled with disbelief. What's happening? Why can't I use my full power? Jiang Yao muttered in confusion, shaking his numb hand, his rage growing. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, then burst into a shrill laugh. Is that it? I almost pissed myself thinking you were some kind of expert, but it turns out you're just a fraud. Ha! Laughter echoed through the park, and Jiang Yao clenched his fists, his knuckles white, gritting his teeth. Are dead. Me? Dead? It's you who's dead. Huang Mao sneered. Kid, you dare meddle in my business? You're in for it today. Second brother, unleash the big move. Take him out. Yes, boss. Fatty responded, a vicious look appearing on his chubby face. Huang Mao and Fatty coordinated perfectly, simultaneously unleashing their big move. In an instant, the ground shook violently, the stone paths in the park exploding. Dirt flew everywhere, and sharp earth spikes shot up from the ground, surging towards Jiang Yao like waves. Not far away, Su Yin, who was watching, casually asked, Sister Shui, what skill is that? Xiao Panxue thought for a moment and replied, it should be an 11 skill, explosive earth spikes. 11. No wonder it looks so powerful, Su Yin remarked with feigned admiration. Xiao Panxue glanced at him, a strange glint in her eyes. Look, Senior Jiang seems to be struggling, Su Yin suddenly exclaimed, pulling Xiao Panxue's attention back to the battlefield. Jiang Yao faced the oncoming earth spikes without retreating. Lightning erupted from his body, continuously shattering the incoming spikes. Amidst the deafening explosions, the spikes kept breaking, but new ones kept emerging from the ground. When the spikes reached Jiang Yao's feet, the earth element power exploded. Bang! Jiang Yao could no longer hold on. His body was flung backward, crashing to the ground heavily, even spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Panxue couldn't help but murmur, Jiang Yao's power seems much weaker? Su Yin pretended to ponder and guessed. Maybe he's nervous because you're here, Sister Shui? Xiao Panxue couldn't help but laugh. Do you really think someone like him would get nervous? Su Yin nonchalantly said, who cares? Let's deal with these two thugs first. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring the fallen Jiang Yao could hear. Looks like Senior Jiang isn't that great after all. I thought he was impressive, but it turns out he's unreliable. We'll have to handle this ourselves. Xiao Panxue sighed, covering her forehead, her lips twitching, and warned softly, Su Yin, that's enough. Okay. Su Yin immediately shut up, but his eyes were full of mockery as he looked at Jiang Yao. He thought to himself, just wait, I'll repay your taunts tenfold. On the other side, Jiang Yao heard Su Yan's words, his blood boiling, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn, that kid did it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. At this moment, Jiang Yao felt utterly humiliated. As a rank 6 soldier, one of the top young talents in Jiangnan City, and ranked 3rd in the entire human race for upgrade speed, getting beaten to the point of coughing up blood by 2 low-ranking soldiers? How is that even fair? Jiang Yao was fuming with rage, never having been so humiliated. He didn't dare look at Xiao Panxue, fearful of seeing disappointment and disdain in her eyes. Just as Jiang Yao was about to warn Xiao Panxue about the strangeness of the 2 assailants, a loud explosion interrupted him. Xiao Panxue had already taken action, her sword blazing with flames aimed at the sky. In an instant, the Big Dipper constellation appeared above the park, its stars burning with a terrifying red glow. As the blonde and the fat man looked up in shock, the starlight descended fiercely. 7 burning stars crashed down like meteors, engulfing the 2 men in an instant. The area within 100 meters turned into a sea of fire, and the 2 thugs were reduced to ashes without even a scream. Jiang Yao was dumbfounded, shakily getting to his feet, his eyes filled with awe and fascination. Amidst the flames, Xiao Panxue stood tall, her sword in hand, exuding both beauty and power. Her loose hair danced in the wind, making her look like a valkyrie descended from the heavens. Su Yin stood outside the wall of flames, admiring his sister Xiao Panxue. Her long, straight legs stood firm in the fire, highlighting her perfect figure. Her calm expression, full chest, and rounded hips, combined with the knightly sword she wielded, made her a sight to behold. Even the flames seemed to fear her, maintaining a 3-foot distance. Su Yin, let's go. Xiao Panxue quickly walked out of the fire and joined her brother. Sis, what was that skill just now? It was incredible, Su Yin asked eagerly. Xiao Panxue smiled. Of course, an SS-level skill is powerful. It's called Scorching Big Dipper. But the destruction was more than I expected. She looked helplessly at the sea of fire before urging, we need to leave quickly. If the Demon Suppression Bureau arrives, we'll be in trouble, and you can forget about going to class today. Su Yin nodded, and the 2 swiftly left the scene. High above Jiangnan Park, several figures flew in, ignoring the oppressive presence above him. Jiang Yao's sinister gaze was fixed on Xiao Panxue's departing silhouette. His young face twisted into a hideous expression. That guy's name is Su Yin, right? Jiang Yao gritted his teeth. Dare to compete with me, Jiang Yao, for a woman? I'll make him regret it. He clenched his fist tightly, vowing, Xiao Panxue, I will have you. I swear it. Just after Jiang Yao left, several figures descended from the sky like missiles, scattering across the park. They wore matching uniforms with the emblem of the Jiangnan City Demon Extermination Institute on their chests. Sensing the battle, they rushed to the scene immediately. Soon, they gathered, their expressions grim. One of them whispered, there were killers here, and the bodies were all thrown into the lake. Damn it, where are the perpetrators? Another asked, looking around. Their presence has vanished. How could that be? By now, the earlier flames had died down, and the path in front of the forest was unrecognizable. The ground was scarred with deep grooves and charred marks, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. An elderly man with white hair spoke solemnly. No, the perpetrator's presence hasn't disappeared. It was consumed by this fire. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gathered around, scrutinizing the scorched battlefield. FSSSH. The old man flicked a pebble into the battlefield, which was immediately consumed by the lingering fire elements, bursting into bright flames. Wow, such strong fire elemental power, a young team member gasped. It seems someone powerful dealt with the perpetrators for us. To unleash such a powerful strike, that person must be at least as strong as a battle general. When did Jiangnan City get such a high-level expert? Another asked, puzzled. Who knows, maybe they were just passing through, someone speculated. Everyone closed their eyes to sense, finally detecting faint traces of the perpetrator's presence amidst the dense fire elements, which matched the presence on the bodies in the lake. They all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that's the case, the old man said. Let's go. Leave this to the Defense Department. But should we investigate the source of the fire elements? A team member asked cautiously. The old man shook his head, his tone serious. No, since they've already left, it means they don't want to be disturbed. If we anger them, can any of us withstand the wrath of a battle general? Everyone nodded in agreement, relieved they had narrowly avoided a major issue. All right, the old man ordered, you guys go seal off the park. I'll erase the fire element traces here. Let's pretend nothing happened. Yes, sir, they responded and were about to seal off the area when the old man suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Captain, what's wrong? Someone asked. The old man rubbed his chin, frowning. Strange, there are 2 other presences mixed within the fire elements. One is clearly lightning, but the other, I can't identify. No way. Even you can't identify it. They exchanged surprised glances and looked at the old man in disbelief. They knew that although the captain was only a ninth-tier soldier, his unique talent was sensing presences. With his talent, it was hard for any presence below a battle king to escape his detection. Could it be left by a battle king? Someone gulped and voiced the bold guess. Everyone gasped. A battle king. That was a being at least level 1000, a prominent figure among all of humanity. Jiangnan City had yet to produce a single battle king. The old man's eyes flickered as he sighed. I don't know. It could be a presence I've never encountered before. Maybe I'm just ignorant. Anyway, the Defense Department will intervene soon. You guys go ahead. I'll erase the traces. Yes, Captain, they responded and hurried away. Once everyone had left, a fiery look flashed in the old man's eyes as he murmured, could it be the legendary domain presence? No answer came. Outside Jiangnan Park, the streets were bustling. Some people quickly noticed the abnormality inside the park, stopping at the roadside to watch in shock. Several kilometers away on another street, Xiao Panchua pulled Su Yin through the crowd, her long black hair flowing with her steps. This should be far enough. Xiao Panchua finally slowed down and let go of his hand. Su Yin was still savoring the warmth in his palm, looking a bit dazed. Su Yin, Xiao Panchua suddenly spoke. Su Yin snapped out of it. Yeah. I told Zhang Yao that you're my boyfriend. Xiao Panchua hesitated. Su Yin chuckled. I know. Using me as a shield, right? Standard procedure. Xiao Panchua turned to face him, her beautiful eyes on him. You're not mad? Why would I be mad? Really not mad? Really not mad? Then smile for me. Ha! Su Yin gave a dry laugh. Xiao Panchua pouted. No, that's too forced. Ha! Su Yin tried another smile. Xiao Panchua was still dissatisfied. Nope. Too creepy. Ha! Courting death. Are we, Su Yin? The morning sunlight spilled onto the sidewalk as the siblings walked side by side. A mischievous glint flickered in Xiao Panchua's eyes, and she said with a sly smile, by the way, Su Yin, when you get into college, I'll gift you an S-strength skill. Su Yin looked surprised. Why the sudden generosity? He recalled the past. Weren't you quite envious of that rank skill? Explosive earth spike. Panchua's eyes gleamed with pride. Now your sister's giving you an S-rank one. Aren't you happy? What are you talking about? Was I ever envious? Su Yin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, with my arsenal of SS-rank skills, would I ever covet in a rank trash? Panchua assumed he was just being stubborn and ignored his reaction, her lips curling into a smile. But you must get into college, any college will do. And if I don't? Su Yin asked tentatively. Panchua's gaze turned icy. You'll die a miserable death. Feeling her murderous stare, Su Yin couldn't help but shiver. Panchua's smile returned as she stood on tiptoe to pat his head, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Work hard, young man. Don't disappoint your sister. Su Yin arrived at school just as classes were about to start. The classroom buzzed with excitement as his classmates discussed last night's event when a demon-slaying force shattered the barrier around the beginner village. That was incredible. I woke up to the news and was so excited I dropped my phone. That's nothing. I smashed my dad's computer and got a half-hour beating. Impressive. I respect that. Now that the barrier's broken, everyone can clear the beginner map. How will the college entrance exams work? I'm already level 5. Does that mean if I push a bit more, I can get into a top-tier university? That's modest. I think I can get a pre-admission to Imperial Capital University. Listening to a bunch of crank talents boasting, Su Yin didn't bother to join in. He walked straight to the back row. Tang Xia, as usual, was sprawled on her desk, catching up on sleep, her messy ponytail covering her face. Su Yin tapped Tang Xia's face. What do you do at night? You're always catching up on sleep. Even pigs don't sleep as much as you. Tang Xia struggled to open her sleepy eyes, glaring at him as her ponytail slid off her shoulder. You don't get it? This is called living healthily. As she lifted her head, Su Yin couldn't help but notice her chest being squished against the desk. He sighed inwardly. Man, even the desk gets more love. It confirmed his suspicion that her chest was only half the size of Xiao Panchua's. Xia, Su Yin. They spoke at the same time. Su Yin chuckled. You first? Tang Xia snorted. No way, you go first. Su Yin smiled, and then turned serious. Now that the beginner village barrier is broken, this is a great opportunity. You need to find a good team. If you can reach level 50 before the college entrance exams and transfer to the Forest Kingdom, getting into a top-tier university should be no problem. Tang Xia was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. What's so funny? Su Yin was annoyed. Tang Xia giggled. Su Yin, how can you still lecture me like this? I should be the one saying this to you. It's not too late for you to join my team. With this opportunity, you might get into a decent university. Still not giving up, huh? Su Yin grinned. No thanks. If you carry me, you'll end up going to the same university as me. Are you sure about that? Buffed. Who wants to go to the same university as you? Tang Xia immediately crossed her arms in defiance, looking like she'd rather die than agree. The two then fell into their usual banter, waiting for the class bell to ring. However, a few minutes later, their homeroom teacher walked in with a grave expression, saying, "Sorry to take up a few minutes of your time, but I have something important to discuss." As the final phase of preparation for the college entrance exams approached, Mr. Wang, the homeroom teacher, did something unusual. He took up class time. The students instantly realized it must be something significant. The classroom fell silent, and all eyes turned to Mr. Wang as he walked to the podium. With a grave expression, Mr. Wang began, "This morning, a horrifying violent incident occurred at Jiangnan Park. 3 fourth-level soldiers went on a rampage, resulting in the deaths of several students who were out for their morning run. This news hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the silence in the classroom. The students exchanged bewildered looks, whispering in disbelief. Killers? How is that possible? Jiangnan City has always been safe. How could this happen out of nowhere?" Su Yin frowned, a chill running down his spine. He clenched his fist under the desk, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Wang continued. The victims were students from neighboring schools, including some top achievers. He sighed deeply, his face filled with sorrow. Such a tragedy, such a waste. Mr. Wang, what about the attackers? Were they caught? A student asked through gritted teeth. Fortunately, the Demon Slaying Institute arrived in time and neutralized the attackers on the spot, preventing further casualties, Mr. Wang replied. The classroom erupted in cheers, with students exclaiming, "Serves them right. Justice is served." However, Mr. Wang's expression grew even more serious. But it's not that simple. We just received news that similar incidents have occurred simultaneously across the country, and all the victims were high school students. This is not just a random act of violence. The students held their breath, waiting for Mr. Wang to continue. Based on preliminary analysis, this is likely a premeditated, organized, nationwide terrorist attack targeting high school students. We cannot rule out the possibility of demonic forces being behind this. Mr. Wang's voice was tinged with anger. Demonic forces? The class gasped in shock. That's right. If this theory holds, their goal is clear. They want to identify and eliminate the demon slayers before they can rise to power. Mr. Wang explained. We can't let that happen. The demon slayers are our hope. We can't let them succeed. The students were indignant. Mr. Wang managed a slight smile. That's why the education department has issued an urgent directive. From today, every student in Xinfa must wear a special mask made by the Demon Slaying Institute to conceal their identity. As soon as he finished speaking, a student interjected, "Mr. Wang, there's no need for that. I've had plastic surgery in Xinfa. Even my own mother wouldn't recognize me." The classroom burst into laughter, momentarily easing the tension. Mr. Wang, annoyed, threw a piece of chalk at the student and scolded, laughing, "Are you? Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Let me tell you, most students value authenticity. Don't believe me? Raise your hand if you've had plastic surgery in Xinfa. Let's see if there are more than 5. No sooner had Mr. Wang spoken than nearly every student raised their hand, except for Su Yin, who sat bewildered in the back row. Mr. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You lot are the most shameless class I've ever taught. Learn from Su Yin. Why can't you have his confidence?" "Teacher, if I were half as handsome as Su Yin, I wouldn't need plastic surgery either," someone joked, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Su Yin felt a bit helpless, for the first time feeling out of place because of his good looks. But more than that, he was curious about his deskmate Tang Xia's surgery. He turned and teased, "Didn't expect you, of all people, to have had plastic surgery, Tang Xia." Tang Xia blushed and defended herself. "What's wrong with having plastic surgery? Is it forbidden or illegal?" Su Yin rubbed his chin and said, "Honestly, your face isn't bad, but I don't see much difference." "What do you mean by that, Su Yin? Are you calling me ugly?" Tang Xia snapped. "No. I mean, I like it just the way it is," Su Yin replied with a smile. "Go to hell." Tang Xia's face turned even redder. Su Yin leaned closer, grinning. "So, I'm curious. How much did you get done?" Tang Xia glanced at him, then extended her pinky with a cheeky smile. "Just a little bit." After the commotion died down, Mr. Wang called the class to order. Mr. Wang's face suddenly turned serious as he scanned the classroom with piercing eyes. His voice was low and powerful, every word carrying undeniable authority. "Students, you must understand that wearing masks is not to hide your appearance, but to protect the identity of the demon slayers. This concerns the future of humanity and is closely tied to each of your destinies." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, then continued, "The masks will be delivered via the teleportation array this afternoon. The Demon Slayer Academy has paid a great price for this. Let me emphasize again, everyone must strictly follow the rules." Mr. Wang's tone softened slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. As the principal said during the awakening ceremony, This is both the worst and the best of times. Being in the same generation as the demon slayers means you have already surpassed 99 of people. This is an advantage that even an S-level talent cannot match. His voice carried a motivating force. Opportunities always favor the prepared. Seize them, and you can soar to great heights. Perhaps, one day, one of you will stand beside the demon slayers. These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, energizing the students. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became charged with excitement, and every student's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Mr. Wong continued, "You've all heard, right? Last night, the demon slayers shattered the boundary of the novice village. A sword imprint in a dungeon. A boundary of the novice village. This is the great era you are in." A look of envy flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his serious demeanor. "However, you still need to work hard for your college entrance exams. Don't think you can get into university easily without breaking through." It's said that major universities nationwide are urgently formulating new admission standards. The bar will only be higher and the competition fiercer. Oh no! The classroom erupted in groans. Mr. Wong continued, "One more thing. The principal has confirmed the plan to invite students from prestigious schools to guide you, starting tomorrow. This is a rare opportunity, so look forward to it." He glanced at the time and gave a final reminder. "Things are unstable outside recently. You'd better not go out alone, especially at night. Make sure to protect yourselves. This world is far more dangerous than you think." With that, Mr. Wong gave a meaningful look at Tang Xia in the last row before turning and leaving the classroom. The room gradually quieted down as the students processed the information. Soon, they began touching the link crystals, entering the land of divine punishment to level up. In the last row, Su Yin frowned, his face covered with a layer of frost. He had thought the park murder incident was just ordinary violence, but it turned out to be targeting him specifically. "Want to kill me?" Su Yin clenched his fist, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Let's see who kills whom." Feeling guilty about the deaths of students in the park and similar incidents nationwide, Su Yin knew he was powerless for now. The only thing he could do was to quickly improve his strength. "Wait for me, it won't be long." This thought instead fueled his determination, his eyes shining with resolve. Just as Su Yin was about to touch the link crystal, he noticed Tang Xia staring blankly at her desk, her face slightly pale. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and level up in the land of divine punishment." Su Yin gently nudged Tang Xia's arm, reminding her. At the entrance of the trial chamber in the forest city, a flash of light appeared, and the most sought-after human warrior, Jean Mo, logged in. As soon as Su Yin stood still, a system notification popped up. SS-level talent, descendant of the gods, begins daily blessing. You've received a permanent buff, experience gain 2. A permanent buff? Not bad. Su Yin nodded slightly, feeling a bit better. Though 2 seemed insignificant, for a professional player, it was a considerable boost. He calculated that for every 1 million experience points he earned, he would get an additional 20,000 experience points. Quite tempting indeed. Glancing at his experience bar, out of habit, Su Yin raised an eyebrow. The experience points were still increasing, indicating that someone was still observing the sword mark instance. Curious, he opened the experience log to investigate. Current experience: 5,897,777,99,999,999,999,999,999. The string of numbers jumped out at him, and Su Yin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, even taking out a magnifying glass to double-check. Confirming it was correct, he gasped. 58 billion. Su Yin muttered to himself. In less than a day, 58 billion players have observed the sword mark. This staggering number completely invigorated Su Yin. Gaining 58 billion experience points overnight was equivalent to a regular player leveling up 200 to 300 times. The day of becoming a god seemed closer than ever. Time was of the essence, and Su Yin couldn't afford to be idle. After a quick stretch, he headed out of the city, making his way to the Forest Kingdom's most challenging instance, the level 200 Elven Tomb. The Elven Tomb was located in the northeast of the Forest Kingdom, said to be the resting place of the ancient Elven and Dark Elven kings. Although Su Yan's current damage output in the millions made this instance no longer challenging, the leaderboard rewards were too important to miss. Thanks to his swift wind set, Su Yan's speed rivaled that of a Ferrari. A journey that would normally take 1 or 2 days, he completed in half a day. The entrance to the Elven Tomb was bustling with players ranging from level 160 to 200. Recruitment shouts filled the air. "Anyone for the instance? No thieves! No thieves! No thieves!" Important things need to be said 3 times. Swift Wind Raid Group Recruiting, specializing in carrying bosses through instances. Must be level 200 with a grade combat talent. On-site interview, meals and lodging provided, full benefits. Join us and make your first million a reality. The chaotic scene resembled a rural market, and Su Yin stood at the edge of the crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Su Yin was immersed in the familiar atmosphere of the online game, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He moved swiftly through the crowd, surprisingly unnoticed by other players. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly approached the dungeon NPC and purposefully opened the historical leaderboard for completion times. The leaderboard information appeared before him. First place, Yi Jibai and MO wins team, for minutes 12 seconds, SSS rating. Second place, Duga's team, 9 minutes 43 seconds, SSS rating. Third place, Li Yueqing's team, 11 minutes 15 seconds, SSS rating. Fourth place, Xinxiu's team, 21 minutes 37 seconds, SS rating. 10th place, Shui Wuyue's team, 27 minutes 58 seconds, SS rating. Su Yin quickly scanned the leaderboard and noticed that not much had changed compared to the beginner dungeons. The top 10 were still those elite human players, but the completion times had increased significantly, indicating a substantial rise in dungeon difficulty. The only difference was that this time, the two human emperors had teamed up, creating a massive gap between their completion time and that of the second place. This is just unfair. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that even the mighty human emperors would need to team up? It's like a small knife cutting a butt, truly eye-opening. With the flawless cooperation of the two human emperors, the 4-minute 12-second completion time was undeniably extraordinary and unchallenged. Time was running short as noon approached, and Su Yin was eager to give it a try. He immediately engaged in conversation with the dungeon NPC. A system prompt quickly appeared. Warning: your level is significantly lower than the dungeon level, and your team is fewer than 5 members. Are you sure you want to enter the elf tomb? Yes. Su Yin responded without hesitation. In an instant, a white light flashed, and Su Yin found himself in a dark and eerie tomb. Ahead was a long passageway, with walls on either side. However, Su Yin didn't bother to take a closer look and immediately summoned the goddess of dawn. Whoosh! Boundless divine power surged like a vast sea of stars. Amidst a sea of flowers, the goddess of dawn stood barefoot in the air, her long silver hair flowing in the wind. She gracefully extended her hand and pointed towards the passageway. Destroy! Boom! The light of dawn instantly illuminated the entire tomb, and a visible tremor filled the air. Before Su Yin could even glimpse the boss, he was bombarded with system notifications. Experience 32,000. Experience 32,000. Experience 46,000. You obtained an elf skull. Congratulations, you have cleared the elf tomb dungeon. At this moment, a world announcement echoed across the skies of the divine punishment realm. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for solo clearing the elf tomb dungeon. Completion time: 4 seconds. Rating: as soon as this world announcement appeared, all human players were still in shock when a provocative message suddenly popped up in the world chat. Jean Mo, a level 1 rookie player, single-handedly crushes the demon god. Demon god, dare to face me? After dropping this bold statement, Su Yin immediately logged off. This move was the epitome of drop the mic and run, truly exhilarating. Demon god, meet me at divine punishment for a showdown if you dare. The world announcement, along with the words Demon Slayer, made the players in the land of divine punishment excited once again. However, this time, the emotional surge was noticeably smaller. The world chat was still buzzing with activity, as players freely discussed the remarkable feat of Demon Slayer, breaking the level 200 dungeon record once more. Wow, finally! Cleared it in 4 seconds. The system's rating is always so amusing to see. Demon Slayer is amazing. Clearing such a tough dungeon, like the Elven Tomb solo, with such an incredible time. Don't you think Demon Slayer's last words were particularly cool? The Demon Lord must be dumbfounded now. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Jiangnan No. 2 High School was even more lively. As soon as the school bell rang, the entire campus erupted with shouts of Demon Slayer. Su Yin and Tang Xia walked towards the cafeteria together, with Tang Xia's face full of envy. Sitting by the window, Tang Xia, holding a plate full of vegetables, said dispiritedly, Su Yin, how can there be such a big gap between people? Su Yin, busy devouring his meal, chuckled and replied, even emperors have differences. What about us ordinary folks? Tang Xia's eyes widened. Are you crazy? You call Demon Slayer an ordinary person? That guy's a total freak. Su Yan's mouth twitched. If Demon Slayer heard you say that, he'd probably beat you up on the spot. We're not even in the same world. How could he possibly hear me? Noticing Tang Xia's plate, Su Yin frowned. Xia, is that all you're eating? Yeah. My dad says I need to eat healthily. Healthy? More like starving yourself. No wonder your chest isn't developing. You're not getting any nutrients eating just greens. Su Yin, go to hell. Tang Xia's face turned bright red. Who's eating just greens? Ignoring her protest, Su Yin put some chicken from his plate onto hers. Here, don't be shy. Eat my chicken. Tang Xia instinctively retorted. Get lost. I don't want your chicken. Their conversation immediately drew the attention of their classmates, and the cafeteria fell silent. Not far away, Jiang Hao, who was eating, was stunned by what he heard. He thought, these two are shameless. I'm clearly pursuing Tang Xia. How could she discuss such things with her desk mate right in front of me? Furious, Jiang Hao snapped his chopsticks and gritted his teeth. Damn, her desk mate is Su Yin, right? If he thinks he can steal my girl, he's got another thing coming. Su Yin suddenly sneezed and frowned. What's going on? I've been sneezing a lot lately. Is my rhinitis acting up? Across from him, Tang Xia wished she could disappear, mortified by the stares of their classmates. She kicked Su Yin under the table. Later, Su Yin suggested treating Tang Xia to a big meal, but she flatly refused. Su Yin sighed, thinking that although this lively girl is incredibly strong-willed, she would definitely reject any gifts, no matter how close they are. Su Yin still had a few pieces of level 50 grade equipment in his possession. He pondered how to deal with these items that couldn't be given away, and a few ideas crossed his mind. In the afternoon, as the bell signaled the start of class, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, walked into the classroom carrying a large cardboard box. He announced, the special masks from the Demon Slaying Institute headquarters have arrived. Class monitor, distribute these masks quickly so everyone can start upgrading this afternoon. As soon as he finished speaking, the class monitor promptly organized a few group leaders to distribute the masks, and they were soon handed out to each student. Sitting in the back row, Su Yin received his mask and examined it closely. The mask emitted a faint, soft glow and felt cool to the touch. Following Mr. Wang's instructions, he put on the mask. Instantly, a cool sensation spread across his forehead, and his face felt as if it was covered by a thin, silky layer, incredibly comfortable. The mask then transformed into countless threads of light and disappeared into his face. Not bad, Su Yin muttered to himself, and without hesitation, he entered the divine punishment realm. In the blink of an eye, Su Yin found himself back in the elf graveyard dungeon. He immediately noticed that his appearance and ID were completely concealed. After a brief inspection, he calmly opened the Void Rift package to check the rewards for his dungeon ranking. The ranking rewards were distributed progressively, so reaching the highest tier meant he would receive all the rewards. Soon, the rewards were displayed before him. 1.5 million gold coins, 500 to all attributes, Twin Shadows LV1, and a hidden area access ticket. Seeing these 4 rewards, Su Yan's eyes lit up. This must be the hidden ranking reward, he thought to himself. The 1.5 million gold coins were no longer impressive to Su Yan, worth about 15 million renminbi. However, the 500 to all attributes was the real treasure. Although his health and damage had improved, his other attributes were still lacking. This boost would bring him closer to his goal of becoming an all-around warrior. Calming his excitement, Su Yan moved on to the next skill reward. Twin Shadows LV1 SS grade. Creates a controllable clone that inherits 100 of the main body's attributes. Within a 100-meter range, the clone can take 1 fatal hit on behalf of the main body. Duration, 4 hours. Cooldown, 6 hours. Mana cost, 4,000. A clone? Su Yin quickly realized that this was far more than an ordinary clone skill. It's practically a lifesaver. As long as the clone stayed within 100 meters, it could unconditionally take a fatal hit for him. With his Twin Shadows, it was even more powerful than a resurrection item. In the dark and eerie dungeon, Su Yin exhaled slowly, eager to check the final reward. Hidden Area Access Ticket. Using this ticket will unlock a hidden area in the Forest Kingdom, containing numerous item rewards and attribute potions. After receiving the dungeon ranking rewards, Su Yin, having dealt millions of damage, no longer needed to farm the Spirit Graveyard Dungeon. He decided to switch maps. His frequent map changes as swift as a tornado. Before leaving, Su Yin took out a hidden area access ticket from his inventory and used it without hesitation. A system notification popped up immediately. Hidden area access ticket used successfully. Hidden map unlocked. Ancient Elven Battlefield. Generating map, bosses, and rewards. Suddenly, an ethereal and authoritative world announcement echoed across the skies. Player Jean has unlocked the hidden map in the Forest Kingdom, the Ancient Elven Battlefield. All players can now explore the battlefield, assist the elves in repelling the beasts, and earn substantial experience rewards. The announcement caused a stir among human players. They had become conditioned to react to Jean Mo's frequent world announcements. At the slightest disturbance in the sky, players instinctively raised their hands and shouted, Jean Mo is awesome. The world chat was instantly flooded with comments. How many secrets does the Divine Punishment Land still hold? What's this ancient elven battlefield about? Great! I was worried I wouldn't hit level 200 before dying. Now I have a few more years to go. Is the grandpa above still alive? My dad is a funeral director, offering full service packages. Want to exchange contacts? Jean is so cool. I love him. Su Yin, however, remained unfazed by the announcement. He had anticipated it. The hidden area access tickets effect was similar to the eternal seal from the dungeon, meaning it was shared among all players. However, he noted that while regular players could only gain experience rewards, he, as the user, could also obtain items and attribute pills. This preferential treatment pleased Su Yin. With the rewards clear, Su Yin decided to head to the ancient elven battlefield immediately. His plan was to explore this hidden map, collect all the rewards, and then break through the barrier to proceed to the next level 500 map. With a flash of white light, Su Yin exited the dungeon. As expected, a crowd of players was waiting outside. Despite his masked face and hidden ID, the glaring level 1 indicator above his head gave him away instantly. The enthusiasm of the Forest Kingdom players was undiminished. Su Yin greeted them briefly before using a teleport scroll to return to the forest capital. According to the map, the newly unlocked ancient elven battlefield was located southwest of the Forest Kingdom. It was much closer from the forest capital. After a brief moment of disorientation, Su Yin found himself standing in the center of the forest capital. The sky here was a dazzling green, and the grand buildings seamlessly blended with ancient trees, creating a unique forest city. Wasting no time, Su Yin headed out of the city. As per the divine punishment settings, teleport scrolls and teleportation arrays could only take players to places they had previously visited. So, he had to travel on foot. After an afternoon's trek through the dark forest, Su Yin finally arrived at the ancient elven battlefield. Located at the edge of the dark forest, this area should have been the forest's end, but now it was shrouded in a mysterious mist. A large number of players had already gathered in front of the mist, the lowest level among them being 100, with many over level 200. Clearly, they had come from other high-level maps. However, these players seemed to fear the mist, all staying 200 meters away, not daring to approach. Suddenly, the mist roiled violently, and two battered figures shot out like cannonballs, landing heavily in front of the gathered players. Ugh, it's no use, the fog inside is too thick. I can't see a thing. A tall figure staggered back from the entrance of the ancient elven battlefield, gasping for breath. His companion followed closely behind, covered in some unknown sticky substance, his face pale. It's not just the fog. I ran into several toxic areas and almost didn't make it out, the other person complained, frustration evident in his voice. The onlooking players exchanged uneasy glances and murmured among themselves. These two were top-tier warriors above level 1000, the kind who could shake the earth with a single stomp. They had come to the Forest Kingdom map, where they should have been invincible. Yet here they were, retreating in such a sorry state after trying to explore the hidden map. The players' enthusiasm was quickly dampened. If even these top warriors can't explore it, we'll just be walking to our deaths if we try, someone said dejectedly. But that doesn't make sense. This is supposed to be a reward from Jean Mo. Why release it if it's impossible to explore? Another player questioned, puzzled. Who knows? We've been trying to figure it out all afternoon, and still no one can get in. Where's Jean Mo? Has he gone in yet? Despite the confusion, no one wanted to leave. The last reward dungeon, Sword Mark, had given such impressive experience points that it was unforgettable. Surely, the ancient elven battlefield would be just as rewarding, if not more. With such hopes, more and more players gathered, and soon the crowd swelled to over 10 million. At this moment, Su Yin hurried to the scene. The sight before him was astonishing. A sea of players packed the entire area, every inch filled. The term crowded took on a whole new meaning. Strange. Why are so many people gathered here? Don't tell me we need to queue just to enter a map? Su Yin frowned, quickly piecing together the situation from the surrounding conversations. Fog, he muttered under his breath, then suddenly had an idea. Step aside, let me through. Su Yin shouted from the edge of the crowd. His voice thundered like a clap of lightning, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Millions of eyes turned to the source of the voice. Some were ready to mock him. Yeah, right, if even the top warriors can't do it, who do you think you are? But when they saw that the speaker was just a level 1 player, everyone froze. Then, a wave of excited whispers rippled through the crowd as the same thought struck everyone simultaneously. No way, Jean Mo is here. In front of the ancient elf battlefield, thousands of players spontaneously made way, paying their respects to the demon slayer. At this moment, all eyes were on this legendary figure. This scene went beyond mere public attention. It was a spectacle of millions in awe. Though Su Yan's heart was filled with turbulent emotions, he maintained a composed demeanor thanks to his immense power and commanding presence. With a gentle smile, he gracefully walked through the crowd and quickly reached the front. Two battle kings hurriedly stepped forward, their faces beaming with genuine joy and excitement, more thrilled than their first wedding night. Despite being over level 1000 experts, they acted like novices in front of Su Yin. Su Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the thick fog ahead. His innate ability, Eye of the Gods, immediately provided a prompt. This mere fog can be easily purified. This boosted Su Yan's confidence, and he decided to showcase his purification skill. One of the Battle Kings cautiously asked, Demon Slayer, did you mean that you can dispel this fog? Su Yan gave a calm smile and simply replied, yes. This brief response caused an uproar among the crowd. Players cheered and excitedly discussed the possibility of exploring a hidden map. No one doubted Su Yan's words. They had blind faith in this legendary figure. As Su Yan stepped towards the fog, the two Battle Kings quickly followed, concernedly asking, Demon Slayer, are you going in just like that? There's no visibility inside, and it's filled with toxic substances. Shouldn't we accompany you? Without turning back, Su Yan continued forward, casually waving his hand. This fog is nothing. It can't harm me. His words left the two Battle Kings astonished, and they soon felt immense respect. They thought to themselves, this is the power of the future human emperor, such unwavering confidence. At that moment, all the players, including the two Battle Kings, stood silently in place, ready to witness how the Demon Slayer would dispel the fog. This was their first chance to see the power of an SS-grade Talon Awakener, the future human emperor, and possibly their only chance in this lifetime. Su Yan paid no mind to the crowd's expectations. Under everyone's gaze, he held his staff and unhesitatingly walked into the fog. Instantly, Su Yan seemed to pass through a thick wall of clouds, surrounded by endless mist, his vision completely obscured. Worse yet, his health was rapidly decreasing at an alarming rate. Damn, no wonder even Battle Kings can't withstand this, Su Yan thought to himself. At this rate of health loss, not even a battle god could last long here without being carried out. Realizing the urgency, Su Yan immediately activated the exclusive skill of the Divine Wrath Mage, Purify. As the skill was activated, the magic crystal atop the Blood Dawn staff erupted with immense energy, almost divine in nature, despite being in its initial stage. Centered on the staff and Su Yan, waves of pure and powerful light spread outwards. Suddenly, a mysterious and solemn voice echoed across the ancient elf battlefield. Purify. This divine voice resounded through the entire area, even reaching players who had just teleported to the Dark Forest. Everyone's faces showed expressions of amazement and excitement as they exclaimed, this is Buzz! An unknown force suddenly swept through, dispersing the thick fog that had shrouded the ancient battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the mist receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within mere seconds, the skies cleared, revealing the true face of the ancient elven battlefield on the map. Before their eyes lay a vast, barren plain, cracked and desolate. Thousands of elven warriors lay at rest here, some still standing in archery stances. The remains of elves and night elves intertwined, with the colossal bones of various magical beasts scattered among them. These bones, corroded by dark magic, emitted a faint glow under the pale sunlight, creating an eerie, solemn atmosphere. The players were stunned by this breathtaking scene. They then turned their intense gazes towards Su Yan, filled with questions. How did Jean Mo manage to dispel the fog? Yet, no one knew the answer. As the fog completely dissipated, Su Yan's rapidly depleting health finally stabilized, leaving him with about 10 remaining. He sighed in relief, grateful that he had boosted his health to 100,000 by grinding the Crimson Dawn dungeon for a day before leaving the beginner's map. Otherwise, he would have perished here today. Given that the fog's damage had lingering effects, Su Yan retrieved a vial of ancestral dragon phoenix blood from his void pouch and drank it without hesitation. Nowadays, he used teleportation scrolls freely, so a few hundred gold coins for dragon phoenix blood was hardly worth hoarding. He thought to himself, better to use it now and enjoy the benefits. There will be more in the future. Instantly, his health increased by 5,000, and 2,000 of his injuries were healed. Su Yan's health partially recovered, and his injuries eased. With a 15-second cooldown for the Dragon Phoenix blood, he calculated that he would need about a set of 20 to fully restore his health. Though worth tens of thousands, it was nothing to him now. Once his health reached a safe level, Su Yan turned to face the players behind him, noticing countless eyes filled with admiration fixed on him. Thank you, Jean Mo. Cheers erupted, soon becoming a unified chant that echoed through the dark forest. Faced with this grand display of gratitude, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Seizing the moment, he raised his staff high and declared firmly, no need to thank me. Reviving the glory of the human race is our duty. Wow! His words were like a spark igniting a fuse. The millions of players before the ancient battlefield were instantly filled with fervor, tears welling up in their eyes. Their spirits were completely ignited by this heroic figure, as if they could see the hope of humanity's resurgence. For a long time, many people have been lost, not knowing why they live. They drift aimlessly, but from this day forward, everything changes. Slay the demons. This rallying cry echoed across the ancient battlefield like a thunderclap, dispelling the fog clouding the players' minds. In the eyes of millions of players, the flames of hope ignited. They finally found a purposito fight for the restoration of human glory. Each one realized that if they could level up, even just once, it would add to the overall strength of humanity. As the excitement gradually subsided, the players began to explore the map in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Su Yin, the unwitting instigator of all this change with a casual remark, remained unaware of the massive impact he had made. He planned to go home first before logging back in, as school had just ended. In the schoolyard, a line of about 10 buses stood neatly arranged. This was a special measure by the school to address recent incidents of violent attacks. Each bus was accompanied by highly skilled soldiers of at least the 5th rank to escort the students home. Su Yin and Tang Xia, who lived along the same route, were assigned to the same bus. The bus slowly left the campus, driving through the bustling city center and heading towards the suburbs. Su Yin lived in the suburbs, while Tang Xia's home was even further out, in the outskirts of the suburbs. When the bus stopped at the entrance of Su Yan's neighborhood, he smiled and said to Tang Xia, "I'm getting off. Don't miss me." Tang Xia rolled her eyes and replied politely, "Just get lost already." After Su Yin got off, the bus continued on its way. Inside, only Tang Xia and the driver remained. Leaning against the window, the girl felt the evening breeze gently brush her bangs, and drowsiness began to creep in. Just as she was about to drift off, a striking figure suddenly caught her eye. It was a tall, long-haired beauty with stunning looks and a perfect figure, attracting the attention of passers-by like a movie star. Tang Xia immediately snapped awake, her eyes filled with awe. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice called out, "Su Yin." Tang Xia was startled. Although she couldn't hear clearly, she was almost certain the beauty was calling Su Yan's name. A strange sense of unease surged in her chest. She quickly stood up, leaned out the window, and strained to look back. Unfortunately, the bus had already traveled some distance, and the entrance to the neighborhood was bustling with people. The beautiful figure had long disappeared into the crowd. Just then, a motorcycle roared by, and a school guard wearing a helmet shouted, "What are you doing, trying to jump out? Sit back down and fasten your seatbelt." Tang Xia's face turned crimson as she hurriedly retreated into the bus. She tried to convince herself, "I must have heard wrong. There's no way that guy Su Yin could know someone like that." Despite her thoughts, her heart continued to race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Yin, who had just entered the neighborhood, was humming a tune with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind, "Su Yin?" He turned around in surprise and exclaimed, "Shuejie? What are you doing here?" Xiao Panxue approached him, dressed in a white chiffon blouse that subtly revealed her curves, her long legs moving with grace. Her commanding presence and captivating beauty made her the center of attention. Passers-by cast admiring glances, but Xiao Panxue paid them no mind. She casually brushed her hair back and said calmly, "I had some errands to run and was on my way home to see you." Su Yin stopped in his tracks, puzzled. "What do you need me for?" He wondered if it had something to do with the incident in the park that morning, thinking that perhaps the Demon-Slaying Institute had come for him. Xiao Panxue stood before him and asked, "Su Yin, what class are you?" Su Yin didn't understand why she was asking this, but answered truthfully, "A warrior. What else?" Xiao Panxue nodded and continued, "Do you prefer a great sword or a battle axe?" A great sword. I'm better with swords," Su Yin replied. "Got it," Xiao Panxue said thoughtfully. Su Yin was puzzled and cautiously asked, "Shuejie, are you planning to give me a weapon?" Xiao Panxue glanced at him with a playful smile. "Yes, little brother." She then turned and walked into the neighborhood, leaving a graceful silhouette behind. Su Yin, baffled, called out, "Guess? How am I supposed to guess?" "Why don't you guess if I'll guess?" "Hey, Shuejie." He quickened his pace to catch up, his expression suddenly serious as he asked, "Do you know that tomorrow, students from prestigious schools are coming to guide us?" Without turning back, Xiao Panxue waved her hand dismissively and replied in a flat tone, "Your principal approached me yesterday with a generous offer to join, but I declined." Su Yin felt a sense of relief. It seemed his guess was right. The school had indeed reached out to Xiao Panxue. As last year's top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam and in level combat aptitude awakener, it was only natural for the school to prioritize inviting Xiao Panxue. However, if Xiao Panxue had declined, Su Yin already had a good idea of who the prestigious university student coming to guide them tomorrow would be. Seeing Su Yin smile without saying a word, Xiao Panxue frowned and asked, "Aren't you going to ask why I turned them down?" Su Yin shrugged helplessly and said, "Isn't it your motto from when we were kids to not pry into your sister's affairs?" Ha, true. Xiao Panchua wiped her lips, a smile forming at the corners. As they walked into the residential area, the streetlights gradually turned on. The amber light pierced through the dusky evening sky, casting a warm glow on the siblings, adding a touch of warmth. Suddenly, Xiao Panchua spoke. Su Yin, they'll be returning to Imperial Capital University tomorrow. Oh, Su Yin responded nonchalantly, then looked up in surprise. Whoa, that's so sudden? Xiao Panchua shot him a glance and explained. This morning's incident with the violent killer our teacher said it's likely the work of an anti-alliance organization in collusion with the demon race, targeting high school students. Su Yin was familiar with this anti-alliance organization. On the surface, it was a group, but in reality, it was a bunch of human traitors advocating for surrender. They believed that the demon gods would inevitably destroy the planet, and that surrender was the only way out. They claimed this would reduce human casualties and preserve human civilization. Su Yan's expression turned serious, and he asked in a deep voice, I've heard about them. Are they trying to uncover the identity of the demon slayer? Exactly, Xiao Panchua nodded. As the most likely residents of the demon slayer, the capital has seen a spike in murder cases these past few days. The garrison is under a lot of pressure. The garrison commander has requested support from the Demon Extermination Institute, but all the experts there have been dispatched to the front lines and can't spare any manpower for now. Su Yin suddenly realized, so they're pulling people from your university? Xiao Panchua smiled and said, Su Yin, being too smart isn't always a good thing for your sister. Yeah, yep, Su Yin responded dismissively, but his brows furrowed slightly. Is it dangerous? Just handling some simple tasks. We won't be engaging the anti-alliance organization, Hedon. That's not our job as students, Xiao Panchua explained. Su Yin generally understood. It was like an internship for university students, a good opportunity for experience. Back home, Su Yin devoured 10 bowls of rice like a storm, took a shower, and told Xiao Panchua he was going to start his studies, emphasizing it. Under Xiao Pangshu's gratified gaze, Su Yin quickly locked his room door, took out a crystal link from the drawer, and entered the land of divine punishment. Ancient elven battlefield, here I come. Su Yin cheered inwardly. In the next moment, the figure of the demon slayer appeared before the ancient battlefield. However, the scene before him left Su Yin stunned. Huh? What's going on? He quickly realized that something seemed off. The hidden map of the ancient elven battlefield, despite the mist being purified by Su Yin, was once again shrouded in a strange black aura. Su Yin frowned as he opened the world channel, quickly browsing through the players' conversations, and soon grasped the whole situation. Well, the demon god responded to my provocations. Su Yin raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, feeling a mix of emotions. He found it hard to believe that his repeated provocations had truly angered the demon god, and the black aura swirling over the ancient battlefield was indeed the work of the demon god. According to a summary by a Battle King player, the demon god had tampered with this map, using sinister powers to replace the boss of the ancient battlefield. This made the boss exceptionally powerful, 200 levels above the players. Since this was a solo dungeon, the dungeon's level should have matched the player's level, but now, facing such a formidable boss, solo players stood no chance. Not even battle generals, battle kings, or even battle gods were exceptions. Just moments ago, a battle king had successfully explored up to the final boss and attempted to challenge it, only to be instantly killed. He not only lost billions of experience points, but was also weakened for 368 hours. The world channel was abuzz with discussions, and it was said that the battle king logged off in despair. Su Yin withdrew his gaze, mourning for the unfortunate battle king for half a second. Then a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Looks like my provocation strategy works. This discovery exhilarated him. Although he might have some fear of the demon god in the real world, in this world of divine retribution, he feared no one. A boss 200 levels above me? Let's see what it's got. Su Yin gripped his staff and stepped into the black, aura-covered ancient battlefield without hesitation. The moonlight was like frost, casting a pale light over the parched land. Corpses lay scattered at his feet, wrapped in black aura, exuding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Su Yin cautiously advanced when a sharp crack sounded under his foot. Looking down, he saw he had stepped on the hand bone of a beast. At that moment, an elf's head rolled down from the beast's massive skeleton. As Su Yin was about to examine it closely, a piercing scream came from behind. Caves! A skeletal figure with a gaping mouth lunged at him. Su Yin reacted swiftly, almost instinctively casting a blazing flash. With a whoosh, he flickered to the left, and the skeletal figure missed him, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Yin looked closely and saw it was the corpse of an elven warrior. Its body was emitting black aura, and its hollow eye sockets were spewing black smoke like chimneys. Is it demonized? Su Yin immediately realized something was wrong. At that moment, all the surrounding corpses, whether lying on the ground or standing, whether beast or elf, or dark elf, began to move. Their joints made eerie cracking sounds, and their bodies shook uncontrollably. Suddenly, the black aura swirled overhead, blocking out the moonlight. The night grew darker, and countless skeletal demon soldiers murmured ominously, surrounding Su Yan. Su Yan quickly activated his talent, Eye of the Gods, and the attributes of the dense skeletal demon soldiers around him instantly appeared. Demonized Elven Warrior. Level 210. HP 125,000. Attack 13,699. Defense 9,999. Magic defense 11888. Speed 1,500. Skills Elven Chant, Chain Arrow. Su Yin quickly scanned the information and found that these demon soldiers were all between level 200 and 220. This meant that the minimum level of this solo dungeon was 200. Originally, according to the system announcement, this dungeon was supposed to be where players assisted the elves and dark elves in repelling beast attacks. But after being altered by the demon god, it had now become a scenario where players were assaulted by the three factions, daring to seize the will of the elven warriors. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Su Yin raised his staff, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Then this mistake shall be corrected by me, the Demon Slayer. Today, Su Yin stood in the desolate ancient battlefield, watching as countless skeletal demon soldiers surged forward like a tide. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he traced an arc in the air with his staff. Forbidden spell of flame, he muttered. Instantly, 100-meter radius around him turned into a sea of fire. The parched earth cracked open, and infernal-level flames erupted. The explosive fire elements burned wildly, consuming everything in their path. The skeletal demon soldiers, powerless against the overwhelming blaze, screamed in agony as they were reduced to ashes. Su Yan's vision was filled with a flood of red numbers. Critical hit. Experience 36,000. Experience 35,800. His experience bar skyrocketed by millions. 10 minutes later, not a single skeletal demon soldier remained alive on the ancient battlefield. Su Yan's sweeping extermination spree had earned him 2 billion experience points, raising his maximum health by over 55,000, bringing his total health to 160,000. Looking up, Su Yan gazed at the black mist that obscured the moonlight, as if sensing a pair of indifferent eyes watching him. He smirked and gave a thumbs up to the night sky. Thanks for the experience, Demon God. Looking forward to next time. With that, Su Yan paid no heed to the demon god's reaction and headed straight to the deepest part of the ancient battlefield. However, upon reaching his destination, he found it completely empty, not even a blade of grass in sight. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, and a deafening roar erupted from below. With a thunderous crash, the parched earth split open, and scorching magma burst forth, instantly heating the cool night air. Su Yan quickly retreated to a safe high ground, his eyes fixed on the fissure. A massive black-brown hand emerged from the magma, gripping the ground. Moments later, the magma erupted in terrifying waves, and the earth shook as if struck by an earthquake. In the next instant, a towering minotaur wielding a giant axe climbed out of the magma. Its dramatic entrance exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression that would have made any other player weak in the knees, perhaps even prompting them to quit the dungeon entirely. But Su Yan was different. He wasn't easily intimidated. As the minotaur was still climbing out, Su Yan muttered under his breath, "Screw you," and swung his staff. Judgment Punishment. With a thunderous explosion, the critical hit effects burst on the minotaur's body. The demon general let out an earth-shattering roar, clearly not expecting such a devastating attack. 30 million points of damage erupted within the massive body of the minotaur general in an instant. Su Yan's attack was like a bolt of lightning, precise and lethal. The minotaur general hadn't even fully emerged from the molten lava before being critically hit by this unexpected strike. Its health bar, which almost overflowed the screen, was emptied in the blink of an eye. This level 450 boss was like paper in front of Su Yan. "I am the 1000th," the minotaur general's line was abruptly cut off. Its massive form slowly sank back into the boiling lava, eyes filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. "Damn it, you rude human insect, I hadn't finished my line," the minotaur general shouted in frustration as it sank. From the high ground, Su Yan retracted his staff and smirked coldly. "What? It's over already? Have you learned your lesson? Next time, make your entrance a bit more efficient. You don't even have a cutscene. Why try to make a grand entrance? Just asking to get beaten up?" His smile carried a hint of madness. "But, too bad for you, there won't be a next time." At that moment, the Minotaur General, struggling in pain with only its head above the lava, suddenly had its lifeless eyes glow with a sinister red light. A chilling, mysterious voice echoed, "Look into my eyes." Su Yin shuddered as the world around him changed dramatically. The entire ancient elven battlefield was instantly shrouded in blood-red light, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless shrill screams pierced his ears, almost breaking his will. Are you the demon god? Su Yan's face contorted in pain, but his eyes glowed with excitement. Those eerie red eyes stared at him silently, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, the voice spoke again. I will find you soon. As soon as the words were spoken, the red light vanished, and the world returned to normal. The Minotaur general sank completely into the lava, disappearing without a trace. Want to find me? Bring it on. I'm waiting. Su Yin flipped the bird at the lava, showing no fear. He realized that even this supposed demon god couldn't penetrate the supreme protection covering him. Then what do I have to fear? Su Yin sighed in relief, a smile spreading across his face. Calming himself, Su Yin began to check the rewards from his venture. For defeating the Minotaur general, he received 3 rewards: 5,000 attribute pills, Eternal Elven Guardian, and Skill Copy LV1. Wow, 5,000 attribute pills, that's generous. Su Yin was in high spirits. This was exactly why he had ventured into the hidden map. After a brief consideration, Su Yin decided to allocate all 5,000 points to his constitution. This would increase his health by 75,000 points and boost his defense by 5,000 points. Without delay, Su Yin quickly consumed all the attribute pills, relishing the sensation of his constitution skyrocketing. Although he could infinitely increase his health cap with the Blood Dawn staff's attributes, the comprehensive enhancements from constitution were far more enticing. Su Yin stared at the attribute panel in front of him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The data on the panel was dazzling. ID: Jean Mo. Level 1. Class: First Transition Divine Wrath Mage. Subclass: Warrior. Talents: Tenfold Absorption S-Class, Otherworldly Hero SSS Class, Chosen 1 SSS Class, Void Rift SSS Class. HP: 184,000,239,500. MP: 12,100,12100. Attack: 2,152. Magic Power: 3,890. Defense: 6,076. Magic Defense: 1,515. Speed: 1,237. Luck Max. Charm Max. Equipment: Shura Sword Blood Dawn, Gale Wind Set. Skills: Judgment LV2, Sanction LV2, Purification LV1, Shura/LV1, Radiant Flash LV1, Fireball LV1, Forbidden Flame LV1, Divine Realm LV1, Summon God LV1, Twin Shadows LV1, Skill Replication LV1. Attributes: Constitution 6,442, Spirit 1,110, Strength 1,110, Intelligence 1,110, Agility 1,177. Su Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's me. This is insanely powerful and absolutely stunning." He noticed that his defense was much higher than his attack, which delighted him. After consuming attribute pills, he believed that with such an abnormal defense, ordinary players below level 500 would have a hard time breaking through his defenses. As his gaze moved further down, Su Yin saw Permanent Elf Guardian. He muttered to himself, "What is this? Let's check it out." Permanent Elf Guardian. In gratitude for your assistance in the ancient battlefield, the Elf King personally bestows upon you a permanent Guardian buff. Gain Strength 200, Agility 200, and recover 1 MP per second. This reward is great too. Su Yin thought to himself, elated. Recovering 1 MP per second was a godsend for him. With this buff, he could almost say goodbye to buying mana potions. He roughly calculated that a potion recovering 2,000 MP would cost at least 50 gold coins, which was equivalent to $5,000. This buff could save him enough money to buy several houses. The final reward made Su Yan's eyes burn with excitement. Skill Replication LV1 SSS Class. Can replicate a skill of S-Class or higher from the target. There is a chance of replication failure, and also a chance to replicate as a permanent skill. CD: 2 hours. Cost none. Amazing, it can even replicate skills. Su Yin exclaimed, and if he was lucky, he could replicate them as permanent skills. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't wait to find someone to test it on. Time was almost up, so Su Yin exited the elf ancient battlefield map. At that moment, a world announcement suddenly echoed through the night sky. Player Jean Mo has defeated the Minotaur General. Immediately, a system warning sounded. Due to an unknown force invading the system, emergency maintenance will begin in 5 seconds. Please exit the Divine Punishment Land immediately. The countdown began. 5 seconds for seconds. No way, maintenance again? Su Yin opened his eyes, bewildered by the world announcement echoing above him. Before he could react, a wave of dizziness hit him. and he was instantly transported to the bustling city of Azura. Come on, maintenance again? Su Yin muttered to himself. The system must have detected something fishy with the demon god in the hidden map and decided to fix the ancient battlefield. As he pondered, he overheard players excitedly discussing nearby. Jean Mo has taken down the Minotaur General. Yeah, I heard too. Jean Mo is a legend. Even the Battle King couldn't do it, but Jean Mo pulled it off. The chatter was incessant, mixed with a few excited screams from female players. Su Yin, wearing a special mask from the Demon Slayer Institute that concealed his appearance and ID, remained unrecognized. He was about to find a quiet spot to wait out the maintenance or head to the auction house to bum some tea off Wang Defa when another system announcement boomed over Azura. This emergency maintenance is expected to last 4 hours. The actual time may be shorter or longer depending on the situation. We apologize for any inconvenience and thank you for your continued support of Land of Divine Punishment. 4 hours? That's so long, Su Yin grumbled, calculating the possible compensation. 300,000 gold coins would be okay. 500,000 would be a good deal, and 1 million would be amazing. Guess I'll log off. He decisively chose to log out. Back in his bedroom in the real world, he felt the cool breeze of the air conditioner. Su Yin stretched comfortably, his joints cracking, and let out a small, involuntary sigh. Every time he exited the game, Su Yin felt his strength increase, and this time it was particularly noticeable. His vitality was strong, clearly a result of consuming 5,000 attribute pills. He eagerly anticipated more rewards from hidden maps, which were crucial for his rapid advancement. Feeling thirsty, Su Yin went to the kitchen for a drink. He grabbed a bottle of Pifu spring water and sat on the living room sofa, drinking contentedly when he heard footsteps. He turned to see his sister, Xiao Panxue, coming out in her nightgown, probably because she had nothing to do during the maintenance. Su Yin casually asked, "Snow? Want some water?" Xiao Panxue shook her head and walked straight to the sofa. Her figure in the nightgown caught Su Yin's eye, but he quickly looked away, discreetly pulling out the newly acquired SS-level skill replication. Taking a chance, Su Yin aimed the skill at Xiao Panxue. Instantly, he felt a faint ripple in the air. The system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully replicated the SS-level skill, Northern Star Blaze, permanently. Holy crap! Su Yin jumped up, slapping his thigh in excitement. He had successfully replicated the SS-level skill Xiao Panxue had obtained from observing the dungeon's sword mark permanently. Xiao Panxue, now in front of him, frowned at his excitement. Su Yin, what are you doing? Choked on water. Su Yin quickly sat back down, forcing a smile. Xiao Panxue sat beside him, her tone gentle. I'm leaving tomorrow. Don't you have anything to say to me? Su Yin thought seriously for a moment and replied earnestly, travel safe? Xiao Panxue rolled her eyes at him. I'm using the teleportation array. I'll be there in a blink. That's pointless. Su Yin cleverly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Panxue with a double entendre. He was secretly delighted because he had successfully replicated Xiao Panxue's prized SS-level skill, Nayuan Beidou, without her knowing. Xiao Panxue gracefully wiped her lips and smiled. But remember our agreement. I'll only give you the skill if you get into college. Don't worry, Shuejie. I'll definitely get into college, Su Yin assured her confidently. Xiao Panxue looked at him thoughtfully, her eyes revealing a hint of something inscrutable. Suddenly, she reached out and gently ruffled Su Yan's hair. Shuejie, I'm not a kid anymore. Can you stop messing with my hair? Su Yin protested immediately, a hint of helplessness on his face. Xiao Panxue smiled and teased. You're my little brother. If I don't ruffle your hair, what else can I do? Su Yin thought to himself that there really wasn't any better place for her to touch. He certainly couldn't suggest any other head. Xiao Panxue's expression suddenly turned serious, and a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. Listen, Su Yin, after I leave this time, I might not be back for a long while, so I won't be able to be with you for your college entrance exams. Su Yin nodded and said lightly, It's okay. It's just the college entrance exam. I can handle it on my own. Xiao Panxue continued to gaze at him, her eyes filled with concern. If you're confident you can get into college, you should aim for a school in the capital. Whether it's top tier or not, as long as I'm in the capital, I can look out for you. That's what I was thinking. Su Yin nodded again. If I'm going to college, it has to be in the capital. Hearing this, Xiao Panxue's eyes curved into a smile. Good, Su Yin. You're so obedient, all right. I'm going back to my room. Doesn't your school have an event tomorrow? Get some rest early. Xiao Panxue elegantly rose from the sofa, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, the silk nightgown outlining her perfect figure. Su Yin blushed slightly at the sight and quickly said, Good night, Shuejie. After Xiao Panxue left, Su Yin sat alone on the sofa for a while, then went out to the balcony to enjoy the night breeze, his mind filled with dreams of the future. About half an hour later, he returned to his bedroom and, following Xiao Panshue's advice, wrapped himself in the air-conditioned comforter, and slept soundly until morning. The next morning, Su Yin woke up early, feeling refreshed. As he was putting on his shoes and getting ready to leave for school, Xiao Panshu suddenly rushed out of her room, calling out urgently, "Su Yin, wait." Su Yin turned around, puzzled. "Shuejie, what's up?" Xiao Panshu approached him, and with a flash of light in her pale hand, a blue great sword appeared out of thin air. "This is." Su Yin stared at the unexpected weapon in surprise. Xiao Panshu smiled and explained, "It's not very safe outside right now. This weapon is for your protection. Make sure to take care of yourself." Su Yin was silent for a moment, then looked closely at his sister's face. Noticing her slightly tired expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you stay up all night?" Xiao Panshu admitted frankly, "I spent all my gold coins upgrading skills. When I didn't have enough to buy this weapon, I stayed up doing bounty missions." Su Yin didn't say anything more. He took the great sword and solemnly strapped it to his back. "Thank you, Shuejie." Just as Su Yin was about to leave, Xiao Panshu called him back again. Standing in a narrow space by the door, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly reminded him, "Listen, Su Yin. Don't put too much pressure on yourself for the college entrance exam. Just do your best. Even if you don't pass, it's okay. Your sister can take care of you for life." Su Yin stood there, stunned for a moment, then patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Shuejie. I won't let you take care of me for life. I'll definitely get into college." After a brief farewell with Xiao Panshu, Su Yin headed to the entrance of the residential complex to wait for the school bus. Taking advantage of the wait, he drew the large sword Xiao Panshu had given him from his back and examined it closely. Raging Wave, S-Class, Constitution 25, Strength 35, Equipment Type, Great Sword Equipment Level, 20, Additional Attributes, Health 2000. Seeing these attributes, Su Yin was taken aback and quickly stowed the sword named Raging Wave into his backpack. He couldn't help but marvel, "Sister Shui actually gave me an S-Class weapon." Su Yin silently calculated the value of the weapon. An S-Class weapon of the same level would fetch around 100,000 gold coins at an auction, and Raging Wave had additional attributes, which could easily double its value. "A 200,000 gold coin great sword," he muttered in amazement. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yin decided to keep the valuable weapon safely stored. With a bittersweet yet warm smile, he thought, "Sister Shui is really worried about me, giving me skills and weapons like this." He knew that the S-Class Raging Wave was probably the best gift Xiao Panshu could offer, earned through grueling bounty missions. As for the SS-Class skill she promised, Su Yin didn't hold much hope, considering those top-tier skills could cost millions of gold coins. "When I get to the capital, I must find a gift for Sister Shui," Su Yin thought with a smile. The school bus finally arrived, and Su Yin boarded, starting the half-hour journey. Upon arriving at Jiangnan No. 2 High School, Su Yin and Tang Xia were the last to get off the bus. The campus was bustling with activity, faculty members hurriedly moving about, and even the rarely seen vice principal was in front of the main building giving instructions. Along the main pathway, groups of students gathered, excitedly discussing the arrival of a famous alumnus. "Hey, did you hear? Zhang Yao from Imperial Capital University is coming this time. Wow, the principal must be amazing to invite Zhang Yao. That's because our school is Zhang Yao's alma mater." Listening to the chatter around him, Su Yin snorted inwardly. "Just as I guessed, it's Zhang Yao." But with Xiao Panshu called back to Imperial Capital University, how does Zhang Yao have the time to come here? Reaching the front of the main building, Su Yin saw the class monitor leading a group and putting up a banner. The banner read, "Warmly welcome Zhang Yao from Imperial Capital University for guidance at his alma mater." Su Yin was speechless. Is this necessary? If he's here to give guidance, fine, but putting up a banner is too much. Just as he was about to pretend he hadn't seen it and slip away, the class monitor called out, "Su Yin, you're just in time. Come help out. I'll treat you to lunch." With no choice, Su Yin climbed the ladder and, along with another student, aligned the banner and prepared to apply the glue. At that moment, Zhang Hao from Class 5 stepped out of the crowd and complained, "What kind of job is this? Who's supposed to see it if it's so low? Put it up higher." Seeing Zhang Hao, the class monitor quickly smiled apologetically. "Brother Hao, isn't this high enough? It's almost to the second floor." Zhang Hao's gaze swept coldly over Su Yin, a mocking smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Do you know who my big brother is? He deserves the highest honor. This is just the beginning. Keep putting it higher." The class monitor sighed helplessly. He knew full well that Zhang Hao was not someone to be trifled with. As the younger brother of the prodigious Zhang Yao, an awakened A-grade combat talent, and the son of the richest family in Jiangnan City, any one of his identities was enough to make people steer clear. "All right, as Hao Gus said." The class monitor scratched his head, forcing a smile. "Su Yin, Zhang Yuan, you two need to put it up a bit higher." "Got it," Su Yin responded flatly, climbing another meter up the ladder. No, higher. Even higher. Zhang Hao demanded impatiently. I knew you two were clumsy, but are you blind as well? Can't you see how crooked it is? Zhang Hao's constant nitpicking was clearly intentional. Su Yin could no longer tolerate it, anger boiling within him. He decided to stop holding back, abruptly throwing the banner to the ground and jumping down, landing squarely on it. Are you looking for a beating? Su Yin glared, his fists clenched. Su Yin, don't be rash. The class monitor, alarmed, hurriedly grabbed him from behind. Zhang Hao, however, remained unfazed, a haughty smirk on his face. Pathetic rage. Su Yin, even talking to someone like you is a favor. Don't you dare think you can provoke my anger. You're not worth it. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. A figure darted between them, standing protectively in front of Su Yin. The newcomer, wearing a school uniform skirt and a high ponytail swaying in the wind, glared at Zhang Hao with fiery eyes. Zhang Hao, I warn you not to go too far. Tang Xia confronted him. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Stop bullying Su Yin. Tang Xia's intervention caused an uproar among the onlookers, who began whispering and speculating about a possible romance. Tang Xiaoyu? Zhang Hao's face darkened, his anger intensifying. He cast a scornful glance at Su Yin. Just a coward hiding behind a woman. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhang Hao spoke coldly. Fine, Tang Xia, you better not regret this. He then turned to the class monitor, his tone menacing. Listen, if you don't get that banner up properly today, it will be an insult to my big brother and to me. And that means your entire class won't be participating in this event. With that, Zhang Hao walked away, leaving a tense atmosphere in his wake. Who cares if you have a big brother? The class monitor couldn't hold back his frustration once Zhang Hao was out of earshot. Tang Xia exhaled in relief, her chest heaving slightly. She turned to Su Yin with concern. Su Yin, are you okay? Su Yin smiled lightly at his deskmate's concern. Honestly, I wasn't really angry. I stayed calm the whole time. You should ask Zhang Hao. If the class monitor hadn't held me back, Zhang Hao would be on a stretcher by now. Tang Xia clearly didn't believe him, rolling her eyes. You're right. Believe what you want. Su Yin shrugged, and they were about to start their usual bickering. Just then, a commotion erupted at the school gate. Zhang Yao is here, someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Creak! At the entrance of Jiangnan No. 2 High School, a sleek black luxury car came to a smooth stop. A bright red carpet stretched out, flanked by blooming flowers. A welcoming committee of dozens of students stood in neat rows, their floral bouquets glinting in the sunlight as they waved. Welcome! A warm welcome! Their synchronized chants echoed. At the front of the crowd, the elderly principal had been waiting for quite some time. His expression was one of excitement as he led a group of school officials forward. Welcome back, Zhang Yao, the principal said respectfully, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile, as if greeting a high-ranking official. In his heart, Zhang Yao's importance surpassed even that of a top leader. Zhang Yao was destined to become a great figure among humans, and the entire city of Jiangnan would be proud of him. The car door opened, and Zhang Yao stepped out with a smile. He was meticulously dressed for the occasion. His short hair was perfectly trimmed, his earrings were a brand new style, and he wore an expensive, tailor-made suit. The gold watch on his wrist showcased his distinguished status. Zhang Yao quickly surveyed the welcoming setup, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Smiling and waving, he courteously said to the principal, You're too kind, principal. I'm just a student of yours. It's my duty to come back and guide the younger students. Please come in. The principal eagerly led the way. Not far away, Su Yin and Tang Xia watched the scene unfold. The class monitor swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. He snapped out of it quickly and hurriedly directed, What are you standing around for? Put up the banner. We're running out of time. Su Yin ignored the command. Whoever wanted to put it up could do it. He wasn't going to. The class monitor, anxious and not wanting class 3 to miss the guidance session, climbed the ladder himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao, accompanied by school officials, was chatting and laughing as they walked toward the academic building. Tang Xia snorted, So pretentious. Su Yin nodded in agreement. It is pretty pretentious, but that's just how the world works. Su Yin, you seem to know a lot about this? Tang Xia asked curiously. I don't know squat, just speaking from the heart, Su Yin replied with a smile. The two chatted quietly, as if the surrounding commotion had nothing to do with them. As Zhang Yao's group reached the academic building, the class monitor had just finished putting up the banner, discreetly wiping sweat from his forehead. Zhang Yao maintained his friendly smile, continuously greeting enthusiastic students. Suddenly, his smile froze for a moment. He had spotted Su Yin in the crowd. A flash of malice crossed Zhang Yao's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a lofty smile. Well, look who we have here, he thought to himself. Su Yin, did Zhang Yao just look at you? Tang Xia keenly noticed Jiang Yao's fleeting gaze. Su Yin chuckled helplessly. Maybe he's jealous because I'm better looking. Tang Xia rolled her eyes. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Just admit it. Am I handsome or not? Su Yin persisted. Handsome, Tang Xia admitted in a small voice. There you go. Su Yin shrugged, satisfied with her honesty. Tang Xia's face turned slightly red as she quickly retorted. But what good is being handsome? Can you eat it? Xia, Su Yin suddenly called softly. Hmm? Can you treat me to lunch? Sure. Tang Xia instinctively agreed. Su Yin shrugged again. See? Being handsome does pay off. You cheat. You trick me. Tang Xia protested angrily. Su Yin turned to leave, waving his hand. Everyone's gone now, let's head back to class. In the school's VIP lounge, Jiang Yao lounged on a sofa, leisurely sipping high-quality tea. Suddenly, the air in front of him subtly distorted. The tea smells like it's from the great floating mountain in the Nine Netherlands. Just half a pound costs tens of thousands of gold coins. Seems like this shabby school went all out to impress you, a ghostly voice whispered, audible only to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao continued to enjoy his tea, his fingers rhythmically tapping the sofa armrest, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Jiang Yao, the boss wants me to tell you that if you fail again this time, the consequences will be severe. The voice grew angrier. Jiang Yao opened his eyes, sneering. You can leave now. Just then there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The distortion in the air vanished instantly. Come in, Jiang Yao said coolly. Jiang Yao straightened up and was about to speak when the door of the VIP lounge was pushed open. Jiang Yao hesitantly walked in and softly asked, Brother, did you call for me? Jiang Yao gave his younger brother a cold glance and simply nodded, indicating for him to sit down. The contrast between the two brothers standing together was striking. Jiang Yao was tall and imposing, exuding a commanding presence, while Jiang Hao was short and unremarkable, radiating an air of mediocrity. The stark difference made one question if they were truly siblings. Jiang Hao cautiously settled on the edge of the sofa, nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yao leisurely sipped his tea before speaking expressionlessly. I heard you had a conflict with someone earlier? Jiang Hao's face turned pale, and he mumbled with his head down. It wasn't really a conflict, just a few words exchanged. Before he could finish, Jiang Yao slammed his palm on the coffee table, causing the teacup to jump and make a crisp sound. He sternly reprimanded, Jiang Hao, how many times have I told you to keep your temper in check? You've awakened an 11 fire talent. With hard work, you could rise above millions. Do you know your status? Why lower yourself by arguing with trash? Jiang Hao shrank back, trembling. Growing up, he both feared and envied his brother. Living in Jiang Yao's shadow, he thought that awakening his 11 talent would finally put him on equal footing, only to find he was still the one needing reprimands. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to explain, Brother, I understand what you're saying. I held back from fighting because I didn't want to be accused of bullying. Jiang Yao's tone softened slightly. Then why did you argue? Jiang Hao bit his lip and blurted out the truth. I liked a girl with a level fire talent. She could team up with me to level up, and she's very pretty. But that guy took her away. What talent does he have? Jiang Yao frowned. Level, but it's a useless talent. So, he's just a waste? Does he come from a powerful family? I heard he's an orphan from an ordinary family. Jiang Yao was speechless. He rubbed his temples and leaned back on the sofa in silence. Jiang Hao dejectedly asked, Brother, am I really that useless? I can't even compete with a waste. You know you're useless? Jiang Yao didn't hold back. If I were you, I'd just end it all. Despite his harsh words, the bond of blood made Jiang Yao soften a bit. He took out his phone and checked his messages while advising, Don't take it too hard. It's just a woman. When you reach my level of strength, you'll have your pick. Remember, fighting over a woman with trash makes you trash too. Jiang Hao felt enlightened and nodded repeatedly. Just then, Jiang Yao asked nonchalantly, What's the name of that waste? Oh, Su Yin, Jiang Hao replied instinctively. What, Su Yin? Jiang Yao's face changed drastically. With a forceful grip, his phone shattered into pieces in his hand. Brother? Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Yao with a puzzled expression. The latter had just crushed his phone into pieces. Tiny fragments floated in the air, and Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, clearly trying to control his emotions. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yao tried to act nonchalant as he asked, This Su Yin you mentioned, what does he look like? Though still confused, Jiang Hao answered truthfully, He's about 6 feet tall, has short hair, wears a white shirt, and he's really handsome. Just as I thought. Jiang Yao sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He cursed inwardly. This Su Yin not only wooed Xiaopanxue, but also flirts around at school. Typical scumbag behavior. What puzzled him more was how this useless guy managed to attract Xiaopanxue. Was it really just because of his looks? Sensing the tension, Jiang Hao straightened up and asked, Brother, Do you know Su Yin too? Zhang Yao snorted. You could say that. But that's all? He certainly wouldn't tell his brother that Su Yin had stolen both his woman and Zhang Hao's. The shame of having both brothers' women taken by a talentless nobody was something he couldn't let out. Walking to the window, with his back to Zhang Hao, Zhang Yao's voice turned cold. Zhang Hao, do you want revenge? I can help you. Revenge? For what? Zhang Hao was bewildered. You took your woman. Can you really swallow that? Zhang Yao retorted. Hesitating, Zhang Hao said, but didn't you just say that if I fight a worthless guy over a woman, I'd end up worthless too? But if you do nothing, you're even worse than worthless. Zhang Yao declared firmly. Zhang Hao tentatively asked, so, should I fight him or not, brother? Instead of a direct answer, Zhang Yao said in a deep voice, remember this. If the Zhang family can't have something, we'll destroy it. Zhang Hao suddenly understood and joined his brother at the window. He still had some concerns. But Su Yin is just a talentless nobody. I'm an 11 fire talent, likely to top the college entrance exams in Jiangnan City this year. Won't attacking him cause a stir? A cold smile appeared on Zhang Yao's lips. With me around, what are you afraid of? Feeling a surge of confidence, Zhang Hao eagerly asked, brother, tell me what to do. Leaning in close, Zhang Yao whispered, during the training event, I'll arrange for you to spar with Su Yin. You can take the opportunity to strike. Remember, don't stop until I say so. If you kill him, I'll handle it. Got it? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, and both brothers shared a sinister smile. As the school bell rang, the senior students, led by their homeroom teachers, gathered in the gymnasium, sitting in circles by class. This event was unprecedented in the history of Jiangnan's second high school. The old principal, visibly excited, began his speech and then announced, today, we are honored to have a distinguished alumnus here to guide us, Zhang Yao. Amidst the cheers, the principal started to recount Zhang Yao's impressive achievements. The best graduate of Jiangnan's second high school, possessing the level combat talent Raging Thunder, second in the province to be admitted to Imperial University, and having rapidly improved his skills since enrollment. In just 1 year, Zhang Yao has skyrocketed from level 50 to level 160, reaching a 6th-tier rank as a private. This upgrade speed is almost unheard of, ranking him 3rd among all humans. Boom! The last sentence was like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire gymnasium. The crowd buzzed with excitement, students whispering to each other, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. The old principal, his face beaming with pride, clapped his hands and said, next, let's warmly welcome an outstanding student from Imperial University, Zhang Yao. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause filled the air. Zhang Yao stood up with a smile, his steps seemingly calm but swift, and in a few strides he was standing at the center circle. He looked around and said loudly, good morning everyone, I am your senior, Zhang Yao. A simple greeting sent the entire gym into a frenzy again. Zhang Yao gestured for silence and said with a smile, first I'll give you all 10 minutes. If you have any questions about your studies, feel free to ask me now, and I'll answer them to the best of my ability. In Class 3, Su Yin, benefiting from Tang Xia's influence, was specially arranged by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, to sit in the front row, directly facing Zhang Yao. Tang Xia nudged Su Yin with her elbow and whispered, Su Yin, do you have any questions? Su Yin nonchalantly replied, I know everything already. Is it necessary? Tang Xia rolled her eyes. She knew very well the good intentions behind Mr. Wang's arrangement. Being able to receive guidance from a young expert like Zhang Yao could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One question could be worth a lifetime of effort. And this was no joke. However, Tang Xia said with a smile, what a coincidence, I know everything too. Su Yin gave her a look of admiration and quietly gave her a thumbs up. I concede defeat. At this moment, the entire gymnasium was in an uproar. Senior me. All the students were eagerly raising their hands, desperate to ask Zhang Yao questions. Only Su Yin and Tang Xia remained motionless, like two statues. Mr. Wang stood at the back of Class 3, frowning as he muttered, these two kids, are they turtles? Zhang Yao randomly selected a few lucky students. Questions came one after another. Senior Zhang Yao, how can I be as outstanding as you? Senior Zhang Yao, why is your upgrade speed so fast? Although these questions seemed superficial, Zhang Yao patiently answered them, earning waves of applause. However, when asked about his upgrade speed, a barely noticeable change flickered across his face. He smiled and said, maybe I was just lucky and had a few fortuitous encounters. The 10 minutes flew by. Following the event schedule, Zhang Yao began to share his experiences on upgrading and battling in the land of divine punishment. Finally, he steered the topic toward real-world combat. Zhang Yao smiled and said, now, I'll randomly select a few students to come up and do a live combat demonstration. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to land casually on Su Yin. Pointing at him, he said, "You there, please come up." Zhang Yao. Tang Xiao reacted quickly, pinching Su Yin hard on the back. Su Yin jolted awake, instinctively trying to stand up while blurting out, "Is it over? Let's go eat." Everyone in the room froze at this. Tang Xia facepalmed, Mr. Wang frowned and shook his head, and even Zhang Yao couldn't help but roll his eyes. A burst of laughter erupted throughout the venue. Su Yin looked around in confusion. When his eyes met Zhang Yao's amused gaze, he instantly understood what had happened. "Damn, I knew it," he cursed inwardly. From the moment Zhang Yao spotted him, Su Yin had an inkling of how things would unfold. This was definitely a setup. Just then, laughter echoed from the neighboring class. "Senior Zhang Yao, please, Su Yin is useless. In a real fight, he offers no teaching value. Let me go up instead." Yeah, let Senior Zhang Yao pick someone else. Su Yin is hopeless." Hearing this, Zhang Yao's smile vanished. He shook his head and said seriously, "How can you think like that? You all need to understand that real combat is brutal, and opportunities are often one time. The victor lives, the defeated dies. The demons won't spare you just because you have talent or lack it." The room erupted in thunderous applause. The students who had spoken out of turn hung their heads in shame. Even Su Yin couldn't help but nod in agreement, feeling a newfound respect. "Enough talk. I'll go up, okay?" Su Yin shrugged and stood up again, curious to see what Zhang Yao had in store for him. Tang Xiao looked worried and whispered, "Su Yin, what level are you? Can you handle this?" "Relax, in this arena, I'm unbeatable." Su Yin reassured her with a confident gesture. "Come on, stop bragging." Tang Xiao widened her eyes, clearly thinking he was just boasting. As Su Yin stepped forward, Zhang Yao's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. He then loudly asked, "Who wants to spar with Su Yin in a real fight?" "Me! Me! Me!" Hands shot up all around, even Tang Xiao's. "So, everyone thinks Su Yin is easy to bully, huh?" Zhang Yao joked. "In that case, I'll have to pick someone." He didn't hold back any longer and called out, "Zhang Hao, you're up." The announcement was like a bomb going off, sparking a frenzy of chatter in the gym. "No way! Zhang Hao? This fight's over before it starts. I heard Zhang Hao is already at level 20 with all grade gear. How's Su Yin supposed to compete? Looks like Senior Zhang Yao is going to demonstrate a one-hit kill. Isn't this just a personal vendetta?" Zhang Hao and Su Yin had a spat earlier. These murmurs reached Tang Xia's ears. She suddenly recalled the meaningful look Zhang Yao had given Su Yin in front of the school building. Realization dawned, and her face turned pale. She hadn't expected Zhang Hao to level up so quickly, reaching level 20. Her own grade fire talent had only gotten her to level 15 with great effort. Su Yan's level was likely even lower, possibly not even reaching level 10. What to do? Su Yan's in danger. Tang Xia was frantic. She quickly got up to find Mr. Wang at the back, hoping to ask him to stop the sparring match. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, Su Yin and Zhang Hao stood 20 meters apart. Su Yin had his hands in his pockets, looking calm. Zhang Hao, with an arrogant tilt of his head, said, "Su Yin, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can hit me once, I'll count it as my loss." Su Yin retorted, "I'll let you have 3 moves. If I move, I lose. I'm stubborn to the end. You asked for this." Zhang Hao sneered, a flame igniting on his fist as he charged forward. He thought to himself, "Su Yin, do you know you're about to die? Ah, you will soon." Zhang Hao's punch was in a great skill, fiery fist. He held nothing back, his punch creating flame trails, clearly aiming to kill. Not far away, the old headmaster, who had been watching with a smile, suddenly turned pale. And a great skill. He quickly looked at Zhang Yao, who stood with a grim expression at the front of Class 3, but did not intervene. Zhang Yao was internally cursing Zhang Hao for his foolishness. "I told you to create an accident, not to kill someone in front of everyone." The old principal's voice had just echoed, but it was already too late. Zhang Hao's figure darted like lightning, appearing instantly before Su Yan. His fist ignited with flames, aimed brutally at Su Yan's face. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Su Yan casually extended his hand and firmly caught the blazing punch. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his restrained fist. He was at level 20, how could he be stopped so easily? A cold smirk tugged at Su Yan's lips, his eyes burning with fury. "Who gave you the guts to try and kill me? Zhang Yao? Or the Zhang family?" His voice was low and menacing. With a slight exertion of force, a surge of ice elements poured from Su Yan's hand, instantly engulfing the flames on Zhang Hao's fist. Zhang Hao let out a piercing scream as his arm shattered into a mist of blood under the icy assault. "Stop! Su Yan!" Zhang Yao shouted in alarm, rushing towards Su Yin with his figure flickering. Ignoring the call, Su Yin coldly stared at the now terrified Zhang Hao. Sensing the fierce wind from behind, he struck without hesitation. Ice elements condensed on his fist as he punched Jiang Hao's head. With a loud bang, brain matter and frost flew together, and a bloody mist filled the air, causing the surrounding students to scream in horror. Su Yan! Jiang Yao's eyes turned blood red as he roared hysterically. A sword wreathed in lightning appeared in his hand, slashing towards Su Yan. At that critical moment, a figure dashed in from the side, a staff in hand clashing with Jiang Yao's sword in a thunderous collision. Jiang Yao, you will not harm my student. It was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Although he blocked the attack, he staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Yan looked at Mr. Wang, who had stepped up to protect him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He turned to face the shocked gazes in the basketball court and spoke calmly. I made a mistake. Punish me however you see fit. In the basketball court of Jiangnan No. 2 High School, a sudden exclamation shattered the noise of the game. Su Yan's words hit like a sledgehammer, instantly sending the crowd's emotions into a frenzy. Shocked murmurs erupted among the spectators, everyone struggling to believe what they were seeing on the court. This is insane, someone exclaimed. Not only did Su Yan defeat Jiang Hao, but he also killed him? How is that possible? Voices of doubt filled the air. The crowd recalled that Su Yan had been diagnosed with a useless talent, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly become so powerful. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the school leaders quickly rushed onto the court to separate Su Yan and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, looking at his brother's lifeless body in a pool of blood, struggled angrily and screamed. Are you kidding me? You call this an accident? Su Yan remained unfazed, retorting boldly. Yeah, it was an accident. What are you going to do about it? Mr. Wang, sensing trouble, quietly scolded Su Yan. Su Yan, stop talking. Then he turned to Jiang Yao and seriously explained. This isn't Su Yan's fault. Jiang Hao attacked first. Everyone saw it. Su Yan was merely acting in self-defense. Jiang Yao glared at Mr. Wang, veins bulging on his face. Shut up. You'd better think twice before you speak. Do you know what happens if you offend the Jiang family? Mr. Wang's face paled, but he quickly stood his ground. So what? I stand by justice. Today, I say Su Yan acted in self-defense, and that won't change no matter who comes. The homeroom teacher of Class 5, Jiang Hao's class, immediately countered. Mr. Wang, how can you be so biased? Even if Jiang Hao struck first, did he harm Su Yan? Are you saying Su Yan had to take a punch before he could defend himself? That's absurd. The scene descended into chaos, utterly out of control. At that moment, the old principal's voice thundered through the gym. Silence. The entire basketball court fell silent instantly. Jiang Yao, eyes bloodshot, glared at the old principal. Principal, my brother was killed by a student from your school. You need to give me an explanation today. And the Jiang family, too. If not for being held back by the school leaders, he would have torn Su Yan apart on the spot. The old principal, fearing the consequences, nodded quickly. Rest assured, this will be handled properly. He then turned to Su Yan, eyes filled with confusion. Su Yan, what was that ice element you used earlier? The old principal remembered Su Yan well. On the day of the talent awakening, Su Yan had awakened in level useless talent, almost making him the happiest principal in Jiangnan City. Now, the question was, how did Su Yan, who had awakened a useless talent, use an ice element? This question also dawned on everyone present. Yeah, where did that ice element come from? They wondered aloud. Facing countless curious eyes, Su Yan calmly replied, Principal, the ice element is my talent. The old principal was astonished. But didn't you awaken in level useless talent? Su Yan smiled slightly. That's correct, but I had a second awakening later. A second awakening? Yes. I went to observe the sword mark left by the Demon Slayer in the Wolf King Valley dungeon and was fortunate enough to gain the opportunity for a second talent awakening. This revelation sent the gym into an uproar once again. No one had expected that Su Yan had observed the dungeon's sword mark and gained a second talent awakening. The old principal, excited, asked, Your level is still low. Who took you there? At this point, Su Yan decided not to hide anything and revealed his identity. You've heard of Xiaopan Xue, right? Well, that's just one of my many identities. Xiaopan Xue? The crowd exclaimed. The same Xiaopan Xue who awakened in level combat talent last year, topped the provincial college entrance exams, is now studying at Imperial University, and is a disciple of the war god mentor? Su Yan, what's your relationship with Xiaopan Xue? Instantly, the gym buzzed with praise and skepticism. Only Jiang Yao's face turned ashen, remaining silent. Seeing Jiang Yao's grim expression, Su Yan felt a surge of satisfaction and decided to deal him another blow. He casually said, Xiaopan Xue? She's my girlfriend. Boom! The entire basketball court erupted. Frenzied discussions broke out. Tang Xia from Class 3 stood frozen, stunned, and at a loss. Xiaopan Xue is actually Su Yan's girlfriend? The school leaders, who had envisaged many possible relationships, were utterly unprepared for such an outrageous answer. The old principal and others were momentarily at a loss. It took them a while to regain their composure. The old principal nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Good, very good, he exclaimed loudly. To be able to win over someone as outstanding as Xiao Panxue speaks volumes about your abilities. Truly, you deserve the title of our school's top heartthrob. Well done, Suyin. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the atmosphere in the basketball court became electric. Students started whispering among themselves, trying to piece together what had happened. It didn't take long for a clear conclusion to spread among the crowd. Suyin had convinced his girlfriend, Xiao Panxue, to take him through the Wolf King Valley dungeon and witness the sword seal. This news hit the court like a bombshell, causing a huge stir. Many students looked on with envy, some even swallowing hard. From that moment, they silently decided to honor Su Yin as the king of mooches. However, the principal's unfiltered words nearly made Jiang Yao spit blood on the spot. Gritting his teeth and seething with anger, he growled, Su Yin, no matter what talent you awakened in your second awakening, I won't let you off. And neither will the Jiang family. Su Yin was unfazed by Jiang Yao's threat. He had no intention of letting Jiang Yao off either. But with the prying eyes of the demon god overhead, he couldn't yet reveal his identity as the demon slayer. Still, this didn't deter him. He thought, I can always ambush him after school. Do I have to wait for Jiang Yao to come kill me? With a cold smile, Su Yin responded in an incredibly arrogant tone. Are you sure? Absolutely, Jiang Yao replied, his anger reaching a boiling point. Su Yin shouted back, all right then, listen up. I awakened in strength talent Frost Fury. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. The moment he said this, the court fell into a dead silence. Then, the sound of gasps filled the air. Jiang Yao tried to maintain his composure and laughed mockingly. Get lost. How could a loser like you awaken in strength combat talent? Su Yin paid no heed to him. He opened his palm and gathered his energy. In an instant, ice surged in his hand, and ice elements rapidly formed. Within seconds, a 1-meter-long sword, glowing with the light of ice and snow, had materialized in his palm. This scene caused another wave of exclamations. Even Jiang Yao couldn't help but gasp. There was no doubt about it. The ability to condense ice elements to such a degree was undeniably in strength talent. At that moment, the school leaders of number 2 high school were overjoyed. The old principal was especially ecstatic, raising his hands in celebration. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Our school has finally produced in strength talent. Heaven has not forsaken us. The cheers in the basketball court were thunderous, except for Jiang Yao, who stood pale as a sheet in the center. The regulations of the Demon Extermination Institute flashed through his mind. Anyone who awakens in strength combat talent or higher is entitled to the highest level of protection. If in strength talent is killed, the perpetrator and their entire family will be eradicated. In short, in strength talent is untouchable. Jiang Yao recalled a major incident that had happened in the capital. A super family, due to a personal vendetta, sent dozens of experts to kill in strength talent. The Demon Extermination Institute was furious and solved the case within 24 hours, wiping out the entire family. If a super family in the capital couldn't escape retribution, how could the Jiang family in a small city like Jiangnan dare to defy the Institute's authority? Amidst the joyous atmosphere in the basketball court, the old principal patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Jiang Yao, I know you're a sensible kid. You should understand the consequences of offending in strength talent, right? After saying this, the principal couldn't suppress his smile any longer. He stepped forward, took Su Yan's hand, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Excitedly, he ordered, quick, set off the fireworks. Spare no expense. Keep them going till nightfall. I want everyone in Jiangnan City to know that our school has produced in strength combat talent. At that moment, the vice principal asked quietly, Principal, what should we do with Jiang Hao's body? Huh? There's a body? The principal was momentarily taken aback, but then said nonchalantly, what else? Send the body back to the Jiang family, and let them mourn. With the emergence of in strength talent, the principal's confidence had skyrocketed. As Su Yin revealed his class combat talent, Jiangnan number 2 high school instantly erupted in excitement. At the school gate, 18 ceremonial cannons fired in unison, their deafening roars echoing throughout Jiangnan City. Congratulatory messages poured in from the city's Demon Slayer Institute, the municipal government, and other departments, while TV station interview vans sped towards the school. Leaders from number 1 and number 3 high schools also sent messages of envy. Overnight, Jiangnan number 2 high school became a shining star in the public eye. This unprecedented level of recognition, unseen in 200 years, made everyone momentarily forget about Jiang Hao's death, and even whether Jiang Yao's activities would continue became irrelevant. All eyes and conversations were now focused on Su Yin. Around noon, The excited old principal invited Su Yin into his office. He warmly inquired about Su Yin's well-being, treating him like a precious treasure. After half an hour, the principal finally calmed down and asked with a smile, Su Yin, you defeated Jiang Hao in one move. Your divine punishment level must be quite high, right? Su Yin, sitting leisurely on the sofa, took a sip of the exquisite Defushan tea and calmly replied, not too bad. I just reached level 28 last night. That high? The principal's face instantly lit up with joy. As an experienced principal, he was well aware of the students' levels. The highest level in the school was Jiang Hao's level 20, which was already an impressive achievement. Even Jiang Yao, last year's top student, had only reached level 22 at the same time. And now, Su Yin was already at level 28. Was this the terrifying potential of his class talent? The principal adjusted his glasses with trembling hands, a bold idea forming in his mind. This year, Su Yin might just be able to become the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam, achieving another unprecedented feat for number 2 high school. Su Yin was unaware of the principal's thoughts, but seeing his awestruck expression, he smiled and said, it's mainly thanks to my homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. He didn't give up on me during the lowest point in my life, and gave me the courage to stand up again. This was his way of expressing gratitude for Mr. Wang's previous help. Oh, Mr. Wang, is it? Excellent. Mr. Wang deserves a big reward. I'll promote him right away. The principal nodded repeatedly and then asked, by the way, Su Yin, is there anything you need right now? Feel free to ask. The school will do everything it can to support you. After a moment of thought, Su Yin replied, I need a set of SS class equipment. No sooner had he spoken than there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yao entered, surprising the two men inside. Given the recent events, it was expected that Jiang Yao would have left in anger. Jiang Yao, what brings you here? The principal asked with a frown. Jiang Yao's gaze fell on Su Yin, and with a friendly smile, he said, I'm sorry, Su Yin. I acted impulsively earlier. I've heard about what happened between you and my brother. He was in the wrong, and he even tried to kill you during a sparring match. He deserved what he got. Seeing Jiang Yao extend his hand, Su Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. Ignoring the gesture, he quietly activated his SS class skill replication. Su Yin thought to himself, let's see what your trump card is. As the skill was activated, an almost invisible ripple spread through the air. Su Yin hadn't expected much, just giving it a try. But soon, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have replicated the SS class skill, Eternal Talent's Bane. An SS class skill. A flash of surprise crossed Su Yan's eyes, followed by a hint of curiosity. In the principal's office, Jiang Yao awkwardly withdrew his hand when Su Yin did not respond. The old headmaster's expression changed slightly, but he quickly put on a smooth smile to ease the tension. He turned to the two young men and said gently, it seems this is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Yao, Su Yin, you are both the pride of Jiangnan City. You should unite and progress together. Jiang Yao lowered his head in apology, his gaze falling on Su Yin once more. With a hint of pleading in his voice, he said, Su Yin, please believe me, it was truly just a misunderstanding. To make amends, my family is willing to offer a set of level 50 grade equipment as a gift. What do you think? Jiang Yao's submissive attitude made it clear to everyone present that he was desperately trying to save himself, doing everything he could to avoid making an enemy of someone with great talent. The headmaster secretly sighed in relief, but seeing that Su Yin remained silent, Jiang Yao quickly added, of course, if you have any other requests, feel free to ask. Our family will fulfill them, even if it means selling everything we have. Su Yin slowly lifted his eyes and finally spoke in a calm tone, I need a set of SS grade equipment. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly breaking off the negotiations. Nevertheless, due to Jiang Yao's proactive apology and change in attitude, the afternoon's guidance activities continued as planned. In the school's regular reception room, Jiang Yao sat alone on a bench, his face dark with anger. Suddenly, a strange ripple in the air was accompanied by a sinister, ghostly voice. You can't be serious. Are you really going to let that kid off? Well, it's not like you're the one who died. Your poor brother was just too obedient. Shut up, Jiang Yao roared, leaping to his feet and walking to the window. Through gritted teeth, he said, who said I would let him off? My friendly gesture was just to lower his guard. His eyes filled with murderous intent as his fists clenched tightly. Great talent? Highest protection rights? I can't kill him, but I can cripple him. Just wait. Once we enter the divine punishment this afternoon, I'll make sure he becomes a cripple again. The ghostly voice in the air cackled. This Su Yin. What an unexpected delight. After leaving the headmaster's office, Su Yin couldn't find Tang Xia in the classroom, so he headed to the cafeteria alone. He was planning to finish his lunch quickly to prepare for the divine punishment combat training in the afternoon. At that moment, Su Yin sensed something, and a light screen appeared before his eyes. It displayed an SS grade skill called Gift's Demise. Attacks the target's talent, causing damage or nullification based on the power difference. Cooldown time is 2 hours, and it consumes 1,000 magic points. This SS grade skill, copied from Jiang Yao, was incredibly powerful. The Eye of the Gods provided a note. Upon identification, this skill originates from the demon race and has been classified as forbidden by the Demon Slayer Institute. Su Yin fell in a deep thought. Then his lips curled into a slight smile. I think I understand now. After lunch, Su Yin was about to head back to the classroom when the old principal called him over. In the principal's office, the elderly man wore a grave expression as he spoke. Su Yin, there have been frequent terrorist activities targeting high school students lately. For your safety, I want you to stay here this afternoon and participate in real combat training in Shinfa. I will personally oversee your protection. Su Yin was taken aback and asked, slightly puzzled, Principal, isn't that a bit much? We're still on school grounds. Do you really think the insurgents from the Anti-Alliance would dare invade the school? The old principal replied sternly, better safe than sorry. In the 200-year history of our school, you're the only one with S-level combat talent. I must ensure your safety until the college entrance exams are over. Seeing the principal's determined look, Su Yin reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon, it was time for the afternoon classes. All the senior students entered the land of Shinfa and gathered at the beginner's village, Nashi Farm. After bidding farewell to the principal, Su Yin touched the linking crystal and entered Shinfa. Whoosh! A flash of light, and the figure of the demon slayer appeared before the ancient elven battlefield. The system maintenance had ended, and the demonic aura had long since vanished from the land of Shinfa. During maintenance, the system conducted a full map self-check and repaired the hidden map of the ancient elven battlefield. Cheers erupted from the surrounding players. Wow, the benefits from the Demon Slayer are amazing. I leveled up just by exploring the ancient battlefield. Dude, it's too early to celebrate. The system has just sent out maintenance compensations, increasing the exploration count of the ancient battlefield to 5. Holy cow, that's awesome. Hope we get more maintenance like this. Well, you might want to ask if the Demon Lord is willing to come again. The players burst into laughter. Listening to the chatter around him, Su Yin was secretly pleased. He checked his experience bar and found he had gained an additional 2.5 billion experience points, evidently from the sword seal in the dungeon. This brought his total experience to a staggering 10.3 billion, surpassing the 10 billion mark. The system alert suddenly sounded. Attention! The daily blessing from the divine descendant with SS level talent has begun. You have received a permanent buff. Health 1. Su Yin thought, a new day, and the divine descendant's blessing starts again. An extra 1 health. Not bad. To avoid being recognized by other players, Su Yin quickly entered the ancient elven battlefield and switched to his secondary profession as a warrior. He purchased a set of level 20 grade warrior equipment from the auction house, spending over 30,000 gold coins. Donning the new gear and shouldering the level 20 Raging Wave greatsword given to him by Xiaopan Xue, Su Yin instantly transformed into a fully armed warrior. Finally, Su Yin activated his SS level skill, Twin Shadows. With a flash of golden light, an identical warrior clone appeared before him, fully equipped and wielding a greatsword. This way, no one could associate him with the Demon Slayer. Su Yin closely examined the doppelganger before him, unable to discern any differences. This perfect replica wore a specially crafted mask, cleverly concealing its appearance and identity. The skill description indicated the doppelganger could exist for 4 hours, enough to handle the current situation. With confidence, Su Yin set the doppelganger's level to 28 without hesitation. With his adjustments, a formidable level 28 warrior doppelganger materialized instantly. Su Yin quickly devised a plan. The warrior doppelganger would impersonate him, boasting in class talent called Frost Fury, and head to the novice village to meet up with his classmates. Meanwhile, his main body would remain in the ancient elven battlefield, continuing to fight monsters under the guise of Demon Slayer. This dual strategy seemed like the perfect solution. Of course, Su Yin remained vigilant, constantly monitoring Jiang Yao's movements. If Jiang Yao dared to cause trouble, the main body of Demon Slayer would rush to the scene immediately. After all, it would be hard to explain how a level 28 warrior could defeat the level 160 Jiang Yao. Su Yin equipped the doppelganger with all necessary items, including potions and teleportation scrolls, and simply instructed, "Go ahead, contact me if anything comes up." Instantly, his consciousness split into 2 parts, one entering the doppelganger. The doppelganger moved its body, nodded, and left the ancient elven battlefield, crushing the novice village teleportation scroll. In the blink of an eye, the doppelganger turned into a streak of light and vanished among the vast number of players. At this moment, Nashi Farm and the novice village had already gathered all 498 senior students from Jiangnan Second High School. This group of seemingly ordinary young people were, in fact, meticulously crafted handsome men and beautiful women. At the forefront stood the level 160 Jiang Yao, carrying a silver greatsword and clad in black armor, exuding a powerful aura that drew the attention of many novice players. As the crowd waited, a teleportation scroll's light suddenly flashed from the depths of the farm. Look, Suyin is here! Classmates cheered excitedly. Yanga really used the teleportation scroll to come back. So cool. Amidst the admiration, someone noticed Su Yan's level and was stunned, gasping. What the heck? This is insane. Yanga is already level 28. What? Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd. In the bustling Nashi farm, Su Yan's presence was particularly striking. He was clad in level 20 grade gear, carrying a large azure sword on his back, exuding an impressive aura. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, Su Yan greeted the crowd with a hint of apology in his voice. The students, still awestruck by his level, responded in reverence. Not at all, just a few minutes. Yen, go over here. Our class 3 is here. The class monitor waved his arms excitedly, barely able to contain his excitement. Su Yen smiled and walked towards the class 3 crowd without hesitation. The students of class 3 immediately straightened their backs, pride radiating from their faces. They recalled how class 5 used to boast because they had Jiang Hao, who possessed a great combat talent. Now, it was finally their turn to shine. At the front of the crowd, Jiang Yao's gaze lingered on Su Yin, a mix of envy and resentment flickering in his eyes. The fire of jealousy burned within him, but he quickly masked it with a barely noticeable sinister smile. Ah, Scray Talonice Wrath? Soon, I'll make it worthless, he plotted silently. Everyone, quiet down. Jiang Yao clapped his hands, his expression serious. Now that everyone's here, let me explain the content of this practical exercise. He briefly outlined that the exercise would involve leading all the students from the novice village westward to the ruins of Gale City. There, a level 25 boss, the Black Wolf, would serve as the target for teaching combat techniques and team coordination. Here are the various potions and novice village teleport scrolls prepared by the school. Class monitors, please distribute them. Jiang Yao took out a large quantity of supplies from his bag and handed them to the class monitors for distribution. The school had invested heavily in this event. The teleport scrolls alone cost 400,000 gold coins, equivalent to 40 million yuan. Soon, the items were distributed. Su Yin received a share as well. Although these basic potions were far inferior to Dragon Phoenix blood, they were better than nothing, especially since they were free. He tossed the items into his spatial bag and scanned the crowd. What are you looking for? A crisp female voice came from his right. Su Yin turned to see a level 15 female archer. Her figure was stunning, and the plain novice outfit couldn't conceal her incredible curves. Her ample chest seemed ready to burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender, her hips were shapely, and her legs were long and toned. Even Xiao Panxue would be envious of her figure. She carried a worn bow and had a noticeable pink ponytail, with a custom mask covering her face, hiding her ID and appearance. Who are you? Suyin asked, puzzled. The archer playfully replied, guess who? Suyin frowned. Do I know you? The archer seemed a bit annoyed, took a step forward, and removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Is this clear enough? Su Yin looked at the face, which was almost unfairly beautiful, and then shook his head. Nope, don't recognize you. The archer's eyes widened in anger. Su Yin, I'm your dad. Get lost. I'm your grandpa. Su Yin instinctively retorted. After speaking, he paused, took another look at the archer, and was utterly speechless. Xia, Tang Xia, feeling deeply insulted, fumed. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Su Yin scoffed. Why would I? You've really got some nerve. You've changed so much with your plastic surgery, and you still claim it's just a tiny bit. Tang Xia blushed and defended herself. What's wrong with a tiny bit? You're at a tiny bit. Su Yin was completely exasperated. Tang Xia proudly said, haven't you heard that the pinker the hair, the stronger the power? With this hair, it's much easier to form a team. Then, crossing her arms and with a cold snort, she added, Oomph, you have the nerve to criticize me. You're the shameless one. No wonder you refused to let Dad join. Turns out you have your girlfriend Xiao Panxue to team up with. Su Yan's voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible. He chuckled inwardly and asked tentatively, Are you jealous? You're the one who's jealous. Tang Xia immediately retorted. Su Yan knew that the matter with Xiao Panxue was just a ploy to irritate Jiang Yao. He planned to find an opportunity to explain everything to Tang Xia after the combat drill. At this moment, under Jiang Yao's command, the team had already started moving. The squad leader came forward to greet them. Let's go, Brother Yin. Su Yin nodded and then turned to Tang Xia, his expression becoming serious. He lowered his voice and said, Listen up, Xia. This combat drill might be dangerous. You'd better stick close to me. Who needs to stick close to you? I'm not as fragile as you think. Tang Xia replied, assuming that Su Yin was referring to the high-level boss, which posed a significant threat to their group of level 10 players. She felt that Su Yin was clearly underestimating her. With the level 160 expert Jiang Yao leading the way, the team advanced quickly. But this wasn't merely a march. Drawing from his experience with divine punishment, Jiang Yao explained the skill combinations, attribute point distributions, and how to quickly enhance combat power for each class. The students followed him closely, afraid to miss a single point of knowledge. 2 hours later, the large group finally arrived at the ruins of Gale City. It was a dilapidated and desolate city, with walls collapsing in many places, gradually overgrown with weeds under the exposure to the elements. Su Yin led Tang Xia into the city with the crowd. Two top players from the school had been camping at the boss location and approached as they arrived. You're finally here. Let's get into the castle and start. Do you need us to go in and help keep an eye on things? Without hesitation, Jiang Yao shook his head. No need. The purpose of this combat drill is to simulate real battle scenarios as closely as possible. Their levels are still very low. Even if they die, the loss is minimal and could greatly benefit their future growth. He smiled and added, of course, if things get truly dire, I'll step in. You don't doubt me, do you? The two top players exchanged glances and nodded. All right then, we'll leave it to you. One of the top players stepped to the front of the crowd and announced loudly, this combat drill is limited to 2 hours. If you can kill the level 25 Black Wolf boss within that time, the school will reward you with a growth gift. However, if casualties exceed half during the battle, we will intervene immediately to save you. Do you all understand? Let's not waste any more time. Begin. 10 minutes later, as all the students from Jiangnan No. 2 High School excitedly entered the castle, the combat drill officially commenced. Boom! The castle gates slowly closed, and a sinister smile appeared in Jiang Yao's eyes. Now, the hunt begins, he thought to himself. The moment the castle gates closed completely, the vast interior was plunged into darkness. Fine dust floated in the air, and the pungent smell of decay was overwhelming. Su Yin squinted his eyes slightly, instantly grasping Jiang Yao's intentions. A level 25 Black Wolf, besides the battle begins, the castle gate becomes the only exit, impossible to open. Unless its massive health pool is depleted, no one can escape. Su Yin smirked inwardly, thinking, what a clever trap, like catching fish in a barrel or a tiger in a cage. Jiang Yao's choice of the Black Wolf boss for this exercise was obviously a well-thought-out plan. Suddenly, a menacing wolf howl echoed from deep within the castle, as if it came from underground but was omnipresent, tearing at everyone's eardrums. Adrenaline surged among the students. Some nervously swallowed, their eyes darting around in unease. A small commotion broke out in the crowd. Jiang Yao strode ahead, his face hidden in the shadows. He urged, don't waste time. You only have 2 hours. Let's go. With this level 160 expert leading, the students felt slightly reassured and followed him towards the hall. In the exaggeratedly spacious hall, a massive pitch-black, one-eyed werewolf was bound by 4 thick chains. It struggled constantly, roaring and snarling at the approaching human players. The students turned pale and their legs trembled. They had never seen such a colossal creature during their training in the novice village. Only Su Yin and Jiang Yao remained calm. Jiang Yao stepped out from the crowd and called out loudly, is everyone ready? Remember, even though this is a drill, you only have one chance. I'll be providing real-time tips and skill release details during the fight. All right, let's begin. With a wave of Jiang Yao's hand, the students quickly formed their positions. Priests and mages waved their staffs, chanting spells that sent shimmering lights into the crowd, bestowing various buffs and blessings on the team. Knights took the front, cautiously advancing towards the Black Wolf. Whispers broke out. This Black Wolf boss looks too fierce. Can we really kill it in 2 hours? Who cares? Let's do this. It's not real life anyway. We can revive if we die. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, Yin is here. We'll definitely manage. By the way, where is Yin? As everyone searched for Su Yin, they were shocked to find him already at the Black Wolf's feet. Tang Xia gasped, Su Yin, what are you doing? Get back here. The Black Wolf growled in broken syllables. Who man ants courting death? It struggled fiercely, the chains producing a grating metallic noise. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Su Yin drew his massive sword, the Quanglan. Jiang Yao, not far away, was initially puzzled but then sneered. He thought that even with Su Yan's level 28 and strength combat talent, soloing a level 25 boss was a fool's dream. Jiang Yao's expression shifted. He didn't want Su Yin to die and be teleported back to Shura City, which would disrupt his plans. Just as Jiang Yao was about to intervene, Su Yin made his move. The Quanglan sword struck the Black Wolf's knee with a heavy blow. With a loud bang, a red critical hit number appeared, and the Black Wolf's health dropped by 4 instantly. The Black Wolf howled in pain. exploding into a deafening roar as it entered a berserk state. With a crash, the chain shattered and flew apart, and two sharp claws came crashing down on Su Yin. The boss battle had officially begun. The hall fell into a sudden silence. Everyone frozen in place, as if they had forgotten their purpose. Shock and awe were plastered on their faces. Not because Su Yin dared to challenge the boss alone, but because the astonishing damage numbers shattered their understanding. Whoa, did Younga hack the game? One strike for 999 damage. Too strong. And strength combat talent doesn't even see the boss as a threat. I feel like we're just extras here. Not just the strength talent. Younga's weapon must be high grade too. At least strength. Damn. Using in strength weapon at level 20? I'm so jealous. The murmurs grew louder, while Jiang Yao stood aside, his expression shifting between light and dark. He had intended to stop this solo challenge, but found himself inexplicably pausing, curious to see the limits of strength combat talent. However, after watching for over 10 seconds, Jiang Yao frowned. Su Yin was dodging the Black Wolf's attacks, but only using basic attacks. Su Yin, don't you have any skills? Why aren't you using them? Jiang Yao couldn't help but shout, as if watching a fool. In the midst of the battle, Su Yin deftly dodged a lethal strike from the Black Wolf, flashing a mischievous grin. If I use my skills, you won't stand a chance. What do you mean, won't stand a chance? Speak clearly. Jiang Yao was baffled. Su Yin didn't bother to explain. To him, this Black Wolf boss was as good as dead. The opportunity to exploit the school's resources was too precious to miss. But he knew that a quick resolution was best. If it turned into a free-for-all, and Jiang Yao suddenly intervened, his classmates would be in danger. He would never give Jiang Yao that chance. Without hesitation, Su Yin unleashed his skill. In an instant, the sword in his hand, Kuanglan, ignited with flames, pointing skyward. Ice and fire elements intertwined fiercely, and the Big Dipper constellation appeared above, its blue starlight blazing with terrifying flames. Boom! 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 The next moment, starfire rained down like meteors, bombarding the Black Wolf's massive form. Critical hit! 7 damage numbers almost simultaneously appeared in the sea of flames. The Black Wolf consumed by starfire, unable to even yelp before being reduced to ashes. Hiss! All the classmates behind him gasped in unison, eyes wide open. The boss just disappeared like that. Is this even fair? Among the crowd, Tang Xia covered her mouth, her body trembling, eyes filled with admiration for Su Yan's heroic figure standing before the flames. Not far away, Jiang Yao's face turned ashen. He had recognized the terrifying skill as the one Xiao Panxue had used in the park yesterday. Losing his composure, he demanded, "Impossible! How can you use that skill too?" Su Yin turned, looking at Jiang Yao with a gaze full of pity and sarcasm. Why not? As Xiao Panxue's boyfriend, is there a problem with me knowing this skill? Jiang Yao felt as if he had taken a punch to the gut. Everything before him had completely disrupted his plans. He never imagined that the Black Wolf boss would be annihilated by Su Yin so quickly. His scheme to use the boss to create an accident was now impossible. Soon, the school's experts would arrive to tally the results. Senior Jiang Yao, the boss is dead. Does this mean the practical exercise is over? A classmate asked, still eager for more action. Jiang Yao's cheeks twitched, his aura becoming increasingly dangerous. His face twisted into a monstrous expression as he drew a massive sword from his back, coldly declaring, "No, it's not over yet. Today, all talents above rank will be crippled here." His words sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Senior Jiang Yao, what are you doing? The sudden turn of events in the castle hall left all the students in a state of panic. Jiang Yao laughed maniacally, tearing off his disguise completely as he raised a massive sword and pointed it at everyone. In a sinister voice, he declared, "Listen up, you worthless lot. I'm going to strip you of your talents." The crowd erupted in chaos, voices trembling with fear and confusion. One student shaking asked, "Senior Jiang Yao, you must be joking, right? This is God's punishment. At worst, we die and revive. What does that have to do with our talents?" Jiang Yao sneered, a glint of triumph in his eyes. "I'll tell you anyway. Soon, you'll all have your memories wiped and become utterly useless." Ever heard of the skill talent destruction? Tang Xia's face turned pale with shock, and she exclaimed, "Talent destruction? That's a forbidden spell from the Demon Suppression Institute." Some well-read students also recalled this information, their faces turning ashen. Jiang Yao seemed surprised that someone knew this secret, but quickly returned to his malevolent grin. "That's right, the forbidden skill talent destruction. Now do you understand?" At this moment, Su Yin listened quietly, remaining composed. He knew that his level 28 warrior avatar had already revealed its full strength. From now on, he could only rely on his main character, Demon Slayer, to resolve the situation. Su Yin glanced towards the castle gate, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Through his twin shadow skill, his main body, Demon Slayer, was already on the way, just 20 seconds from arriving at the battlefield. Zhang Yao wasted no more words, swiftly pulling out a scroll from his bag and crushing it. With a thunderous roar, the Black Wolf boss reappeared in the castle hall. Someone recognized it as a boss resurrection scroll, and panic spread anew. The castle doors sealed shut once more, trapping everyone in a dire situation. Dragging his sword, Zhang Yao strode towards Su Yin with murderous intent. Tang Xia suddenly realized something, her face turning ashen. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and fired a flame arrow, shouting, "Zhang Yao, if you dare come and strip my talent." The flame arrow hit Zhang Yao precisely, but only sparked against his armor. Enraged, Zhang Yao glared at Tang Xia, momentarily tempted to strip her talent first. But he knew time was of the essence, and he had to deal with Su Yin first. Zhang Yao spoke to the air, "Come and erase their memories." The air rippled in response. Meanwhile, Tang Xia continued to charge towards Su Yin, undeterred. The class president of Class 3 gritted his teeth and ordered, "Class 3, listen up, protect Su Yin. If you're a man, follow me." In an instant, the entire scene descended into chaos. "Zhang Yao, you traitor, let go of Su Yin, and come at me if you dare." Tang Xia's furious shout echoed through the hall. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. It wasn't just the students from Class 3. All the boys present were infected by this surge of bravery. They followed Tang Xia's lead, rushing towards Su Yin, determined to shield him. Who cares if we have useless talents? Many of us won't even get into college. If we get crippled, so be it. As long as we can protect Su Yin, it's worth it, someone shouted from the crowd, igniting even more passion among the students. This sudden turn of events made Zhang Yao frown, while Su Yin looked bewildered, clearly not expecting his classmates to stand up for him like this. At that moment, Zhang Yao moved faster. Violent lightning wrapped around his wrist, and his great sword emitted a deafening roar. A sneer of disdain played at the corner of his mouth, showing he didn't take the students seriously at all. But just as things reached a critical point, Su Yin finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it held a power that couldn't be ignored. "Everyone stop." With that command, all the students rushing forward hesitated and halted. Su Yin scanned the room, his gaze passing over Tang Xia and the class leader before a faint smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Whether they believed him or not, Su Yin had already shifted his attention back to Zhang Yao. There was no fear in his eyes, only contempt and disdain. "Zhang Yao, do you really think you can destroy my talent?" Zhang Yao was momentarily taken aback. Although he didn't understand why Su Yin was so calm, he burst into laughter. "And why not? Su Yin, don't forget you're only level 28. What gives you the courage to talk like that in front of me, a level 160? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant, let alone destroying your talent. So, are you ready to become a useless nobody?" Facing Zhang Yao's threat, Su Yin suddenly shook his head and laughed. "You idiot, your chance is already gone." "What?" Zhang Yao looked puzzled. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from behind them. The castle's main door exploded into countless fragments. A figure emerged from the dust and debris. "Oh!" Zhang Yao was startled by the sudden change and quickly turned around. He thought to himself, how is this possible? The castle door had millions of hit points. How could someone break through it so quickly? And it seemed like it only took one hit. As the dust settled, the figure became clear. It was someone holding a blood-red dawn staff. Though they wore a custom mask hiding their ID and face, everyone present recognized who it was. "Jean-Amo! It's Jean-Amo!" The hall erupted in cheers, and everyone was ecstatic. Su Yan's gaze locked onto Zhang Yao, as if to say, "See, I told you your chance was gone. Damn it. How could it be Jean-Amo?" Fear flashed across Zhang Yao's face. But soon, he grew desperate and muttered to himself, "So what if it's Jean-Amo? If I can destroy Jean-Mo's talent, I'll be unstoppable." Su Yan overheard this and raised an eyebrow. "Unstoppable? How about I make you explode instead?" Su Yan swung his staff, and a beam of holy light shot into Zhang Yao's body. Judgment! Buzz! In the next moment, Zhang Yao collapsed to his knees without resistance. His body turned a sickly green, and the words "weakened" appeared above his head. "What's happening to me? My body feels so weak. I can't move." Zhang Yao's face was filled with terror, and his voice began to tremble. Su Yan slowly approached, looking down at the kneeling Zhang Yao with cold eyes. "I heard you like destroying people's talents? I heard you have a penchant for useless talents?" Su Yan lowered his voice, speaking coldly. His eyes glinted with danger, and the power of judgment was ready in his hands. Zhang Yao felt the overwhelming pressure and began to tremble uncontrollably. He struggled for a few seconds but found himself completely unable to resist the force, surrendering in despair. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and fear washed over him like a tide. At this moment, Jiang Yao finally realized the terror of a level 1 demon slayer. He wanted to shout, "No one understands the power of a demon slayer better than I do." But the words caught in his throat, coming out as a weak tremble. Su Yin slowly opened his palm, and purple mist quickly gathered in his hand. Seeing this familiar scene, Jiang Yao was terrified. "Impossible! How do you have the curse of talent too?" he screamed, his voice hoarse from the suppression of judgment. Su Yin responded calmly, "Because I am a demon slayer, is that enough?" His simple words carried an undeniable confidence. Jiang Yao was speechless. He suddenly realized that in the eyes of all human players, a demon slayer had become an omnipotent being. Having a forbidden skill seemed only natural. Fear surged through him as he understood Su Yan's intention to use his own method against him and strip him of his talent. He screamed hysterically, "Demon Slayer, you can't do this. I'm a top human player." Su Yan glanced at him coldly, his voice like ice. "And a rank trash, calling yourself a top player?" With that, he pressed his purple mist-filled hand onto Jiang Yao's head without hesitation. "No! Help me! Someone help me!" Jiang Yao desperately called out to the air. However, the only response was a faint ripple quickly fleeing towards the castle gate. At that moment, the Eye of the Gods gave a prompt. "A charmed spirit is escaping. Grab your void staff and give her a taste of it." Su Yin ignored the prompt, focusing on casting the curse of talent on Jiang Yao. The purple mist poured down like a flood, instantly invading Jiang Yao's body. He convulsed in agony, letting out a piercing scream. Under the overwhelming power disparity, his talent, Thunder Surge, was quickly nullified. Boom! Jiang Yao crashed heavily to the ground, completely incapacitated. Su Yin asked in his mind, "A charmed spirit? What level?" "Level 705. Also trash," the system replied indifferently. Without hesitation, Su Yin used the Summon God skill. "Dawn, lock onto the charmed spirit for me." "Yes, master." A divine power swiftly chased after the spirit. Soon, a shrill scream echoed from the edge of the hall. In an unseen corner, a shadow was bound by divine power, struggling violently. "Can this thing have its talent stripped too?" Su Yin examined the shadow, asking internally. "Talent is exclusive to humans. This charmed spirit is a demon's lackey." "Obviously not," the system answered. Su Yin nodded in understanding and ordered, "Dawn eliminated." "Yes." The shadow was instantly consumed by divine power, turning to ash. All this happened quietly, unnoticed by anyone except Su Yin and his clone. After dealing with the charmed spirit, Su Yin looked down at the motionless Jiang Yao lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he used the judgment skill again. Boom! Holy light exploded within Jiang Yao. Critical hit. A damage number of 30 million appeared, and Jiang Yao was obliterated before he could even scream, sent straight to resurrection. The astonishing scene left the students of number 2 high school dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed at the demon slayer, as if looking at a deity. "So this is a demon slayer?" Amazing in the crowd, Tang Xia muttered to herself. Just yesterday, she believed that a rare genius like a demon slayer belonged to a different world, one she could never encounter. But now, he stood right in front of her. At that moment, Su Yan's clone was standing beside Tang Xia. Hearing her words, the clone smiled and said, "Of course, demon slayers are amazing. Is it okay if I praise myself?" Tang Xia took one last look at the demon slayer, then shifted her envious gaze and suddenly said, "Actually, Su Yan, you were even more incredible just now." "What did you say?" Su Yan's clone pretended not to hear, asking deliberately. Tang Xiaojiao's cheeks instantly flushed red. She turned her head away and muttered, "Dad says you're a jerk." But when she looked back, Su Yan had already disappeared from the screen. 2 top students from the academy rushed to the castle upon hearing the commotion. Panting heavily, they burst into the hall, only to be stunned by the chaotic scene. Debris everywhere and flames raging. "Are you all right? What happened here?" they asked in shock. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Jiangnan No. 2 High School, Su Yin emerged from the land of divine punishment and immediately headed for the door. The old principal, who was acting as his guardian, remained seated at the desk like a statue, his right hand still touching the crystal linkage. Su Yin thought to himself, the old principal must have heard about the trouble in the land of divine punishment and already went in to handle it. "That's better," he muttered under his breath as he left the principal's office and headed straight for the guest room on the 3rd floor. 2 minutes later, Su Yin kicked open the door to the guest room. The door slammed into the wall with a loud bang. Inside the guest room, Jiang Yao, whose abilities had been crippled, was suffering from severe backlash and was extremely weak. He was about to stand up from the bench when the sudden noise startled him. causing him to fall to the ground. Su Yin, I advise you not to act recklessly. Jiang Yao groaned in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Otherwise, my Jiang family will fight you to the death and will never let you go. Su Yin crouched down and sneered. The Jiang family? The evidence of your collusion with the demon clan and use of forbidden techniques is undeniable. The Jiang family is finished, understand? Jiang Yao glared at him with hatred. I don't know about the Jiang family, but you won't live long. I'm telling you, you've offended the organization. Even if you're an S-class super genius, you'll be on the death list. They won't stop until you're dead. Enough with the threats. Su Yin raised his fist, ice elements swirling around it wildly. Without hesitation, he smashed it into Jiang Yao's head. Bang! In an instant, brain matter splattered, and a mist of blood filled the air. Jiang Yao died on the spot. For Su Yin, leaving Jiang Yao alive was not an option. He had planned to deal with him after school, but plans changed. Jiang Yao had tried to cripple his abilities, essentially signing his own death warrant. Su Yin! Su Yin! Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. The old principal, along with other school leaders, rushed into the room. Seeing Jiang Yao's headless body on the floor, their expressions changed dramatically. Sorry. Su Yin began calmly, intending to use the excuse of an accident. But to his surprise, the old principal waved his hand dismissively and said, No need to explain, I understand. Jiang Yao is dead, so be it. As long as you're fine. The school's protection for S-level combat talents was beyond Su Yan's imagination. The old principal personally stepped in to clean up the aftermath, leaving Su Yin to simply wait for the results. What was supposed to be a calm guidance event for students of a prestigious school turned into a shocking incident that shook the entire city of Jiangnan. TV reporters rushed to the scene, pointing their cameras at the young S-level genius. The sensational news of Jiang Yao from the Jiang family colluding with the demons and using the forbidden skill, talent of destruction, quickly became the top headline, causing a massive uproar online. The Provincial Demon Extermination Institute sprang into action upon hearing the news, immediately dispatching 2 Battle King level experts to Jiangnan City. The city's Demon Extermination Institute moved swiftly, locking down the entire city and launching a comprehensive arrest and investigation of the Jiang family. In these dire times, colluding with demons was a capital offense. Jiang Yao's actions not only cost him his life, but also dragged the entire Jiang family into the abyss. Thus, the Jiang family, once the wealthiest in Jiangnan City, collapsed overnight. At 3 p.m., the school infirmary was crowded with people. Experts from the city hospital conducted a thorough examination of Su Yin and confirmed he was unharmed. Nevertheless, Su Yin was asked to lie on the hospital bed for an interview. Provincial and city leaders took turns visiting to express their concerns, leaving Su Yin feeling extremely irritated. He wanted to shout, I'm fine. I defeated Jiang Yao. Not the other way around. Let me go back to studying. But every time he tried to get up, the leaders from the city's Demon Extermination Institute would push him back down, praising his dedication to learning. As the school day neared its end, Su Yin gave up struggling. Suddenly, 2 Battle King level experts signaled everyone to be quiet. They touched the communication devices by their ears, listened carefully, and then one of them solemnly announced, the Jiang family has confessed. They joined the Anti-Alliance organization 20 years ago, which allowed them to quickly rise to become the wealthiest in Jiangnan. This news hit like a bombshell, leaving everyone present in shock. Even more worrying was the reappearance of the forbidden skill, talent of destruction, heralding a new and brutal talent war on the horizon. After the visit, only one burly Battle King level expert stayed behind. Smiling, he told Su Yin that the Provincial Demon Extermination Institute had decided to commend him, and the reward would be arriving soon. Hearing this, Su Yin's eyes lit up. Though he feigned modesty, he couldn't help but inquire about the specifics of the reward. The Battle King level expert added, To ensure your safety, I will be your personal bodyguard until the college entrance exams are over. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyebrows twitched. He looked up at the smiling, muscle-bound man with a beard and said without hesitation, Sorry, you're celebrating too soon. I request a replacement. The Battle King level expert was taken aback. Why? Are you dissatisfied with me? I'm a Battle King level expert, ranked 3rd in the province, and I'm here to protect a high school student like you. This is a level of treatment even the head of your city's Demon Extermination Bureau can't enjoy, and this kid dares to reject me? This is ridiculous. The voice of the battle master was filled with disbelief and a hint of anger. Su Yin hurriedly explained, It's not that you're not good enough, senior. It's just because of my own preferences. What preferences? The battle master raised an eyebrow, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Su Yin took a deep breath, looked the battle master straight in the eye, and said slowly, I prefer female bodyguards. This statement hit like a sledgehammer, plunging the battle master into silence. His gaze lingered on Su Yan's face, as if trying to see through the young man's thoughts. After a long pause, he gave Su Yan a deep look and slowly said, "All right, I'll report this to my superiors." After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "By the way, do you have any specific requirements for the female bodyguards?" Su Yan initially wanted to say he had no requirements, that any woman would do. But somehow, when he opened his mouth, he said, "High combat skills and wavy hair. High combat skills and wavy hair." The battle master nodded thoughtfully, a strange expression on his face. He touched his ear and began to relay this peculiar request to his superiors. Over an hour later, it was finally time for school to end. After a thorough checkup confirmed Su Yan was fine, he was allowed to leave. As he walked out, he muttered to himself, "Damn, all this fuss wasted so much of my time. Next time I have to be more discreet." Su Yan let out a wry smile as he stepped out of the school infirmary. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Before he could react, he was enveloped by a fragrant breeze. The next moment, he slipped and fell face first into the soft chest of a newcomer. The overwhelming scent and the softness made his face instantly flush red. "Holy crap, what a weapon!" Su Yan's mind screamed, his handsome face buried in the waves turning crimson. "Oh my, so eager upon first meeting?" The newcomer teased, her voice sweet and alluring. Hearing the voice, Su Yan had a bad feeling. He quickly stood up straight. Looking closely, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman with a seductive aura. Her top was unbuttoned, revealing a deep cleavage. Her enchanting eyes were fixed on him, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Who are you?" Su Yan asked, puzzled. The woman smiled charmingly. "You're Su Yan, right? I'm Lin Qian, level 702 in the Divine Punishment hierarchy, currently a second-tier battle general, and your personal bodyguard." "Seriously?" Su Yan was stunned. He quickly frowned and said, "There must be a mistake. I asked for high combat skills and wavy hair. How do you fit that?" Lin Qian heard this and unbuttoned another button, further showcasing her ample chest. "Oh, isn't this wavy enough?" Her voice was filled with playful seduction. Su Yan was speechless, slapping his forehead in frustration. "No, I'm at wavy hair. I'm a decent person." His voice was filled with exasperation and regret. Su Yan stood in his bedroom, regret written all over his face. He silently berated himself for mentioning big waves. If he had known the Provincial Demon Hunting Institute was this perceptive, he would never have made such a mistake. But what was done, and he had to accept Lin Qian as his bodyguard. Lin Qian stood before Su Yan, her eyes shimmering with a seductive gleam. "Don't worry, I'm a professional bodyguard. Unless you're in danger, I'll stay out of sight and won't interfere with your life," she said, slightly puffing out her chest to emphasize her impressive figure. "Of course, if you have any special requests, I might make an exception." Su Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily, but he soon sighed in relief. He thought to himself that the Provincial Demon Hunting Institute's arrangement was quite considerate. A personal bodyguard who wouldn't disrupt his life was precisely what he needed. Afterward, Su Yan boarded the school bus to go home. Lin Qian, meanwhile, took out a scroll from her bag and crushed it gently. Her figure instantly melted into the amber-colored sunset. For Su Yan, having an expert protector during these troubled times was indeed necessary, especially considering Jiang Yao's dying threat that offending the anti-alliance organization would lead to relentless pursuit. Although he wasn't sure if it was true, Su Yan decided to err on the side of caution. At school, with the protection of experts and the old principal, he wasn't too worried. But going home was different. His uncle and aunt had a divine punishment level of only 50. If an accident happened when he entered the divine punishment realm, the situation could become very dangerous. Although Lin Qian's divine punishment level was only 702, it should be more than enough for a small place like Jiangnan City. Upon returning home, Su Yan felt the emptiness without Xiao Panxue around. He encouraged himself. Just 2 more months, hang in there. After dinner and a cold shower, he greeted his uncle and aunt before locking himself in his bedroom. Knowing Lin Qian was hiding somewhere, Su Yan felt too embarrassed to undress. Fully clothed, he sat at his desk, touched the linking crystal, and entered the divine punishment realm. Demon Slayer logged in powerfully. His figure appeared in Riftwind Castle. Not far away, the resurrected boss Black Wolf was beating a group of players single-handedly. Su Yan merely glanced at it before quickly pulling out a teleport scroll and leaving the area. On the World Channel, people were discussing the events that had occurred at Su Yan's school that afternoon. News that Jiang Yao had colluded with demons and used the forbidden skill Heaven Sorrow had spread across the internet. Ultimately, the discussion focused on Demon Slayer. Some claimed that Demon Slayer had merely sneezed and instantly killed Jiang Yao, while others said he just glanced at Jiang Yao, causing him to vaporize. These exaggerated descriptions made Su Yan feel a bit embarrassed. Using a teleport scroll, Su Yan returned to the forest capital. He had used up all 5 exploration attempts granted by the system compensation, gaining 25,000 attribute pills and 10 billion experience points. Demon Slayer's experience bar had grown significantly, reaching a total of 20.3 billion experience points. All the attribute pills were added to his constitution. Su Yin couldn't help but feel proud of his level talent, tenfold absorption. Ordinary players couldn't consume 25,000 attribute pills at once, but with this talent, he could not only consume them easily, but also absorb their effects 100. In an instant, his constitution increased by 25,000 points. Su Yin quickly summoned the attribute panel, and a series of flashing data appeared before his eyes. ID: Jean Ma. Level 1. Class: First Transition Divine Fury Mage. Subclass: Warrior. Talents: Tenfold Absorption S Class. Otherworldly Hero SSS Class. Chosen 1 SSS Class. Void Rift SSS Class. Health points: 614 500614 500. Mana points: 12 100 100. Attack: 2552. Magic power: 3890. Defense: 31,076. Magic defense: 1,515. Speed: 1,437. Luck max. Charisma max. Equipment: Azura Sword. Crimson Dawn. Wilderness Set. Tempest subclass. Level 20 Warrior Gear subclass. Skills: Judgment LV2. Sanction LV2. Purification LV1. Azura /LV1. Blazing Flash LV1. Fireball LV1. Forbidden Flame LV1. Divine Domain LV1. Summon God LV1. Twin Shadows LV1. Skill Replication LV1. Northern Starfire LV1. Talents Demise LV1. Attributes: Constitution: 31,442. Spirit: 1,110. Strength: 1,310. Intelligence: 1,110. Agility: 1,377. Su Yin quickly scanned through the data, feeling a surge of joy within. The attribute pill had a remarkable effect, skyrocketing his health points by 370,000 and boosting his defense by 25,000, bringing his total health past the 610,000 mark. With default critical hits, the additional damage from sanction alone could reach an astonishing 120 million. He was getting closer to his goal of becoming a god. However, Su Yan's face remained expressionless, calm, and composed. The rewards from clearing the ancient elven battlefield were not limited to attribute pills and experience points. He also acquired 2 SS-tier weapons. 1. Dragon's Fury SSS class. Type: Staff. Level requirement: 200. Attribute bonuses: Intelligence 888. Spirit 855. Magic crit damage 500. Permanent affix: Each attack adds 3 stacks of Dragon's Fury. When it reaches 100 stacks, the next skill cast deals an additional 1,000 of the user's damage. 2. Phoenix Heart SSS class. Type: Knight's Sword. Level requirement: 200. Attribute bonuses: Constitution 955. Strength 811. Ailment resistance 500. Exclusive skill: Phoenix Rebirth. Effect: Revives immediately after death and grants a shield equal to 1,000 of the user's health. Cooldown: 24 hours. Cost none. These 2 weapons were nothing short of divine artifacts among the 200 level gear, one for offense and one for defense, with incredible power. Su Yin already had a plan. He would keep Dragon's Fury for himself and give Phoenix Heart to Xiao Panxue as a token of appreciation for the Tempest subclass. To equip Dragon's Fury immediately, Su Yin decisively used the SS-tier talent elemental conversion to change the equipment condition from level requirement 200 to health points 200. He also converted all intelligence and spirit bonuses to constitution bonuses. This way, Dragon's Fury could be equipped right away and significantly enhance his survivability. With Dragon's Fury, Su Yan's additional damage from sanction under critical conditions could increase by 5 times the base damage. If he maxed out the 100 stacks of Dragon's Fury, he would gain an additional 10 times damage boost. This meant that his damage could soar from 120 million to over 600 million in an instant. Su Yin exhaled gently, finally feeling a sense of security. He decided to continue using Crimson Dawn to stack his health, while Dragon's Fury would be dedicated to dealing damage. After more than 2 hours, Su Yin finally arrived at the boundary leading to the next map from the forest capital. He was prepared to perform another miracle of brute force to break through the barrier. However, as he reached the end of the forest and stood before the towering, radiant barrier, he was momentarily taken aback. Hundreds of human players had already gathered there, unleashing their full firepower. The dazzling explosions were grand and magnificent, continuously bombarding the barrier. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. It seemed the situation ahead was far more lively than he had anticipated. Boom! Multicolored spells lit up the sky, casting brilliant rays as they relentlessly struck the barrier. The barrier responded with a deafening roar, damage numbers rapidly appearing and disappearing. The air was thick with the scent of magic, and the ground trembled slightly from the powerful impacts. On a nearby hill, Lin Nan, the leader of the Demon Slayer Academy, watched the spectacle with pride in his eyes. As an elite from the Imperial Capital's main academy, he had been tasked with leading all available warriors above the battle general rank to this place. Their mission was to channel all their power and launch a fierce assault on the barrier of the Forest Kingdom map. Lin Nan calculated silently. The goal of this mission was clear and grand. After slaying the demons, they would break through the level 200 barrier for human players, boosting the overall strength of humanity to 200. Watching the smooth progress of the barrier-breaking operation, Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He muttered to himself, "Looks like we might actually complete this task perfectly." He turned to his right, his gaze landing on a burly, middle-aged man with a sword scar across his brow. This formidable figure, with a calm demeanor and indifferent expression, stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. Lin Nan respectfully asked, "Senior, what do you think?" The middle-aged man seemed not to hear him, completely ignoring Lin Nan. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Nan dared not show any disrespect. He knew well the man's exalted status in China. A god-level fighter at level 2150, a third-rank war god in the military, ranked 33rd on the human power leaderboard, and honored with the title of Northern War God by the Demon Slayer Academy. Just as Lin Nan was lost in thoughts of their impending success, a sudden commotion erupted. "What the heck is going on?" someone shouted. Lin Nan was startled and quickly looked around. To his shock, the barrier, which had been glittering with colorful lights, was now displaying countless green numbers. 9999999, 9999999. The barrier was regenerating at an alarming rate. Panic set in as Lin Nan's mind raced. Impossible. How can it be healing? The research from Imperial University didn't mention this. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Of course, after we broke the novice map barrier last time, the system underwent maintenance. They must have secretly added a healing mechanism for the barriers. Grinding his teeth, Lin Nan's face turned grim. Damn it, this system is such a trickster. With time running out, he abandoned formalities and urgently asked the Northern War God beside him, "Senior, the barrier is healing. What should we do now?" The Northern War God remained calm and finally spoke, his voice cool yet powerful. "No need to worry, I will handle it." Hearing this, Lin Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In front of the barrier, hundreds of human experts cursed and looked dejected. Their hours of effort had been undone in mere seconds by the barrier's healing ability. Just as despair was setting in, a cheer broke through the gloom. "Look, the Northern War God is making his move." Instantly, an overwhelming pressure filled the air, causing everyone to gasp. A shadow flashed as the Northern War God shot into the sky like a cannonball. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens as the Northern War God's form transformed into a colossal whirlwind, stretching thousands of meters high and connecting the sky and earth. The storm devoured everything in its path, turning the area in front of the barrier into the eye of a hurricane. The ground shattered, the void tore apart, and even the distant forest was uprooted and flattened, turning the scene into a hellscape. So powerful, this is the might of an S-level talent. The experts huddled together, trembling, as they watched the unstoppable storm crash into the barrier. Bang! The next moment, a deafening boom resounded. The storm struck the shimmering barrier with immense force. However, to everyone's shock, the barrier remained unscathed. It lost only a fraction of its health, which was quickly restored by countless green numbers, bringing it back to full strength. The human experts looked at each other in disbelief and deep frustration. The barrier couldn't even be broken by the war god of the Northern Realm. The storm in the sky raged on, growing even more violent. Suddenly, the war god of the Northern Realm let out a loud, cold snort that echoed through the heavens. Interesting. Time to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the storm intensified, sweeping everything around with devastating force. The world plunged into chaos as the war god's wind abilities resonated with the elements of lightning. Someone exclaimed in shock as thunder and lightning intertwined above the storm, crackling fiercely. The wind and thunder combined, producing deafening explosions. Boom! The wind and thunder struck the barrier again. Amidst the screeching sounds, tiny cracks started to appear on the barrier's surface. Just as the human experts were about to cheer, the barrier instantly restored itself, prompting an exasperated "what the hell" from the crowd. At the same time, at the edge of the forest, Su Yin, who had just arrived, was enveloped in the divine power of the goddess of dawn. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Who's the big shot undergoing tribulation here? He wondered. Then he quickly realized, tribulation my foot. Someone's clearly trying to break through the barrier. Su Yin muttered to himself. Seriously? Even breaking a barrier has competition these days. Soon, the wind and thunder dissipated, and the pressure receded like a tide. The barrier, still standing under the silver moon, remained dazzling and intact. Su Yin chuckled. So, it was just a joke. I knew it. Since when did breaking barriers turn into divine punishment games? Do they think anyone can just come and do it? Shaking his head, Su Yin walked toward the barrier, tossing the eye of the gods into the crowd ahead. After receiving the feedback, he was stunned. Wow, what a powerful lineup. It turned out that not only were these high-level players, but there was also a war god among them. Complaints echoed from the crowd. Damn it, we can't break it. Not even close. I can't believe it. Even with the war god of the Northern Realm joining us, this barrier doesn't budge. So how did Demon Slayer manage to do it back then? I'm telling you, it's the divine punishment system messing with us. If it weren't for the recent update that gave the barrier a healing mechanism, we could have broken it with the war god here. Yeah, with this healing mechanism, there's no way to break it. Forget Demon Slayer. Even the human emperor couldn't do it now. Then why are we wasting time? Let's call it a day. My wife is waiting for me to cook dinner. Listening to the noisy complaints, Su Yin felt relieved. So, these experts were organized by the Demon Slaying Institute. He looked up at the war god in the sky, whose face was extremely grim. Su Yin sighed. All right, looks like it's my turn. At the border of the Forest Kingdom, a monumental effort to break through the barrier was underway. Just as the Northern War God declared the operation a failure, Su Yin, a level 1 demon slayer, unexpectedly appeared, adding a dramatic twist to an event destined to be etched in the annals of divine retribution. Suspended in midair, the Northern War God's eyes were sharp, his voice booming. The fact that the barrier can be broken has been fixed by the divine retribution system. Even if the human emperor were here, it would be of no use. Shaolin, you can announce the failure of this operation. His words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the hopes of everyone present. Lin Nan and the elite warriors of the Demon Slayer Academy were ashen-faced, their despair swelling like a tide. With his head lowered, Lin Nan muttered, "Yes, I understand." His voice was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared in everyone's sight: Su Yin, the Demon Slayer. His arrival was like a bolt of lightning, instantly reigniting the flames of hope in the hearts of everyone present. Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer! Lin Nan and the others exclaimed, their eyes lighting up with disbelief. The Northern War God slowly descended, his gaze fixed on Su Yin, a hint of confusion in his voice. Demon Slayer. What are you doing here? Su Yin stepped forward with determination, the dragon's fury staff in his hand glimmering faintly. He looked directly at the war god, his tone calm and resolute. I'm here to break the barrier. This simple statement was like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Lin Nan's eyes burned even brighter, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. The Northern War God shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his tone. Go back. The barrier-breaking glitch has been fixed by the system. It's impossible to break it now. But Su Yin was unmoved. He looked up at the Northern War God and said calmly, it's fine. Since I'm here, I want to give it a try. The War God advised. Why bother? Even if you try 1,000 times, the result will be the same. You'd be better off leveling up first. With your talent and strength, you could reach level 200 in half a year. Maybe then you'll stand a chance. Su Yin smiled slightly, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. Level up? I'd love to, but my strength doesn't allow it. Thank you for your advice, War God. I'll try just once, and if it doesn't work, I'll go level up. The Northern War God said no more, but he didn't leave either. He seemed eager to witness the power of this SS grade talent in person. Su Yin strode to the barrier, lifting his gaze to the seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Lin Nan's voice came from behind, filled with tension and concern. Demon Slayer, in 30 seconds this place will be covered in toxic mist. You only have one shot. One shot. Su Yin nodded, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Got it. Without any further words, Su Yin began to focus all his energy on preparing for this crucial strike. The air around them seemed to solidify as everyone's eyes locked onto the young Demon Slayer, waiting for a miracle to unfold. He directly invoked the summoning spell. Help me, Chensi. Give it your all. Su Yan's voice echoed through the night sky. In an instant, a gentle and melodious voice responded. Yes, master. Immediately, divine power surged from Su Yan's palm, hundreds of times more intense than before. It enveloped his body like a golden torrent, propelling him into the sky. Dawn shattered the darkness abruptly, and Chenxi's radiance spread like a vast golden curtain, enveloping the entire night sky. The northern warlord's eyes widened in shock as he stared up at the sky, as if struck by lightning. Lin Nan and the other elite members of the Demon Extermination Institute were equally stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? It can turn night into day. The same thought filled everyone's minds, including the northern warlord. This was far beyond their comprehension. At that moment, divine power burned wildly within Su Yin. He raised his staff high and gave a gentle wave toward the shimmering barrier. Fireball! He casually conjured a fireball and tossed it. Boom! The fireball exploded against the barrier, and the word critical flashed before everyone's eyes. A damage number so large it overflowed their view appeared, blinding everyone. Crash! The Forest Kingdom barrier, deemed indestructible by the Northern Warlord, crumbled under the absolute damage, offering no resistance. The glittering barrier shattered into pieces, and the poisonous mist surrounding it instantly dissipated. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The elite members of the Demon Extermination Institute were rendered speechless, as if they had just seen a ghost. Tears welled up in Lin Nan's eyes as he muttered, "The barrier. It's really broken. Thank you, Jean Mo. You've saved the Divine Strategy Corps and the entire Huagua." The Northern Warlord swallowed hard, his expression shifting before he finally spoke with great excitement. "Heaven blesses our people. A new era belonging to Jean Mo has arrived." Meanwhile, Chenxi quietly withdrew, and the sky returned to darkness. An ethereal and resonant world announcement echoed through the night sky. Player Jean Mo has shattered the Forest Kingdom barrier. The Forest Kingdom level cap is now lifted, and players at level 200 may proceed to the next map. Players who have reached level 200 and completed the breakthrough quest will receive compensation rewards. The green and healthy environment of the Divine Punishment Land requires every player's cooperation to maintain. We wish travelers a pleasant journey and a swift arrival at the Holy City. As soon as the world announcement was made, it reignited excitement in the World Channel. The players' cheers rose one after another. No way, the Forest Kingdom barrier is broken? Jean Mo is amazing. Fantastic, just fantastic. I've been stuck on the breakthrough quest for 60 years. I never thought I'd see the day I could level up again. Thank you, Jean Mo. Jean Mo, are you there? When are you going to break the level 500 barrier for us? Where is everyone tonight? What are they up to? Looking for a wife online? Anyone will do. Gu Xingxia. Back at the barrier, Su Yin was about to say, "That wasn't so hard," when suddenly a charming yet urgent voice rang in his ear. "Su Yin, log out quickly, something's happened." Su Yin was startled. The voice belonged to his bodyguard, Lin Qian. His mind went blank for a moment. The next instant, Su Yin abruptly opened his eyes and found himself back in his familiar bedroom, having emerged from divine punishment. He quickly sprang out of bed, his heart racing, and looked around anxiously, trying to make sense of what had just happened. What just happened? Su Yan's voice was filled with confusion and caution. As soon as he spoke, the air near the door shimmered slightly. A graceful figure materialized from the void, revealing Lin Qian's mature and stunning visage. She was now dressed in a tight, black combat suit, a stark contrast to her alluring appearance from the afternoon. Clutching a gleaming, slender blade, she exuded a fierce aura. With a serious expression and rapid speech, Lin Qian explained, "Su Yin, a void rift suddenly appeared above your school sports field 5 minutes ago. The Jiangnan City Demon Slayer Institute has initiated a level 1 battle alert, requiring all nearby warriors of commander rank and above to provide support." A level 1 battle alert? Su Yin gasped. Although he knew little about void rifts, he understood the significance of a level 1 alert. It meant that Jiangnan City was facing an unprecedented crisis and would spare no effort to respond. In 200 years, the city had never activated such a high level of alert. Su Yan's face instantly turned serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. He looked at Lin Qian and asked, "Qianjie, are you going?" Lin Qian hesitated for a moment before answering. "Although I have a protection duty and don't have to respond, I—" Before she could finish, Su Yin had already grasped her intention. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the door, shouting, "What are we waiting for? Let's go together. You're coming too?" Lin Qian looked at him in surprise. Su Yin glanced back with a smile. "You're my bodyguard. If I don't go, how can you? Besides, I want to see what's going on." A hint of depth flashed in Lin Qian's enchanting eyes before she gave her signature bewitching smile. "Su Yin, I'll owe you one for this. Just remember to repay me," Su Yin replied lightly. The two quickly dashed out the door, blending into the night. The night wind was gentle, and the moon hung high in the sky. In the high skies above Jiangnan City, the void suddenly twisted and deformed. A shadowy figure appeared faintly under the moonlight, emitting a chilling, eerie voice. "So, the Zhang family has been wiped out?" Too bad, I arrived a bit late. Umph. The Jiangnan City Demon Slayer Institute dares to challenge the anti-alliance. This void rift is your warning. The shadow paused briefly before continuing. By the way, the report said someone here has awakened in class combat talent for the second time. Hehehe, killing in class talent. The Jiang family's demise won't be in vain. With a sinister laugh, the black mist dissipated instantly, as if it had never been there. Under the moonlight, a white and a black figure sprinted down the road at speeds comparable to racing cars. Suya maintained a steady pace, his breathing even, and asked while running, "Qinjie, what's a void rift?" Wrapped entirely in her black combat suit with her long knife strapped to her back, Lin Qian explained concisely. It's said to be a special tool circulated among the demon race. When used, it can open a portal in the void, usually for transporting troops, but is normally used only on the front lines. I don't know why it suddenly appeared here. Hearing this, a subtle glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He thought to himself, could it be that his demon-slaying identity had been discovered by the demon god? Otherwise, why would this void rift appear specifically at Jiangnan No. 2 High School? He couldn't believe it was unrelated to him. While he was pondering, Lin Qian's communication device started flashing red. She quickly reported, news from the school. A large number of demons have already emerged from the void rift. The city's Demon Slayer Institute is organizing manpower to clear them out and prevent them from spreading beyond the school. Su Yan's expression changed slightly as he tentatively asked, is the situation serious? Lin Qian replied, for now, it's under control since 2 veteran battle kings from the provincial Demon Slayer Institute are stationed there. But no one knows the strength of the Void Rift or what level of demon soldiers might come out next. By this time, they had crossed several traffic lights and were about to enter the city center under the streetlights. Su Yan suddenly thought of a question. Why not just destroy the Void Rift? Lin Qian shook her head and explained, Void Rifts fall under the category of void abilities. As long as the user is alive, even if destroyed, it will regenerate. I see. Su Yan nodded in understanding and then asked, who is the user? As he spoke, he involuntarily slowed his pace, looking up at the clear night sky as if searching for an answer. Feeling it? Not bad, there's a pair of eyes spying on you. The warning from the Eye of the Gods sent a shiver down Su Yan's spine. He suddenly sensed a cold, sinister gaze fixated on him from above. Su Yan quickly glanced at Lin Qian beside him, but the female bodyguard seemed completely unaware. Someone who can overpower Lin Qian? Who could it be? Su Yan pondered silently. The Eye of the Gods continued. Remember that succubus? This one's the same, but judging by the aura, it's at least 10 times stronger. The last one was level 705, so this one must be at least level 1200. Su Yan gasped, whoa, that's a high level. The Eye of the God seemed to chuckle mischievously. Oh, she looks impatient, like she can't wait to devour you. Upon seeing this warning, Su Yan abruptly stopped in his tracks. Lin Qian asked curiously, Su Yan, what's wrong? The slight scrape of her long knife against the pavement was barely audible. Su Yan calmly replied, hearing you say that, the school seems too dangerous. It's better if I stay home. You go on your own. Qinjie? Lin Qian frowned slightly, but quickly nodded in agreement. That might be best. But remember, once you're home, don't go anywhere and don't enter the divine punishment leveling zone. I'll be back soon. With that, Lin Qian wasted no time. Her body, clad in black combat gear, crouched slightly before she leaped into the air, swiftly heading towards Jiangnan Secondary School. Su Yan watched her leave, his expression changing subtly. He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, moving so fast that he left a trail of afterimages behind him. A few minutes later, Su Yan arrived at an empty area on the outskirts of the city. Far from the urban hustle and bustle, it was a secluded spot perfect for covert actions. Suddenly, a bell-like laugh echoed from above. What a considerate child. The void rippled intensely, and in the blink of an eye, a figure swooped down behind Su Yan. But just then, Su Yan, who had been pretending to be oblivious, spun around abruptly. His eyes turned golden, and he smirked, a level 1000 succubus. Huh? Playing with the void? Do you know who I am? I'm the nemesis of the void. Su Yan extended his hand and clenched it tightly. In an instant, the void in front of him twisted, spun, and tore apart. In the blink of an eye, the countless spaces woven by void laws shattered. Ack! The succubus hidden within the void let out a scream of agony. As the void dissipated, the succubus's form was revealed, a seductive woman in a red dress. She had long, seaweed-like hair, fiery red lips, and a delicate face that was pale as a ghost. Her appearance was so enchanting that she looked like a demoness from a painting. Without the protection of the void, the succubus was like a fish out of water. She twisted and struggled in the air before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. You can control the void. The succubus was utterly stunned, her red lips trembling as she cried out in shock. At this moment, Su Yan stood tall, a cold smile on his face. The SS level talent Void Rift gives me the power to control the void. Dragging you out of it isn't hard at all. Surprised? Not only can I control the void, I can also... Before he could finish, the succubus in the red dress darted forward, her expression a mix of rage and fear. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, tauntingly. Oh, come on, really? Getting all worked up already? Come on, make a move, and I'll admit defeat. Even without the protection of the void, the succubus's speed remained as swift as lightning. The air cracked, and in an instant, Su Yan's neck was gripped by a slender, white hand. Kid, so what if you can control the void? You can't escape my power at level 1215, the succubus giggled, lifting Su Yan's chin with her other hand, her peach blossom eyes scrutinizing him. TSK, TSK, such a handsome face. What a pity you awakened in class combat talent. Next time, just be a useless nobody. Before she finished speaking, the succubus slightly tightened her grip. Bang! Su Yan's body exploded into fragments. The succubus froze, bewildered. She had only meant to snap his neck. How did he just explode? Realizing something was amiss, panic washed over her face as she hurriedly turned around. Figured it out? But it's too late. Judgment. A clear voice echoed from the void. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, striking the succubus on the head. Her long hair flew up like seaweed, and the succubus's expression turned to one of horror as her body turned an eerie green. A wave of extreme weakness swept over her, causing her to collapse to her knees. What is this? She screamed, her face full of fear. The void in front of her rippled, revealing Su Yin, who maintained a spellcasting stance with his staff. Maxed out luck stats sure are handy. Even someone over level 1200 has to kneel before me. He chuckled, exhaling in relief. The exploding Su Yin was merely a decoy created by the SS class skill Twin Shadows. Earlier, he had used the void to cloak his presence and secretly released the decoy. The decoy not only dragged the succubus out of the void, but also stole the permanent S-class skill, Void Concealment. Su Yin activated the divine domain, and a transparent glass bowl appeared in the night sky, enclosing them both. His dragon's wrath staff had accumulated 100 stacks, ready to deal tenfold extra damage on the next spellcast. Are you the one who opened the Void Rift? Su Yin asked coldly. The succubus knelt in pain but sneered. So what if I am? I don't know how you weaken me, but do you think you can kill me? Su Yin said no more, raising his staff in preparation. Look up. Take a good look before you speak. The succubus struggled to lift her head, her pupils shrinking. In the moonlight, a colossal sword of light, 20 meters high and 5 meters wide, hovered above her, emanating a sacred and inviolable aura. You are the demon slayer. The succubus was utterly terrified, a sense of impending death engulfing her. Su Yin remained indifferent, simply saying, Die. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The succubus trembled all over, begging repeatedly. I'm actually human. I was forced into this by the demon lord. Demon slayer. I'll do anything you want if you spare me. Suddenly, the succubus had an idea. She quickly parted her fiery red lips and extended a tender, long tongue. The tongue split into two, moving nimbly and producing a hissing sound like a snake. I have special skills. Everyone I've served says I'm the best. Demon Slayer, you'll love it too. Damn it. Su Yin shuddered as a wave of dread swept over him. He glared coldly at the alluring spirit in front of him, his voice as sharp as an ice blade. Serve me? You think you're worthy? Before the last word left his lips, Su Yan's staff was already in motion. A blinding holy sword materialized out of thin air, descending upon the spirit like divine retribution. 6.8 billion points of damage surged into her form wrapped in a red dress. Despite her astonishing level of 1215, the spirit didn't even have time to scream before she was reduced to ashes by the holy sword. Not a trace of her remained, as if she had never existed. The battle ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving Su Yin alone on the desolate grassland. The howling wind accentuated the eerie silence. A soft sound broke the stillness. Plop! A crystal-clear gem rolled out from the scorched grass. Su Yan's quick reflexes allowed him to snatch it up instantly. He soon realized it was a drop from the spirit when she faced divine retribution. A trophy? A glint of excitement flashed in Su Yan's eyes as he swiftly pocketed the gem. He meticulously cleaned the battlefield, ensuring no traces were left behind before dispelling his divine domain and hastily departing. Meanwhile, the battle raged on at Jiangnin's second high school sports field. Lin Xian's blade flashed like lightning, slicing a demon in half. Her vigorous movements made her chest heave, drawing attention. But then, something unexpected happened that left everyone stunned. The ominous void rift hovering above the field suddenly vanished. The members of the City Demon Extermination Institute exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing the same surprise and confusion in the other's eyes. Without the portal, The remaining demons were quickly eradicated. Fortunately, these were only low-level demons, not even reaching the rank of demon soldiers. Despite their numbers, they posed no real threat to the well-trained members of the Institute. After dispatching the last demon, the group gathered, looking up at the now-absent Void Rift, buzzing with speculation. Strange. How did it just disappear? Could the user have died? But I've heard that those who can use such a special artifact are at least level 1200, top-tier warriors. How could they die so suddenly? Then what could it be? Could it be some new trick from the Demon Clan? No one had a definite answer. The sudden appearance of the Void Rift had thrown the City Demon Extermination Institute into a state of high alert. They had even sounded the air raid siren. Two warlords from the Provincial Demon Extermination Institute had joined the battle, and Lin Qian, tasked with protecting Su Yin, had also come to support. They had braced for an impending disaster in Jiangnan City, only for the Void Rift to disappear as mysteriously as it had appeared. As the group speculated, one of the warlords seemed to receive an urgent message. He spoke with a sense of urgency. Listen up, there's a situation in the northern suburbs. Head there immediately. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison, their faces etched with shock and curiosity. In the next moment, figures shot into the sky. The two warlords flew the highest and fastest, vanishing into the night in a blink. The others followed closely, speeding towards the northern suburbs. 5 minutes later, the warlords led the entire team from the City Demon Extermination Institute to a desolate grassland in the northern suburbs. The area bore signs of a fierce battle, with faint traces of energy still lingering in the air. After the warlords finished their assessment, everyone gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. The results indicated that the mysterious powerhouse who had used the special Void Rift artifact had fallen on this seemingly ordinary grassland. A top-tier warrior, at least level 1200, had perished here silently. This shocking revelation left everyone deep in thought. Who killed them? The question echoed in everyone's minds, their eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. The warlords exchanged a look, their faces full of shock. One of them spoke gravely. This enemy's strength far exceeds ours. To kill them in such a short time, only a god-tier warrior could have done it. A god-tier warrior! The exclamation rippled through the group. Shock, awe, and curiosity intermingled on every face. The existence capable of easily killing a warlord-level warrior, what unimaginable level of power had they reached? This question weighed heavily on everyone's mind, like a giant stone pressing down on their hearts. Su Yin quietly returned home and locked himself in his bedroom. His heart was still pounding from the recent battle, the thrill of single-handedly defeating a warlord-level enemy, making it hard for him to calm down. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Lying on his soft, large bed, Su Yin reflected on the reasons behind his bravery. Billions of damage points were enough to easily kill a warlord, and with the clone ability of Twin Shadows and the resurrection power of the Phoenix Heart, he essentially had 3 lives. The enemy had no chance against him. A cold smile curled at Su Yan's lips. The enemy only realized he was a demon slayer at the last moment, having mistaken him for an ordinary person with S-level talent, hoping to kill him for glory. This understanding allowed Su Yin to finally relax. His demon slayer identity was protected by supreme authority, making it nearly impossible to expose. An anti-alliance organization, huh? Trying to kill me? Su Yin muttered, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I'll wipe you out completely, sooner or later. After speaking, he rubbed his face and his gaze fell on the crystal package left by the enemy. Thinking of the potential treasures inside, Su Yin couldn't help but smile with anticipation. Taking advantage of Lin Qian's absence, he immediately attempted to connect to the crystal. Since the enemy was dead, the crystal package became ownerless, with its binding permissions removed. Su Yin connected easily and eagerly began to inspect its contents. Though the package wasn't large, it was packed full. Various materials were neatly arranged, with at least 20 of each kind. Even more surprising, there were over 40 types of rare SS-level materials. Soul of the Earth 25, Dragon Scale Powder 35, Blood Silver Flower 40, Blue Sea Pearl 42. Su Yin murmured, his eyes shining with excitement. This is practically a treasure trove of materials. Besides materials, the package also contained various weapons, scrolls, and potions. Although the highest quality was only S-level, the quantity was substantial. Su Yin quickly glanced over them before eagerly checking the amount of gold. When he saw gold, 105,625,000, Su Yin gasped. He even took out a magnifying glass to confirm, afraid he was seeing things. It was indeed over 100 million gold, equivalent to more than 10 billion yuan. This enemy, I must say, is the ultimate hoarder, Su Yin exclaimed, then calmed down and began transferring all the loot to his own spatial pouch. This process took nearly half an hour. Just as Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief, there was a light tapping at the window. He had already sensed the familiar presence, knowing it was his bodyguard Lin Qian returning. Su Yin got up and opened the window, and Lin Qian rolled into the room gracefully, the slender blade in her hand disappearing in a flash of white light. "Qianjie, how's everything at the schools?" Su Yin asked with feigned concern. Leaning against the wardrobe, Lin Qian's chest heaved, her face still showing signs of shock. "The school's fine. The enemy using the void rift was killed." Su Yin pretended to relax. "That's good. So, classes will resume as usual tomorrow. Aren't you curious how the enemy was killed?" Lin Qian stood up straight, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "The opponent was over level 1,200. How did they die?" Su Yin asked, feigning curiosity. "It was a war god," Lin Qian said excitedly. "A war god intervened." Su Yin almost laughed out loud, thinking it amusing that he was mistaken for a war god. As Lin Qian began to recount the events in detail, she appeared unusually exhilarated. Su Yin could easily see the high regard Lin Qian had for the war god. Excitedly, Lin Qian explained that the emergence of the war god was second only to the awakening of an SS-level talent. She emphasized that the war god not only symbolized immense power, but also served as the spiritual pillar of humanity, establishing numerous monumental achievements in the history of war. Quoting from textbooks, Lin Qian said, "The human emperor protects Blue Star, and the war god protects humanity. The human emperor and the war god are both indispensable." With a meaningful look at Su Yin, she encouraged him. "Although the war gods of past generations all had S-level talents, I believe that with enough effort and perseverance, you can also become a war god. When that happens, I would be so proud of you, considering I once served as the bodyguard for a war god." Su Yin knew Lin Qian was trying to motivate him, but he secretly scoffed. "Become a war god? Are you insulting me? I, Su Yin, aim to become a god." The next day, Jiangnan City downgraded its level 1 war alert to level 2. Jiangnan No. 2 High School was listed as a key protection target by the Demon Slaying Institute. Last night's Void Rift incident quickly became a hot topic online, almost rivaling the news of the Demon Slayer breaching the Forest Kingdom's barrier. Early in the morning, Su Yin arrived at school to find the classroom in a chaotic buzz, with students fervently discussing the Void Rift incident from the previous night. Suddenly, Tang Xia's shout came from the back row. "Su Yin, Su Yin." Unusually, she wasn't napping today, but stood up, waving at him energetically. In the sunlight, her ponytail shimmered like a fine veil. Surprised, Su Yin walked to his seat and teased. "Feeling energetic today, huh?" He casually tossed his backpack onto the desk. Tang Xia urgently said, "You're brave to come to school. Don't you know the anti-alliance organization is looking for you? It's all over the school that they caused last night's Void Rift. They want revenge for the Jiang family and to kill you, and S-level combat talent." Raising an eyebrow, Su Yin chuckled. "Where else would I go if not school? Should I hide until it's safe? Xia, you wouldn't be trying to trick me into leaving so you can take the top spot in the college entrance exams, would you? Get lost." Tang Xia said seriously, biting her lip. "If you're really worried, my dad can go with you to hide. We can skip the exams if necessary." "Wow, I thought we were brothers, and now you want to elope with me?" Su Yin joked. Before he finished, Tang Xia kicked him in the leg. He inadvertently caught a glimpse under her short skirt and thought, "Whoa, she's not wearing safety shorts, pink panties." Just then the bell rang. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, walked briskly into the classroom, his eyes fixed on the back row. "Su Yin, Tang Xia, come out here for a moment." When Su Yin and Tang Xia arrived outside the classroom, they saw Mr. Wang standing in the hallway. Su Yin, speaking without thinking, blurted out, "Old Wang, you wanted to see us?" Realizing his mistake mid-sentence, he quickly shut his mouth. Mr. Wang was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's okay. You can call me Old Wang. Anyway, starting today, you two are no longer students of Class 3. Su Yin was taken aback, and he panicked. "Did we do something wrong? Why are we being expelled?" Tang Xia, who seemed to understand the situation, nudged Su Yin with her elbow and said disdainfully, "Idiot, can't you see? Mr. Wang means we're being transferred to the rocket class." Mr. Wang shook his head and corrected her with a smile. "Not the rocket class, but the champion class." "The champion class?" Both Su Yin and Tang Xia were stunned, their eyes wide with confusion. "What's going on? Why the change?" Mr. Wang patiently explained, "Here's the situation. Su Yin, you've awakened in S-class combat talent. The rocket class is no longer suitable for you. The school has specially created the champion class for you, with resources and funding 20 times that of the rocket class. The principal will personally be your homeroom teacher to ensure you succeed in the college entrance exams." Su Yin was speechless. He shook his head and said, "That's really not necessary. I think Class 3 is just fine." Mr. Wang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes welling up. He said emotionally, "Hearing you say that is the greatest affirmation I could receive as your homeroom teacher. I'm content with my life now. But trust me, you need to join the champion class. It will have a profound impact on your future. Don't make the same mistake as last time." Tang Xia quickly interrupted. "Yes, Su Yin, listen to Mr. Wang and transfer to the champion class." Honestly, Su Yin didn't want to go. He wasn't lacking in resources. The main issue was the overly enthusiastic principal. Facing that constantly smiling face every day was exhausting. Staying in class 3 and bantering with Tang Xia was much more comfortable. Mr. Wang seemed to understand his thoughts and smiled mischievously. "Don't worry, Su Yin. Tang Xia will be going with you. You two will still be seatmates." "Humph, who wants to sit next to him?" Tang Xia turned her face away with a huff. Su Yin was immediately displeased. "So, are you going or not?" "Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I?" Tang Xia pouted. "Then it's settled." As Tang Xia went back to the classroom to pack her books and link crystal, Mr. Wang suddenly called out to Su Yin. "Su Yin, wait a moment." Mr. Wang's expression turned grateful. "After this batch, I'll be heading to 4th High as the principal. I never thought that after a lifetime of teaching, my first promotion would be to principal." "Thank you, Su Yin." Su Yin immediately understood what Mr. Wang meant and smiled slightly. "No need to thank me. I just mentioned it casually to the principal." Mr. Wang hesitated, rubbing his hands together, and asked, "One more thing? When I get to 4th High, can I tell people that you were my student?" Su Yin was a bit surprised but quickly smiled. "Of course. I am your student after all." Mr. Wang was immensely grateful. "Thank you. Thank you so much." A genius with class talent, barring any accidents, would achieve great things in the future, possibly surpassing even the Battle King. Having taught such a student would be the greatest honor of Mr. Wang's life. After a brief farewell with their classmates in Class 3, Su Yin and Tang Xia followed Mr. Wang to the champion class. The champion class was housed in a separate building. To counter potential attacks from anti-alliance organizations, the classroom walls were built with special materials, reportedly capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 5th-tier battle general. The school, in collaboration with the city's Demon Slaying Institute, had deployed over 100 security personnel, with Lin Qian providing covert protection. The champion class was secured like a fortress. As the two entered the classroom, they were greeted with enthusiastic cheers. "Su Yin, it's Su Yin." There were only a dozen or so students, all with class talents, representing the best of Jiangnan 2nd High's current batch. However, compared to this class Su Yin, they were all just playing supporting roles. "Su Yin, Tang Xia, you two sit in the front row." The front row center seats had been intentionally left empty, clearly reserved for Su Yin and Tang Xia. Su Yin, without hesitation, sat down with Tang Xia. Mr. Wang carefully set up their link crystals, and after ensuring everything was in order, whispered, "You two should help each other and work hard. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office. All right, I wish you all the best in your college entrance exams." "I'm leaving now," said Mr. Wang, turning to leave. His slightly melancholic figure quickly disappeared through the classroom door, leaving behind a room filled with silence. Soon after, the new homeroom teacher, who was also the old principal, walked in with a radiant smile and a shiny bald head. His gleaming scalp sparkled under the classroom lights, as if heralding a bright future. After a brief opening ceremony, amidst enthusiastic applause, the old principal excitedly asked, "Students, do you know why I named this class the Top Scholar class?" A student immediately responded with excitement, "I know. Because Su Yin is aiming to be the top scorer in Jiangnan City." The old principal shook his head, his beard trembling. "Wrong, completely wrong." "Then why?" the students asked, puzzled. With great ambition, the old principal declared, "Students, times have changed. With Su Yan's great combat talent, becoming the top scorer in Jiangnan City is already within reach. What we aim for in the top scholar class is to be the top scorer in the entire province." Wow! The classroom erupted. The title of provincial top scorer ignited everyone's passion. "Su Yin, do you have the confidence?" The old principal's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Yin. All the students' gazes followed. Su Yin, who was only thinking about getting to the Divine Punishment Land and moving on to the next map for his second job transition, could only respond to the anticipation of everyone. "The provincial top scorer? I could achieve that with my eyes closed." "Well said." The old principal's face lit up with excitement, his beard twitching with joy. Moments later, the old principal took out 3 items from his bag and placed them on the podium, cheerfully announcing, "This time, for exposing the traitor Jiang family, Su Yin has rendered great service. The Provincial Demon Slayer Academy has sent these 3 rewards. The first item, 100,000 gold coins." Wow! The classroom buzzed with envy. Tang Xia's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. 100,000 gold coins equated to 10 million in Huabi. Her heart raced, and she glanced at Su Yin, wanting to say, "You've struck it rich." But Su Yin didn't seem too pleased. The second item, 50 attribute pills. Wow! The envy grew louder, with eyes turning green with jealousy. The third item, S-grade skill skywalk. Boom! The classroom exploded again. The envy turned into gasps. An S-grade skill was something they could only dream of. And Su Yin, who hadn't even taken the college entrance exams yet, had already received it. Skywalk? Is that a flying skill? Only at the mention of the last reward did Su Yin show a hint of interest. After all, having just dealt with a hoarding rat last night, the Provincial Demon Slayer Academy's rewards didn't impress him much. Taking all the rewards from the old principal, Su Yin immediately checked out Skywalk. Skywalk S-grade. Walk in the sky, covering millions of kilometers a day. CD? None. Consumption? None. Wow, that's impressive. Seeing the description of Skywalk, Su Yan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he used the skill scroll. System prompt. Congratulations, you have learned Skywalk LV1. On the podium, the old principal continued to explain the preciousness of Skywalk. As far as I know, this Skywalk is a treasured skill of the Provincial Demon Slayer Academy. Don't confuse it with grade or grade flying skills. Skywalk not only allows for higher and farther flight, but also provides a more stable posture with no consumption. You can cover millions of kilometers in the time it takes to eat a meal. However, the learning requirements are very high. You need to reach the strength of a level 500 warlord to learn it. But that's not a problem for you, Su Yin. By the time you graduate from university, you should be able to achieve it. Listening to the old principal, Su Yin glanced at the already learned Skywalk, feeling a bit awkward. Darn, why didn't they mention the learning requirements earlier? I almost blew my cover, he thought to himself. Yesterday, two shocking incidents erupted in Jiangnan City. First, Jiang Yao, a student at the Imperial University, attempted to destroy the S-level combat talent of Jiangnan No. 2 high school student Su Yin by using the forbidden technique, Heaven's Gift Destruction. When this was discovered, the Jiang family was exterminated. That night, a battle king from the anti-alliance organization attacked the school again, attempting to assassinate Su Yin. These events quickly spread online, attracting significant attention from the main branch of the Demon Extermination Institute in the imperial capital. The institute immediately issued a level 1 battle order, launching an indefinite nationwide operation to locate and eradicate anti-alliance strongholds, vowing to eliminate these parasites of humanity. Additionally, to prevent a potential talent war, the institute ordered increased protection for schools and public link crystal locations. The main branch also dispatched a team of experts led by Lin Nan to patrol the novice map of the land of divine punishment around the clock. Inside the classroom of the top student class at Jiangnan No. 2 High School, the atmosphere was lively. The old principal had just handed out Su Yan's prizes and distributed the rewards from yesterday's practical exercise growth package and the weekly resource supply for the top student class. This immediately sparked cheers from the students. Compared to Su Yan's unattainable super prizes, these tangible rewards excited everyone even more. The growth package included a random level 20 grade weapon and 2 teleportation scrolls. The weekly resource supply comprised 3,500 gold coins, 1 teleportation scroll, and a set of health and mana potions each. This year, to support Su Yan's bid for the provincial top scorer title, Jiangnan No. 2 High School spared no effort. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Go level up, the old principal said before sitting on a bench at the classroom door, transforming into a guardian deity. Su Yin declined his classmates' invitations to form a team and eagerly reached out to touch the link crystal. With a soft sound, his consciousness instantly vanished, and the next moment, he found himself at the boundary of the Forest Kingdom. The barrier was already shattered, and the path to the next map was clear. Let's test the airborne technique. Su Yin couldn't contain his excitement. He quickly moved to a flat area and activated the technique. In an instant, a powerful force surged from under his feet, propelling him skyward. Wow, and flying so high! In just a few seconds, Su Yin was soaring thousands of feet in the air. Surrounded by a sea of clouds and bathed in the golden morning sunlight, he felt like he was in a fairyland. This unprecedented sense of exhilaration left him enthralled. After a brief adjustment, he spread his wings and flew across the forest kingdom like lightning. High above, Su Yan's fleeting figure left a long trail of light. Several players traveling below looked up in awe. Wow, which battle king just arrived in our forest kingdom? Must be an expert from the Demon Extermination Institute. I heard many experts have been dispatched to patrol the land of divine punishment recently due to the rampant anti-alliance activities. So cool. I want to become an expert in the Demon Extermination Institute too. After crossing the Forest Kingdom, Su Yin officially entered the new map, the Endless Desert. This map had a maximum level of 500. According to the textbooks, the Endless Desert was true to its name, filled with endless sand. After withdrawing from the novice map, humans, with the help of their allies, the elves, briefly settled and established Sansi City. However, the Desert Lords, the Lizard Men, and the Sandworm Army launched a fierce attack on Sansi City. The human garrison was ultimately defeated and forced to withdraw from the endless desert. It seems that whether in reality or in the land of divine punishment, humanity's situation is dire, Suyin thought, as he quickly flew towards Sansi City against the backdrop of the swirling sand. With the airborne technique, the previously time-consuming journey was now a breeze. In just a few minutes, Suyin arrived above Sansi City. Boom! Like a cannonball, Suyin landed in the city. To avoid being recognized by other players, he hurried to the job change location. The Wrath Mage could finally undergo the second job change. Soon, Suyin arrived at the job change area. There were no NPCs here. Everything required self-service. Familiar with the process, he directly accepted the job change quest. Job change quest accepted. After receiving the quest, Suyin quickly checked the required materials and felt an urge to curse. Surprisingly, the requirements for the second job advancement were double those of the first, needing 10 pieces of SS-grade rare materials. Suyin frowned as he calculated. Even the cheapest of these materials would cost at least 1,000,000 gold coins at the auction house, and the Blue Sea Pearl and Dragon Scale incense powder weren't even listed. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his substantial wealth and ample reserves of SS-grade materials. Opening his bag to search, a smile quickly spread across Su Yan's face. The treasure trove left by his hoarding mouse was indeed well-stocked. He had all 10 pieces of the rare materials needed for the job advancement task right there. This saved him over 10,000,000 gold coins, making him secretly proud. Getting a free second job advancement, who else could pull that off but me? With the material issue resolved, Su Yan immediately checked his quest log. The only remaining task was to defeat an outdoor boss. The target was the level 255 Lizard Emperor, which was a piece of cake for him. Su Yan smirked slightly, turned away from the job advancement site, and once again used his levitation skill to the astonishment of several nearby players. With a deafening sonic boom, Su Yan shot into the sky like an arrow, heading straight for the Lizard Emperor's territory. In just 5 minutes, he was standing firmly above the sands deep within the desert. Suddenly, the yellow sand before him erupted, forming a terrifying sandstorm that rushed toward him. Amidst the violent storm, a 10-meter-tall lizard man slowly emerged. Crowned and clad in golden armor, it stood like a moving mountain before Su Yan, its eyes emitting a chilling golden light. Insignificant human, how dare you awaken me from my slumber? Prepare to face my wrath, the Lizard Emperor bellowed majestically, swinging its massive staff. Instantly, countless sand-formed projectiles rained down from the sky, bombarding Su Yan ferociously. The desert sea surged with towering waves. Yet Su Yan remained as immovable as a statue, unfazed by the sand projectiles hitting him. Done? Now it's my turn. Su Yan calmly raised his staff, and a fireball shot towards the Lizard Emperor. Umph. A mere fireball. And you dare, the Lizard Emperor began to mock, but its words were cut short by a loud explosion. The fireball detonated within its massive body, followed by a harrowing scream that echoed across the desert. Impossible! This can't be! The Lizard Emperor, ruler of the endless desert for 200 years, rapidly disintegrated, meeting its end. All done! Su Yan casually smirked, ready to return to Sansi City to submit his quest, already anticipating how much his damage would increase as a Wrath Mage after the second job advancement. Just then, a system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, you have triggered a desert encounter. See the sandstorm ahead? Boldly walk into it, and you'll receive unexpected rewards. You're telling me this is an adventure? Su Yan asked, his voice tinged with disbelief, as he pointed towards the storm-ridden, pitch-black region deep within the endless desert. Su Yan had done his homework and knew this stormy area wasn't a sudden occurrence, but a long-standing forbidden zone. For 200 years, countless human players had attempted to explore it, only to meet their demise. Those below level 1000 were instantly killed, and even level 2000 war gods couldn't escape death. The severely disrupted magnetic field and the all-encompassing darkness caused all who entered to lose their way and perish in the sea of sand. The human race knew nothing about this forbidden zone until a professor from the Imperial University dubbed it the area of no research value. He believed the sandstorm zone was merely a decorative part of the map, like a tree in the Forest Kingdom or a pond in a beginner's map, meant to showcase the harshness of the desert. Gradually, it became a place everyone avoided. Of course it's an adventure, Eyes of the Gods said excitedly. It's been 200 years. Don't you want to find out what's inside? The wind and sand lashed at Su Yan's face. Even standing at the edge of the forbidden zone, he felt suffocated, as if he could be torn apart at any moment. After a brief hesitation, he nodded solemnly. All right, at worst it's just death. Let's go in. Remember not to summon the goddess of dawn. You'll need her once you're inside. Eyes of the gods reminded him. Then how am I supposed to get in? Suyin asked, puzzled. Without divine protection, he didn't think he could survive 10 seconds inside. Use potions. You have so many healing potions stored up. Are you saving them as family heirlooms? Suyin glanced at the over 200 sets of premium healing potions left by his friend Tunton Mouse in his inventory and chuckled sheepishly. Right? It's just over 1,000,000 gold coins. I can afford it. Once you're inside, keep your eyes closed. No matter what you hear, don't open them. Follow my directions and fly forward. This trip will be worth it. With eyes of the gods' assurance, Su Yin felt more confident. He quickly walked to the edge of the sandstorm zone, took a deep breath, and used his flight technique to soar into the sky, closing his eyes as he resolutely flew into the storm. As soon as he entered, Su Yin was swallowed by the sandstorm. The air was filled with swirling sand, blocking out the sky and sun. He kept his eyes tightly shut, shielding his face with his hands, and followed eyes of the gods' directions to fly quickly. The fierce sandstorm cut into his body, the pain tearing through every pore, and his health dropped rapidly. You consumed a premium healing potion. Health restored by 50. Non-combat use, no cooldown. You consumed a premium treatment potion. Health regenerating 5 per second for 15 seconds. Su Yin kept chugging potions, one every second, fearing he might die in the sandstorm. Hallucinatory wind eye ahead, prepare to turn left, perfect dodge. Turn right in 2,000 meters. Eyes of the gods continually guided Su Yin, directing his path. However, he was unaware that countless spirits were gathering around him in the storm, their chilling wails growing louder. After 2 minutes of flying, everything suddenly went silent. The world seemed to vanish. We're here. Open your eyes. Seeing the prompt from eyes of the gods, Su Yin's heart finally settled. He slowly opened his eyes and was stunned by what he saw. Clear skies and no trace of the sandstorm. Instead, a brand new map lay before him. A hidden map! Su Yin shouted excitedly as he landed like a cannonball. This place was like a paradise in the desert. Though not an oasis, it was even better. A dilapidated temple stood ahead, its ruins both sacred and desolate. Su Yin knew that this adventure's treasure must be hidden within the temple. What could be inside? His heart raced as he cautiously stepped forward. But suddenly, the temple began to shake violently. No, it wasn't just the temple. The entire desert was trembling. Divine territory, mortals forbidden, a commanding voice boomed. A majestic, ethereal voice echoed from all directions, instantly shattering the desert's silence. The sand beneath Su Yan's feet surged like ocean waves, forming colossal sandstorms. Having anticipated danger, Su Yan swiftly leapt into the air, evading the sudden threat. At that moment, a divine light pierced through the swirling sands, and an overwhelming divine power enveloped the entire sky and earth. Amidst the flying dust, a long-haired, snake-tailed beauty emerged from the temple, with the words, "Desert Goddess Fallen God," hovering above her head. "How dare you trespass in my divine realm? Die!" The goddess's thunderous voice shook the heavens. Su Yan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn, another god?" Despite his surprise, he was secretly thrilled. This adventure was turning out to be worth every risk. In a critical moment, Su Yin unhesitatingly activated his summoning skill. "Help me, Dawn!" Instantly, another wave of divine power surged through the heavens, quickly devouring the existing one. A sea of flowers suddenly bloomed in the desert, and the Dawn Goddess, dressed in a milk-white gown with silver hair and snow-white skin, appeared out of thin air. Her golden eyes opened with disdain on her noble and cold face as she declared, "A mere fallen god dares to harm my master." With the Dawn Goddess's arrival, the light of dawn illuminated the entire desert. Her divine power swiftly gained the upper hand, gradually taking control of the area. The sound of shattered void echoed in the sky, like a series of firecrackers. Countless wailing spirits were annihilated in the void. The desert goddess was astounded by this powerful adversary. You possess a mid-tier divinity of level 12. She regretted her carelessness, never expecting that this seemingly ordinary mortal could summon a deity stronger than herself. Once the Dawn Goddess had fully secured the divine realm, she reminded, "Master, apply the shackles." On it, Su Yin responded excitedly, already poised for action. The Desert Goddess, bound by Dawn's divine power, panicked. "Mortal, what are you going to do?" Su Yin smirked, his palm glowing with the light of chains. "What am I going to do? You'll find out soon enough." He thrust his hand towards the Desert Goddess and shouted, "Shackles." With a thunderous boom, 2 blood-red chains shot from Su Yan's palm, their runes shimmering as they instantly targeted the Desert Goddess. As the rules of creation descended, a massive black, serpent woman phantom appeared behind her. The phantom screamed and struggled, its divine power clashing with the creation rules, but it was quickly subdued. The blood-red chains transformed into two beams of red light, binding the phantom's wrists and slowly pulling upwards. Within half a minute, the black serpent woman phantom ceased struggling and became still. The system notification announced, "Shackles complete," and Su Yin smiled victoriously. The Dawn Goddess withdrew her divine power and gracefully landed behind Su Yin, her sacred form radiating a brilliant light. With the phantom's disappearance, the desert goddess's ferocity vanished. She flew before Su Yin, crossing her hands over her chest and bowing respectfully. "Command me as you wish, my master." At that moment, a world announcement echoed from the sky. Player Demon Slayer has defeated the desert goddess fallen god Misha in the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. The sandstorm has dissipated, doubling the exploration area of the endless desert. All attributes of the lizard tribe, sandworm tribe, and serpent people tribe are reduced by 50, and experience gain is increased by 20 for 48 hours. The land of divine punishment was eerily silent and desolate. All the players stood frozen in place, gazing up at the clear blue sky, blinking in disbelief. Had someone really ventured into the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone, a place deemed absolutely off-limits by numerous experts and authoritative institutions after 2 centuries of research? Yet, not only had Jean Mo entered the Forbidden Zone, but he also killed the so-called Desert Goddess. The players' minds seemed to short-circuit, and their understanding of the game was once again shattered, following previous shocks like the Sword Seal instance, breaking through the world barrier, and the Ancient Elf battlefield. The world chat exploded instantly, with messages pouring in like a tidal wave. Jean Mo has entered the endless desert map with a world announcement. Amazing! Does anyone know how Jean Mo managed to get into the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone? Will the desert goddess respawn? I'd love to die under her skirt. Haha. Jean Mo said he would slay the demon god. And he meant it. By the way, why is Jean Mo still level 1? Is he going to clear the land of divine punishment at level 1? Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Imperial Capital University, 2 elderly men with white hair were seated around a tea table. They sipped their tea while discussing the ongoing human-demon situation and the upcoming National College entrance exam. "Old Lee, have you really decided to retire?" the principal asked, setting down his teacup with a somber expression. The elder known as Old Lee adjusted his reading glasses and replied with a cheerful smile, "Yes, I've spent my entire life researching the land of divine punishment. I've studied everything that could be studied, even under pressure. It's time for me to step down and enjoy my twilight years." The principal nodded, sighing, "You've built a treasure trove of knowledge for humanity. You deserve a break." Old Lee squinted at the view outside the window and continued, "The main thing is, there's nothing left for me to research in the land of divine punishment. I've nearly exhausted the maps below level 1000, and my apprentices are tackling the ones above 1000. I have no regrets this lifetime." A brief silence fell between them. The principal changed the subject. "Old Lee, you've always had a sharp eye. Any promising candidates for this year's college entrance exam?" Old Lee perked up, raising 2 frail fingers. "I have 2 recommendations. The first is naturally Jean Mo, no doubt about that. The second is a student named Su Yin from Jiangnan City, who has great talent." The principal raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Isn't he the high schooler who was in the news yesterday for being targeted by an anti-alliance group?" Old Lee nodded earnestly. "Exactly. Old Xia, if you trust me, you must ensure Su Yin comes to Imperial Capital University. Don't let any other schools, especially those sketchy foreign universities, snatch him away." The principal responded with a dismissive smile, clearly not taking it to heart. Great talent was not uncommon at a top-tier institution like Imperial Capital University. Everything would depend on the entrance exam results. As the time approached, the principal stood up, tidied the tea set, and returned to his desk to pick up Old Lee's retirement application. He confirmed one last time, "Old Lee, are you sure you want to retire? Once retired, you'll no longer enjoy the special expert privileges of the Demon Slaying Institute, nor will you be able to continue your research related to the land of divine punishment." Although Principal Zhang knew that Mr. Lee had made up his mind, he still followed protocol and asked before signing the document. Mr. Lee hesitated briefly, his eyes flickering for a moment before he firmly declared, "I'm sure." Principal Zhang gazed at Mr. Lee, double-checking, "You have no regrets?" Mr. Lee slammed his hand on the table, his voice resolute. "Even if the sky falls down in front of me, I have no regrets." The principal shook his head in resignation and picked up his pen to sign the retirement application. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, followed by a loud shout, "Teacher, something major has happened." A middle-aged man burst into the principal's office, panting and with sweat glistening on his forehead. Mr. Lee frowned and sternly asked, "What's so urgent? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a discussion with the principal?" Ignoring his breathlessness, the man excitedly blurted out, "Just now, Jean-Emo entered the sandstorm forbidden zone. Teacher, it turns out that the forbidden zone is accessible, and there's a desert goddess living there. What? Mr. Lee stood up abruptly, his hands trembling as he adjusted his glasses, his expression changing rapidly. He felt a buzz in his head, as if a new world had just opened up. Let's go quickly. Mr. Lee grabbed the man's arm. Get the research team ready immediately. Everyone, meet at Sansi City in 5 minutes. Yes, teacher. The man responded, and they both rushed out of the principal's office. Watching the sudden turn of events, Principal Zhang asked helplessly, "So, Mr. Lee, are you retiring or not?" Without looking back, Mr. Lee waved his hand passionately. Retire? I can still fight for another 10 years. The principal glanced down at his desk and couldn't help but chuckle. The retirement application had already been reduced to ashes by a mysterious flame. Meanwhile, while the world's attention was focused on Jean-Emo, Su Yin was entirely captivated by the desert goddess before him. Despite being a fallen deity stripped of her divine status, her power was undeniable. Her aura was imposing and untouchable, exuding an air of nobility and inviolability. The desert goddess had long, wavy hair and a face that radiated endless beauty and grace. Her upper body was shapely, with a slender waist, but below the waist, she had a serpent's tail covered in scales. Su Yin sighed inwardly, realizing that such a form would make any deeper interaction quite challenging. Refocusing, Su Yin asked, "Misha, right? What abilities do you possess as the desert goddess?" Misha replied respectfully, "Master, I can summon the power of the desert at will and create a domain of flowing sand. Additionally, all the creatures in this desert worship me. Now that you own me, you are their ruler." Su Yin was a bit uncertain. Ruler? So if I commanded them to die, they would? Absolutely, Misha answered without hesitation. Wow! Su Yin exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He quickly calculated. In that case, the time to clear the level 500 dungeon could be even shorter. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yin quickly gathered his thoughts. He placed the two goddesses back into the shackles in his palms, one in each hand. Then, using a teleportation scroll, he returned to Sansi City, already formulating a plan. No more talking. First, I need to complete the job transfer task and become a second-tier Divine Fury Mage. In the blink of an eye, Su Yin used a teleportation scroll to return to Sansi City. The scene inside the city was vastly different from the morning. The number of human players had significantly increased, and the streets were bustling with activity. Everywhere, players were loudly calling out to form teams, making the entire city feel like a boiling cauldron. Su Yin quickly realized the reason behind this scene. The attributes of all the wild monsters in the endless desert map had been reduced by 50, and the experience points gained were increased by 20. This was an on-seen-a-lifetime opportunity for all players to level up, and since this buff only lasted for 48 hours, no one wanted to miss out. Amid the bustling crowd, Su Yin noticed quite a few elderly players with graying hair. It was clear they wanted to level up as much as possible over the next 2 days to extend their lifespans. This was all within Su Yan's expectations. As he walked down the street, Su Yan was quickly recognized. Cries of Demon Slayer Master echoed around him, filled with respect and enthusiasm. Without stopping, he swiftly made his way through the crowd, heading straight for the job change location. Upon reaching his destination, Su Yan immediately submitted his quest. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, you have successfully changed your class." A gleam of joy flashed in Su Yan's eyes as he quickly opened his character attribute panel. The panel displayed ID, Demon Slayer. Level 1. Class, Second Class Divine Fury Mage. Subclass Warrior. Talents, HP. Skills, Judgment LV2 upgradable. Retribution LV2 upgradable. Purification LV1 upgradable. Void Concealment LV1. Airborne Technique LV1. Seeing that he had successfully advanced to a second-class Divine Fury Mage, Su Yin didn't hesitate to upgrade his skills. The system immediately prompted, "You will spend 15 million gold to upgrade the skills Judgment, Retribution, and Purification." Confirm? Su Yin sighed inwardly. This price is outrageous. For ordinary classes, upgrading skills after the first class change costs only 10,000 gold, and even after the second class change, it doesn't exceed 50,000. In comparison, the 15 million for a Divine Fury Mage is daylight robbery. Fortunately, he was well off. Otherwise, he couldn't afford this class. Despite the heartache over the money, Su Yin gritted his teeth and confirmed. The system immediately displayed, "Skill upgrade successful. Judgment LV3. Ignores target level to apply a judgment mark. If the target's luck is lower than the user's, the judgment succeeds. The target enters a weakened state for 20 minutes, taking 2,000-1,000 HP magic damage. CD, 2 seconds. Mana cost 100. Retribution LV3. Executes a judgment on the target, ignoring magic defense and all buffs, dealing 2000-10,000 HP magic damage. If the target is under the judgment status, an additional retribution effect is applied, dealing 3000-30,000 HP magic damage. CD 5 seconds. Mana cost 200. Purification LV2. Releases intermediate divine power to purify an unknown area within 1000 meters, removing all dangerous auras and making it an explorable area. After purification, HP, defense, magic defense, and speed within the area increase by 200, and experience and rewards are doubled. CD 20 seconds. Mana cost 3000. Seeing the skill upgrade effects, Suyin couldn't help but marvel. Totally worth it. Not only were the cooldowns significantly reduced and the effective range increased tenfold, but the weakening duration extended to a full 20 minutes. Most importantly, the damage saw a qualitative leap. Based on Su Yan's current HP of over 600,000, with max crit and equipped with the Dragon's Wrath Staff, Judgment alone could deal 460 million damage. The additional damage from Retribution would exceed 28 billion. This is the joy of a class upgrade. Su Yan felt elated, thinking that the 15 million gold was well spent, especially since it wasn't his own money. This second class change also granted Su Yan an attribute pill that boosted all attributes by 200. For other second class players, this would significantly enhance their strength, far surpassing players below level 200. However, for Su Yan, the boost wasn't that significant. He swallowed the attribute pill, feeling the latent power of his talents absorbing it tenfold. Exiting the job change location, Su Yan thought, now that the second class change is complete, it's time to claim the dungeon ranking rewards. Interestingly, he had originally planned to stay in the level 500 dungeon until the college entrance exams were over. Using the ability Crimson Dawn, Su Yan managed to boost his health to astronomical levels. Feeling the surging vitality within him, he suddenly realized an exhilarating yet slightly worrying fact. His damage output was skyrocketing so rapidly that even level 500 dungeons could no longer satisfy his growing desire for combat. Su Yan's gaze became resolute. He knew he had to break through to the next map and challenge a level 999 dungeon to truly test his limits. Time was precious, so he decided to quickly clear the level 500 dungeon and claim its ranking rewards before moving on. However, as the map levels increased, Su Yan was well aware that he would eventually face the same fate as the 3 human sovereigns getting stuck on some high-level map. From what he knew, even the most powerful supreme human warriors were trapped in their respective ultimate maps, unable to break through the legendary divine punishment grounds, let alone reach the sacred city. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan arrived at the entrance of the level 500 dungeon, Desert Cavern. The scene before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The entrance was crowded with players, all drawn by the monster debuff. Nearly all the top players meeting the dungeon's requirements had gathered here. Around him, voices calling for team members echoed continuously. Level 500 dungeon speedrun team. 40-minute clear. Experienced players only. Get strength combat skills by ranking up, monster stats halved, hurry up, experienced players. At that moment, an elderly voice chimed in. Hey, these young people nowadays have no shame. They keep demanding experienced players. I'm 125 years old. Isn't that old enough? Why does everyone tell me to get lost? Hearing this, Su Yan almost burst out laughing. Goddamn, a 125-year-old veteran, he thought to himself, quickening his pace towards the dungeon entrance NPC, hoping not to be recognized. This time, Su Yan didn't even bother to check the leaderboard history. He knew he'd soon be at the top. What mattered more to him was whether he could set a new record for the fastest clear time. Standing amidst the bustling crowd of players, Su Yan unhesitatingly used his summoning skill to call upon the desert goddess. Whoosh! A gentle breeze brushed past his ears, accompanied by a seductive voice. Master, Misha is honored to serve you. The voice was like a soft lick to the ear, both cool and tingly. In an instant, an invisible desert power swept across the dungeon area, enveloping every corner. Though the goddess herself did not appear, her presence and divine power were felt everywhere. Su Yan immediately issued his command. Misha, within the next minute, make all the monsters on the map commit suicide. As you wish, Master, the goddess responded crisply. With the command given, divine power rippled outwards. Soon, the elite lizard warriors and serpentine fighters near the dungeon entrance began acting erratically. Without warning, they drew their weapons and started killing each other. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Blood splattered everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. The surrounding players were stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on with these monsters? They're committing mass suicide? Is this some kind of bug?" Shocked voices filled the air as everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the unexpected scene unfolding before them. No one knew what had happened. These ferocious and brutal monsters, known for their high health and strong defenses, were especially tough to beat. The elite lizard warriors, often called bulldozers by players, would charge through anything in their path. Once you got tangled with them, defeating them in a short time was nearly impossible. But now, these monsters had all committed suicide. Players exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves. Other than a system bug, no one could explain this bizarre event. At the entrance to the Desert Cave dungeon, players who had been preparing to run the dungeon gathered around to witness this incredible scene. Su Yin, standing in front of the dungeon NPC, shook his head slightly and thought to himself, "No, I need to be faster." Just then, the alluring voice of the desert goddess Misha echoed in his ears. "Master, that was just a demonstration of the power of faith. The suicide process can be skipped." Hearing this, Su Yin smiled and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Good," he said without hesitation. "What are we waiting for? Let's enter the dungeon." The system's notification sounded immediately. "Warning. Your level is significantly lower than the dungeon level, and your party has fewer than 5 members. Are you sure you want to enter the desert cave?" "Yes," Su Yin answered firmly. In the next moment, in the dim and dry desert cave, Su Yan's consciousness was still in a daze. Before he could even take in his surroundings, a clear world announcement rang out above him. "Congratulations to player Jean Ma for solo clearing the Desert Cave dungeon. Time taken, 0.78 seconds. Completion rating." Su Yin was stunned, his mind racing with questions. Did he just clear it? In 0.78 seconds? Seeing the completion time, he couldn't help but gasp, then his eyes filled with joy. Incredible! The power of faith is terrifying, Su Yin thought to himself, delighted that he had managed to clear the dungeon in under a second. Even the system's rating had changed from the usual, too. It seemed even the system found it unbelievable. "Well done, Misha," Su Yin praised sincerely, feeling extremely pleased. With this, the top spot on the leaderboard was firmly his, and barring any surprises, this record would likely never be broken. After all, he couldn't believe anyone could be more overpowered than he was. As soon as the world announcement was made, the Divine Punishment World chat exploded as usual. Players spammed the chat with, mirroring the system's completion rating, leaving no need for further words. 0.78 seconds. That's so fast it's mind-blowing. Not even hacks are this quick. Although Jean-Ma breaking dungeon records has become routine, this 0.78 seconds is still jaw-dropping. Unbelievable. The last world announcement feels like it was just moments ago. I hereby declare Jean-Ma the fastest man ever. Absolutely. Even when Renhuang Yijibai, Mo1, and Duga teamed up, it still took them 3 minutes to clear. The world chat was abuzz with discussion. Someone jokingly asked, "Can Jean-Ma see this? My great-grandfather is 135 years old and at level 500 in Divine Punishment. He's in the ICU, and the doctors say he won't last 2 more months unless he breaks through. Jean-Ma, when will you break the endless desert boundary? Please save my great-grandfather. For cases like the one above, I'd suggest getting affairs in order early. Hey, my dad's a funeral director. Offers top-notch services. Want to leave a contact? Ancient Xingxia, looking for like-minded friends, any gender welcome." Amid the chaos in the world chat, suddenly, all messages disappeared as if human players had been muted. The chat went eerily silent for about 2 minutes. Then, a single message appeared abruptly in the blank world chat. "Mon, Jean-Ma, well done." These 4 words seemed to carry a magical power, instantly capturing the attention of every player. However, the message was fleeting. In the next second, as if the mute had been lifted, the world chat exploded again, returning to its usual clamor. "Wow, that was Emperor Moen." This sentence was like a bolt of lightning in the world chat, instantly igniting the passion of all the players. "Moen? The one who rules Shura City and guards the land of divine punishment." "Exactly. But I've heard that Moen is the most reticent of the 4 emperors. I can't believe even he's been drawn out. Damn, Jean Mo is awesome." The world chat erupted again, pushing the excitement to a new peak. Meanwhile, in the Desert Cave dungeon, Su Yin also saw Emperor Mo Wen's message. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Is this recognition from the Emperor? Looks like all the chaos I've stirred up in the land of divine punishment these past few days hasn't gone unnoticed by Mo1. Among the 4 emperors, aside from the fallen Dugu, Su Yin finally encountered a living legend. According to history books, Mo1 was the second human, after Yi Jibai, to awaken an SS-level talent. During the massive invasion of Blue Star by the demon race, when the human front lines were collapsing, an elite demon army invaded Huawei's borders. In the face of national crisis, it was Mo Wen who, with just a sword, turned the tide and wrote the legend of the Sword Saint. Using the world as a chessboard and the demon army as pieces, Mo Wen single-handedly orchestrated a miraculous comeback. In that battle, 1 million elite demons were wiped out, never daring to step into Huagua again. From then on, Mo Wen became an emperor, stationed in Shura City, guarding the land of divine punishment. Reflecting on this, Su Yin couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's the strongest among the emperors. Mo Wen's journey is nothing short of legendary. But even so, he still hoped to earn the recognition of another emperorly Yueqing, for reasons that only the savvy would understand. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Su Yin quickly turned his attention to the dungeon ranking rewards. 2.5 million gold coins, 700 all attributes, overload damage LV1, and a no-level breakthrough token. Just a glance at the rewards made Su Yin laugh. Without a second thought, he took out the final reward from his inventory. No-level breakthrough token. Special item. This token allows the player to bypass level restrictions and directly undertake breakthrough quests. Completing these quests unlocks the next map. Remaining uses. 5. After reading the description, Su Yin almost burst out laughing. Good grief, I call it good grief, he thought. Even a fool could see the system's intentions. Jean Mo, you can't level up and are stuck at level 1? No problem. Hey, race a no-level breakthrough token. You can still break through and clear the game at level 1. So, can we stop breaking the game mechanics now? Respect the game design? Okay. In the dungeon, Su Yin examined the special item from the system rewards and promptly tossed it into the trash bin of his void inventory. No way. I'm going to break the game, Su Yin declared silently, his eyes gleaming with a challenging spirit. As for the other rewards, Su Yin calmly accepted 2.5 million gold coins and a 700 boost to all attributes. For someone as experienced as him, it was just the cherry on top. His focus was entirely on the damage overload LV1, an SS-level passive skill. Su Yin carefully read the skill description. A passive skill that, once learned, causes damage inflicted on a target to persist even after their death, continuing after they revive until the damage is fully dealt. Rubbing his chin, he pondered. Does this mean one skill could not only instantly kill a target but also make them owe me multiple lives? A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Such an extraordinary SS-level passive skill was something others could only dream of. He didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to learn it. As the system notification, skill learned successfully, appeared, all his skills were instantly imbued with the passive effect of damage overload. The moment he left the dungeon, Su Yin was surrounded by waiting players. Demon Slayer Master, is 0.78 seconds your limit? How long will you stay in the endless desert? The barrage of questions was overwhelming. He simply greeted them briefly and, surrounded by the crowd, headed towards the monster gathering area to personally test the power of his new skill. The monsters had just respawned, eager for a fight. In full view of everyone, Su Yin brandished his dragon's wrath staff, casting a flame-forbidden spell that enveloped the entire monster horde. Amid the deafening explosion, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and scorching waves of fire swept the area. In the inferno, a series of 1.2 billion damage numbers sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, instantly reducing all the monsters to ashes. However, the truly shocking scene unfolded moments later. A few minutes after a serpent warrior revived, its eyes barely opened before another terrifying damage number popped up above its head, instantly turning it back to ashes. The onlookers gasped and joked that these monsters were playing dead. Su Yin smiled slightly, fully understanding the situation. These monsters still owed him over 20,000 lives, and with a respawn time of 3 minutes, it would take over 40 days for them to repay their damage debt. He secretly rejoiced. This skill was perfect for dealing with enemies who had resurrection gear or special items. Without lingering, Su Yin used his flight technique, soaring into the sky and leaving the stunned players behind. At this point, it had only been half an hour since Su Yin entered the endless desert, and he was already prepared to move on to the next map. At the border of the endless desert, the fastest map changer in history was about to be born. At this moment, Su Yin had reached the edge of the boundary wall, where a thick, toxic mist loomed before him. He smiled wryly, thinking, looks like my luck isn't great this time. Clearly, he hadn't encountered any players who had opened the Stargate, and the toxic mist still shrouded the boundary wall. Su Yin initially considered forcing his way through, but then remembered he had just summoned the Goddess of Dawn and the Goddess of Misa. Both skills were on cooldown. To use them again, he would have to wait 2 more hours. All right then. Su Yin clicked his tongue, reluctantly accepting the reality. His summoning skills were only at level 1, resulting in a longer cooldown period, and the presence of the 2 goddesses lasted only 5 minutes. He realized he needed to find a way to level up his summoning skills. Su Yin knew this situation was mainly due to his rapid map switching. He joked to himself. Even at a hotel, you wouldn't leave in half an hour. After some consideration, Su Yin decided to use the waiting time to complete a breakthrough task. This would not only clear the toxic mist, but also save some potions. Of course, the breakthrough task was just a means to an end. The actual breaking through the wall was still necessary. Without wasting any time, Su Yin flew back to Sahai City and arrived at the place where he could accept the breakthrough task. He took out his level-free breakthrough certificate and soon heard the system prompt. Attention, you have accepted the endless desert breakthrough task. Please proceed to the trial grounds in the desert ruins and complete the trial within 12 hours, or it will be considered a failed breakthrough. As Su Yin successfully accepted the task, a world announcement echoed high above the divine punishment land. Player Jean Mo has used a level-free breakthrough certificate and successfully accepted the endless desert breakthrough task. We wish Jean Mo success and hope he reaches the holy city soon. This was the third world announcement regarding Jean Mo in just half an hour. However, instead of celebrating, the human players felt a deep sense of defeat. Did I hear that right? Jean Mo actually took on a breakthrough task, one player said in disbelief. Another player, who suffered from depression, sighed. Is this the end? I guess even Jean Mo has his limits. He must have done his best. Thank you, Jean Mo. The light you brought into my life these past few days gave me the courage to keep going. It's over, everything is over, a desperate voice cried out. If even Jean Mo can't break through the endless desert boundary wall, my great-grandfather is doomed. Fine, I'll go pull his oxygen tube, so he doesn't suffer anymore. Just then a player named Jiang Xiaoli suddenly shouted, don't pull it. Please don't. Trust me, Jean Mo's story is far from over. After accepting the breakthrough quest, Su Yin followed the map's directions and flew straight to the desert ruins. This was his first breakthrough quest since entering the land of divine punishment, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The desert ruins, a trial ground for players to break through, was originally located in the southwest corner of the endless desert map. With the opening of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone, the map expanded to double its size, making the desert ruins the desert center. While ordinary players would take half a day to reach it, Su Yin arrived in just a few minutes thanks to his high-speed flight. In the midst of the swirling sand, a massive pyramid-like structure stood before him. Su Yin landed, recalling some forum posts he had read. Back then, the level 500 breakthrough quest seemed unattainable, and he had only skimmed through the posts. The gist was that level 500 was a significant milestone for human players, and this breakthrough quest was said to be 10 times harder than the level 201. Although there were no official statistics, rumors suggested that at least 90 of endless desert players were stuck at this point. Is it really that difficult? I don't believe it. Su Yin smirked and quickly found the entrance, stepping inside. A system prompt immediately sounded. Attention, you have entered the breakthrough trial ground. Please locate and defeat the desert statue within 12 hours. Good luck. As the prompt faded, the only sound left in the enclosed space was Su Yan's breathing. Find the desert statue? Huh? That's no problem for me, Su Yin said confidently. Sorry, but hide and seek is my specialty. Complete darkness enveloped him, making it impossible to see his own hand in front of his face. Suddenly, thud, 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 wall-mounted lamps lit up one by one, illuminating the path ahead and outlining the interior of the desert ruins. What the heck, a maze? Su Yin muttered as he took in the scene. He was in a narrow corridor with 3 paths branching off to the left, right, and straight ahead, all blocked by winding walls. Realizing the difficulty of this breakthrough quest, Su Yin began to sympathize with the players' complaints. A maze with a time limit that could change each time you enter, no wonder human players in the endless desert were so frustrated. Some players had the necessary strength, but were forever stuck here due to their poor sense of direction, which was truly maddening. Su Yan's eyes glowed with determination as he made up his mind. Today, I'm breaking through the barriers of the endless desert. This stupid breakthrough quest can go to hell. The eye of the gods chimed in. So, do you need me to navigate for you? Su Yin shook his head slowly. No need, I can handle it. How are you going to handle it? By force. With that, Su Yin gripped his staff and marched forward. When he reached the maze wall, he swung his staff and shouted, Judgment! Boom! A colossal sword of light descended from the sky, striking the seemingly indestructible wall. Critical hit! Boom! The wall crumbled and collapsed under the crushing force of 4.6 billion damage, revealing a new path ahead. The Eye of the Gods was speechless. Well, I guess you do understand mazes. Who says I have to follow the maze's paths? Su Yin retorted. Back in the day, with this kind of lousy design, I could rant about it for a whole day. With that, he stepped over the fallen wall and continued forward. Explosions and rumblings echoed through the desert ruins as Su Yan's relentless advance turned the once winding and complex maze into a straight path. After Su Yan's 2-hour-long demolition, the maze was left in ruins. Debris and monster corpses were scattered everywhere, with the air thick with smoke and a foul stench. Finally, he reached the end of the maze, the location of the desert god statue. However, the scene before him left Su Yin stunned. There was no massive stone chamber as he had imagined, not even a passageway. Instead, there was a void filled with white space. The sky, the surroundings, and the ground beneath his feet were all covered in a mottled white, as if pixelated. In this monotonous white world, the only noticeable objects were two lifelike statues, one gold, one silver. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the pixelated white surface began to tremble. It seemed as if the statues were coming to life. Their stone eyes moved, fixing their gaze on Su Yin. The stone layers began to peel off, their limbs started to move, and the axes in their hands were ready to strike. Shun, Su, the statues roared in unison, their voices booming like thunder. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Attention, the gold and silver statues possess a symbiotic bond and must be killed simultaneously. Otherwise, the slain statue will immediately resurrect. Seeing the prompt, Su Yin fell silent. The breakthrough mission required solo completion, and the need to kill both bosses simultaneously significantly increased the difficulty. Just as the gold statue was about to speak, Su Yin cut it off. No time for your nonsense. He raised his staff and unleashed a divine blade of judgment. Boom! Tens of billions of damage points flashed, and the gold statue shattered instantly. However, the silver statue shouted symbiosis, and the gold statue quickly reformed. This scene repeated itself, with the gold statue caught in a cycle of resurrection and explosion, while the silver statue continued to shout symbiosis. The situation became absurd as the statues began to hurl insults at each other. Ignoring the farce, Su Yin swung his staff again, unleashing a combo of judgment and sanction skills. With nearly 30 billion damage, the silver statue was reduced to dust, and the gold statue disappeared forever. This powerful strike not only destroyed the statues, but also began to collapse the entire white space. A world announcement echoed. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for completing the breakthrough mission and successfully clearing the endless desert. An anomaly has been detected in the desert ruins. The system will undergo emergency maintenance in 10 seconds. All players, please exit the Divine Punishment grounds immediately. As the countdown began, Jean Mo dashed out of the desert ruins like lightning. Behind him, the pyramid-like structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a massive plume of sand into the sky. Not far away, a group of players who were preparing to take on the challenge witnessed the entire scene. Their eyes widened in unison as they exclaimed, "Holy crap!" The land of divine punishment suddenly went under maintenance, and after a 10-second countdown, all players were transported to Shura City. In the classroom of Jiangnan's second high school's top-performing class, most students had already logged off and were fervently discussing the unexpected maintenance. The room buzzed with conversation. Some marveled at how quickly Jean Mo had completed the breakthrough task, while others speculated on the reasons for the maintenance. Suddenly, one student noticed that Su Yin hadn't logged out yet and curiously asked, "Hey, why is Su Yin still in the game?" Another student chuckled dismissively. "Do you even need to ask? He must be splurging at the Shura City auction house with the prize money he just got from the Provincial Demon Slayer Institute." This comment sparked a wave of envious exclamations throughout the classroom. Eyes glistened with longing as everyone marveled at how many great items 100,000 gold coins could buy, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, down by the podium, Tang Xia leaned against her desk, tilting her head toward Su Yin. One hand cradled her fair cheek while the other swiftly scrolled through the Divine Punishment forum on her phone. Her ponytail gently swayed with her movements, occasionally brushing against Su Yan's arm. Noticing a group of students approaching, Tang Xia quickly put down her phone and raised a finger to her lips, whispering, "Should keep it down." However, Su Yin had already exited the game. He turned around with a smile and said, "It's okay, I'm done." Their faces were so close that they almost kissed. Tang Xia's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly retreated to her seat. The classroom erupted in teasing cheers. "Oh, cut it out, you guys. Give me a break." Tang Xia glared at them, her heart racing. Seeing her reaction, the students quickly dispersed. Moments later, Tang Xia stole a glance at Su Yin, noticing he was nonchalantly checking his phone. She suddenly remembered that Su Yin already had a girlfriend, and not just any girlfriend, but someone as dazzling as Xiaopan Xue. Su Yin, Tang Xia nudged him gently with her elbow. Su Yin was in the middle of searching what to do if you accidentally blow up the desert ruins and found the answer. Turn yourself in while you're young. With luck, you might be released in your old age. He cursed under his breath and closed the page. "What's up, Xia?" Su Yin asked. Tang Xia grinned and said, "Are you looking at that forum post?" "Forum post? What post?" Su Yin reopened the Divine Punishment forum and immediately saw a pinned, trending post. Tang Xia explained. Someone saw the desert ruins collapse before logging off. It's the site for the level 500 breakthrough task. Now, a lot of people are worried that they won't be able to complete the breakthrough task and reach the level 999 map. Su Yin nervously scratched his nose and awkwardly smiled. Don't worry, the maintenance will fix it. Even if it doesn't, Jean Mo will probably break through the barrier and get to the next map. Tang Xia shook her head, but Jean Mo has started doing the breakthrough task himself. Xia, you're so annoying. Su Yin interrupted. You? How dare you call me annoying? I'm not talking to you anymore. Tang Xia huffed and turned away. Su Yin continued browsing the post. Most replies expressed concern about how to complete the breakthrough task after the desert ruins collapse, while a few speculated if it was related to Jean Mo, given that the system went under maintenance right after his breakthrough. It was only then that Su Yin realized his casual decision to do a breakthrough task while waiting for his summoning cooldown had drawn so much attention and suspicion. Everyone thought he was doing the breakthrough because he couldn't break through the endless desert's barrier. This misunderstanding is huge, Su Yin thought with a wry smile. The maintenance lasted much longer than Su Yin had anticipated, continuing until almost the end of the school day. When Su Yin logged back in, he found himself at a player camp a kilometer away from the desert ruins. He looked into the distance in surprise, seeing the desert ruins still in a state of collapsed wreckage, standing out starkly against the endless yellow sands. Half a day of system maintenance, and this is the result? Su Yin muttered to himself. At that moment, the world chat was in an uproar. Players were voicing their opinions, with emotions ranging from panic to resignation to absurdity. It's over. We're done for. The system says fixing the desert ruins is beyond its capabilities, so it's just giving up. So how are we supposed to progress? Is everyone stuck at level 500 now? My great-grandfather. Is the funeral master from earlier still around? Please contact me if you see this. I want my great-grandfather to have a dignified send-off. Bro, I'm here. I'll DM you right away. Don't worry, my dad's a pro. Lots of repeat customers. While the world chat was buzzing with noise, Su Yin quietly flew to the boundary wall, ready to conclude this incident. Having completed the breakthrough quest, the poisonous mist that shrouded the boundary seemed to recognize him and quickly receded to the horizon. Flying low, Su Yin arrived at the boundary wall. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, the boundary wall shimmered like a flowing golden surface. Suddenly, a golden star gate slowly emerged on the wall. This was Su Yan's gate. Crossing it would allow him to leave the endless desert and move on to the next map. However, Su Yin did not proceed. Even if the creator himself showed up today, I, Su Yin, will break this wall, he shouted, pushing his palm forward. Dawn, give it your all. In an instant, divine light illuminated the world. The goddess of dawn, dressed in a flowing white gown, appeared out of thin air. Yes, master, the goddess of dawn responded softly, her divine form radiating holy light. She stood majestically in midair, her bare feet resting on a sea of flowers. Extending her alabaster finger, she whispered, break. Boom. A tremendous surge of divine power gathered at her fingertip and blasted towards the boundary wall. A series of staggeringly high damage numbers appeared. The wall echoed with a deafening explosion, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. It didn't break? Su Yin was slightly surprised. The boundary wall had withstood the goddess of dawn's full power. Did the system spend half a day just reinforcing the boundary wall? Su Yin thought, feeling a deep disdain for the system's efforts to stop him. A cold smile crept across Su Yan's face. Without hesitation, he summoned the desert goddess. Mesa, your turn. This is your domain. I hope you don't disappoint me. This was the first time Su Yin summoned two deities simultaneously. Dear master, Mesa will not disappoint you. With this response, the air began to swirl with floating sand, gradually forming the elegant figure of a serpent-tailed goddess. Immediately, all the wild creatures across the endless desert maps raised their heads in reverence, looking towards the boundary wall. A continuous stream of faith energy flowed into the hands of the desert goddess. The barrier was still rapidly regenerating, with the web-like cracks slowly mending. The Dawn Goddess's recent strike had caused unparalleled destruction, and even with the system's forced healing mechanism, immediate repair was impossible. Meanwhile, the Desert Goddess's most powerful attack was ready to be unleashed. The faith power in her hands blazed like the scorching sun, its brilliance almost blinding. Under Su Yan's command, the two goddesses stood side by side, ready to strike together. Break! Faith! Two clear shouts echoed simultaneously, imbued with divine power, spreading swiftly across the entire endless desert map. At that moment, all players heard the voices of the gods, filled with terror, thinking that divine retribution had descended upon the land. The light of dawn illuminated the heavens and the earth, and the desert erupted with a thunderous roar. Two beams of light, brighter than the sun, struck the barrier in an instant. The barrier emitted a mournful wail, and the unrepaired web-like cracks shattered instantly. Following that, explosions erupted one after another, creating countless fissures on the once vast and towering barrier wall. Creaking, the barrier wobbled for 2 seconds. Boom! The barrier finally succumbed to the immense power and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Like a row of dominoes, it shattered from top to bottom. In the sky, the light of dawn began to fade, and a cool breeze swept across the desert. Before the shattered barrier, the dawn goddess and the desert goddess floated in the air, their sashes fluttering and hair flowing in the wind, exchanging a knowing smile. Below them, Suyin looked up at the fragments of the barrier dancing in the sky. The shards were crystal clear, reflecting the brilliant colors of the sunset, resembling a vibrant and colorful rain. This is a world with gods, Suyin muttered to himself, his eyes growing brighter. So, trying to stop me is impossible. He clenched his fists, more determined than ever to enhance his summoning skills. Suyin knew well that the power of the gods was far greater than this, only limited by the level of his summoning skill. Only by upgrading the skill could the two goddesses unleash even more formidable divine power. Of course, he also understood that the two goddesses before him were likely mere avatars. The true god's whereabouts would only be revealed upon reaching the so-called holy city. At the moment the barrier was breached, a world announcement once again echoed across the sky of the land of divine punishment. Player Jean Mo has shattered the barrier of the endless desert. The level cap of the endless desert is now lifted. Players at level 500 can proceed to the next map. Those who have reached level 500 and completed the breakthrough quest will receive compensation rewards. The green and healthy environment of the land of divine punishment requires the joint efforts of every player to maintain. Wishing travelers a pleasant journey and a swift arrival at the holy city. The announcement reverberated in the sky, lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, atop the firmament of Shura City, a figure concealed in the void held a 3-foot green blade and slowly turned away. Jeanimo, not bad. The void exploded into dust and dispersed, leaving behind this cryptic remark. This change signified that the direct level cap for human players would reach 999 in the future. Although few players could achieve level 999 in their limited human lifespans, those with the great talents and above could attain this level with enough effort. In other words, the number of human warriors would soon experience explosive growth, increasing several times over. An era belonging to humans was about to dawn. At this moment, all players in the land of divine punishment stood frozen, gazing at the sky, unable to believe what they had heard. Jean Mo had broken the barrier of the endless desert? Wasn't it said that the barrier was unbreakable? Even Jean Mo himself had just completed the breakthrough quest. The next moment, shock and confusion turned into joy and astonishment. The world channel erupted into unprecedented celebration, even more frenzied than when Jean Mo first broke the barrier. Victory over the demons. Awesome! A shout of excitement echoed throughout the human realm. The news spread like wildfire, and the achievement of Jean Mo breaking through the boundary of the endless desert sparked nationwide celebration. The world chat exploded with activity, as countless players poured in to express their long-suppressed excitement. Ha ha ha! This is incredible! Damn! This is so satisfying. I told you Jean Mo is unbeatable. Who said Jean Mo couldn't break the endless desert's boundary? Come out and take your punishment. Praises filled the air, and Jean Mo had become the new deity of the human race. Someone shouted excitedly, "Say no more. Jean Mo is our god, the one and only god." Others expressed their gratitude openly. "Thank you, Jean Mo. Thank you. Because of you, my great-grandfather is finally saved." A member of the Liu family from the imperial capital made a passionate declaration. From now on, if Jean Mo ever needs the help of the Liu family, just ask. However, amidst the jubilation, someone sighed helplessly. Damn, another deal fell through. The celebration quickly transcended the virtual world, spreading like wildfire into reality. The breaking of the 500-level barrier was not just a victory in the game, but a significant breakthrough for the entire human race. The Demon Extermination Institute responded swiftly, urgently summoning department leaders. In the wake of recent labor strikes, they called for new countermeasures. Some high-level regulations would also undergo appropriate revisions and reenactments. At the end of the meeting, the Institute conveyed this exhilarating news to the frontline Shansu Legion. Soon, they received a response from Emperor Yi Jibai. The might of Jean Mo is commendable. These 8 words represented the highest honor for the human race at that moment. Meanwhile, in a school in the real world, the dismissal bell rang. The old principal knocked on the podium, rousing students immersed in the game, Divine Punishment. School's out, everyone go home and rest. Remember, with your current physical strength, you shouldn't stay in the game for too long. In the classroom, students gradually left. Su Yin packed his bag and noticed Tang Xia still engrossed in her phone. What are you so absorbed in? School's over. Aren't you leaving? Su Yin asked curiously. Tang Xia turned around and snapped. None of your business. Clearly, she was still upset about something that happened earlier. Su Yin grinned and approached, intending to apologize for his earlier words. But he inadvertently glimpsed her white, plump chest through her collar. He quickly coughed and diverted his gaze to her phone screen. On the screen was a poorly drawn comic. The protagonist, barely better than a stick figure, held a staff and declared grandly to a tall wall, "So what? History is rewritten by people. And as the future emperor, shouldn't I step up and change everything? I, Jean Mo, will break this boundary today and lead the human race to resurgence." In the final panel, the wall collapsed with a crash. Jean Mo stood proudly amidst the rubble, a bright red cape fluttering behind him. To be continued. The story of Jean Mo continues. Stay tuned. I'm Jiang Xiaoli, a storyteller and soul artist. Su Yin frowned and couldn't help but criticize. Seriously? You can stomach this trashy comic? Tang Xia put away her phone and shot him a sidelong glance. What do you know? This is the hottest comic online right now. The art might be abstract, but it's super inspiring and perfectly captures Jean Mo's heroic image. Su Yin shook his head and chuckled, thinking to himself, people these days really. Did they get his permission to turn him into a comic? Did they pay him royalties? And could they at least find a decent artist? Who is this so-called soul artist Jiang Xiaoli anyway? Tang Xia, why don't you give it a try? I'm telling you, it's really good. Tang Xia had apparently forgotten her earlier anger and eagerly recommended it to him. Su Yin scoffed. No way I'd read that trash. Absolutely not. However, on the school bus home, Su Yin and Tang Xia sat in the back row, each engrossed in their phone screens, thoroughly enjoying the trashy comic. Neither spoke, completely absorbed. After some time, a yellow button suddenly appeared on Su Yan's screen. Frustrated by the interruption, he instinctively pressed the Urge to Update button. Urge to Update 1. Su Yan thought smugly. Oomph. Jean Mo himself urging for updates. Author, you'd better not keep me waiting. Hurry up and update. By the time Su Yin got home, it had been 5 minutes since the latest comic update was due. As he changed his shoes, he glanced at his phone's comic app and silently cursed the lazy author for not updating yet. I'm back, he called out habitually to the empty living room, but was met with silence. Ever since Xiao Panxue returned to the Imperial Capital University, his aunt and uncle seemed to have dropped their pretense and had been staying at work, not even coming home for the past few days. Su Yin sighed, tossed his backpack onto the coffee table, and headed to the kitchen. Fortunately, the fridge was still stocked with plenty of ingredients. He quickly whipped up a lavish dinner meant for 10 people, then sat alone on the sofa, devouring his meal while watching TV. As he chewed, his mind wandered. Recently, his frequent breakthroughs in the divine punishment game had caused significant ripples in the real world. Many office workers had rekindled their passion for the game, quitting their jobs and spending their savings to book monthly stays at the Crystal Hotel to focus on leveling up. After all, money could be earned again, but once life was exhausted, it couldn't be reclaimed. This puzzled Su Yin. Why were others quitting their jobs for the game, while his aunt and uncle seemed to be working even harder? He vaguely remembered that they worked in some government agency, but the specific department was unclear to him. Ever since he came to this house, he had lived a laid-back life, indifferent to his surroundings. This left him feeling unfamiliar with many aspects of the household. No, when they get back, I have to get to the bottom of this, Su Yin resolved silently. If it's not some crucial work, they should quit too. No matter what, I need to help them level up in divine punishment. After dinner, Su Yin took a shower and returned to his bedroom, habitually locking the door. Just as he was about to take off his underwear and get into bed, he suddenly heard a gulping sound in the air. Damn! Almost forgot. Su Yin jolted awake, remembering he had a female bodyguard. Hastily pulling up his underwear, he blushed and scolded. Qinjie, you pervert. I was about to take my pants off, and you didn't say anything. A giggling sound came from the air. Oh, were you? I didn't notice. There's no one home. You don't need to hide anymore. Come out, Su Yin said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in front of the wardrobe rippled, and Lin Qian's curvaceous figure materialized out of thin air. Her sudden appearance seemed to disrupt the magnetic field, causing her prominent chest to jiggle intensely. Without even looking up, Su Yin announced, You have the night off. No need to guard me. Really? Lin Qian asked, surprised. Of course. Then I'll go take a bath first, Lin Qian winked seductively. By the way, where should I sleep? Su Yin pointed to the door, the sofa. Lin Qian was stunned, her expression turning blank. After shooing Lin Qian away, Su Yin locked the door again and comfortably lay on his bed. Ah, nothing beats being alone. He savored a moment of solitude, then picked up the crystal link and entered the world of divine punishment. His consciousness instantly reshaped into his game avatar, appearing at the border of the endless desert. The boundary was already shattered, and the path to the next map lay ahead. Just then, he noticed a group of players using shields as stretchers to carry a barely breathing, emaciated old mage toward the new map. Wow, that's dedication, Suyin thought, dumbfounded but amused. Without delay, he used his flight skill to soar into the sky, crossing the boundary of the endless desert and heading to the next map, the Sea of Lava. The Sea of Lava lived up to its name, filled with molten lava and composed of numerous volcanic clusters. Despite its harsh environment, it was rich in minerals, making it a hot spot for various races. Humans, dwarves, goblins, and beasts all had established outposts here. The highest level in this area was 999. 5 minutes later, Suyin arrived above the human main city in this map, Molten City. This enormous city was built halfway up a dormant volcano, its towering white walls standing out strikingly against the dark sky. As Suyin rode his flying mount into the airspace of Molten City, a human patrol officer on a dragon approached him. The officer smiled warmly and shouted, "Traveler, welcome to Molten City." This greeting warmed Suyin's heart. Finally seeing someone of his own kind, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and comfort. As he lowered his altitude, preparing to respond, something unexpected happened. The patrol officer's dragon suddenly became restless, letting out low growls, its muscles tensed as if ready to flee from Suyin's vicinity. This unusual behavior surprised the seasoned officer. In his 30 years of guarding Molten City, he had never encountered such a situation. Struggling to control his mount, the officer cast a puzzled look at Suyin. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "I hope you don't mind me asking, but where do you come from? And where are you headed?" The line seemed oddly familiar, but Suyin didn't have time to dwell on it and quickly replied, "I come from Nashi Farm and am heading to the Holy City to seek the essence of life." Hearing this, the patrol officer gasped, his eyes instantly filled with respect. He respectfully said, "I see. I wish you a safe journey." Suyin smiled slightly, refraining from further conversation, and descended into the city. He had a clear goal in mind, heading straight for the job change hall. A system notification sounded just in time. "Please note, you have received the job change quest." Eager to check the required materials, Suyin's brows furrowed upon seeing the list. He needed 15 SS-grade materials, of which he had already collected 14. The only one missing was something called the level 9 demon eye. "What the heck is that?" Suyin muttered. "Even the hoarding mice can't get it. Looks like I'll have to spend some money." Left with no choice, he used his auction house pass and typed level 9 demon eye in the search bar. The result left him stunned. There was none available in the auction house either. This situation was eerily similar to what he had encountered with the SS-grade material Heart of the Demon Core before. Standing in front of the job change NPC, Suyin wasn't too frustrated. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Truthfully, he had a vague premonition that he would hit a bottleneck here even before arriving at the Lava Sea map. It seemed that to complete the third job change to Wrathful Mage, he would have to wait until college to exchange for these rare SS-grade materials with credits. Alternatively, he could take a risky plunge into the demon stronghold, the 9 Netherlands, to hunt for them himself. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Suyin mused, considering the barrier strength of the previous map, this one definitely can't be broken unless I upgrade my summoning skill. Although he had a Nali Velemit breakthrough certificate, allowing him to complete breakthrough tasks to clear the map, it simply wasn't his style. A breakthrough is out of the question, not in this lifetime. Suyin muttered to himself, "So, I'll go into seclusion for a while, consolidate my strength, and prepare for the college entrance exams." He set a new goal for himself, the level 999 dungeon. In the upcoming period, he planned to grind experience points like crazy, stacking his health to astronomical levels. Since he slept early the night before, Suyin was full of energy the next day and arrived at school bright and early. As soon as he stepped into the classroom of the top student's class, he was drawn by the lively discussions among his classmates. "Guys, something big happened," a boy shouted excitedly. "What is it? Did your dad go out partying again last night?" Another classmate teased. "Shut up. I'm serious," the boy glared at him. "Yesterday afternoon, our province produced another grade combat talent." "No way. Did they get it from the demon slaying instance?" someone exclaimed. "Nope," the boy shook his head and explained. "I heard that he was sick on the talent awakening day and just got out of the hospital yesterday. They arranged a separate awakening for him, and he hit the jackpot." "Wow, what kind of talent is it? How does it compare to Suyin's?" the classmates eagerly inquired. "That's why I said it's a big deal." The boy lowered his voice. "You know what? This genius has a grade void talent." "Whoa, void talent," someone gasped. "That's even more impressive than fire talent." "We're doomed," another classmate said worriedly. "It looks like Suyin's ice talent might be in trouble." The provincial top student title is at risk this year. Just as the discussion grew more intense, someone noticed Su Yin had just entered the classroom and quickly gestured for silence. Instantly, everyone's attitude shifted 180 degrees. Su Yin, you're here. The classmates greeted him with smiles. Morning. Su Yin responded calmly, pretending not to have heard their earlier conversation. He slowly walked to his seat, casually threw his backpack on the desk, and plopped down. Scrade void talent? This small place sure is teeming with talent this year, Su Yin muttered to himself, a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly lost interest and stopped paying attention to the topic. To him, Scrade talent was not something to be overly concerned about. Instead, Su Yan's attention was drawn to the scene on his left. As expected, Tang Xia was still napping on her desk. Her high ponytail, tight-fitting school uniform, and the curves pressed against the desk edge made for the most beautiful scenery on this summer morning. A mischievous glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes as he decided to play a prank. He lightly tapped Tang Xia's face and whispered, "The principal's here." Unexpectedly, Tang Xia suddenly opened her eyes and glared at him with a frown. "Wow, Xia, you're really good at playing possum," Su Yan exclaimed, recoiling in surprise. Tang Xia lazily stretched, her uniform riding up to reveal a sliver of her white waist. She snorted, "How you think you can fool me? Dream on." Despite her tough words, a blush crept up her neck. In reality, she pretended to sleep every morning just to sneak glances at Su Yan. She thought he was the most handsome man she'd ever seen. Just then, a few male classmates hurried over to Su Yan. "Su Yan," one of them spoke, his tone hesitant. "We just discussed it, and there are 19 students in our top class. Should we form a team to hunt monsters? We're all great talents, and Tang Xia has a very strong fire talent. If Tang Xia and you team up as the main damage dealers, and we support, our leveling efficiency would skyrocket." "Exactly," another classmate chimed in. "If we work together, and Scrade void talent is nothing." Hearing this, Su Yan immediately understood their concerns. Clearly, they were rattled by the sudden emergence of the Scrade void talent and worried about his provincial top student status. Su Yan thought their perspective was a bit narrow. Just as he was about to respond, Tang Xia interrupted. "No way," Tang Xia said angrily. "Whose stupid idea was this? Su Yan's level is already so high, and you want him to hunt black wolves with us? That would just hold him back. I won't allow it." Her words left the classmates looking ashamed. "Well, we'll think of something else." They mumbled and returned to their seats to continue their discussion. Su Yan looked at Tang Xia in surprise and teased. "Hey Xia, didn't you always beg to team up with me? Why the change of heart now?" Tang Xia lowered her head, her gaze evasive, and huffed. "You know why?" "Haha," Su Yan laughed. "You don't think I'd ditch you, do you? Don't worry, Su Yan, value friendship above all. You stuck with me when I was down, and now that I'm doing well, of course, I won't leave you behind." Su Yan's eyes twinkled as he leaned close to Tang Xia's ear and whispered, "How about this? Let's secretly form a BS talent team and make a final sprint before the college entrance exams. With me covering you in divine punishment, your dream of getting into a top-tier university will be even closer." Seeing Tang Xia remain silent, Su Yan upped the ante. "Then we can get into the same university and be desk mates for another 4 years. Wouldn't that be huge?" Before he could finish, Su Yan felt a sharp kick to his leg. He stared in disbelief. "Did you just kick me?" Tang Xia glared at him, her eyes blazing with anger. "Su Yan, can you have some ambition? With your level combat talent, your only goal should be Imperial Capital University." Su Yan raised an eyebrow. "How is that a problem? I can help you, and we can both go to Imperial Capital University." His expression turned serious, showing he wasn't joking. Tang Xia looked at him, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes as she spoke softly. "No, you can't help me. Su Yan, the gap between us is too wide." Su Yan was taken aback for a moment, but Tang Xia quickly regained her confident and proud demeanor, declaring, "Hey, don't underestimate me. I can get into a top-tier university on my own." Su Yan smirked. "Fine, just don't come crying later." He had planned to use his clone to assist Tang Xia, but seeing her stubbornness, he decided against it. He shook his head internally. Level talent, ordinary family, aiming for a top-tier university? That's a tall order. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the air conditioner was humming, but it couldn't dispel the old principal's anxiety. He paced back and forth, scratching his balding head, muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be like this. How could we be so unlucky?" A new level combat talent had awakened in the province, and it was an exceptionally powerful void type. This was a devastating blow for Jiangnan Second High School. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the Dean of Studies hurried in. The principal sprang to his feet. "Have you found out?" The dean nodded. "Yes, principal. We got the details. Due to the recent surge in anti-alliance activities, they took measures to keep it confidential. But that didn't stop me. With a few connections, I easily obtained the information." "Get to the point," the principal interrupted impatiently. "Yes." The dean straightened up, The individual is from the provincial capital, Jinling City, a student in Class 6 of the third year at Jinling First High School. Their theoretical subjects have consistently ranked first in the entire school. A top student, huh? What's their name? Yi Yuan. Yi? The principal's heart skipped a beat. Any relation to the Yi family of Jinling? The dean lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. He's the second son of the Yi family. What? The principal gasped, collapsing into his chair, his face turning ashen. The Yi family of Jinling is the preeminent clan in Jiangdong province. This vast family empire has its tentacles in every aspect of life, with the Crystal Hotel being just one gem among their many enterprises. The Yi family's sheer scale dwarfs the recently fallen Jiang family 1,000 times over. Even on a national level, the name Yi resonates with power and influence. What makes them even more formidable is that the current head of the family is a battle king. In a world where strength reigns supreme, a family with a battle king at its helm stands leagues above ordinary families. At this moment, the atmosphere in the principal's office of Jiangnan No. 2 High School was heavy with tension. The dean sighed deeply, his face etched with helplessness and worry. He earnestly advised, "Principal, I think we should give up. You may not want to hear this, but Yi Yuan has awakened in strength combat talent. The Yi family will undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing him. From what I know, the Yi family no longer cares about the provincial top scorer. They are aiming for the national top scorer." Upon hearing the words national top scorer, the old principal's eyes became even more vacant, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He remained silent, looking as though he was slipping into senility. Seeing this, the dean continued his analysis. Not to mention Yi Yuan's innate talent is already superior to Su Yan's. In terms of family background, Yi Yuan and Su Yin are not even on the same level. Moreover, Jinling No. 1 High School is well-funded and has already produced several battle kings. If we, Jiangnan No. 2 High School, try to compete with them, it would be like an egg hitting a rock, only to end up shattered. Silence enveloped the room, freezing time in its wake. Suddenly, the old principal shook his head, breaking the stillness. "No, you've overlooked something very important." "Overlooked what?" the dean asked, puzzled. The old principal's voice grew firm and resonant. "Su Yan's girlfriend is Xiao Panxue." The dean was momentarily speechless, then retorted, "Principal, personally, I don't agree with guys relying on their girlfriends." "This isn't about relying on anyone," the principal interrupted. "It's about Su Yan's unique advantage. Think about it. If Yi Yuan can depend on his family, why can't Su Yan leverage his girlfriend's support?" The dean was momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledging the principal's point. The old principal continued, "With Xiao Panxue's talent, she won't sit idly by while her boyfriend falls behind. This might explain why Su Yan's level has been rising so quickly." "I see." The dean suddenly understood, feeling a twinge of envy, wishing he had had a girlfriend like that in his youth. But he quickly furrowed his brow again. "But Xiao Panxue is still in college and can only offer limited help to Su Yan. Compared to the comprehensive support Yi Yuan gets from the Yi family, it's like a drop in the ocean." The old principal moved to the window, his voice tinged with age. "I understand that, but I can't give up so easily." "Principal, are you planning to?" The dean looked at the old principal with curiosity. The old principal's figure appeared especially tall under the sunlight. "I'm nearing the end of my career. Now that we've finally encountered a genius like Su Yin with strength combat talent, I'm willing to bet everything on him." The dean looked at the old principal in astonishment, suddenly seeing him as an immensely towering figure. "Principal, how do you plan to bet?" "I'll join you." The old principal smiled with relief and asked, "Yi Yuan awakened his talent yesterday afternoon and will enter the divine punishment upgrade today, right?" "That's correct." A gleam flashed in the old principal's eyes. "Then I bet that Yi Yuan's level will never surpass Su Yan's. This way, during the college entrance exams, Su Yin can secure the provincial top scorer position with his level advantage." The dean's mouth twitched, thinking the old principal must be losing his mind. The combined resources of the Yi family and Jinling No. 1 High School were astronomical. How could Su Yan's ordinary family or their financially struggling Jiangnan No. 2 High School possibly keep up with Yi Yuan's progress? "Principal, where are you going?" Seeing the old principal get up to leave, the dean hurriedly followed. "I'm going to the bank to get a loan," the old principal declared resolutely. "We'll fight the Yi family." The dean almost stumbled in shock and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Principal, are you crazy? Even if we emptied the bank, it wouldn't compare to a fraction of the Yi family's resources. Then what should we do? Just give up?" The old principal said passionately. "The Yi family may not care about a provincial top scorer, but for Su Yin and for Jiangnan No. 2 High School, this could be life-changing." With that, the old principal turned around, his tone resolute. "By the way, I've also decided to sell my house. Do you want to sell it too?" Before the words could settle, the shrill sound of the school bell pierced through the classroom's chatter. In the top achievers class, the students' conversations dwindled like a receding tide, leaving the room in complete silence. Su Yin instinctively glanced at the classroom door, surprised to find that the old principal hadn't shown up on time today. Feeling slightly puzzled but not overly concerned, he reached out to touch the crystal link. In an instant, Su Yan's consciousness shot through the void like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in Molten City. The temperature here was significantly higher than in the endless desert, with waves of heat hitting him heated. The NPCs and players in the city were dressed lightly to cope with the scorching heat. Within minutes, Su Yan saw at least 5 or 6 female players in swimsuits dash past him, making him secretly think that sometimes teaming up with female players wasn't such a bad idea. Shaking off those thoughts, Su Yan decided to head to the level 999 dungeon. He quickly left Molten City and made his way towards the strongest dungeon marked on the map. It took him only 5 minutes to reach the entrance of the Lava Mines dungeon. The homework he did last night paid off. He was well versed with this dungeon he would be battling in for nearly 2 months. In front of the dungeon, there were only a few players. After all, those who could reach this level were just a step away from the 1000 level War King title, which in reality made them formidable figures. Su Yan approached the dungeon NPC and calmly opened the historical leaderboard. The leaderboard showed the first place occupied by the team of Yi Jibai, Mo1, and Dugu, with a time of 9 minutes and 16 seconds, earning an SSS rating. The second place was taken by the Li Yueqing team, with a time of 26 minutes and 32 seconds, also earning an SSS rating. The third place went to the Shun Xiu team, with a time of 42 minutes and 48 seconds, earning an SS rating. The leaderboard listed up to the 10th place, held by the Lin Nan team, with a time of 51 minutes and 36 seconds, also earning an SS rating. After browsing through the rankings, Su Yin felt a bit puzzled. The Shui Wuyue team, which had forcefully entered the top 10 in the level 50 Wolf King Valley and level 200 Elf Tomb dungeons, hadn't even made it into the top 500 for this level 999 dungeon. Reflecting on it, this team also failed to make the leaderboard in the level 500 Desert Cavern dungeon. By all accounts, a team capable of entering the overall top 10 shouldn't show such a dramatic fluctuation in performance. 3 possibilities quickly flashed through Su Yan's mind. First, the team might have lost several members after the level 200 dungeon. This seemed likely, given that during the early days of the demon invasion, many human experts were urgently dispatched to the front line after reaching level 50, resulting in countless sacrifices. Second, it could be a newly formed team that hadn't reached level 500 yet, thus unable to challenge higher-level dungeons. Third, the team members might be deliberately keeping a low profile to avoid being conscripted by the Demon Extermination Institute, hence not daring to climb the leaderboard. However, the truth didn't matter much to Su Yin. He shook his head, dismissing these speculations. Without hesitation, he summoned the Dawn Goddess and the Desert Goddess and stepped into the dungeon, ready to secure a ranking reward. Sure enough, the world announcement rang out once again. Congratulations to player Jean Ma for solo clearing the Lava Mines dungeon. Time, 0.45 seconds. Rating, SSS, 0.45 seconds. As soon as this world announcement was made, all the human players in the land of divine punishment erupted in excitement. Jean Mo not only broke his previous record, but also completed the Lava Mine dungeon at an unbelievable speed. The world chat was instantly flooded with players' astonishment and speculation. Some praised Jean Mo's prowess, while others questioned the legitimacy of the achievement. After all, in most players' understanding, as dungeon levels and difficulty increase, the clearance time should also get longer. Jean Mo tackled the Lava Mine dungeon again. Incredible. Jean Mo is amazing. Hats off to him. But I have a small question. Why does Jean Mo clear dungeons faster when others take longer? The key point is that 0.45 seconds is just too outrageous, and Jean Mo is still only at level 1. As the discussion deepened, players' imaginations ran wild. Some speculated that Jean Mo wasn't a person, but some supernatural entity. What is he? A god? An NPC? Or perhaps a manifestation of our collective desire for an SS-level talent awakener? Meanwhile, inside the Lava Mine dungeon, Su Yin marveled at the devastating speed of the twin gods' combined attack. Almost as soon as he entered the dungeon, it was cleared out. Congratulations, you have cleared the Lava Mine dungeon. Clearance ranking rewards have been issued. Seeing the system prompt, Su Yin was in high spirits. He opened the world chat and found players fervently discussing his true identity. Faced with all sorts of outlandish guesses, Su Yin decided to clarify things himself. Jean Mo, I'm human, thank you. This simple statement immediately triggered another wave of excitement. Players expressed their surprise, and some even started introducing themselves, hoping to catch Jean Mo's attention. Jean Mo, I'm your female fan. Remember the 9-headed serpent? Jean Mo, I'm also a female fan. My name is Jiang Xiaoli. Can I interview you? No need to meet in person. Amused by the enthusiastic responses, Su Yin couldn't help but tease the player who called herself Jiang Xiaoli. Jean Mo, Jiang Xiaoli, huh? Have you updated your comic? And you still want to do an interview? This unexpected interaction excited the players even more. Soon, someone asked when Jean Mo would break the lava sea boundary. To this, Su Yin gave a clear response. Jean Mo, starting today, I'll be in seclusion for 2 months. I'll break it after the college entrance exams. Players expressed their understanding and support, filling the world chat with "got it" and various well wishes. After dealing with these trivial matters, Su Yin began to check his clearance ranking rewards. 3 million gold coins equivalent to 300 million huabi, 900 all attributes, divine emperor armor, and a revival wind usage coupon. He opened his personal account and saw a gold coin balance of 95,575,990, equivalent to 3.25 billion huabi. Looking at this immense wealth, Su Yin felt the joy of being wealthy. He decided to purchase a top-tier set of equipment before going to college, as his current level 1 Swift Wind set was far too outdated. After absorbing the 900 points of all attribute enhancement, Su Yin began to contemplate his next steps. With this, Su Yin's attribute panel received yet another significant boost. He carefully examined the updated stats. ID: Jean Mo. Level 1. Class: Second Transition Divine Fury Mage. Subclass: Warrior. Talents: Tenfold Absorption S level, Otherworldly Hero SS level, Chosen One SS level, Void Rift SSS level. HP: 6422506422250. MP: 301-003-0100. Attack: 6152. Magic Power: 11090. Defense: 32926. Magic Defense: 4215. Speed: 3237. Luck Max. Charm Max. Equipment: Azura Sword, Blood Dawn, Dragon's Fury, Phoenix Heart. Skills: Judgment LV3, Retribution LV3, Purification LV2, Overload LV1. Attributes: Constitution 33292, Spirit 2910, Strength 3110, Intelligence 2910, Agility 3177. Su Yin frowned at the data. Despite the significant enhancement in all attributes, he was still not satisfied. No, my HP is still too low, which severely limits my damage output, he muttered, eager to boost his HP into the millions. His eyes then shifted to the third reward, and they lit up instantly. Divine Emperor Armor SSS level. Constitution 9999, Strength 8888, Reflect Damage 200. Equipment type: Armor. Equipment level: 999. Exclusive skill: Divine Emperor's Protection. Additional attributes: Defense 10,000, Magic Defense 20,000. Divine Emperor's Protection. Enter invincible state, immune to all effects, untargetable, lasts 15 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Cost none. After reading the attributes of the armor, Su Yin jumped up excitedly. Holy crap, this SS level gear is phenomenal, he exclaimed. It even comes with 2 additional attributes. It was well known that an equipment item with 1 additional attribute was already exceedingly rare, let alone a level 999 SS level item. Yet, the Divine Emperor armor managed to have 2. Can I call this the world's #1 divine gear? Absolutely. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The name Divine Emperor Armor alone sounded overwhelmingly powerful, and its attributes were nothing short of astonishing. Besides the increased base stats, it also had a 2x reflect damage effect. This meant that any skill used against him not only might fail to inflict significant damage, but could also harm the attacker. Among the additional attributes, one included the most powerful suffixing exclusive skill. The skill Divine Emperor's Protection allowed Su Yin to enter a truly invincible state. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Su Yin mused, from now on, as long as I can kill my opponent within 15 seconds, there will be no risk to my life. With his clone and resurrection abilities, he now had an added layer of security. Ah, the more trump cards, the better, Su Yin nodded in satisfaction. Without further hesitation, he used his SS level talent elemental conversion to adjust the 2 attributes of the Divine Emperor armor. Strength 8888, Constitution 8888. Equipment level HP. Once the conversion was complete, Su Yin donned the Divine Emperor armor perfectly. In an instant, Jean Mo's armor transformed from tattered black to dazzling gold, exuding an aura of royalty. His constitution soared by 18,887 points, and his HP skyrocketed by an additional 280,000. Su Yin eagerly checked the final reward, the Wind of Revival voucher. This special item could instantly heal all targets within a 1,000 by 1,000 square meter area and remove all negative effects. He gasped, realizing the voucher's healing powers were extraordinary, capable of covering an entire legion. Carefully storing away the precious item, Su Yin couldn't help but marvel at how the dungeon clearance ranking rewards never disappointed him. Exiting the dungeon, he noticed that the sword mark he left in the level 50 Wolf King Valley dungeon no longer earned him experience. His experience bar read 24,577,782,432 out of 99,999,999,999,999. It seemed he would have to wait for the next batch of high school seniors to level up before he could leech more experience. With a slight smile, Su Yin re-entered the dungeon, pulling out his long-forgotten Scarlet Dawn staff to start grinding for experience. The lava mine dungeon posed no challenge to him. The minor enemies were goblin miners, the elite monsters were orc overseers, and the two bosses were the Goblin King and the Orc Prince. In just 6 minutes, Su Yin defeated the final boss, the Orc Prince, and cleared the dungeon. This run earned him 6.4 million experience points, 52 goblin horns, and an additional 1,500 health points. Just as he was satisfied with the results, inspiration struck him. He realized he could modify the life attribute on the Scarlet Dawn staff to Constitution, thus increasing both his health and defense. Excited, Su Yin immediately used his innate elemental conversion ability to change the attribute. He quickly calculated. By running the dungeon 135 times a day, he could gain 47.52 billion experience points and nearly 1.7 billion health points in 55 days, perfectly achieving his goal. With only about 200 billion experience points left to ascend to godhood, his additional damage from retribution would reach a staggering 5 trillion. From that day on, Su Yin devoted himself entirely to grinding dungeons. Day after day, he watched his experience, health, and defense steadily rise, fueling his determination. Despite spending over 14 hours a day in the dungeons, his robust physique, thanks to tenfold absorption, prevented any significant physical strain. After more than a week of relentless grinding, one day after school, the old principal suddenly approached him. Without any preamble, he asked, "Su Yin, what level is your divine punishment now?" Su Yin had anticipated this and patiently waited for the principal to continue. Su Yin had already prepared his answer and replied confidently, "The recent upgrades have gone smoothly, and I'm now at level 35. The old principal's face lit up with a satisfied smile as he nodded repeatedly. "Good, good. Keep up this strong momentum." Saying this, he warmly ushered Su Yin into his office. The principal personally brewed a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Su Yin. With a cheerful expression, he said, "Su Yin, I have some good news for you. Today, our school received a grant for top students. I plan to invest all of it in you." His tone grew more serious. "This period will be tough, but you must bring honor to Jiangnan No. 2 High School in Jiangnan City. You must secure the top spot in the provincial exams." However, just as the principal finished speaking, the Eye of the Gods gave a shocking prompt. Don't believe his talk about the grant. The old man actually persuaded the school leaders to sell their houses and took out a huge loan from the bank. Whoa, that's intense, Su Yin thought, but he maintained a calm exterior. He looked at the smiling principal with an expression of admiration, thinking, luckily, it's me he's betting on, or else he'd lose everything. Su Yin solemnly put down the teacup and assured firmly, "Principal, don't worry. I won't let you down." "Good, good." The principal's mood brightened instantly, and he began to envision the grand scene of the exam day. Time flew by, and soon it was June 6th, just one day before the exams. After dinner, Su Yin sat alone on the living room sofa, feeling a mix of emotions. Since that day when his uncle and aunt went to work, they had never returned. Initially, Su Yin was worried something might have happened to them and asked his bodyguard Lin Qian to investigate. However, according to the city's Demon Slayer Institute, Jiangnan City had been peaceful with no incidents. This scene felt familiar to Su Yin. His biological parents had also disappeared suddenly years ago, never to be seen again. "Sigh, the exams are tomorrow, and they really won't come to see me?" Su Yin muttered, a hint of sadness in his expression. But he quickly regained his spirits and stood up to stretch. Crack, crack, his strong body emitted a pleasant sound from his joints. Slurp, a faint sound of someone swallowing saliva came from the air. Although the sound was extremely subtle, Su Yan's keen senses picked it up. He smiled slightly and said to the air, "Sister Qian, thank you for protecting me these days. I'm not very good at goodbyes, so once I arrive at the exam venue tomorrow morning, you can leave anytime you wish. Of course, always repay kindness. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me directly." With that, Su Yin turned and walked towards his bedroom. Before the exams tomorrow, he still needed to gather some gear in Divine Punishment. Upon entering the Divine Punishment realm, Su Yin quickly accessed his auction house pass and contacted Gagewu. Over the past 2 months, he had been obsessively farming the lava mine dungeon, gaining massive experience and physical boosts. Thanks to his maxed out luck attribute, he had amassed a mountain of dungeon materials goblin horns. On the screen, Su Yin typed swiftly, "Jean-Ma, you there?" Almost instantly, the reply came, "Gageway here. Jean-Ma dada." Su Yin got straight to the point. "How many goblin horns does your Demon Slayer Academy need?" "As always, we'll take as many as you have." Gageway's response was enthusiastic. Despite knowing the Academy's deep pockets, Su Yin cautiously confirmed, "I have quite a lot this time. Are you sure you have the authority to buy them all?" Gageway replied confidently, "Don't worry, as the last disciple of a Grandmaster Alchemist, I have that kind of authority." All right. Su Yin didn't waste any more words and began listing all the goblin horns, setting the buyer to Gageway and pricing each at 500 gold. However, an unexpected situation arose. "Oh my god! 41,000 goblin horns?" Gageway exclaimed. "Sorry, Jean-Ma deda. I need to consult my teacher on this one." Su Yin smirked, thinking, "What a braggart. And you call yourself the last disciple?" Despite his thoughts, he had to admit the number was staggering: 416,000 goblin horns. This was all thanks to his incredible luck, with goblin horns practically pouring out in the dungeon. 10 minutes later, Gageway replied, "Sorry for the wait, Jean-Ma deda. My teacher said that while goblin horns are essential for making high-level healing potions, we don't need 41,000 of them. He couldn't use that many even if he worked until he died." Just as Su Yin was about to make a joke about leaving the leftovers to Gageway, she added, "But my teacher also said that if it's from Jean-Ma, the Demon Slayer Academy will definitely buy them. He has only one wish: that you visit the alchemy department when you come to the imperial capital. He wants to meet you." "A Grandmaster Alchemist wants to meet me?" Su Yin chuckled. "Tell your teacher I accept." "Huh?" Gageway replied excitedly. Soon after, the auction house system notification sounded. "Your consignment of goblin horns 416000 has been purchased by player Gageway. 208 million gold has been credited to your account. As a premium pass holder, the transaction fee has been waived." Nice, 208 million gold in the bank. Although he was prepared for it, seeing the long string of numbers made Su Yin hold his breath. Adding his existing balance of over 90 million, his total assets now neared 400 million. As for his living expenses over the past 2 months, despite his enormous appetite, eating enough for 10 people in one sitting, these were covered by Jiangnan No. 2 High School. The school not only maintained a 3,500 gold weekly stipend for the top students class, but also provided an additional top student sprint bonus of 20,000 gold per week. This meant Su Yin enjoyed free meals and still earned an extra 80,000 gold per month, equivalent to 800,000 yuan. Such a lavish school was unheard of for Su Yin. With his pockets now full, Su Yin began considering purchasing military-grade equipment. Thanks to his divine descendant talent, which granted daily blessings, he was never short of various healing, mana-stirring, and debuff-clearing potions. The recent sale of goblin horns also showed that potions were the auction house's most sought-after commodities, making up the bulk of sales. High-level potions were expensive, and without a strong background, most families couldn't afford them. The divine blessings had undoubtedly saved Su Yin a fortune. Now, what Su Yin urgently needed was a brand new set of armor. Now, Su Yin had acquired the Divine Emperor armor, but he knew he still needed to upgrade other parts of his gear. With his targets already set, he decisively opened the auction house's favorites list, added 4 meticulously chosen pieces of equipment to his cart, and made the purchase with a single click. Ding dong! The system notification sounded, and 97 million gold coins vanished in an instant. Su Yin felt a pang of heartache, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. This money had to be spent. It's just a small amount. With my current strength, a few billion gold coins are nothing. This wasn't an exaggeration. In fact, by merely selling the lowest-tier dungeon materials, he could easily earn 200 million gold coins. If he wanted to make money, billions of gold coins would be a piece of cake. The 4 newly purchased pieces of armor were all level 700 strength equipment. Why not buy higher-level gear? Because the auction house only had up to level 700 gear available. There were only 6 pieces of S-rank equipment, and their prices were astronomical, with the cheapest one costing 1 billion gold coins. Su Yin admitted that an average family couldn't afford it, but with that amount of money, he preferred to buy a set of top-tier strength equipment. These 4 pieces of armor were the best among strength gear, each with permanent affixes. 1. When taking damage from enemies of a higher level, gain a spell shield equal to 200 of your health. 2. Attacks have a destructive effect, causing massive injury. 3. Attacks cause bleeding. 4. Increases the level of airwalk, skywalk, and flight by 1. These affixes provided a perfect balance of offense and defense, more than enough for Su Yin's needs. What made him even happier was that he still had 300 million gold coins left for any emergencies. Totally worth it, he thought to himself, delighted. Once the equipment arrived, Suyin routinely used his talent element conversion to change all the gear's attributes to constitution. After equipping everything, he stood tall in the lava mine dungeon, looking completely transformed, exuding confidence and charisma. Suyin admired his handsome reflection for a moment before opening his character status panel. ID: Demon Slayer. Level 1. Class: Second Job Divine Wrath Mage. Subclass: Warrior. Talents: Tenfold Absorption Strength, Otherworldly Hero SS Rank, Chosen 1 SS Rank, Void Rift SS Rank. Health: 195, 524, 500, 196, 588, 790. Mana: 30, 100, 30, 100. Attack: 6,152. Magic Power: 11,090. Defense: 12,024,679. Magic Defense: 24,215. Speed: 3,237. Luck Max. Charm Max. Equipment: Azura Sword, Blood Dawn, Dragon's Fury, Phoenix Heart. Skills: Judgment LV3, Retribution LV3, Purification LV2, Damage Overload LV1. Experience: 75, 617, 782, 43299, 999, 999, 999. These stats are insane. Suyin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the numbers. Nearly 200 million health and over 12 million defense. These figures were simply outrageous. He mused that in the entire Blue Star, there were probably very few who could physically break through his defense. That night, Suyin went to bed early to conserve his energy for the college entrance exam the next day. As he lay in bed, he kept replaying the day's gains in his mind, eagerly anticipating tomorrow. June 7th, the day of the college entrance exam. The students of Jiangnan No. 2 High School had already gathered in front of the teaching building, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The sunlight glinted off their meticulously chosen outfits, radiating youthful energy. Only Suyin stood out, still wearing his plain white shirt, hands in pockets, looking calm and indifferent amid the crowd. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the school gate. Tang Xia rushed in, her high ponytail particularly striking in the morning light. Her usual school uniform skirt was replaced by an elegant purple dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze, subtly revealing her slender, fair legs. Su Yan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. He couldn't help but admire that Tang Xia had quite a good figure. Although she was slightly less voluptuous compared to Xiao Panxue, among her peers, she was definitely one of the best. Her pleasing face surpassed that of most girls. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tang Xian naturally walked over to stand beside Su Yan. Though the morning sun was not scorching, it was warm enough to cause slight discomfort. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness, making their white shirt and purple dress sway lightly. Standing under the shade of the building's eaves, Su Yan looked down at Tang Xia, while she looked up at him. A chorus of teasing voices erupted around them. However, just as everyone expected to witness a touching scene, Su Yan broke the silence. "Are you a pig? It's the college entrance exam, and you still overslept?" Tang Xiao's face instantly turned red, even her neck tinged with pink. She straightened up and retorted, "You're the pig. Can't a girl be happy?" A wave of disappointed groans rippled through the crowd. They had been hoping for a dramatic graduation confession, only to witness a graduation quarrel. Some began to complain about the principal's tardiness, shifting their focus back to the anxious wait. Tang Xia seemed somewhat annoyed and adjusted her dress, deliberately putting some distance between herself and Su Yan. Unbothered, Su Yan leaned closer and quietly asked, "So, what did you get from observing the sword seal last night?" "None of your business," Tang Xia muttered, moving a few steps away. Su Yan persisted, "Come on, as your good friend, I'm really curious." Under Su Yan's relentless questioning, Tang Xia soon gave in. Fine, fine. I'll tell you." A barely concealed joy spread across her face. "I got an S-level skill." Su Yan's eyes lit up. "An S-level skill? Does it match your fire attribute?" Tang Xia put her hands behind her back, straightened her shoulders, and blinked. "Guess." "What's there to guess?" "An S-level skill. Inferno of Destruction." Su Yan shrugged, pretending to be disappointed. "I guess, but someone won't let me." "Who won't let you?" Tang Xia asked, puzzled. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, let's drop it." Su Yan acted indifferent, but inside, he was genuinely happy for Tang Xia. This result from the observation might not be the best overall, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable for her. With the S-level skill, Inferno of Destruction, Tang Xia's chances of getting into a top university had rekindled. Just then, the old principal, flanked by school leaders and class teachers, emerged from the meeting room. It was now 7:30 a.m. This year's college entrance exam would be held in Jinling, the capital of Jiangdong province, spanning 5 days. As the leaders appeared, the students' attention was immediately drawn to them. eagerly anticipating the upcoming schedule. On the first day, students take tests on cultural subjects, and on the second day, they are tested on divine punishment theory. Starting from the third day, the combat assessments begin, which are the most crucial part of the exams. Examiners will comprehensively evaluate the candidates based on their level, combat power, damage, defense, reaction, and battle techniques. The final scores from these assessments will account for 80 of the total exam score. To ensure the safety and order of the exams, the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Institute dispatched 200 elite soldiers. Dressed in uniforms and with stern expressions, they set up a tight security perimeter around the examination site. With everything ready, the old principal arrived at the school building, looking spirited. He cleared his throat and gave a brief but powerful motivational speech for the exams. Then, he arranged for all the candidates to board the school buses to the teleportation array. Notably, Su Yin was assigned to ride in the principal's special car. Inside the car, the old principal was beaming, looking as if he had aged backward by 10 years. He turned to Su Yin with a tone full of praise. Su Yin, you've worked hard these past days. But the results have been gratifying. Your level of 90 is likely the highest in the province. The level 90 was the divine punishment level Su Yin reported yesterday, and this number would be officially recorded in his academic records. This year's candidates were generally strong, with their levels advancing much faster than in previous years. It was said that in the capital, a super genius had already surpassed level 100 and was admitted to the Imperial University 2 weeks ago, making him the most likely candidate for the national top scorer. Other level geniuses had levels ranging from 70 to 95. Su Yan's level 90, though not the highest, was still impressive. The old principal grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with pride. That Yi Yuan from the Jinling Yi family once boasted about competing for the national top scorer. I thought he was something special, but he's just at level 85 now. He secretly rejoiced that his financial resources successfully outmatched the Yi family and Jinling High School. Su Yin hesitated, seeing the old principal lost in the dream of achieving the provincial top scorer, and chose to remain silent. At that moment, the director of education, sitting in the front passenger seat, received a phone call. His face instantly turned grim. After hanging up, he turned around, his eyes filled with despair. Principal, it's over. We're finished. The old principal was furious. What do you mean over? We're on our way to the exams. Can't you say something positive? The director's voice trembled. I wish I could, but we just got the latest news from Jinling High School. Yi Yuan isn't actually level 85. He's been hiding his true strength. What? The old principal was struck as if by lightning, his face turning pale. The car fell into a dead silence, broken only by the sound of tires on the road. After a long pause, the old principal asked, trembling, what's his real levels? Level 95. Damn it, that sneaky bastard. The old principal cursed, jumping up and hitting his head on the car roof. Screech, the brakes sounded abruptly, and the car was thrown into chaos. The driver quickly pulled over to the side of the road. Amidst the chaos, only Su Yin remained calm. He had anticipated this and smiled as he spoke. It's okay, principal. Actually, I also reported a false level. Contrary to Su Yan's expectations, his revelation didn't bring the old principal renewed hope, but instead drew a despondent glance from the director and his despairing words. Su Yin, it's too late. Just now, Jinling High School announced that Yi Yuan has been admitted to the Imperial University. If we still want to win the provincial top scorer, we'd need to place in the top 3 nationally. But how could we possibly achieve that? So, we've lost. My personal savings, my house. All gone. The old principal and the director slumped in their seats, looking as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. Su Yin nodded thoughtfully and then said seriously, all right, then let's just aim for the national top scorer. The old principal and the director looked up simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? Su Yan's words were shocking. Inside the car, the old principal and the dean widened their eyes, and the atmosphere in the cabin froze, falling into a dead silence. The old principal quickly pulled himself together, forcing a faint smile on his withered face. He sighed lightly and patted Su Yin on the shoulder. Su Yin, I know you're trying to comfort us, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. National top scorer? We wouldn't even dare to dream of that. The dean, having regained his composure, pursed his lips and chimed in. The principal is right. Su Yin, just do your best. You're already outstanding. You just had the misfortune of facing Yi Yuan as your competitor. Su Yin frowned at these words, a hint of displeasure in his tone. You don't believe in me? Of course, we believe in you. The two immediately nodded in agreement, but the doubt in their eyes was hard to conceal. Seeing this, Su Yin felt a mix of amusement and frustration. He knew very well that unless he revealed his Demon Slayer identity right then and there, no amount of persuasion would make the principal and the dean believe he could achieve the top national score. After all, with the emergence of Demon Slayers this year, geniuses were everywhere. In China alone, there were about 10 S-level talents with better abilities and backgrounds than his, not to mention an S-level super genius. Well, let's leave it at that. Su Yin shrugged, deciding not to say more. After all, the college entrance exam would begin in less than 2 hours, and his results would speak louder than any words. The rest of the journey passed in relative silence. The old principal sighed from time to time. The dean looked bewildered, and only the driver remained focused on the road. 20 minutes later, the school convoy arrived at the South Plaza of the teleportation array, ready to teleport to the provincial capital, Jinling City. The teleportation array was a groundbreaking transportation tool created 100 years ago by 1,000 formation masters of the human race, costing 200 billion gold coins and taking 10 years to complete. Depending on the array's level, scale, and the destination's distance, the number of passengers it could teleport varied. The only level 1 teleportation array in Jiangnan City could teleport 600 people to Jinling City within the same province in one go. However, it could only teleport 15 people at a time to faraway cities like the imperial capital. Jiangnan Second High School had 499 candidates this year, including the school leaders and teachers. They could all be teleported in one go. With other schools like the 3rd and 4th High waiting to use the array, the class teachers quickly arranged all the candidates in their designated spots. The South Plaza was bustling with people. Su Yin shielded Tang Xia in a corner, his chest facing her to protect her from the crowd. Su Yin looked up at the teleportation array. Before him was a massive circular platform where all the students stood. In front of the platform was a dark hole, flanked by intricately arranged gears made of unknown materials, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. Dear passengers, welcome. The destination of this teleportation array is Jinling City. The array will activate in 10 seconds, 9 seconds. An ethereal voice echoed overhead. Then, the lights came on, and all the gears began to spin rapidly. The old principal's voice stood out in the clamor. Listen up, everyone. After the array activates, enter in an orderly fashion. No pushing. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound rang out, and the countdown reached its final second. The massive dark hole in front of the platform suddenly lit up, becoming as dazzling as a light spot. Endless energy seemed to gush out from it, forming a swirling vortex of white energy. Quick! Enter the array. With an order, the candidates from Second High began to enter the vortex in an orderly manner. Each person turned into a blur and disappeared upon contact with the vortex. Wow, this is amazing! Many candidates from ordinary families, who had never experienced a teleportation array before, were filled with curiosity and excitement. Su Yin was no exception. It was his first time experiencing the magic of a teleportation array. This level 1 teleportation array operated for 2 minutes each time. Soon, it was Su Yan's turn. The intense energy hit him, causing his clothes to flap wildly and making it almost impossible to keep his eyes open. Su Yan! Tang Xia suddenly called out beside him. Su Yan turned his head, grabbing Tang Xia's hand. Let's go, the exam awaits. Holding Tang Xia's hand, Su Yan stepped into the teleportation array, his eyes blazing with determination. This was a world with gods, and he was about to embark on his journey to the pinnacle. Su Yan couldn't help but marvel once again. Historically, individuals with SS-level talents are not included in the national rankings for the college entrance exam due to their unique status, to avoid unfairness. This year's Demon Slayer exam is no exception. Among the millions of candidates nationwide, the top students not only strive to get into their desired universities, but also compete for rankings at the city, provincial, and even national levels. The importance of these rankings is twofold. For schools, a student's ranking can mean generous talent cultivation bonuses, enhanced reputation, and a spot on prestigious school lists. School leaders and teachers also gain fame in the education sector, attracting more high-quality students. For individuals, the ranking in the college entrance exam directly influences the choice of mentors and the level of resource support during university. The higher the ranking, the more powerful the mentors they can choose from, with the possibility of being selected by a war god-level mentor and joining the war god class. Furthermore, the level of resource support affects not only the resources they receive, but also the credits they can earn. As Su Yin pondered, he decided to aim for the top national rank. Even settling for second place nationwide would be a great achievement. He joked to himself that if anyone were to blame, it would be his classmate Yi Yuan from Jinling City No. 1 High School, as Su Yin originally only aimed for the provincial top spot. In no time, all the candidates from Jiangdong province gathered at the college entrance exam, Venuyu massive open-air arena built specifically for the exam. The venue was under constant surveillance with extremely high security. Not even a mosquito could enter without proper authorization. The first day was dedicated to the academic subjects. Su Yin was assigned to exam room number 9. Before distributing the test papers, the female invigilator with glasses handed each candidate an identity card and instructed them to fill in their personal information. She sternly reminded, "Please fill this out truthfully. We will verify the information during the exam period. Any exaggeration of combat levels or other discrepancies will affect your final score, and severe cases will be referred to the Demon Slayer Institute for further action. The consequences will be at your own risk." The sound of pens scratching on paper filled the exam room. Su Yin looked down at his card and began to fill it out as required. Name: Su Yin. School: Jiangnan City No. 2 High School. Class: Senior 3, Class 12 Top Class. Exam admission number: 659 XXXXXXX 3425. Divine Punishment ID: Flame Emperor. Divine Punishment Level: 150. Profession: Berserker. Is it a hidden profession? Yes. Job change status: First job change. Has observed Dungeon Sword Seal? Yes. Dungeon Sword Seal reward: Second Awakenings level Ice Talent. First choice of university: Imperial Capital University. Second choice of university: Imperial Capital University. Third choice of university: Imperial Capital University. When Su Yin finished filling out his identity card, he carefully handed it over. The proctor glanced at it briefly before setting it aside, not noticing anything unusual. Su Yin let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking that these teachers were indeed only responsible for collecting and distributing exam papers and monitoring the test, paying no attention to anything else. In his mind, he calculated that by the third day at the latest, his identity card marked with level 150 would catch the attention of the exam committee. Let's see if anyone can top that, Su Yin muttered to himself as he took the exam paper from the proctor and began the cultural subjects test. On this blue planet, overshadowed by the threat of the demon clan, people valued talent and strength above all. Cultural education was limited to basic literacy, arithmetic, and planetary history. Only those students with poor talent awakening focused on subjects like math, physics, and chemistry, hoping to excel in various fields. Most people saw pursuing strength and slaying demons as a badge of honor. As a result, this cultural exam was a piece of cake for Su Yin. He answered the questions casually, confident that he would score full marks. After the first day's exam, not only Su Yin, but all the candidates seemed relaxed and cheerful, chatting in small groups. The second day's Divine Punishment Theory exam was equally simple. Su Yin even suspected that these exams were just formalities, easy enough for even the weakest students to pass. Unsurprisingly, he scored full marks again. Finally, the third day arrived, bringing the highlight of the exam's combat assessment. The assessment was divided into multiple subjects, with difficulty levels based on the universities the candidates applied to. Although Su Yin had applied to Imperial Capital University, a top-tier institution, it was considered average among elite universities. Thus, he was placed in the difficult group, competing against the strongest candidates from Jiangdong province. Two Battle King-level experts served as proctors. The assessment venue was an enclosed space with walls made of special materials strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from a 5th-rank battle general. This meant the candidates could go all out without worrying about damaging the venue. In the waiting room, a burly Battle King-level teacher stood on the platform and announced loudly, "There are 12 candidates in the difficult group. Once the groups are determined, there will be no changes. If you fail all 3 assessment attempts, you will lose your spot in this year's exam. Understood?" The 12 candidates responded in unison, "Understood." The teacher asked again, "Now is your last chance to change your application. Anyone want to make a change?" This prompted some murmurs among the candidates, but no one opted to change. Su Yin glanced at Tang Xia beside him. In this difficult group, Tang Xia was the only level talent. Her decision to apply to a top-tier university had drawn criticism and ridicule. Feeling Su Yin's gaze, Tang Xia said firmly, "Don't look at me. I'm not changing my application." But her voice trembled slightly, and her hand shook, causing her ponytail to sway gently. Su Yin whispered, "I know." He reached out and held Tang Xia's hand. "Don't worry, you can do it." Tang Xia stiffened, glanced at him, and a faint blush appeared on her neck. "Su Yin, thank you," she said softly. Their hands remained clasped, neither letting go. Seeing that no one wanted to change their application, the Battle King teacher nodded and said, "All right, the combat assessment will begin in 5 minutes. When your name is called, enter the arena for the assessment. During the assessment, you can use any talent or skill except forbidden arts, various potions and scrolls, and weapons and equipment banned by the Demon Slayer Institute." As the teacher quickly explained the assessment rules, Su Yin quietly released his void power to probe the other candidate's strengths. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar void-type aura. "Yes, it's him. Your rival, Yi Laolu." This clue from the Eye of the Gods made Su Yin even more certain. This aura belonged to Yi Yuan from Jinling No. 1 High School. Su Yin was taken aback and muttered to himself, "My rival? Do I even have a rival?" He couldn't help but tease the Eye of the Gods. "Hey, Big Eye, you're quite the comedian today." The Eye of the Gods retorted, "Hey, I'm just trying to be poetic. And it's I boss to you." "Yeah, right. Su Yin dismissed with a wave of his hand, though he was puzzled. Strange. Wasn't Yi Yuan already accepted early by Imperial Capital University? So why is he here for the combat assessment? After pondering for a moment, he answered his own question. Why else? To show off, obviously. But then he realized this didn't quite make sense. Show off? The combat assessment is in a closed-off exam hall. No one except the invigilators can see it. What's there to show off? Just as Su Yin was racking his brain, a commotion erupted outside the waiting room. This way, War God Sir, a respectful voice called out. Immediately, a group of well-dressed, dignified individuals entered in a file. The Battle King teacher frowned and was about to speak. This is the waiting room. Only examinees are allowed, but he stopped mid-sentence, recognizing a few of the prominent figures, and exclaimed in shock, Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Leading the group was a man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, exuding a calm and composed aura. He was Yi Tianhai, the head of the Yi family in Jinling. Not only did he control the economic lifeline of Jiangdong province, but he was also a top-tier battle king of the 6th rank. The Battle King teacher's gaze shifted to another familiar face. Minister Wu, you're here too? This elderly man with silver hair and a youthful complexion was none other than the Minister of Education for Jiangdong province. Seeing these two provincial heavyweights together was already shocking enough. But when the teacher looked at the imposing middle-aged man standing between them, he was left speechless. This man stood tall and exuded a powerful aura that commanded respect without effort. Yi Tianhai beamed and introduced, this is the War God mentor from Imperial Capital University, known as the Rising Sun War God. My son was fortunate enough to catch his eye after being accepted early by Imperial Capital University. Thus, the War God himself has come all the way from the capital to witness my son's combat assessment in person. Boom! The waiting room exploded with excitement. Wow, a War God mentor. The legendary War God mentor. Does this mean the War God is planning to take Yi Yuan as a student? In an instant, the eyes of the other examinees were filled with envy and jealousy, practically gnashing their teeth. Only Su Yin stood there, dumbfounded, unable to help but think, seriously? Showing off has gotten this extravagant. He took a deep breath, a determined glint in his eye. All right, I'll give it my all too. The revered instructor from the Imperial Capital University, known as the War God, suddenly entered the examination waiting room. The War King teacher immediately straightened his back, a hint of reverence flashing in his eyes. Upon learning that the War God had come to observe the combat assessment of student Yi Yuan, he quickly bowed and enthusiastically said, War God, please come in. Although the waiting room typically forbids unauthorized personnel, a superfigure like the Chaoyang War God clearly didn't fall under such restrictions. The titles Imperial Capital University and War God Instructor were enough to make the invigilating teachers present green with envy. Even though the War King teacher himself was a War King-level expert, he was but a minor character in front of a titled War God. The Chaoyang War God walked in slowly, his deep voice resonating. No need for such formalities. These simple words were enough to make the War King teacher feel honored. The War God then strode confidently to the stage, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Students, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just here to observe. Continue as you normally would, the War God announced loudly, while waving his hand to cast a mysterious skill. Visible ripples spread through the air, and the candidates felt a refreshing breeze brush their foreheads. Instantly, their minds cleared, and their anxiety and worries vanished, leaving them calm and focused. Some even felt a slight enhancement in their abilities. The candidates' eyes sparkled with joy. Minister Wu, standing beside the War God, chuckled and said, You are incredibly fortunate. Receiving the blessing of the Chaoyang War God is a privilege others can only dream of. Hurry and thank the War God. The candidates chorused, Thank you, War God. Su Yin, sitting on the edge of the group, also expressed his thanks, but he secretly rejoiced for another reason. Congratulations, you have replicated the SS level skill, Ling Guang Battle Intent Permanent. Su Yin calculated in his mind, planning to use it again after the cooldown period of 2 hours. After all, a War God couldn't possibly have only one SS level skill, right? At that moment, the Chaoyang War God on the stage seemed to sense something, frowning slightly. However, without concrete evidence, he didn't pursue it further. He merely nodded in acknowledgement of the candidate's gratitude. Who is Yi Yuan? The War God asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, a male student in the front row stood up. All eyes immediately focused on him. This student was handsome and bright, with an outstanding demeanor. Although he was only about 1.7 meters tall, his posture was exceptionally upright and robust. The candidates began to whisper among themselves. So he's Yi Yuan, the one who awakened this level void talent. Impressive. He could rely on his family, but chooses to prove himself with his strength. I heard Yi Yuan has already been pre-admitted to the Imperial Capital University. yet he insists on taking the combat assessment. That's the confidence of a true warrior. We should thank Yi Yuan. If it weren't for him, the Chaoyang war god wouldn't have shown up, and we wouldn't have received the war god's blessing. Facing the envious and grateful gazes around him, Yi Yuan remained calm and composed, exuding a steady and unpretentious demeanor. The Chaoyang war god nodded slightly, approvingly saying, "Not bad, a promising talent." Receiving the war god's approval, Yi Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile. He respectfully replied, "Thank you, war god." For the younger generation, receiving the war god's commendation was a tremendous honor, especially such a positive one. Yet, Yi Yuan did not let it go to his head. He maintained his calm and humble attitude, a rare quality indeed. The Chaoyang war god revealed his first smile since arriving. Accompanied by Yi Tianhai and Minister Wu, he took a seat on one side of the stage. Along with them were over a dozen important figures from Jiangdong province, including leaders from the city's demon-slaying institute, city government officials, and the principal of Jinling High School. These individuals had to stand behind the trio, with no seats of their own. At this moment, a clear bell rang out above the waiting room. The battle assessment had begun. Teacher Zhang Wang's demeanor changed dramatically as he unleashed a powerful aura and loudly announced, "The combat assessment for the difficult group has officially started. First candidate, Tang Xia from Class 12, Grade 3, Jiangnan No. 2 High School. Talent, level Fire Element. First choice, Imperial University. Assessment difficulty, SSS level." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xia, dressed in a purple long dress, decisively stood up. Su Yin looked at her in surprise, not expecting Tang Xia to be the first candidate. What shocked him even more was Tang Xia's first choice Imperial University. Su Yin secretly smiled bitterly. "Xia." He glanced at Tang Xia beside him, his face full of complex emotions. The examination hall erupted in laughter. "Ha, this girl is really brave, applying for Imperial University with a level talent." Someone mocked loudly. "I thought it was impressive enough for her to be in the difficult group, but she's aiming for Imperial University. What a pity, such a beautiful girl. Why does she have to be so unrealistic?" Amidst the harsh laughter, Tang Xia's cheeks blushed, but her high ponytail remained unfazed, showcasing her unwavering determination. This scene even caught the attention of the Morning Sun god of war, who seemed surprised that a level talent would dare to apply to his university. Just as Tang Xia was about to leave her seat, she suddenly turned to Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, anyone can mock me, but you cannot." With that, she resolutely walked towards the assessment area, leaving Su Yin silent, thinking to himself, "Why? It's not worth it, not for me." As the heavy door closed, Tang Xia began her assessment. 15 minutes later, an announcement echoed through the waiting room. "Candidate, Tang Xia, assessment result. Failed." Su Yin sighed. Soon after, Tang Xia walked back dejectedly. Su Yin tried to comfort her. "It's okay, Xia. You still have 2 more tries. Imperial University is indeed too hard for you. Let's aim for another university next time, and you'll surely pass." However, Tang Xia bit her lip and softly said, "No, Su Yin, I want to try again." Su Yin helplessly tried to dissuade her. "Don't be foolish. You might end up not getting into any top universities. None of your business." Tang Xia wiped her face and looked up, her expression filled with determination. After a brief rest, Tang Xia entered the assessment area again, still aiming for Imperial University. This time, the result came even faster within just 5 or 6 minutes. It was announced, failed again. The candidates in the waiting room laughed even louder, watching the stubborn girl with level talent. When Tang Xia returned to her seat, Su Yin couldn't help but scold. "Tang Xia, are you out of your mind?" He hoped to wake her up. Tang Xia gave him a quiet glance, took a deep breath, and turned to Teacher Zhang Wang, saying, "Teacher, I want to change my university choice for the last assessment." Teacher Zhang Wang nodded and announced loudly, "Candidate, Tang Xia, third assessment opportunity. Third choice, Northwest Divine Strategy University. Assessment difficulty, S level." With Su Yan's encouragement, Tang Xia walked into the assessment area for the 3rd time. The candidates immediately started discussing. Even though Tang Xia had changed her choice to the relatively easier Northwest Divine Strategy University, no one believed in her. After all, aiming for a top university with level talent seemed like a dream. Time ticked by, and everyone anxiously awaited the result. Suddenly, the announcement rang out. "Candidate, Tang Xia, assessment result. Passed." At this moment, the waiting room erupted in astonishment. Unbelievable. Tang Xia, a girl with a level talent from Jiangnan No. 2 High School, had passed the combat assessment of the prestigious Northwest Shinsu University. The room buzzed with disbelief, leaving not only the candidates, but also the prominent figures on the high platform such as the battle instructor, Yi Tianhai, and Minister Wu from Jiangdong province utterly shocked. Only the Chaoyang war god remained unfazed, as if he had expected this outcome all along. Sitting on the edge of the candidate's seats, Su Yin finally unclenched his tightly held fists, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Well done, Xia, he silently cheered for Tang Xia. After more than a decade of hard work, Tang Xia had finally reached a promising conclusion. Passing the combat assessment meant she had one foot inside the doors of Northwest Shensi University, just awaiting the final acceptance letter. Around him, the candidates whispered among themselves, their discussions growing louder. Unbelievable. No wonder she dared to join the difficult group. This girl has some serious skills. A level talent, getting into a top-tier university? She must be the sixth person ever to achieve that, right? The previous five all came from super powerful families with Battle King level backgrounds. I wonder what her family background is. Did you see her dress? Bargain bin stuff. Definitely not over 200 bucks. What family background could she possibly have? I think we should thank the Chaoyang War God's blessing. Without it, there's no way a level talent could pass the difficult group's combat assessment. The conversation quickly shifted back to the Chaoyang War God's blessing. Everyone's eyes turned toward him, filled with fervent anticipation. If a level talent could pass with his blessing, surely they would have a better chance too? Just then, the battle instructor announced loudly, "Next candidate, Zhang Xinyang, get ready." However, before he could finish, the Chaoyang war god interrupted, "I'm short on time. Let Yi Yuan take the assessment first." His voice was low, but incredibly authoritative, leaving no room for objection. The room buzzed with shock. The order of the high-stakes combat assessments had always strictly followed the rules for the past 200 years since the reform. Yet now, this war god was asking for Yi Yuan to go first. The battle instructor looked troubled, wanting to remind everyone that this was against the rules. But seeing the war god's commanding presence, he swallowed his words. Offending a war god was akin to courting death. Under the frantic signals from Yi Tianhai and Minister Wu, the instructor forced a smile and said, "Let's follow the war god's wishes. Yi Yuan, you go first." All right. The war god's single words seemed to seal the deal. The candidates had no objections. In their eyes, someone as talented and powerful as Yi Yuan deserved to go first. Besides, they had all benefited from the war god's blessing because of him. Yi Yuan stood up from his seat, smiling slightly as he prepared to walk to the assessment area. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Yin also stood up. All eyes turned to him, filled with surprise and confusion. Is this kid crazy? What's he up to? Someone murmured. The battle instructor frowned and asked, "Student, do you have a question?" A sly look flashed in Su Yan's eyes as he quickly glanced at the stunned Yi Yuan. He secretly laughed, having seen through Yi Yuan's subtle show-off. If that's the case, then let's steal the spotlight. Putting on a look of urgent desperation, Su Yin earnestly said, "War God instructor, it's like this. I just received news from the hospital that my dad is critically ill, and I must rush back immediately. So if possible, please let me take the assessment first." He even squeezed out a couple of seemingly sincere tears. The battle instructor was clearly taken aback. Who would have thought such a coincidence would happen? As Yi Yuan took a step forward, his body suddenly froze in place. He slowly turned to look at Su Yin, his brows furrowed. His expression clearly showed displeasure. Having his moment interrupted was indeed frustrating. Su Yin, however, paid no mind to the reactions around him. He eagerly looked at the morning sun war god and quickly promised, "Sir war god, I only need 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes." The Battle King teacher immediately rebuked, "Nonsense. 5 minutes? How is that any different from forfeiting?" Unexpectedly, the morning sun war god raised his hand to interrupt the Battle King teacher, saying calmly, "It's fine. There's nothing wrong with wanting to see his father one last time. Let him take the assessment first." "Yes, sir," the Battle King teacher responded immediately. And just like that, Su Yan's little interruption was resolved unexpectedly. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Yuan's face as he had no choice but to return to his seat. The big shots from Jiangdong province, like Yi Tianhai and Minister Wu, also had to wait patiently once again. Though their faces maintained polite smiles, internally they were all thinking, "You better keep your word, kid. 5 minutes, not a second more." The combat assessment resumed. On the high platform, the Battle King teacher turned to Su Yin and asked, "What's your name? Which school are you from?" Su Yin replied succinctly, "Su Yin, Jiangnan No. 2 High School." As soon as he spoke, the waiting room erupted with chatter. Su Yin? He's the Su Yin. He's the second best ice talent in Jiangdong province, right after Yi Yuan. So it's him. I heard his divine punishment level is already at 90. He's a beast. That's nothing. I heard his girlfriend is last year's provincial top scorer, Xiao Panxue. That's not even the craziest part. I heard Jiangnan No. 2 High School sold their houses and even lost their wives to support him in competing for the provincial top scorer against Yi Yuan. Holy crap, that's intense. The murmurs around him made Su Yan's mouth twitch slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan's gaze turned more complex upon learning Su Yan's identity. At this moment, the Battle King teacher finished reviewing Su Yan's information. His tone became noticeably softer as he announced loudly. Next candidate, Su Yan from Class 12, Grade 3, Jiangnan Number 2 High School. Talent, Level Ice Element. First choice, Imperial Capital University. Assessment difficulty, SS level. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yan pretended to be anxious as he expressed his gratitude and quickly moved toward the assessment field. The audience's gaze then shifted to the Morning Sun War God, who showed no intention of following to watch. Everyone instantly understood. The Morning Sun War God's purpose in coming was solely to watch Yi Yuan. Even in levelized talent like Su Yin couldn't catch his eye. However, inside, Su Yin was mocking them. Just an S-level talent and an S-level talent, and they were already showing off. If he didn't outshine them today, it would be a waste of his 10 talents. Just as he was about to enter the assessment field, Su Yin suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted, "Teacher, I request to increase the assessment difficulty." What? The entire venue was stunned. The Battle King teacher asked in disbelief, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Su Yin replied firmly. The Battle King teacher took a deep breath, but still announced, "Su Yin, assessment difficulty changed to SSS level." According to the exam rules, SS level was not the highest difficulty for the combat assessment. It was the difficulty level corresponding to top-tier universities. Above that was the SSS level, which led directly to the War God class. Suddenly, the Morning Sun War God turned to look at Su Yin with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Not bad, you have guts. Su Yin, right? If you can pass the assessment, how about joining my War God class?" The entire venue erupted in astonishment. The Morning Sun War God personally invited him. The other candidates were instantly filled with envy and jealousy. However, just when everyone thought Su Yin would eagerly accept, he gently shook his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sir War God. The difficulty I'm applying for is the SSS level, which leads directly to the Human Emperor class." SSS level. As soon as Su Yin finished speaking, the entire waiting room erupted. The War God of the Dawn's eyes, which had been filled with admiration, suddenly narrowed, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. The examinees were in an uproar, their voices overlapping in astonishment. Is Su Yin crazy? He's actually going to challenge a 5S level difficulty. Does the college entrance exam even have such a high difficulty? Of course it does. Li Yueqing, the Human Emperor, is a specially appointed instructor at Imperial Capital University. But isn't the Human Emperor class just a gimmick? It hasn't opened in over 100 years. That's because there hasn't been an SS level talent born. It's said that Jean Mo is going to join the Human Emperor class, so we'll definitely open this time. Su Yin is just in levelized talent. He can hardly get into the War God class, let alone the Human Emperor class. Isn't he just asking for humiliation? On the high platform, the War King teacher's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Yin. In his 30-plus years of proctoring, he had never seen a student voluntarily apply for the SSS level. After calming himself slightly, he cleared his throat and spoke with a tone full of implication. "Su Yin, do you know what SSS level difficulty means? This is no joke. Are you sure you want to apply?" All eyes were on Su Yin, except for Yi Yuan, whose expression remained unchanged, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Yin responded without hesitation. "Teacher, I'm not joking. My dad is really in critical condition. Can we not delay?" "I'm absolutely sure." Hearing this, everyone understood. Su Yin wanted to be eliminated quickly to rush back and see his father one last time. The War God of the Dawn's expression softened, and he praised. "Not bad. Filial piety is commendable." Yi Tianhai, the head of the Yi family, also nodded approvingly. The War King teacher, with no other choice, announced, "Su Yin, the difficulty level is changed to SSS. The combat assessment begins." Su Yin quickly thanked him and hurried into the assessment area, looking anxious. The heavy door slowly closed, shutting out the noise from outside. The distinguished figures on the high platform started placing bets. Interesting, someone voluntarily applying for the Human Emperor class first time in a century. 5 minutes? Too conservative. 2 minutes will suffice. The result will be out in under a minute. The assessment area was a 200-square-meter combat room, similar to the Divine Punishment training room. The empty, enclosed space was filled with various testing equipment and wooden dummies used to evaluate combat power, damage, defense, reflexes, combos, and combat techniques. Su Yin quickly scanned the room, estimating that the walls and ceiling could only withstand a full-force strike from a 5th-tier warlord. He walked slowly to the center of the arena, waiting for the assessment to begin. In the deepest part of the examination hall, in a proctoring room, another proctor of War King level caught Su Yan's attention. This elder, appearing at least 60 years old, exuded an even stronger aura than the one in the waiting room. He stood in front of the transparent window of the proctoring room and read out the candidate's information through the broadcast. Candidate: Su Yin, talent, level ice element, exam difficulty, SSS level. As he read the last part, the elder's brow furrowed, thinking he had made a mistake. He quickly took out a magnifying glass to carefully examine the candidate's ID card, repeatedly confirming that it was indeed SSS level. My goodness! The elder gasped, his expression turning peculiar. He looked up at Su Yin and said irritably, "Kid, going for a 5's level difficulty? Quite bold, huh?" Su Yin calmly replied, "It's manageable." Pretty cocky. All right. Wait a moment, the elder said, then started to busy himself at the control panel. Su Yin inquired, "Teacher, do I need to enter the land of divine punishment to verify my level and equipment?" The elder shook his head while operating the controls. No need. For 5's level difficulty, there are no such cumbersome procedures. You just need to. Before he could finish, a thunderous noise erupted from above. Violent airwaves struck the roof made of special materials, creating a boom, boom, boom sound. The roof slowly opened, and 4 drones carried a massive, towering lizard man into the examination hall. The elder's voice came through the broadcast. This is a level 500 lizard demon general, roughly equivalent in strength to a first-rank human warrior. Its main traits are high defense and thick health, making it hard to kill. Of course, if you underestimate its attack power, it will tear your chest apart with one swipe. He continued, "Listen carefully, Su Yin. The 5's level exam you applied for requires you to withstand its attacks for half an hour. After half an hour, if your injury level does not exceed S level, you pass the exam and will have made history for the human race. Conversely, if you fail, there's a 99 chance you'll be the laughingstock of this year's exams. But remember, if you face a life-threatening situation, I will intervene immediately, which will also mean you fail the exam. Understood?" Su Yin was about to respond when the elder started the countdown. "Candidate, please take your position. Difficulty Group 5's level combat exam. Countdown. 5 seconds for seconds. Exam starts." In an instant, the drones shook violently, and chains fell from the sky. The lizard demon general landed heavily, kicking up a mushroom cloud of dust. It shook its helmet-like head and roared to the sky, its fierce eyes locked onto Su Yin. "Holy crap, it's starting already?" Su Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He had intended to ask about the injury level evaluation criteria, but there was no time now. Looking at the formidable lizard demon general before him, Su Yin was filled with doubt. Is this really S-level difficulty? This seems way too easy. Whoa, it's starting already? Su Yan's exclamation echoed through the proctor's room. The old battle king was momentarily stunned, thinking the young man was having second thoughts. He chuckled lightly, thinking, the arrogance of youth. For over 100 years, no one has dared to attempt the 5S level difficulty. This is no child's play. Despite his thoughts, the old battle king did not let his guard down. He quickly left the proctor's room, ready to intervene at any moment. After all, a 500-level demon general was far too dangerous for a high school examinee. Even top university graduates would struggle with such a high-level test. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in the old battle king's eyes as he sensed a disturbance in the examination arena. Roar! The lizard demon general, once freed, launched a ferocious attack. Its body, covered in tough armor, moved swiftly, causing the ground to tremble. It charged at Su Yin, its scythe-like tail raised high, sweeping through the props and wooden dummies in the arena. Explosions and flying debris filled the air. 10 meters away, Su Yin remained completely still. The old battle king, anxious, was about to rush in to rescue him when he noticed a mocking smile appear on Su Yan's lips. The old man was taken aback, wondering if he had seen it wrong. In that instant, the lizard demon general's attack suddenly halted. Its raised tail burst into a brilliant purple light, and it swung sideways, the energy-charged tail whipping towards Su Yin like a lightning bolt. "Su Yin!" the old battle king shouted, puzzled as to why the boy remained motionless. To everyone's surprise, when the lizard demon general's fierce tail struck Su Yin, it let out a scream of pain. The tail instantly snapped and flew backward, while Su Yin remained unscathed, a faint smile on his face. "Did you really think my divine emperor armor was just for show?" Su Yin thought, amused. The lizard demon general's attack barely scratched him, while the armor's double rebound effect caused the demon to suffer its own force. Suddenly, a radiant blue sword appeared behind Su Yin. He slowly drew the sword, his eyes locking onto the lizard demon general that had fallen into a corner. The fierce look in his eyes made the demon's soul shudder, and it dragged its bloody, severed tail in a desperate attempt to flee. The old battle king was stunned. He couldn't believe that a formidable 500-level demon would be so terrified of a high school student. The sword in Su Yan's hand emitted a fierce hum, its blade glowing with a blinding white light. This was the SS level skill he had just copied from the Dawn War God Radiant Battle Intent. Let's see how this skill works. Su Yan felt the resonance of his blood and energy as he gripped the sword with both hands and swung it towards the fleeing lizard demon general. Boom! A beam of sword energy shot towards the demon, slicing off its remaining tail from 20 meters away. The white light continued its trajectory, slashing into the examination arena's wall. With a loud explosion, the special wall, designed to withstand a full-force strike from a 5th-tier war general, was blasted open with a narrow, waist-wide hole. The old Battle King was in shock, mumbling to himself, did close combat just turn into long range? Seeing the power of radiant battle intent, Su Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he prepared to strike again. Su Yan's hands moved swiftly, wielding the great sword with astonishing skill. Boom! The sword's edge danced, creating two intersecting arcs of energy that formed a cross, slicing through the air like lightning toward the trembling lizard demon general. One after another, cross-shaped sword energies rained down like a violent storm. The brilliance was blinding, and the deafening roars and explosions were incessant, as if countless firecrackers were igniting simultaneously. In the exam hall, the so-called high defense, high 500 level lizard demon general was reduced to a pulp in mere moments under Su Yan's ferocious assault. The powerful residual energy even obliterated the four walls of the exam hall. Boom! The tall, sturdy walls collapsed, the ceiling caved in, and the entire examination venue plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the waiting room was a stark contrast. On a high platform, several well-dressed officials from Jiangdong province were engaged in a small wager. One of them glanced at his watch and smirked victoriously. Haha, it's been 3 minutes already. Lao Wang, you lost. The plump man called Lao Wang looked reluctant to admit defeat, but was interrupted by hurried footsteps. A figure burst into the waiting room, shouting anxiously, "Is Su Yan here?" Battle King teacher recognized the newcomer in surprise. "Team leader, what brings you here?" The newcomer was the team leader responsible for this Jiangdong province exam. Ignoring the greetings, he urgently asked, "Tell me quickly, is Su Yan here?" This sudden turn of events shocked everyone, leaving them baffled. Battle King teacher replied, "Su Yan is currently undergoing the combat assessment." Seeing the team leader about to rush into the exam hall, Wu, his superior, couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to question. "Xiao Kai, what on earth is going on? Minister Wu?" The team leader finally noticed the people on the high platform. Wiping the sweat off his face, he explained, "Minister Wu, it's like this. Su Yan, on his secondary ID card, has his divine punishment level listed as 150. 150? The moment the words left his mouth, the waiting room erupted. Everyone gasped in disbelief, repeating the number in shock. Minister Wu reprimanded sternly, "Xiao Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? Even the S-level super genius from the capital has only just reached level 110. How could Su Yan, with just S-level talent, possibly reach 150? Use your brain." Clearly, Su Yan has falsified his level. The team leader was on the verge of tears, but I've already reported the level, and the Demon Extermination Academy in the capital has personally issued an order for us to verify Su Yan's level immediately. At that moment, a thunderous explosion from the exam hall interrupted their argument. "What's happening?" someone exclaimed, fearing a demon invasion. The face of the morning sun war god changed slightly, and in a flash, he disappeared from the waiting room. Moments later, everyone stood outside the crumbling exam hall, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Explosions continued to echo, and the outer walls of the hall collapsed like tofu. Terrifying cross-shaped sword energies shot out violently. Seeing this, the morning sun war god waved his hand, conjuring a massive shield of light above everyone's heads to block the raging sword energies. His keen eyes shone with excitement as he said, "No need for verification. Su Yan's level is undoubtedly higher than 150. Hearing this, everyone gasped again. If the war god himself concluded this, then Su Yan had indeed reached level 150. Among the crowd, Yi Yuan's face turned ashen, and he stood there in a daze. Just then, a trembling broadcast echoed through the examination venue. "Candidate, Su Yan, SS level difficulty assessment result passed." "No, overwhelmingly passed." The term overqualified pass echoed through the broadcast, instantly igniting shock and confusion among the audience. Everyone, including Yi Tianhai and other prominent figures from Jiangdong province, exchanged bewildered glances. Since the reform of the college entrance examination, the combat assessment results had always been binary: pass or fail. What could this sudden, overqualified pass possibly mean? Among the crowd, only the morning sun war god, Minister Wu, and the examiners understood the significance of the term. Facing the crowd's questions, Minister Wu, his hands trembling slightly, adjusted his glasses and spoke with barely concealed astonishment. Overqualified pass is a term specifically used to evaluate the results of the War God class and the Human Emperor class. These classes usually have to withstand attacks from powerful monsters for a certain period. An overqualified pass means the candidate has directly slain the monster. Yi Tianhai's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He urgently asked, what level was the monster Su Yin faced in the assessment? Level 500, equivalent to the strength of a first-rank war general. Minister Wu's answer hit Yi Tianhai like a sledgehammer. Yi Tianhai's pupils dilated in shock, barely able to contain his own aura. A college entrance exam candidate had slain a first-rank war general-level monster? This was beyond belief. He fell silent, his mind racing. At the front of the crowd, the Morning Sun War God stood with his hands behind his back, facing the incoming heat and ashes. The radiant shield above his head shimmered, blocking all surrounding dangers. He spoke calmly. Jiangdong Province has produced a super genius. This statement was like a shot of adrenaline, causing Minister Wu and the others to erupt in joy. Indeed, achieving an overqualified pass in the Human Emperor class combat assessment was definitive proof of a super genius. Everyone realized that if Su Yin could kill a first-rank war general-level monster, his strength was far beyond just level 150. The Morning Sun War God murmured, good. Another super genius for Huagua, a blessing for humanity. My trip was not in vain. As soon as he finished, a powerful aura enveloped the entire examination venue. The Morning Sun War God, exuding an overwhelming presence, pulled out a golden token and tossed it into the air. The token emitted a blazing golden light, drawing gasps from the crowd. War God token. Everyone, including the examiners and candidates, noticed the token symbolizing supreme authority. The War God token granted special privileges, and its use signified that the War God would take command, requiring everyone to obey his orders. The War God's authoritative voice echoed across the examination field. I, the Morning Sun War God, hereby announce. The college entrance exam in Jiangdong Province is temporarily suspended, and the defense level of the exam site is elevated to the highest level. The Zhuma Institute in Jinling City must be on standby at all times. With this command, alarms blared throughout the examination venue. Defense soldiers poured in like a tide, drones and flying combat vehicles took to the sky, securing the area tightly. Simultaneously, the Zhuma Institute in Jinling City received the War God's orders, immediately halting all activities and assembling in emergency readiness. Yi Tianhai was horrified by the scene and quickly spoke up, War God, please wait. He wanted to ask if the suspension could be delayed until after his son Yi Yuan's assessment. After all, the Morning Sun War God was here to observe Yi Yuan's assessment and evaluate his potential. If the exam was suspended, Yi Yuan would miss the opportunity to showcase his abilities, a significant loss for the Yi family of Jinling, who had high hopes for him to become a war god. The Morning Sun War God, fully aware of Yi Tianhai's thoughts, glanced at him indifferently and said, Rest assured, Mr. Yi. As a war god, I keep my word. Since I said I would accept Yi Yuan into the war god class, I will. But you must understand, while Yi Yuan is outstanding, he pales in comparison to the super genius Su Yan's safety. So, do you have any objections to my war god command? Yi Tianhai, intimidated by these words, trembled and broke into a cold sweat, hastily agreeing. The war god is right, no objections. Absolutely no objections. Seeing Yi Tianhai's disheveled state, the surrounding candidates were stunned, not knowing how to react. The entire group of examinees couldn't help but secretly complain. The scene before them left them utterly flabbergasted. They had originally thought the Chaoyang war god, invited by the Yi family to show off, would be on their side. But contrary to expectations, he stood with Su Yin. This sudden reversal left everyone struggling to adapt. Many couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at Yi Yuan. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the difficult group's examination hall, shaking the entire venue. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed through the sky, and dust billowed everywhere. Various departments sprang into action immediately, with rescue teams, medical teams, and logistics teams rushing to the scene like a tidal wave. However, just as the rescue personnel were about to enter the rubble, another explosion rang out. Boom! Amidst the dust, a figure shot up into the air and landed steadily in front of everyone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the elderly war king in charge of the examination. Minister Wu hurried forward, anxiously asking, Old Li, where is Su Yin? At that moment, Minister Wu seemed eager to treat Su Yin like his own son, fearing any harm might come to him. The elderly war king brushed off the wood chips from his body, a wry smile on his face. Suyin? He's fine. The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid is terrifying. In the 5th level combat assessment, not only did he instantly kill a level 500 lizard demon general, but he also leveled the entire examination hall. Before he finished speaking, the dust in the ruins gradually dispersed. In the expectant gazes of the crowd, a tall figure carrying a large sword slowly emerged. It was Su Yin. Sorry, I got a little carried away playing with that lizard and lost track of time, Su Yin said with a nonchalant smile, with a hint of casual bragging in his tone. But it was exactly 5 minutes, not a second more or less. As soon as he said that, the surrounding area was filled with the sound of people gasping. Apart from the unperturbed Chaoyang war god, everyone else seemed to be sucking the air dry. Su Yin asked somewhat innocently, I might have hit a bit too hard, didn't quite control my strength. I don't have to pay for the damages, do I? He did feel a bit guilty. Although he had tried to control his strength, the effect of the Lingguang battle intent far exceeded expectations, turning melee attacks into ranged ones and increasing the damage by nearly 100-fold. Minister Wu quickly smiled apologetically. Su Yin, don't worry. Even if you blew up the entire city of Jinling, you wouldn't have to pay a cent. That's a relief. I was scared for a moment there. Su Yin pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, but his gaze inadvertently met that of the Chaoyang war god. The Chaoyang war god strode forward and asked in a deep voice, Su Yin, there's something I need to confirm. Did you really only awaken S-level talent? The voice of doubt from the morning sun war god echoed in the air. But Su Yin was prepared. As an ordinary college entrance exam candidate, even though his secondary identity card showed a divine punishment level of 150, it was impossible for him to easily defeat a level 500 lizard demon general, let alone collapse the exam hall walls that could withstand a full-force attack from a 5th-rank war general. This doubt wasn't just from the war god. Everyone present was skeptical. Facing the skepticism, Su Yin remained calm and admitted openly, I indeed awakened S-level talent, but not just one. Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into an uproar. Exclamations of disbelief erupted. Not just one? How is that possible? Everyone's memories seemed to falter, as it was common knowledge that one could only awaken a single talent. The morning sun war god seemed somewhat prepared for this revelation. His gaze grew more intense as he asked, How many? 2. Su Yin responded seriously. The war god pondered briefly before continuing. Can you share what they are? Although there had been rumors of dual talents in the war god circles, this still involved personal privacy, and even a war god had no right to demand it. Surprisingly, Su Yin smiled slightly and answered readily. I reawakened S-level ice talent by observing the remnants of a demon slayer's imprint. My original S-level 10-fold absorption talent didn't disappear. It upgraded to an S-level 100-fold absorption. Su Yin's response was like a bombshell, igniting the entire venue. The candidates in the difficulty group exploded in chatter. No way. Is this for real? Even having dual talents is rare. But his original talent upgraded too? This is unheard of. Prominent figures from Jiangdong province, like Yi Tianhai and Minister Wu, stood silently behind the morning sun war god, their minds in turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, the morning sun war god asked, but 10-fold absorption is a useless talent. Even if it upgrades to S-level, it's still a useless talent, right? Su Yin caught the underlying meaning and explained with a smile, War god, actually, a useless talent isn't entirely useless. My 10-fold absorption has significant benefits. It can absorb 10 times the nutrients from food, enhancing my physical attributes. Moreover, it works on everything I consume, such as blood potions, buff scrolls, and even attribute pills. A flicker of surprise crossed the war god's eyes as he murmured, It works on everything you consume? Su Yin nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The reason my damage output increased so much is that after upgrading to S-level, I absorbed the effects of attribute pills 100-fold. Additionally, I used all the gold coins the school provided to buy attribute-enhancing potions and consumed them to the limit. This explanation sparked another wave of commotion. The crowd buzzed with discussions because attribute pills were extremely rare and hard to come by. Su Yan's talent, which could amplify their effects 100-fold, was nothing short of miraculous. The ability to absorb the effects of attribute pills 100 times over. Su Yan's talent was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the examination hall. The candidates widened their eyes, whispering in disbelief. Taking one pill is like taking 100? This is practically a cheat-level talent. Oh my god, how can anyone compete with that? If anyone dares to say useless talents are worthless, I'll smack them. Envious gazes flooded towards Su Yin. Some even mumbled, even if I could just absorb twice as much, that would be amazing. The battle god of Dawn's face showed a hint of relief. He nodded slightly, as if a long-standing puzzle had been solved. So that's it. No wonder Su Yan's damage output is so high. It's all thanks to this 100-fold absorption talent. This imposing battle god stood with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly. The belief that useless talents are useless, which had been upheld for 2 centuries, was completely overturned today. Even a strong figure like him couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered and eager to learn this new knowledge. Suddenly, the battle god of dawn thought of an old friend, or rather, a predecessor. That person had awakened an S-level useless talent called godly slumber and had been in seclusion, sleeping ever since. He hesitated, wondering if he should wake the person to share this astonishing discovery. Under the scorching sun, the battle god of dawn seemed to age instantly. Gray hairs appeared at his temples, and his stern face softened. Su Yin, thank you for revealing this truth, the battle god of dawn said solemnly. I will report this to the higher-ups. If verified, the textbooks will soon acknowledge the value of useless talents. Also, congratulations on passing the Human Emperor class combat examination. To Su Yan's surprise, the battle god of dawn extended his hand. Su Yan did not hesitate and grasped it. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. The crowd erupted. Minister Wu led the applause, which sounded like thunder. Others followed suit, celebrating the emergence of the first candidate in human history to pass the Human Emperor class examination, a super genius from Jiangdong province, Su Yin. Only then did the candidates in the hardship group realize the caliber of the super genius they were competing with. Su Yan's dual talents weren't simply 112. They combined to create a terrifying qualitative change. Many couldn't help but feel sorry for Yi Yuan, who, with his mere level talent, had foolishly tried to compete for the provincial top spot with Su Yin, only to humiliate himself. Su Yin thought his moment of showing off had ended and was ready to follow the show off and then leave principal. However, things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, mysterious noises came from the sky above Jinling City. The aerial defense forces immediately moved to intercept. A powerful voice boomed like thunder. Don't misunderstand, I am the battle god of the North, the lifelong honorary principal of Northern University. I am here to personally invite Su Yin to join our university. Before the words had even faded, a figure like lightning broke through all aerial defenses and landed steadily in front of Su Yin. Behind the Northern War God, the principal, vice principals, and other leaders of Northern University filed in, exuding an impressive aura. This grand entrance instantly electrified the entire examination hall, causing the students to gasp and chatter in amazement. Oh my God, that's the Northern War God, ranked 33rd in the human race combat power rankings. He's leagues above the Dawn War God. Northern University is one of the top 7 universities in the world. Amidst the shock, the Northern War God stood like an iron giant, his deep gaze fixed on Su Yin. He spoke, Su Yin, congratulations on passing the 5th-level combat exam. On behalf of Northern University, I sincerely invite you to join our War God class. If you agree, we will immediately award you a 2 billion gold coin scholarship and provide you with an annual opportunity to train in the 9 Netherlands for free. The crowd was in an uproar. 2 billion gold coins, equivalent to 200 billion huabi. Such a staggering scholarship, combined with the annual training opportunity in the 9 Netherlands, left everyone present gasping in astonishment. Minister Wu of Jiangdong Province's Department of Education turned red with excitement and muttered to himself, Northern University is going all out to recruit Su Yin. Such an unprecedented event in our Jiangdong province is truly. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, a vision of his father still in the hospital flashing through his mind. But upon hearing this enticing offer, he quickly regained his clarity, thinking, it's okay, Dad should be able to hold on a bit longer. Just as Su Yin was about to speak, the Dawn War God stepped in front of him, frowning at the Northern War God. Senior, isn't it against the rules to recruit students during the exam? The Northern War God snorted at this, his powerful aura sweeping across the hall. As the two war gods stood in a tense standoff, the Northern War God suddenly changed his tone. Well, look who it is, the youngest son of the Yang family. What's the matter, little tiger? Are you going to hold a grudge against your uncle? The term little tiger struck like a thunderbolt, dramatically shifting the atmosphere in the room. The face of the war god of Chaiyang turned slightly red, losing all his temper. This wasn't just a display of overwhelming power, but also a matter of seniority. The war god of the northern region seized the opportunity and said loudly, with such a super genius emerging from Jiangdong province, our Northern Region University openly and sincerely invites Su Yin. What's wrong with that? Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Fair competition is indeed beyond reproach. Everything depended on Su Yan's final choice. Instantly, all eyes were on Su Yin, eagerly awaiting his decision. Under the intense gazes of so many, especially the leadership of Northern Region University, Su Yin asked without hesitation, but I've already passed the assessment for the Emperor's class at Imperial University. Does Northern Region University also have an Emperor's class? The atmosphere froze instantly. The people from Northern Region University were stunned. Obviously, they didn't have an Emperor's class. But the war god of the Northern Region quickly composed himself and explained with a smile, Su Yin, the Emperor's class is not as great as you might think. The Emperor is busy with numerous affairs every day. How could he have the time to teach? In my view, the Emperor's class is just a title. Throughout your 4 years of university, you might only get to meet the Emperor, Li Yueqing, a few times. He continued to analyze. After you graduate, aside from having the impressive title of the Emperor's student, it won't significantly enhance your abilities. To put it bluntly, even if the Emperor were your mother, you'd still end up ordinary without strong personal abilities. So why not choose a university willing to provide more practical resources and significant help in improving your skills? The war god of the Northern Region's words indeed made Su Yin somewhat tempted. Compared to the hype of the Emperor's class, he valued what the university could actually offer him. Unfortunately, even so, Northern Region University was still not in his consideration. Seeing Su Yan's tempted expression, the war god of Chaoyang quickly stepped forward again and said, Su Yan, there's no need to rush your decision. At this moment, even someone as strong as the war god of Chaoyang was getting anxious, fearing that Imperial University would miss out on a super genius. He had reported to the school 5 minutes ago, but still hadn't seen anyone come over. Seeing this, Su Yan immediately understood the situation. If Imperial University could offer the same conditions, he would undoubtedly choose Imperial University. After all, he had promised his sister, Xiao Panxue, that if he went to university, it would definitely be Imperial University. Just then, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Haha, well said, old he. Our Imperial National Defense University is willing to add 200,000 credits as a scholarship on top of Northern Region University's offer. Su Yin, why not come to our National Defense University and bring glory to our nation? The crowd erupted once again. Imperial National Defense University, ranked 5th globally among top-tier universities. Even the National Defense University had come. Su Yin looked pleasantly surprised, but also felt a bit troubled. Just as he was thinking about Imperial University, a university from the Imperial capital showed up. Moreover, the National Defense University was clearly more sincere, offering an additional 200,000 credits. Judging by the dark faces of the people from Northern Region University, 200,000 credits was obviously no small amount. However, the situation did not end there. More voices soon came from the sky. 200,000 credits to take away a super genius? Our Southern Border University is willing to add a set of SS-grade rare materials on top of Northern Region University and Imperial National Defense University's offers. Our Southwest Xinhua University is willing to add a set of level 200 grade equipment. Our Sacred Harvard University sincerely invites Su Yin to the USA and offers 100 attribute pills as an additional incentive. The birth of a super genius stirred up a storm from all directions. 7 or 8 university leaders appeared above the high school exam venue, including both domestic and international institutions. Each university was led by a war god, with each one stronger than the last. The Jiangdong Province High School exam site was in complete chaos. At this very moment, aside from the Imperial University, the top 10 universities in the world have all gathered at the Jiangdong Province examination venue. The venue is bustling with people, and the delegations from each university are all here with serious expressions and piercing gazes, all vying for the super genius Su Yin. Especially eye-catching is the delegation from Sacred Harvard University, ranked 10th globally and hailing from the United States. Their display is nothing short of spectacular. A burly warrior leads the way, followed by 8 strong men carrying an opulent golden sedan chair, inside which sit the president and vice president of Sacred Harvard University. This grand display leaves the other university delegations utterly stunned. Are these foreigners out of their minds? How did they come up with such a flashy entrance? Someone murmured quietly. Su Yin was also taken aback by the spectacle. He blinked and muttered to himself, wow, this is over the top. I swear I didn't hire these people as actors. As the center of attention, he was completely unprepared for this. I just revealed my dual talents, and I didn't expect it would lead to a global scramble, Su Yin thought to himself. It's terrifying. If dual talents cause such a fuss, what would happen if I revealed my 10 talents? World War III. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his prudent decision. This event undoubtedly marks a historic moment for the Jiangdong Province examination. Everyone was astonished to see so many powerful warriors gathered in one place. Minister Wu was so excited that his face turned red as he quickly directed his staff to handle the reception. For a time, Nanjing City in Jiangdong Province was in an uproar. Officials from the province's demon-slaying institute government departments, the Ministry of Education, and television stations all rushed to the examination venue, fearing they would miss this once-in-a-lifetime event. As soon as the university leaders entered the venue, they got straight to the point, offering highly tempting invitations. After a round of intense bidding, it was ultimately Sacred Harvard University from the United States that offered the highest price. If Su Yin agrees to join us, we will immediately provide a scholarship of 8 billion gold coins, 5 sets of SS-level rare materials, a set of level 500 grade equipment, and 300 attribute pills. Additionally, we will provide a monthly stipend of 1 million gold coins as activity funds and offer 10 annual training opportunities in the netherworld, along with the lifetime honorary title of university president. This offer left all the representatives of China's top universities silent. They knew they couldn't match these terms. Of course, this doesn't mean that China's top universities are inferior to a foreign university. On the contrary, in the eyes of China's university leaders, Sacred Harvard University is at best a second-rate school. However, the competition among top universities in China is so fierce that it's beyond intense, it's brutal. Resources are severely diluted, and after a century of history, a balance has been reached. Sacred Harvard University is different. This university almost carries the weight of the entire United States and holds an absolute dominant position there. The resources it can offer represent the limits of what the United States can provide. Comparing a university to a country is simply not fair. How about that? Can you compete with the resources of Sacred Harvard University? A bearded, blond American man in front of the sedan chair laughed arrogantly, as if he had won a national war. What's so great about that? Your country has lost half its territory, and you're still acting all high and mighty. Someone couldn't help but retort angrily. The American's face changed, but remembering he was on Chinese soil, he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled smugly and walked up to Su Yin. Su Yin, allow me to introduce myself. However, before the American could finish, Su Yin interrupted. There's no need for introductions. I'm not interested in your university. The American was stunned, his face turning livid. Su Yin, you need to think this through. No university in China can offer what Sacred Harvard University can. At that moment, a deafening sound of space tearing apart came from the distant sky, quickly approaching and soon hovering above everyone. Who says we can't? A thunderous voice boomed from the sky. Who? The American was startled and quickly looked up. Su Yan's eyes lit up with surprise, and he also looked up eagerly. Everyone else followed suit, looking up in astonishment. A distinguished elder in a green robe descended slowly from the sky, his presence imposing and his gaze sharp, clearly no ordinary person. I am Lu Qingyang, battle god mentor of Imperial University, known as the unparalleled battle god, the elder announced confidently and authoritatively. The voice, though seemingly casual, carried an overwhelming presence. Instantly, the atmosphere of the entire venue shifted, and everyone felt a surge of energy. Immediately following, a wave of exclamations swept through the crowd. Oh my god, it's the unmatched war god. He's the legendary warrior ranked 9th in the entire human race. He's the one who ventured alone into the 9 Netherlands, slaughtered 10 demon legions, and returned unscathed. Such an unparalleled achievement, unmatched to this day. I've heard he's already reached the pinnacle of war gods. Who else but the human emperor could rival him? The crowd buzzed with excitement and fervor, electrifying everyone present. The unmatched war god's formidable feats had earned him immense popularity across Blue Star, making him an idol to countless people. At this moment, his overwhelming presence dominated the entire examination venue, making everyone feel an invisible pressure. As everyone was still reeling from the shock brought by the unmatched war god, several more figures swiftly followed him. The Imperial Capital University is here. Who dares cause trouble on our land? A commanding voice echoed through the sky as several figures descended into the crowd. The Dawn War God, standing beside Su Yin, breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly stepped forward. Principal, oldly, you finally arrived? It turned out that these new arrivals were none other than Principal Xie Donghai and Professor Li Xiangdong of Imperial Capital University. Seeing this impressive lineup, Su Yin couldn't help but gape, slapping his forehead. Although he had anticipated that Imperial Capital University would send someone, he hadn't expected such a grand entourage. With this lineup, you should be going to slay demons. Why come to recruit me, Su Yin? Su Yin thought to himself, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. What? I am the demon slayer? Never mind then. The arrival of these heavyweights from Imperial Capital University instantly dampened the momentum of the prestigious Harvard University delegation. The American representatives retreated to their grand sedan, not daring to compete. Undoubtedly, the comprehensive strength of Imperial Capital University was enough to overshadow all other universities present. With both the unmatched war god and the Dawn war god bolstering the scene, Principal Xie Donghai exuded confidence. Yet his face was full of smiles as he spoke. Since all my old friends are here today, and everyone seems to be interested in our human emperor class student, Su Yin, Imperial Capital University, must also step forward and make our case. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Listen up, everyone. Imperial Capital University has prepared generous admission rewards for Su Yin, which include..." Before Xie Donghai could finish, the air suddenly grew strange. The previously hot weather turned icy cold, and snowflakes began to drift from the sky. The crowd gasped, looking up in unison. Amidst the icy landscape, a woman in red descended gracefully, like a fluttering red leaf, landing softly above the venue. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice, cold and commanding, rang out. "The human emperor has sent me with a message." "Who is Su Yin?" A mysterious woman in a red dress descended into the crowd like a wisp of smoke after a voice echoed through the air. Her steps were light, her figure stunning, and her icy blue eyes scanned the people quickly before locking onto Su Yin. Suddenly, the cold chill of ice and snow in the sky vanished, and the temperature soared, becoming scorching hot again. This swift change in weather showcased the woman's immense power, filling everyone present with trepidation. Xie Donghai, the principal of Imperial Capital University, scrutinized her and asked in astonishment, "Could you be the esteemed Qi Yu?" The name Qi Yu was unfamiliar to most people present, including prominent figures like Yi Tianhai and Minister Wu from Jiangdong Province. They were merely shocked by the woman's claim. "The emperor has sent me with a message," speculating that she might be someone close to the emperor Li Yueqing. However, a select few, such as leaders from top universities and various war gods, displayed expressions of sheer shock upon hearing Xie Donghai's words. The woman in red halted her steps, her dress fluttering elegantly, exuding both grace and allure. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, she carried an indescribable sense of maturity. She turned her gaze to Xie Donghai and said calmly, "Indeed, I am Qi Yu, the master of the Red Pavilion." The entire venue was instantly thrown into an uproar. Even if some did not know who Qi Yu was, the name Red Pavilion was not unfamiliar. The Red Pavilion was a special organization personally established by Emperor Li Yueqing, known alongside the Demon Slaying Institute, Azure City, and Divine Strategy Corps as one of the four great iron walls of humanity. It was renowned for its extreme secrecy, with its specific functions not publicly disclosed. Known missions included gathering intelligence on the demon race, executing assassination tasks, and eliminating demon spies and anti-alliance organizations. The crowd recalled the Talent War a century ago, where 3 assassins from the Red Pavilion infiltrated the demon army and successfully assassinated 2 demon commanders, turning the tide of battle. And now, standing before them was Qi Yu, the master of the Red Pavilion. Whispers spread through the crowd. Some marveled at Qi Yu's youthful appearance, while others remarked on the privilege of witnessing so many legendary figures, all thanks to the emergence of the super genius Su Yin. Xie Donghai's face was a mix of shock and bewilderment. As the principal of Imperial Capital University, he had always been in contact with the Red Pavilion but had never seen Qi Yu in person. He felt a pang of frustration, puzzled as to why Qi Yu had always been elusive to him, yet appeared for Su Yin. Outwardly, he dared not show any disrespect and respectfully said, "Since the emperor has a message, please, esteemed Qi Yu." Qi Yu nodded slightly and walked forward with graceful steps. A fragrant breeze swept by, and a stunning beauty stood before Su Yin. His heart was in turmoil, a mix of surprise, joy, and a bit of bewilderment. The leader of the Red Pavilion? The human emperor, Li Yueqing? What was going on? He was just here to take the college entrance exam, and now he was suddenly encountering such a significant figure? The woman before him exuded an extraordinary aura, her charm surpassing even that of his sister, Xiaopan Xue. Her presence was so overwhelming that every subtle movement she made was irresistibly captivating. Su Yin tried to stay calm, but his inner emotions were already in turmoil. "Su Yin?" The beauty suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a peculiar power. That single call seemed to have a magical effect, instantly calming Su Yan's restless heart. "I'm here," he instinctively responded. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, revealing a faint, enigmatic smile. "The human emperor has sent me with a message." As she began to speak, the surroundings abruptly transformed. In the blink of an eye, everyone else vanished, and the scenery around them morphed into a dazzling array of colors. The ground beneath Su Yan's feet disappeared, replaced by a shimmering water surface. He found himself standing on crystal-clear water, with blooming peach blossoms drifting through the air. "What is this?" Su Yin tried to remain composed despite the shock. "This is the imperial domain," the beauty explained. "An independent realm created by the human emperor, unaffected by time and the real world, second only to the divine realm." She turned to face Su Yin, her red high heels tracing an elegant arc on the water's surface. You are the first person to come here. The human emperor holds you in high regard and wants to talk to you personally. Suyin looked around in astonishment. Liu, where's she? He almost called out the human emperor's name, but quickly corrected himself. Impatient are we? I'm right here. A ethereal, melodious voice suddenly came from above. Suyin looked up but saw nothing but a clear blue sky. The voice continued, Suyin, listen to me. Your future is full of possibilities, but the destiny of the human emperor's class is something you cannot avoid. By coming here, a new chapter in your life will begin, and the glory of humanity will shine upon you. Su Yin, feeling lost in the grandiose speech, couldn't help but interrupt. Can you say it simpler? I don't understand. Within the royal domain, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. After a few seconds of deathly silence, the voice of the human emperor, Liu Qing, resonated again, each word striking like a hammer. Simply put, you must report to the human emperor class. There are no other options. Su Yin suddenly understood, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Grandma Liu, now I get it. I promise you, I'll definitely join the human emperor class. Given that Liu Qing herself had spoken, he had no other choice to consider. The term Grandma Liu caught the nearby attendant, Chi Yu, off guard. The red pavilion master quickly turned away, covering her mouth as her body trembled under her red robes, clearly trying to suppress her laughter. From the sky above, a brief silence followed, then a soft chuckle. Not bad. Truly a good child. Liu Qing evidently accepted the affectionate title. Su Yin was ecstatic. Who would have thought that someone as eminent as Liu Qing could be so easily approached? This was a huge gain, considering Liu Qing's age. Calling her great-grandmother would still be a bargain, let alone grandmother. Suddenly, the surroundings twisted and shattered with a bang. Liu Qing's ethereal voice echoed one last time. I'll be waiting for you in the human emperor class. When Su Yin came to his senses, he found himself back in the bustling exam hall. In front of him, Chi Yu, with her radiant red dress and long black hair, exuded a commanding presence. She announced to the entire hall, the human emperor has decreed that the human emperor class shall be the best of all classes, with unparalleled privileges. The top universities present seemed to be waiting for this announcement. When Chi Yu finally said it, everyone's minds buzzed they couldn't compete. This super genius, Su Yin, was beyond their reach. Someone, unwilling to give up, asked, what does unparalleled privileges mean? Chi Yu turned to the questioner, the president of the prestigious Harvard University, and coldly replied, unparalleled means unparalleled. President Xie Donghai quickly stepped forward. Senior Chi Yu, please instruct us. Chi Yu then declared the human emperor's demands. For Su Yan's enrollment reward, a scholarship of 50 billion gold coins, 50 sets of SS-grade rare materials, 1,000 attribute pills, and a choice of one set of level 700 S-grade equipment will be provided. Additionally, during his time at the school, the Red Pavilion will offer him unlimited access to the 9 Netherlands training grounds. Xie Donghai nearly collapsed. He thought to himself, has Liu Qing gone mad? No matter how promising Su Yan's future might be, he's still just a dual-talent super genius. Pouring so many resources into Su Yin, what about the demon slayers? Are they supposed to fend for themselves? But she didn't care about that. She was just following orders. President Xie, is there a problem? Of course not. Xie Donghai could only grit his teeth and agree. Chi Yu's black hair fluttered as she took one last look at Su Yin. With a flash of red, she soared into the sky and disappeared. After Chi Yu's departure, everyone below the level of war god couldn't help but swallow hard. This was unbelievable. To secure the super genius Su Yin, Liu Qing had specifically sent the Red Pavilion Master, offering such astonishing enrollment rewards. Setting aside the other rewards, the top universities might be able to scrape together the resources. But allowing a choice of a level 700 S-grade equipment set was too much. Such equipment was priceless and impossible to buy. Yet the Imperial University allowed a choice? How could other schools compete? What was even more despairing was the inclusion of a trump card: unlimited access to the 9 Netherlands training grounds. No university could match that. At the forefront, the president of Harvard University shook his head in dismay, utterly dejected. Even the top-ranked Imperial University could not provide such generous conditions. The number of free training opportunities in the 9 Netherlands each year is strictly limited. The more powerful and larger a university is, the more opportunities it gets. These precious opportunities are first allocated among the mentors, and then to the key students of the university. Even for top institutions like Imperial Capital University, the number of opportunities allocated is no more than 20. However, the Red Mansion offered Su Yin an astonishing unlimited reward. This move by Renhuang Liweking was a masterstroke, instantly extinguishing the competitive fire of all the universities present. Xie Donghai looked around and saw the representatives of the other universities showing expressions of resignation. He felt both pleased and proud, straightening his back and announcing loudly, "Did everyone hear that? This is the enrollment reward we at Imperial Capital University are offering to Su Yin. Imperial Capital University never shortchanges any of our students, especially a super genius like Su Yin. Any old friends here still want to compete?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent, and no other university dared to step forward. Instead, sounds of disappointment and reluctance echoed. Alas, it's another wasted effort. Southern Border University concedes. Northern Frontier University won't compete either. Xie Donghai, your Imperial Capital University, is digging its own grave. With Zhang Mo and Su Yin, you'll be overwhelmed sooner or later. Amidst the grumbling, representatives from numerous top universities had no choice but to give up and leave one after another. Watching them soar into the sky, Su Yin couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How can they just leave like that? Not even a cup of tea? Don't they want to hear my decision?" Xie Donghai walked over to Su Yin with a smile, extended his right hand, and said solemnly, "Su Yin, on behalf of Imperial Capital University, I officially welcome you to join the Renhuang class." Su Yin politely shook Xie Donghai's hand and responded courteously, "Thank you, it's an honor." But inside, he was overjoyed. Such a generous enrollment reward felt like a dream come true. Subsequently, witnessed by the Provincial Demon Elimination Institute and Jiangdong Province TV station, Xie Donghai took a specially embossed admission letter from his briefcase and handed it to Su Yin. The room erupted in thunderous applause. This special admission letter was different from Yi Yuan's early admission letter, carrying even more weight. To date, Imperial Capital University had only issued 4 such letters, belonging to Yi Zhibai, Mo1, Dugu, and Lai Weiqing. This was an extraordinary privilege reserved for those with SS-level talent. As a dual talent awakener, with 1 S-level and 1 S-level talent, Su Yan's overall strength surpassed even the SS level. For this reason, Xie Donghai issued this precious special admission letter. This moment was significant. In this year's college entrance exam, Su Yin had already claimed the top spot, and the title of national champion was firmly his. Outside the grand entrance of the college entrance exam venue, a large crowd gathered under the shade of a tree by the roadside. The old principal of Jiangnan No. 2 High School, along with other school leaders, anxiously watched the direction of the venue. The security level for the exam was at its highest, with the entire venue shielded by a massive barrier, completely blocking any sound from within, making the wait even more excruciating. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Hey, why is Tang Xia out so soon?" Everyone immediately looked up. A girl in a purple dress with a high ponytail, swaying in the wind, was walking out of the venue, looking troubled. "Tang Xia, over here!" The old principal waved hurriedly, his voice betraying his nervousness. Tang Xia was the school's top student after Su Yin this year, and her performance was crucial. Noticing them, Tang Xia walked over slowly. The old principal quickly handed her a specially formulated energy drink and asked with concern, "How did it go? Did you do well?" Tang Xia, exhausted with red-rimmed eyes, silently took the drink and gulped it down. The 3rd combat test had pushed her to her limits. Despite her disadvantage in level and poor performance in the power and defense tests, she had excelled in reaction, combo, and combat technique tests, earning consecutive SSS ratings. Using the S-level skill Inferno Blaze she had acquired from observing the Sword Seal dungeon, she achieved an SS rating in the crucial damage test. When she learned she had passed the combat test for Northwest Divine Strategy University, Tang Xia broke down, crying in the exam hall. She only left when the proctor asked her to. Seeing Tang Xia's silence and red eyes, the old principal's heart sank. He sighed and said, "Tang Xia, one bad exam doesn't mean anything. We can always repeat the year, and I'll cover your tuition costs." Tang Xia suddenly spoke, "I passed." You passed?" The old principal was stunned and quickly asked, "Top tier or second tier?" "Top tier, Northwest Divine Strategy University." "My goodness!" The old principal was instantly invigorated, and after confirming it repeatedly, he was ecstatic. A student with a level talent had gotten into a top-tier university. This made Tang Xia the 6th person in human history and the 1st in Jiangdong Province to enter a top-tier university with a level talent. The teachers from Jiangnan No. 2 High School erupted in cheers under the tree. The old principal's smile was so wide it almost caused a stroke, but fortunately, the dean slapped him back to his senses just in time. Despite the praise showered on Tang Xia, she didn't seem particularly happy. Although she had achieved her dream, the joy wasn't as overwhelming as she had expected. As the cheers died down, everyone's attention returned to the exam venue. Tang Xiao's performance had far exceeded expectations, and now only Su Yin remained. All the teachers who had sold their houses were silently praying, "Su Yin, please, give it your all." They knew that with Yi Yuan around, The provincial top scorer was out of reach for Su Yin. They just hoped that Su Yin could secure the second place in the province and improve his national ranking as much as possible. If he could make it into the national top 15, they wouldn't lose out. Otherwise, see you on the rooftop on June 18th. Under the scorching June sun, as the old principal and others anxiously waited, the sky suddenly filled with moving clouds. Powerful auras began converging towards the venue. This sudden change not only stunned the group from Jiangnan No. 2 High School, but also shocked all the teachers from various schools waiting outside the venue. What's happening inside? Is a genius emerging? Amid the exclamations, a burly figure burst out of the exam venue with a sonic boom. After breaking through the protective barrier, he landed with a thud in front of the main gate. A formidable warlord-level warrior shouted, "Who is the principal of Jiangnan No. 2 High School?" The old principal, looking bewildered, cautiously replied, "2 am." The warrior smiled and excitedly announced, "Congratulations! Your school has produced a super genius. The national college entrance exam has been paused. Hurry up and come with me. A TV station wants to interview you." Boom! The moment these words were uttered, the area outside the venue erupted. "Jiangnan No. 2 High School has produced a super genius," the crowd exclaimed. The old principal stood there in disbelief. Nearby, Tang Xia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked in a crisp voice, "Excuse me, sir, is the super genius Su Yin?" The warrior turned to Tang Xia, smiling, and nodded, "Yes, indeed. Su Yin has passed the 5S level difficulty combat assessment with dual SS and S level talents, becoming the first person in human history to directly qualify for the Imperial class. Now, top universities worldwide are vying for him. Without a doubt, Su Yin will top this year's college entrance exam. Congratulations, Jiangnan No. 2 High School will go down in history." These words sent all the teachers at Jiangnan No. 2 High School into a frenzy of joy. They embraced each other in celebration. Listening to these complex terms, Tang Xia's eyes shone with amazement. She thought to herself, "Su Yin, you jerk! How many more secrets are you hiding? But why? Why am I happier hearing about your achievements than if I got into a top university myself?" The summer breeze lifted her ponytail and skirt as Tang Xia gazed towards the exam venue, lost in thought. 2 days later, the college entrance exam concluded. Su Yin topped the national rankings with an astonishing 5S level difficulty score, becoming the undisputed champion. Online discussions about him even surpassed those about demon slaying. Jiangnan No. 2 High School skyrocketed to fame, reaping both glory and fortune. To show his gratitude, the old principal invited a master sculptor to create a golden statue of Su Yin in front of the main teaching building to inspire future generations. After turning down numerous invitations, Su Yin finally returned to his home in Jiangnan City. "I'm back," he habitually called out, but only an empty living room answered. "Looks like Uncle and Andy aren't planning to come back," Su Yin muttered, deciding to visit his sister Xiaopanshu at Imperial University later. If necessary, he would call the police. After taking a shower, Su Yin downed a bottle of energy drink and eagerly headed to his bedroom. Imperial University had already issued some of the enrollment rewards. 50 billion gold coins, 50 sets of SS level rare materials, and 1,000 attribute pills. The remaining 700 level SS equipment set would be personally selected for him by Principal Xie Donghai from the treasure vault once he arrived at the university. These rewards made Su Yin itch with excitement, and he was eager to examine the SS level rare materials. After all, his God Fury Mage urgently needed a third transformation, and his summoning skills required upgrading. In the next moment, light flickered, and his consciousness drifted away. Su Yin began his entry into the land of divine punishment. After being away for several days, Su Yin once again stepped into the world of divine punishment. Clad in his divine emperor armor, he looked remarkably impressive, with the glowing level 1 insignia on his head particularly eye-catching. After acclimating to the scorching surroundings, Su Yin quickly retrieved a return scroll and crushed it without hesitation. A flash of light later, Su Yin found himself in Molten City. As he walked, he summoned his void pouch and carefully examined the 50 sets of SS-grade rare materials issued by Imperial University. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a smile of joy spread across his face. "Unbelievable!" Su Yin thought excitedly. "There's actually a level 9 demon eye and a demon core heart." The appearance of these two materials made him feel like he had hit the jackpot. The level 9 demon eye was the particularly rare SS-grade material needed for the third transition of the Wrath Mage, and the demon core heart was essential for upgrading the divine skill Summon God. Recalling how he had been stuck last time due to the lack of a level 9 demon eye and had planned to exchange credits for it, he was delighted to have obtained it so easily now. Without hesitation, Su Yin hurried towards the job change NPC while opening his skill menu to upgrade Summon God. Requirements for upgrading Summon God to level 2. XP 19,999,999, Blood Silver Flower 10, Demon Core Heart. Materials met. Spend 10 million gold to upgrade Summon God from level 1 to level 2, the system prompt sounded. For Su Yin, who now possessed over 50 billion in wealth, this expenditure was trivial. He unhesitatingly chose yes. Congratulations, Summon God has been successfully upgraded. Heart pounding, Su Yin eagerly checked the upgraded Summon God skill. Summon God LV2. Summon a deity from the shackles, lifting the restrictions. The deity, or its avatar, possesses full divine power, lasting for 20 minutes. Additionally, it can create the corresponding divine domain. Within the divine domain, time stops flowing, and all actions receive a beneficial effect. Summon God cooldown, 30 minutes. Divine domain cooldown, none. After reading the skill description, Su Yin was thrilled. The upgraded Summon God was truly a divine skill among divine skills. Not only could the summoned deities like the Goddess of Dawn and the Desert Goddess exert their full strength, but their duration was extended from 5 minutes to 20 minutes, and the cooldown was reduced from 2 hours to 30 minutes. What excited Su Yin the most was the ability to create a divine domain. He suddenly realized that this meant he could rest and train indefinitely within the divine domain, while time in the real world would not pass. This undoubtedly opened up new possibilities for him to grind in the world of divine punishment around the clock. With this excitement, Su Yin quickly arrived at the job change location. He handed over 15 sets of SS-grade rare materials to the NPC. After verification, the NPC announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. You are now a third transition Wrath Mage." Without showing any emotion, Su Yin immediately chose to upgrade the exclusive skills of the Wrath Mage. The system prompted, "You have spent a total of 50 million gold to upgrade the skills Judgment, Sanction, and Purification." Confirm. Although the cost had skyrocketed from 15 million to 50 million, it was still a trivial amount for Su Yin now. He confirmed without hesitation. Skill upgrade successful. Su Yin quickly checked the upgraded skills. Judgment LV4 marks the target for Judgment regardless of their level. If the target's luck is lower than yours, the Judgment succeeds. The target enters a weakened state for 1 hour, taking 5,000 of their health in magical damage. Cooldown none. Mana cost 100. Sanction LV4 delivers a verdict on the target, ignoring magical defense and all buff effects, dealing 50,000 of their health in magical damage. If the target is in a judgment state, an additional sanction effect is applied, dealing 8,000 of their health in magical damage. Cooldown none. Mana cost 200. The purifying power of level 3 gathered at Su Yan's fingertips, spreading like a dazzling light that enveloped an unknown area of 10,000 meters. As the light expanded, the dangerous aura dissipated like a retreating tide, replaced by a safe zone ready for exploration. Su Yin felt a surge of power within him, with his health, defense, magic defense, and speed all boosted by an astonishing 500. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, knowing that within this purified area, his experience and rewards would also double. This powerful skill only required a 10-second cooldown and consumed 1,000 mana to cast again. As his level increased, Su Yan's 3 exclusive skills as a Divine Wrath Mage grew significantly stronger. He gently massaged his temples, calmly calculating the damage. With a current base of nearly 200 million demon-slaying health points, the additional damage from his Judgment skill had already surpassed the 22 trillion mark. 22 trillion, huh? Su Yin thought to himself. Still a bit away from slaying the demon god, but the goal is getting closer. Regaining his composure, Su Yin decided to press on. He was delighted to find that the SS-grade rare materials in his possession could not only upgrade his summoning skill, but also enhance his Flame Curse, Divine Realm, and skill replication abilities. He spent just 200,000 gold coins to upgrade all 3 skills to level 2, significantly improving their effects. Stepping out of the job change area, Su Yin looked up at the rolling heat waves over Molten City. In the distance, a volcano loomed shrouded in mist, its spewing lava painting the land a fiery red. "It's time to leave this place," Su Yin murmured to himself, a smile playing on his lips. With the summoning skill upgraded, it was time to head to the edge of the Lava Sea map and break through the long-awaited boundary, embarking on a new journey. This move was not only a declaration to all human players in the land of divine punishment, but also a challenge to the demon god. The demon slayer was back with a vengeance. A surge of pride welled up in Su Yan's heart as he soared into the air. Instantly activating his level 2 flight skill, he shot through the sky like a lightning bolt, disappearing above Molten City with a sonic boom. 2 minutes later, Su Yin arrived at the boundary of the Lava Sea map. Faced with the toxic fog shrouding the space between 2 volcanoes, he charged in without hesitation. With 200 million health points, he feared nothing, especially with hundreds of stacks of top-grade health potions in his backpack. In the blink of an eye, enduring the damage from the toxic fog, Su Yin stood before the dazzling boundary wall. "Don't worry, brother. I'll be gentle," Su Yin said with a grin, looking up at the shimmering boundary wall, his eyes gleaming with a challenge. In the midst of the poisonous mist, Su Yan's vitality visibly dwindled. Yet he remained unfazed and immediately activated his skill, Summon Deity. "Come forth, Dawn," Su Yin commanded in a deep voice. "Yes, master." The voice of the goddess of dawn, as melodious as a celestial song, echoed in his ears. In an instant, boundless divine power surged from Su Yan's palm. A serene and enchanting voice resounded at the boundary. "Disperse the mist." The earth trembled as divine power spread like a tidal wave in all directions. The toxic mist, like phantoms fleeing from sunlight, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Under the night sky, a sea of flowers unfurled. The goddess of dawn, with her silver hair flowing and clad in a pure white gown, appeared out of nowhere. She was more sacred than the bright moon hanging high above. Barefoot, she walked on the petals, each step she took banishing a bit more of the darkness with the light of dawn. As the goddess of dawn ascended to the high skies at the boundary, the entire land of divine punishment transitioned from night to dawn. Golden rays of the morning sun illuminated the land, from the novice areas to the holy city, leaving no place untouched. Human players everywhere looked up in astonishment, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They had just been in the dark. How had it suddenly become daylight? What about the money they spent pulling an all-nighter? Should they log off and go to sleep now? At that moment, the goddess of dawn gracefully raised her snow-white arm, her fingertip pointing towards the boundary. "Break," she whispered. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Damage numbers skyrocketed from single digits to unfathomable levels, beyond calculation. The boundary of the sea of lava collapsed with a deafening roar, shattering and disintegrating without a hint of resistance. Su Yin exchanged a glance with the goddess of dawn, who gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, nodded slightly, and retreated behind Su Yin. "Master, the boundary is broken. Shall we continue?" The goddess of dawn asked respectfully. Su Yin nodded. "Of course." Immediately, the divine power enveloping the entire land of divine punishment retracted, along with the pure and sacred figure of the goddess of dawn, merging back into Su Yan's palm. Darkness descended once more, and the world fell into gloom. Su Yin quickly calculated. The goddess of dawn had just inflicted damage in the range of 9 vigintillion, and she was merely a mid-tier deity at level 12. Based on this level, he could potentially deal up to 22 trillion damage. This realization filled Su Yin with excitement. "Stay calm. My current health is only 200 million. Once I boost my health to the trillion or even quadrillion level, I could truly decimate demon gods," Su Yin thought to himself. After the boundary was broken, it took a few minutes for the long-awaited world announcement to echo in the sky. Player Jean Mo has shattered the boundary of the sea of lava, lifting the level restriction. Players at level 999 may now proceed to the next map. Those who have reached level 999 and completed the breakthrough tasks will receive compensation rewards. Enjoy the green and healthy environment of the land of divine punishment. Wishing all travelers a pleasant journey and a swift arrival at the holy city. Following the world announcement, the world channel, which had been silent for nearly 2 months, seemed to awaken from a delayed state. After a few seconds, it erupted into a frenzy. "Holy crap, it's Jean Ma!" The global chat exploded instantly as countless players flooded in, spamming messages to welcome the legendary Jean Ma back. For a full half hour, the channel was awash with a tide of greetings, as if celebrating a grand festival. After half an hour, the focus shifted to Jean Ma's prowess. "Jean Ma is insanely strong. Unbeatable," one player exclaimed excitedly. "I thought breaking through the endless desert barrier was his limit, but now, right after finishing his exams, he gives us this huge surprise. Now the path for us humans to become battle kings is wide open," another player chimed in. "Shouldn't the Demon Slayer Academy be thanking Jean Ma properly?" "Absolutely. If I were at the Demon Slayer Academy, I'd definitely award Jean Ma a human hero prize." The discussion soon turned to this year's top exam scorer, Su Yin. Someone mentioned that he had dual talents and had surpassed the 5S difficulty combat assessment, and they wondered how he compared to Jean Ma. "Su Yin? That trash isn't even worthy of being compared to the SS rank Jean Ma," one player scoffed. "Are you kidding? If a dual talent super genius is trash, then what are you?" another player retorted. "I'm just a pile of excuses," the first player responded self-deprecatingly. The global chat returned to its lively state, with players freely expressing their thoughts, celebrating as if it were a major holiday. Meanwhile, The news of the lava sea barrier being broken spread like wildfire across the globe. The entire planet Blue Star erupted in celebration, from Huagua and the States to Europe and beyond. This breakthrough had far-reaching implications, directly impacting the upper echelons of human strength. Crossing the lava sea map meant reaching level 1000, the threshold for becoming a battle king. Previously, only 99.9% of strength talents could achieve this feat now. The percentage would significantly drop, giving many rank talents who could reach level 999 before their lifespan ended a chance to hit level 1000, gain an extra 20 years of life, and have the opportunity to pass the Battle King assessment. Every additional Battle King increased humanity's odds against the demon race. In response, the Human Alliance urgently convened a meeting, instructing military forces worldwide to shift to a strategic defense phase and grant at least 6 months of leave to warriors above level 980 to pursue the Battle King realm. At the conference, the Alliance's chief executive officer declared with conviction, "The future of humanity is bright. I have no doubt." The next map after the Sea of Lava is called the Outer Hills, a vast region of rolling hills. This area is the primary territory of the human race, with levels reaching up to 1200. The climate is pleasant year-round, making it an ideal place for humans to live. Suddenly, a lightning-fast figure streaks across the sky, leaving a long trail against the clear blue backdrop. It's Su Yin. He quickly lands in the main city of the humans' Dawn City. Dawn City stands at the center of the map, a magnificent royal city representing the pinnacle of human architecture in the land of divine punishment. The city is designed like the ultimate fusion of a great sword and a shield, exuding an imposing aura. "It wasn't easy, but I've finally reached the human stronghold," Su Yin murmured to himself as he stood in the plaza of Dawn City. He looked around, frowning slightly. The European castle-style architecture felt a bit out of place to him. Su Yin thought to himself, why is it that in reality, America and Europe have collectively faltered, relying almost entirely on China to resist the demons? But here in the land of divine punishment, the humans are all blonde and blue-eyed foreigners? He had his suspicions and couldn't help but smile slightly. Shaking his head, Su Yin decided to proceed with his job change. After orienting himself, he decisively walked towards the job change location. It felt like just yesterday that he had changed jobs, and now he was embarking on a new journey. As he walked through Dawn City, Su Yin noticed that the number of human players here was significantly lower than in the main cities of previous maps. This was expected. After all, those who appeared in this city were already battle kings in reality. Despite the scarcity of players, the city was bustling with NPCs, merchants, pedestrians, knights, mercenary groups, and patrolling soldiers moved about, bringing vibrant life to the city. 5 minutes later, Su Yin arrived at the job change location. He spoke with the job change NPC, and a system prompt immediately appeared. Your normal job change attempts for the Wrath Mage class are full. You are about to receive a high-level job change quest. Do you confirm? Su Yin was visibly surprised. A high-level job change? He muttered in amazement. No wonder it's a special hidden class. The Wrath Mage has both normal and high-level job changes. Without hesitation, he confirmed. Please note, you have received a high-level job change quest, the system prompt announced. Su Yin quickly moved to a corner to carefully review the quest requirements. There were 3 conditions. First, gather materials, requiring 30 types of SS-grade rare materials. Second, kill a boss, specifically the Earth Wanderer. And third, obtain a relic from a deity. No way, a deity's relic? Seeing the third condition, Su Yin was both shocked and thrilled. This was undoubtedly the toughest condition, almost impossible for other players. But for Su Yin, it was the easiest. Morning Light, help me out. Su Yin promptly summoned the goddess of Morning Light. Fortunately, her presence time hadn't expired yet. Upon hearing the summons, a divine light appeared in the job change location. What do you need, Master? A clear, ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Su Yin directly commanded, give me one of your relics. The goddess of Morning Light looked slightly puzzled, so Su Yin patiently explained, just give me anything. You just need to imbue it with the concept of a relic. Understood, Morning Light will comply. Please wait a moment, Master. As soon as she finished speaking, within half a minute, a silver-white ring imbued with divine aura appeared in Su Yin's hand. The ring was set with a tiny gemstone, glimmering in the dim light of the job change location. Su Yan's eyes widened as he examined the ring's attributes. Morning Light Ring Special Item. When worn, grants the protection of the goddess of Morning Light. Provides 3 resurrection opportunities, immunity to all control and debuff effects, dispels fog, and allows free movement in poisonous miasma areas. Holy crap, this is practically an artifact. Su Yin looked at the divine light before him, swallowing hard. Morning Light, isn't this ring too valuable? The goddess of Morning Light smiled gently. A relic given to my master must indeed be valuable. Impressive. As expected of a mid-tier deity with a level 12 divine status, Su Yin thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with a hint of admiration. He quickly pocketed the ring, a sly smile playing on his lips. Very well, I'll hold on to this token for now. With swift, fluid movements, Su Yin locked the ring in the secure compartment of his spatial inventory, as if afraid it would vanish if he delayed even a second. He chuckled inwardly. There was no way he'd let such a valuable item be wasted on a mere job change NPC. Expecting to get a divine token for free from Su Yin? Ridiculous. As for the divine token needed for his advanced class change, Su Yin already had a plan. Once the goddess of dawn was firmly under his control, he would summon the desert goddess. After all, as a deity herself, she should suffice, right? With a few minutes left before the summoned deity's presence expired, Su Yin continued to check the list of 30 SS-level rare materials required for the advanced class change. However, his face darkened as he finished reading the list. No way, I don't have them. Su Yin was incredulous, furrowing his brows. He had over 60 types of SS-level rare materials in his inventory, a collection that rivaled the material vault of the Imperial University. Yet he was still missing 2 materials? Level 10 Dragon Scales and Demon King's Blood. What on earth are these? Su Yin felt a headache coming on. If he didn't have them, there was no way they'd be available at the auction house. Fine, he'll figure it out when I get to Imperial University. Su Yin sighed, resigned to the fact that his advanced class change would be delayed once again. Just then a message popped up in the chat window. Jejimu. Is Demon Slayer online? Su Yin was a bit surprised. What was Jejimu doing messaging him so late at night? But then a thought occurred to him. Wait a minute. Jejimu's master is a Grandmaster Alchemist at the Demon Slaying Institute. Could they possibly have the level 10 Dragon Scales and Demon King's Blood? Su Yan's eyes lit up. If the Demon Slaying Institute doesn't have them, then no one in the entire human race would. He quickly replied, I'm here. What's up? Jejimu responded almost immediately. Oh, thank goodness. Demon Slayer, please help me. Oh, Su Yin replied cautiously. Just so you know, I'm busy with exams this week, so I can't sell you any dungeon materials. Jejimu hurriedly explained, it's not dungeon materials. I need special healing potions. The 5th Legion of the Divine Strategy Army was ambushed by demons at the Korean border, and thousands of soldiers are injured. My master ordered me to acquire 30,000 special healing potions by tonight, or I'll be kicked out. Ignoring the last part, Su Yan's expression turned serious. Then why are you messaging me? Go start collecting them. Jejimu was surprised. Huh? You don't have them? Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? Su Yan was at a loss for words. Jejimu continued to wail. I've already swept the auction house clean, and there are only about 5,000 potions. I'm going to get kicked out right after becoming my master's last disciple. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he quickly remembered his own need. Jejimu, ask your master if they have level 10 Dragon Scales and Demon King's Blood. Okay, Jejimu replied. About 5 minutes later, Jejimu messaged back, my master said those are top-tier secret treasures of the Demon Slaying Institute. If you need them, my master can request approval from higher-ups. Top-tier secret treasures, so they do have them? Su Yin was delighted. After a moment of thought, he quickly typed, thank your master for me, but I, Demon Slayer, never take favors for free. I'll handle the treatment of the injured soldiers myself. Jejimu was astonished, really? Are you serious? Absolutely, Su Yin replied solemnly. After ending the conversation with Jejimu, Su Yin logged out of the Divine Punishment Realm. Back in his real-world bedroom, the cool air from the air conditioner provided a refreshing chill. Su Yin took out a special item from his inventory, a Revival Wind Usage Ticket, a reward for clearing a level 999 dungeon. This ticket could be used in a 1,000 by 1,000 meter area to instantly heal all injuries and remove all negative effects. Determined, Su Yin knew this would be the key to resolving the frontline crisis. After nearly 2 months of keeping this special item, Su Yin finally declared it was time to put it to use. Standing in the middle of his bedroom, he gently stroked the mysterious object in his hand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. According to Professor Gagewu, he could easily obtain the 2 SS-level rare materials from the Demon Slaying Institute. However, Su Yin understood the principle of not taking advantage of others and didn't want to owe anyone a favor. More importantly, the situation of the frontline Shin Su Legion directly affected the fate of all humanity. Knowing this, Su Yin could not sit idly by. The frontline should be in Han country, beyond our borders. Su Yin muttered to himself, frowning slightly. He picked up his phone, ready to search for more information. Just then his phone vibrated. Ding! A message from Tang Xia popped up. Su Yin, somewhat surprised, quickly opened it. Su Yin, I heard you just got back from Jilin City? Want to grab a late-night snack? My treat! Tang Xia's message read. Su Yin glanced at the message and replied directly, can't do tonight, got things to handle. How about tomorrow night? Almost immediately, Tang Xia sent 2 more messages. What could be more important than having a late-night snack with me? All right, tomorrow night then. Old Wong's barbecue near the school. See you there. Su Yin smiled and replied, sure, see you there. Putting down his phone, Su Yin immediately opened his browser to search for the latest on the frontline battle. The results were as dire as he remembered. The demon clan was launching a massive attack, and the situation was critical. Under the command of the human emperor, Yi Jibai, the Shun Su Legion had strategically retreated from the Dongying Kingdom to within the borders of Han Country. Most of the Legion was now deployed along the Han Country border. After confirming the situation, Su Yin closed his phone and rubbed his temples. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Han Country, he murmured, his spirits lifting. Su Yin quickly walked to his wardrobe, pulled out a long-sleeved shirt and pants, and put them on. Standing in front of the mirror, he adjusted his outfit, seeing the reflection of a handsome young man with short hair. Looking good, he chuckled to himself. He then moved to the window, decisively opening it and the security bars. The night wind rushed in, making his short hair flutter. Despite being on the 5th floor, Su Yin didn't hesitate and leapt out. Bang! A small ripple momentarily appeared in front of the window. Su Yan's figure had vanished into the void. Using his void concealment and skywalking techniques, Su Yin instantly soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. The bright moon hung ahead, mysterious and immense. Beneath the moonlight, a thin layer of clouds drifted like smoke, with the sprawling land of Blue Star faintly visible below. The lights of Jiangnan City formed an irregular, blending with those of other cities. This was Su Yan's first time using skywalking in reality, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Gazing down at Jiangdong province from this height, he felt the vastness of Blue Star. It was said that the arrival of the Divine Punishment Land and the Nine Netherland caused the planet to expand dramatically, making it hundreds or even thousands of times larger than Earth. Even at 10,000 meters high, Su Yin could only see half of Jiangdong province. Big Eye, start navigation. Su Yin called out his SS-level talent, the Eye of the Gods. So I'm just a navigator now. The Eye of the Gods grumbled reluctantly. All right, navigating for you. Keep going straight ahead, and be careful flying at night. Though Jiangnan City was far from Han Country, Su Yan's skywalking technique had reached SSS level. Combined with his equipment's attribute bonuses, he automatically gained a 1-level effect. This level 2 skywalking allowed him to fly higher and faster. In just a moment, with a buzz, the void rippled. Su Yin easily passed through an energy barrier to National Defense Shield. With his SS-level talent Supreme Authority, he smoothly crossed the border. In Hua Country, no one, not even a Battle King-level powerhouse, could pass through the National Defense Shield without authorization from the Demon Slaying Institute. Attempting to forcefully breach, it had severe consequences. According to the law, execution. Not even the War King can pardon this. The words still echoed in Su Yan's ears, but the border defense barrier offered no resistance to his supreme authority. He crossed effortlessly, cloaking himself in the void, and sped towards Han Country. Meanwhile, in the central control room at the eastern border of the Demon Slayer Institute, several duty soldiers were intently watching the monitors. Suddenly, a barely noticeable ripple appeared on the barrier at the Jiangdong province border. An observant soldier quickly reported it. Moments later, a War King-level officer strode into the control room. He stared at the screen, his face darkening. Zoom in, slow it down, he commanded sharply. The image was enlarged and slowed, revealing the ripple more clearly, but the identity of the trespasser remained unknown. Even the so-called Demon Mirror National Defense Barrier failed to reveal any clues. Could it be the war god leaving the country? The officer pondered, frowning. Can we identify the intruder? The soldier quickly operated the controls and soon reported back. Target authority level. Identification failed. The officer's eyes widened. This was the first time he had encountered a target with such high authority. He stared at the repeatedly replayed footage, suddenly realizing something, his body trembling with excitement. Everyone listen up. This matter ends here. Do not investigate further, he ordered, his gaze shifting to the sea beyond the border, eyes gleaming with a strange light. Meanwhile, Su Yin had reached the skies above Han Country. Using the Eye of the Gods, he quickly located the 5th Legion of the Divine Strategy Corps. A smile played on his lips as he retrieved a reviving wind voucher from his pouch. He selected the target area on the ground and decisively crushed it. Instantly, a vast expanse of green luminescence spread across the ground beneath the clouds. The reviving wind silently swept through the 5th Legion's defenses, beginning its work without a sound. The 5th Corps of the Divine Strategy Army was tasked with defending the fusion front. Just half a day ago, they were suddenly ambushed by the demon forces and suffered heavy losses. Within the fusion front, the 5th Corps was now overwhelmed with wounded soldiers. 20,000 elite troops had fallen on the battlefield, and the remaining 30,000 were all injured. The corps commander and over a dozen battle kings were gravely wounded, not only losing their combat abilities, but also facing irreversible damage to their strength if they didn't receive immediate treatment back home, potentially dropping an entire level. Despite this, no one complained. They followed orders, obeyed commands, and continued to defend fusion with their injuries, fully prepared to be wiped out. They understood all too well that if the demon army broke through the border defenses, the battlefield situation would face catastrophic disaster. The quiet night was suddenly torn apart by a piercing alarm. Alert! Alert! Enemy attack at 10 o'clock. Demon forces, 500,000. Demon generals, 5,000. Demon kings, 50. Demon commander, 1. All units, prepare for first-level combat. Repeat. Repeat. In an instant, the figures of wounded battle kings and generals soared into the sky. On the ground, tens of thousands of elite troops gritted their teeth against the pain and quickly formed defensive positions. The sounds of weapons being drawn echoed, blades igniting with dazzling brilliance, ready for action. At the forefront of the line, the fully armored corps commander, cloaked in a cape, drew his long sword and pointed it towards the sky, shouting, "Listen up, brothers of the 5th Corps. Tonight is a battle of honor. No one retreats unless they die. No one retreats unless they die." The thunderous roar reverberated through the night. The corps commander's eyes burned with fierce determination, his bloodshot pupils fixed on the beach where the demon horde, like a tidal wave, surged forward, led by the demon commander riding a black dragon. Sweat drenched his twitching cheeks. As a 9th-rank battle king, he was the closest to becoming a war god among all the divine strategy army. But today, he had decided to burn his life force and stay here forever. Ah! The corps commander roared, his entire body suddenly igniting with purple flames. The battle generals in the sky followed suit, igniting with blue flames. Witnessing this tragic scene, all the soldiers of the 5th Corps shed tears on the battlefield. At that moment, a massive green storm suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sweeping directly over the corps commander. What is this? The corps commander's eyes widened in disbelief as the life force burning within him was extinguished. Not only that, but the life force he had burned away was rapidly being restored, and the fatal injuries and wounds corrupted by demonic energy were healing at a visible rate. The miraculous wind of revival then swept over the battle generals in the sky and the entire 5th Corps. Everyone's injuries healed instantly, and some even felt their strength increase. Cries of joy and astonishment rang out. "My wounds are healed. Mine too. Not only am I healed, but my strength has also improved." At the forefront, the now fully healed corps commander closed his eyes and seemed to be sensing something. A few seconds later, a beam of golden light shot out from his body, piercing the sky and illuminating the land. So, this is the feeling of a war god? The corps commander slowly opened his eyes, his aura rapidly rising, his powerful presence enveloping the entire battlefield. War god! The corps commander has become a war god. The cheers echoed through the heavens. Nourished by the wind of revival, the corps commander had gained enlightenment and broken through to the war god realm in one fell swoop. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of the war god and achieved the status of a war god. Su Zhanfeng couldn't contain his excitement and let out a cheer of "Asalo." The battlefield was shrouded in darkness, and the demon army surged forward like a tide. The demon commander, riding on a black dragon, sensed something was wrong and quickly ordered the charge to halt. However, the undisciplined beast horde continued to rush forward, with tens of thousands of beasts charging relentlessly. Witnessing this, Su Zhanfeng slightly bent forward, his right hand instinctively reaching for the sword that was no longer at his waist. "Draw sword slash," he shouted, his voice booming. With his movement, a sword of light entwined with lightning slowly materialized. At the same time, the night sky roared with thunder, and dark clouds howled, as if resonating with this divine sword. Boom! As the light sword fully manifested, the compressed energy exploded with a thunderous roar. A terrifying sword energy, 1,000 feet wide, slashed toward the demon army. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground cracked and the air trembled. In an instant, the disobedient beast horde was obliterated, and the sword energy continued to slash toward the main force of the demon army. Upon contact with the demon army, the sword energy fragmented into countless smaller sword energies, slicing through the beast horde like countless sharp blades. The wails of the demon soldiers echoed, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Half an hour later, under Su Zhanfeng's leadership, the demon army was utterly annihilated. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and a dead silence ensued. As the battle ended, experts from Hua Nation swiftly arrived and loudly read out the war god appointment signed by the Demon Slaying Institute. Commander of the 5th Legion, Su Zhanfeng, for turning the tide in the Battle of Fu Mountain. The Demon Slaying Institute bestows the title of Tide-Turning War God. Su Zhanfeng beamed with joy as he reached out to accept the appointment document. But he immediately asked, "So, have you found out? What was that healing wind earlier?" The Hua Nation expert replied with a smile, "Yes, we've found out. Old Xiao from the alchemy department said that wind is called the wind of revival. And it comes from Jean Mo. Jean Mo? It was Jean Mo." Su Zhanfeng's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, but it quickly turned into deep gratitude. "Can you help me get in touch with Jean Mo? I want to thank him personally. Everyone in the 5th Legion owes him their lives." The Hua Nation expert shrugged, indicating that he also wished he could contact Jean Mo. Meanwhile, in the streets of Dawn City in the land of divine punishment, Su Yin suddenly sneezed as he walked. He thought to himself, no one would believe it, but in just a few minutes, I went abroad and now I'm back in the land of divine punishment. Even more surprising, Gargamel had already mailed the level 10 scales and claws and the blood of the Demon King. With this, Su Yin had all the rare SS grade materials needed for his advanced class change as a Wrath Mage. He felt a surge of pride, thinking, a man has to be fast. With that, he soared into the sky, ready to hunt the wild boss. Reaching the location of the Earth Wanderer, Su Yin casually cast a fireball spell and walked away without looking back. A real man never looks at explosions, he thought with a smirk. Returning to the class change location, the class change NPC looked at Su Yin as if he had seen a ghost, repeatedly checking his SS grade materials and the lock of hair token from the desert goddess. Finally, the NPC announced, "Congratulations, advanced class change successful." Su Yan's eyes lit up as he eagerly opened his attribute panel. ID, Jean Mo. Level 1. Class, Demigod Wrath Mage. Subclass, Warrior. Talents. Equipment. Skills. Judgment LV4 upgradable. Sanction LV4 upgradable. Purification LV3 upgradable. Radiant Battle Intent LV1. Experience. 7561778224329999999999. Holy crap, a demigod? Su Yin exclaimed in his mind upon seeing his class. This is insane. Is this demigod what I think it is? At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Please note, you have a new skill available to learn. Divine Wrath. Would you like to learn it? Without hesitation, Su Yin chose Learn. The moment Su Yin successfully learned the Wrath of God skill, his joy was abruptly cut short. He glanced at the system interface, and his face turned ashen. What he initially thought would be a free skill turned out to cost a staggering amount of gold. Gritting his teeth, Su Yin counted the deducted coins 10 billion in total. The exorbitant price left him gasping for breath. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch, unless it costs you dearly, Su Yin thought wryly. Despite his considerable wealth, such extravagant spending still pained him. In just half an hour, 10.6 billion gold coins had vanished. However, reason quickly overpowered his distress. Su Yin keenly realized that such an expensive learning fee must hide an incredible power. A mage's exclusive skill. How bad could it be? Su Yin muttered, quickly retreating to a shadowy corner of the job change area to study this costly new skill. Upon reading the Wrath of God skill description, Su Yan's eyes widened in shock. Wrath of God LV1 Demigod exclusive skill. Unleashes divine wrath over a 10,001,000 kilometers area, dealing true damage equal to 1 million of the user's magic power. Cooldown none. Cost 20,000 mana points. Su Yin drew a sharp breath, overwhelmed by the sheer power. This was no mere skill. It was a world-ending weapon. The skill's range of 1 million square kilometers could easily cover any city on the blue planet, and even engulf some small countries. So this is the power of a demigod? It's incredible. Su Yin murmured, his handsome face a mix of shock and delight. After a moment to collect himself, Su Yin stood tall and immediately set about modifying the Wrath of God skill. With practiced ease, he changed the magic power percentage damage to health point damage and converted the mana cost to health cost. The modified Wrath of God skill was even more terrifying. With Su Yan's current attributes, a single cast could destroy any major city. What made it even more fearsome was the lack of cooldown time, requiring only 20,000 health points to cast a trivial amount for Su Yin. He could cast it thousands of times in succession, enough to turn the entire blue planet to ashes. Excitement sparkled in Su Yan's eyes as he realized this was only the power of a level 1 Wrath of God. Reflecting on his past experiences with the Judgment skill, he had every reason to believe that as the Wrath of God skill leveled up, its power would reach truly catastrophic levels. However, the changes brought by his advanced job change didn't stop there. Su Yin quickly discovered that the power of a demigod had caused a qualitative leap in his overall strength. All his skills and equipment had received significant upgrades. Skills like Flame Curse, Divine Realm, Summon God, and Northern Dipper Flame had all been upgraded to demigod level. Basic skills such as Fireball, Ice Arrow, and Lightning Strike had jumped from level to level. The S-level skill Flight had advanced to SS level. The power and effects of these skills had transformed dramatically. Su Yin estimated that a single Flame Curse could now destroy half of Jiangnan City, and once the Divine Realm was activated, the entire Jiangdong province would be enveloped. His equipment had also undergone astonishing transformations. The Azura Sword, Blood Dawn, Dragon's Fury, Phoenix Heart, and Divine Emperor Armor had all been upgraded to demigod level. Faced with such a massive leap in power, Su Yin finally believed that the demigod power he had attained was the level he had always understood it to be. At this moment, an indescribable sense of strength filled him, bringing a newfound confidence and anticipation for what lay ahead. Su Yin felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body as his attributes received a significant boost. His exclusive weapon skills and affix effects transformed qualitatively, and his Shura Slash evolved into Shinluo Tianmi, catapulting its power to the next underworld level. Reflecting on the 4 pieces of level 700's grade equipment he had purchased at the auction house the night before the college entrance exam, Su Yin realized they had now evolved into S grade. He understood that anything he touched, whether skills or equipment, would undergo a qualitative leap. Astonishing. I'm already a demigod, Su Yin murmured, standing in a dim corner with a peculiar glow in his eyes. A divine aura quietly flowed through his heart, resonating with the morning goddess and desert goddess imprisoned in his palm. However, this was just the beginning. Next step, becoming a god. This thought reverberated in Su Yan's mind, his expression turning solemn as a fierce determination ignited within him. Su Yan decided to upgrade 3 skills: Judgment, Sanction, and Purification. Although it cost him 1 billion gold coins, it was insignificant to him now. Judgment was upgraded to level 5, becoming a demigod exclusive skill. It could mark a target regardless of their level, and if the target's luck was lower than his own, the judgment would succeed. The target would fall into a weakened state for 365 hours, suffering 50,000-500,000 of their health in magic damage. This skill had no cooldown and did not consume mana. Sanction also reached level 5, becoming another demigod exclusive skill. It could judge a target, ignoring magic defense and all buff effects, dealing 50 million of their health in magic damage. If the target was under judgment, it would add a sanction effect, dealing an additional 80,100 million of their health in magic damage. This skill also had no cooldown and no mana consumption. Purification reached level 4, remaining a demigod exclusive skill. It could release demigod power to purify unknown areas within a 100,000 kilometer radius, eliminating all dangerous auras and transforming them into explorable regions. After purification, creatures in the area would have their health, defense, magic defense, and speed increased by 100,000, and experience and rewards gained would be multiplied by 5. This skill also had no cooldown or consumption. Su Yin quickly calculated that if the additional damage from Sanction hit its maximum potential, his damage could reach up to 2.25 quintillion, or 22 quadrillion 500 trillion. Excellent, I've achieved quintillion level damage. How far can sextillion be? Su Yin clenched his fist, feeling the demigod power surging within him, and strode out of the job-changing area. As was customary, after changing jobs, it was time to collect the dungeon ranking rewards. Now that his summoning level had advanced to demigod, Su Yin was confident he could break the dungeon clearance time record once again. As soon as the thought occurred, Su Yin felt a slight movement in his mind, and the summoning skill was automatically activated. Whoosh! In an instant, a divine light flew out from the shackles on his left palm. It was the desert goddess. Su Yin chose to summon the desert goddess because he wanted to start with a deity of relatively weaker strength. The divine light swirled around his ears, emitting a voice that was both fiery and alluring. Dear Master, please command Misha as you wish. The desert goddess seemed unusually excited, perhaps because she had been summoned twice today and also asked for a token. The air was filled with a joyful, sweet aroma. Su Yin directly issued the command. I want to clear the level 1200 dungeon, Demon City. Get ready. Despite the summoning skill being upgraded to demigod level, Su Yin was somewhat worried about the low-level deity's strength, especially in the foreign hills outside the desert terrain where she had lost her divine power. However, the desert goddess let out a charming laugh. He, Master, has now reached demigod status, and Misha's divine power has also greatly increased. No, it should be said that it's almost reaching my peak power. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? Isn't Master planning to clear the level 1200 dungeon? It's too easy for Misha. All I need to do is use my divine thought, and I can help you complete it effortlessly. The desert goddess confidently replied. Su Yin was bewildered, thinking, what divine thought? Can it really clear dungeons? Just then, two system notifications popped up in front of him. Congratulations, you have cleared the Demon City dungeon. Ranking rewards have been issued. Su Yin was instantly filled with question marks. He hadn't even entered the dungeon, so how had he cleared it? He quickly checked his inventory and indeed found 4 new rewards. It was true. He had actually cleared the Demon City dungeon. Holy crap! Su Yin was stunned. Master, were you satisfied with Misha's performance just now? The sweet, alluring voice of the desert goddess echoed in his ears again. Satisfied, very satisfied, Su Yin was ecstatic. This was incredible. From now on, he could clear dungeons without even entering them, just by using divine thought from the main city. At the same time, a long, ethereal world announcement echoed across the divine punishment land. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for solo clearing the Demon City dungeon. Time taken, 0.03 seconds. Clearance rating ZZ beep beep beep. The announcement abruptly ended with a burst of static. As soon as the world announcement was made, the entire divine punishment land erupted in excitement. Clearing a level 1200 ultra-difficult dungeon in 0.03 seconds, was that even humanly possible? Not only were ordinary players shocked, but even top-tier warriors above the 4th rank and various war gods looked up at the sky in astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. The world chat channel exploded instantly. Holy cow! This is getting more and more ridiculous. 0.03 seconds? Really? Say no more. Jean Mo is the strongest in the universe. Let's see how many warlord-level big shots come out this time. No need to wait, a 1256 level warlord is here. Honestly, I haven't even dared to enter this dungeon yet. Sigh, I'm level 1486, and I still haven't cleared it. It's tough finding a good team at this level. Sorry to interrupt, but do the 2 warlords above need a son? I'm really good at bringing luck to my father. If you don't mind, could you give me a chance to be your adopted son? Gu Hangxia, looking for friends online, must have a nice voice. No matter how wild the world chat became, Su Yin remained unfazed in Dawn City. He found a quiet corner and carefully checked the clearance rewards. 5 million gold coins. All attributes 1,200. Demon Key. Touch of Midas. What is the Demon Key? Su Yin immediately opened it to check. Demon Key. Special item. A key to enter the Demon Rift. What is the Demon Rift? The description was just one sentence, leaving Su Yin puzzled. He tried to use it, but was prompted that he wasn't near the specified location and couldn't use it. Su Yin continued to study it for a while. Su Yin still had no clue. He sighed and decided to set the puzzle aside for now. Forget it. I'll figure it out after I get to Imperial University, he muttered to himself, casually tossing the demon key into his spatial pouch. Turning his attention to the last reward, Su Yan's eyes fell on a unique item. It was a crescent-shaped stone that shimmered with a faint golden glow under the moonlight. He carefully read the item description. Transmutation Stone. Enhanced equipment cost, 1 billion gold coins. Enhanced skill cost, 10 billion gold coins. Enhanced talent cost, 100 billion gold coins. Remaining uses, 1 inch. Su Yan's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Although, as a demigod-level warrior, this item wasn't particularly useful to him, personally his equipment and skills could be upgraded for free without spending a fortune. Given the costs, unless it was for a grade or above equipment or skills, it would be a huge waste. But none of that could overshadow the transmutation stone's value as a rare treasure. It had a slim chance of enhancing talent. Enhancing talent, Su Yin murmured, a complex expression crossing his face. For others, this might just be a gamble, potentially spending a fortune for minimal improvement. But in Su Yan's hands, this was a divine artifact. With his maxed out luck attribute, Su Yin was confident he could easily enhance an SS grade talent, or even elevate in a grade talent directly to SS grade. This meant he could create a new human emperor. In the quiet of the night, standing in a secluded alleyway in Dawn City, Su Yin gently caressed the transmutation stone in his hand. After a long while, he sighed. It's a pity. It can only be used once. With that, he carefully placed the precious item into his pouch. With a thought, his level 2 SS grade skywalking technique was instantly activated. In the next moment, Su Yan's figure shot across hundreds of miles like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of a dark cave entrance. This place was called the Nightmare Space. Teleportation? Su Yin stood in front of the entrance to the Nightmare Space, looking utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had followed the map coordinates from the forum and, with a mere thought, used his skywalking technique. In the blink of an eye, he found himself here, as if he had traversed the universe in an instant. Incredible! My demigod powers! Su Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. The skywalking technique, enhanced by his demigod abilities, was astonishingly powerful, making it seem like he could go anywhere he desired. After calming his excitement, Su Yin looked up to examine the nightmare space before him. This term was merely a textbook label. The divine punishment system had provided no hints. Perpetually shrouded in thick fog and appearing only on maps for levels above 1,000. It had remained unexplored for 2 centuries, an enigma to humanity. I've broken through so many barriers to get here. Now I can finally uncover its secrets. Su Yin stood at the edge of the dark entrance, a bittersweet smile on his face. Reaching this nightmare space had required relentless effort, constantly switching maps amid flashes and sparks. Without hesitation, Su Yin stepped towards the dark entrance. However, as soon as he got close, an invisible force repelled him. Unknown area. Entry forbidden. Really? You won't let me in through the front door, forcing me to find a back way. Su Yin grinned, about to use his purification skill, but then thought better of it. The reason was simple. Using purification would turn this nightmare space into an explorable area. It could then become an open map, accessible to all players above level 1,000. Wouldn't that render his efforts meaningless? As the one offering this opportunity, I must be the first to explore. Su Yin resolved, retrieving the Dawn Ring, a token given by the Goddess of Dawn, from his virtual storage. This genuine divine artifact had the power to dispel fog. Su Yin slipped the ring onto his index finger, his expression turning serious, and once again stepped towards the entrance of the nightmare space. This time, he passed through the dark barrier effortlessly, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, Su Yin found himself in a world shrouded in mist. He couldn't see anything around him, not even his own hand. Suddenly, the dawn ring on his index finger emitted a soft white glow, quickly enveloping his entire body. The surrounding mist retreated rapidly, as if encountering a natural enemy, creating a clear space about half a meter around him. Ah, what's that under my foot? Su Yin looked down and saw his right foot resting on a dark blue stone. The stone was hard, its surface gleaming with a strange light, clearly no ordinary rock. No way. Could it be a crystal stone? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Crystal stones were a vital resource on Blue Star, widely used by humanity. From crafting weapons and equipment to constructing and repairing national defense barriers, and serving as secondary energy sources for teleportation arrays, they were indispensable. However, crystal stones were not found within human territories and could only be obtained from the 9 Netherlands, making them extraordinarily expensive. A single kilogram of the most consumed grade crystal stone cost over 10,000 gold coins. Higher grade A and grade crystal stones were even rarer and more precious, priced in the millions or billions of gold coins. These were typically monopolized by large crystal mining companies and supplied primarily to the Divine Strategy Corps, Demon Slayer Institute, financial conglomerates, and other key organizations. Ordinary people, unless they were high-level forging masters, couldn't even dream of buying one. Generally, these items aren't sold to individuals. As the dominant force on Blue Star, the Exorcism Institute has naturally deployed numerous miners in the 9 Hells to extract crystals. However, due to their limited capabilities, they can only mine crystals below grade B. At this moment, Su Yin bent down with a hint of anticipation and picked up a stone at his feet. However, the instant his fingers touched the rock, his heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary crystal. It was a crystal mine. Su Yan's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. The prompt from the eyes of the gods left no doubt in his mind. He quickly drew his Azura sword and began to dig with all his might. Although he was in the land of divine punishment and didn't need to be as cautious as in reality, the size of this crystal mine far exceeded his expectations. Sweat drenched Su Yan's clothes, and his muscles ached from the continuous effort. After more than an hour of grueling labor, a crystal mine the size of a small hill was finally excavated from the ground. Just as Su Yin was panting heavily, ready to store the crystal mine in his void pouch, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained a 500-ton SS-grade small crystal mine. Su Yan's pupils constricted, and his mind momentarily went blank. SS grade, 500 tons. What did this mean? Based on his knowledge of crystal quality grades, ranging from F to SSS, this crystal mine was at the very top. Once the crystals were mined, even the lowest grade would be S, and a single grade crystal was worth over 1 billion gold coins. 500 tons, 50 trillion. Su Yin gasped, his brows unable to hide his excitement. This was an astronomical fortune. Even considering the losses during extraction, the final value would be immeasurable. Not to mention, within these 500 tons of SS-grade crystal mine, there could be S-grade or even SS-grade crystals. Su Yin quickly transferred the crystal mine from his pouch to a safe, secretly grateful for having such a magical item. If it were any other player, even if they were fortunate enough to find this crystal mine, they likely wouldn't have enough space to carry it. After organizing the crystal mine, Su Yan's heart gradually calmed down. He couldn't help but think that those human bigwigs would never dream that the land of divine punishment could also produce crystals. This unexpected discovery filled him with anticipation for this nightmare space. Looking at the surrounding mist, Su Yin felt a surge of determination. He took a deep breath and shouted resolutely, "Heavenly Eye, disperse the mist." With this shout, the eyes of the gods immediately responded to his call. In an instant, Su Yan's eyes emitted two golden beams, piercing through the surrounding mist like sharp swords. Wherever the light reached, the mist vanished completely. In no time, the entire nightmare space was laid out clearly before Su Yin, visible in its entirety. Under the all-seeing eye, the entire nightmare space was laid bare before Su Yin, every detail visible. Su Yan's gaze pierced through the fog like a sharp blade, revealing the entire scene of the nightmare space. His pupils suddenly contracted, and an involuntary exclamation burst from his lips. Holy crap! The scale of this nightmare space far exceeded his expectations. The map was vast and seemingly endless. Even more astonishing was the sight of countless monsters crammed into the space, as densely packed as ants. A closer look revealed that these monsters were all level 1,200 lost beasts. At the deepest part of the map, a colossal creature stood like a mountain, clearly the boss of this area. However, what truly excited Su Yin were the crystal mines scattered throughout the space. This discovery confirmed his suspicion. The land of divine punishment did indeed produce crystals, hidden within this nightmare space. A surge of anger rose in Su Yan's heart. This setup was clearly aimed at humanity. Such important resources were not only restricted to maps above level 1000, but also sealed within a nightmare space. Damn it, trying to wipe out my people, huh, he muttered through gritted teeth. With a thought, Su Yin instantly teleported to the misty heights. His demigod form radiated an awe-inspiring divine aura, and his divine emperor armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, making him look like a god descending to the mortal realm. The golden heavenly eye scanned the entire map, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying, skill-divine wrath. In an instant, the skies above the nightmare space changed color. A massive, blazing sphere of light, thousands of feet in diameter, descended from the heavens, carrying apocalyptic energy and emitting a piercing screech. It was like the end of the world or a giant planet about to collide with the ground. The lost beasts within the space all looked up, their eyes filled with terror. However, they had no time to react before the divine wrath sphere crashed down upon them. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the space, and the core of the blast turned to dust in an instant. The edges of the sphere sent out destructive energy, like lava spewing from a furnace. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The nightmare space was left with only traces of disaster. Su Yin hovered in the sky, coldly observing the destructive aftermath of divine wrath. The densely packed beasts on the ground had no time to escape and were engulfed by the explosion in an instant. The shockwaves continued to spread, destroying everything in their path. In just 2 seconds, the entire nightmare space was leveled, leaving no living creature behind. System notifications continuously popped up before Su Yan's eyes. Experience 120000. You have obtained SS grade material, Blood Silver Flower. Experience 125000. Experience 500000. You have obtained SS grade material, 9th level Demon Eye. The unexpected gains delighted Su Yin. He quickly opened his inventory and found that he had acquired 20 sets of SS grade rare materials. Although most were relatively common items like Blood Silver Flower and Blue Sea Pearl, defeating the boss had also yielded extremely rare materials such as 9th level Demon Eye and Demon Core Heart. No wonder this nightmare space has been sealed for 200 years. Su Yin marveled, quickly storing all the rewards. However, his attention soon shifted to the crystal mines scattered across the ground. Since this was the land of divine punishment, using skills would not damage the crystal mines. Now, it was time for the enjoyable task of mining. Su Yin worked tirelessly, as if he were moving an entire mountain. When he finally collected all the crystal mines into his void pouch, he sat on the ground, exhausted, and began to tally his gains. Experience gained, 200 million. SS grade rare materials, 20 sets. Crystal mine harvests were as follows. SS grade extra large crystal mine, 500,000 tons, 1 unit. SS grade large crystal mine, 50,000 tons, 1 unit. SS grade medium crystal mine, 5,000 tons, 5 units. SS grade small crystal mine, 500 tons, 8 units. S grade large crystal mine, 2 units. S grade small crystal mine, 12 units. S grade medium crystal mine, 6 units. A grade extra large crystal mine, 2 units. A grade medium crystal mine, 7 units. Grade large crystal mine, 62 units. Su Yin was astounded. This nightmare space was simply a massive treasure trove, and the lowest quality of the crystal mines was grade. The system indicated that these crystal mines were one-time resources, disappearing permanently once mined. Thankfully, I didn't just purify the space. That would have been a huge loss, Su Yin thought gratefully, proud of his wise decision. After reading the introduction about the crystal mine, Su Yin couldn't help but feel fortunate. Unlike monsters that respawn, once the crystals are mined, they're gone. The dense population of monsters made this place the best spot for farming experience, with the added chance of obtaining SS-grade rare materials. Su Yin thought excitedly, this is simply awesome. After a while, Su Yin stood up, stretched, and dusted off his pants. Without a doubt, he had struck a real gold mine this time, now rich beyond measure. However, the new problem was how to mine these top-quality crystals. He pondered whether to establish a crystal mining company and monopolize the industry. With his current stockpile of crystals, he could easily outcompete any large-scale mining company. This fortunate dilemma led Su Yin into a brief contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to put the idea on hold for now. After all, he wasn't short on money, and right now he wanted to focus on farming experience to become a god. Nothing was more important than that. After exiting the nightmare space, Su Yin felt refreshed and not the least bit tired. He was planning to use purification to completely clear out this nightmare space, gaining 5 times the experience and item rewards with a level 4 purification. A regular monster farm could yield 200 million experience points, and with purification, that would be 1 billion. He already had over 70 billion experience points. Becoming a god seemed within reach. However, when he saw the time, he frowned. It was already 8 p.m., and not just any 8 p.m., but the next day's 8 p.m. He had been mining for an entire day. Suddenly remembering his promise to have a late-night snack with Xiao Xia, Su Yin slapped his forehead in frustration and quickly logged out. Upon exiting from the divine punishment, the feeling of hunger finally hit him. As a big eater, going a whole day without food was torture. He quickly freshened up and changed into his most stylish clothes. Just then his phone rang. Su Yin calmly answered, "Hello." Tang Xia's voice immediately came through, so loud that Su Yin had to hold the phone away from his ear. "Su Yin, you jerk. Are you planning to stand me up again? I sent you so many messages, and you didn't reply to a single one. What were you doing?" "I don't care. I'm already at your complex. You better come out, or I'll drag you out." Once Tang Xia calmed down, Su Yin nonchalantly explained, "Oh, I saw your messages, but it's not my fault. Just as I was about to reply, my phone died. I've been waiting at the entrance of the complex for a while now. Didn't you see me?" Tang Xia paused. "You're lying. I'm at the supermarket at your complex entrance. Where are you? Why can't I see you?" Understanding her confusion, Su Yin quickly used his level 2 SS grade skywalking and void concealment techniques, instantly appearing behind Tang Xia at the supermarket entrance. He quietly revealed himself, still holding his phone, and gently tapped her shoulder. "Does this prove I wasn't lying?" Seeing Su Yan's smiling face, Tang Xia was initially stunned. Then a look of joy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly lowered her head and sniffled. "I'm sorry, Su Yan. I wrongly accused you." Su Yan was taken aback by her apology. "Seriously? Did he hear that right? Tang Xia actually apologized?" Night had fallen, and the city lights were gradually dimming. Su Yan stood in front of his suburban home, gazing out at the center of Jiangnan City. The massive cityscape shimmered with dazzling neon lights under the clear night sky, resembling a brilliant galaxy. "Let's go grab some late-night snacks," Su Yin said with a slight smile to Tang Xia, who stood beside him. He then headed towards the bus stop. The two of them boarded a bus and traveled through the illuminated city. Half an hour later, they arrived at the bustling food street near number 2 high school. Compared to the cold, towering skyscrapers, Su Yin preferred the lively, down-to-earth atmosphere here. As soon as they reached Old Wang's barbecue stand, Su Yin eagerly started ordering. "Boss, we'll have 200 lamb skewers, 100 beef skewers, and 20 servings of grilled steak." His voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Ever since awakening his class ability tenfold absorption, treating Su Yin to a meal had become a daunting challenge. He recalled the time when the class monitor, skeptical of his appetite, treated him to a meal, only to end up emptying his wallet. Their friendship almost ended that day. Since then, no one dared to invite Su Yin out for food. Let's start with these for now. We can order more if it's not enough." Su Yin clapped his hands and turned to meet Tang Xia's incredulous gaze. Rubbing his belly, he chuckled awkwardly. "Xia, I've been starving all day, so it's reasonable to eat a lot, right?" Tang Xia looked exasperated, but then pouted and huffed. "My dad's got money. Order whatever you want." "Oh really? Not short on cash, are we?" Su Yin knew why Tang Xia could say that so confidently. After graduating from high school and being accepted into a top-tier university, both the school and the city's Demon Slayer Institute awarded scholarships. As the first student in human history to be admitted to the Emperor's class at Imperial University, Su Yin received a substantial bonus and benefits. Tang Xia, being the first student in Jiangdong province with a class talent to get into a top university, also received a scholarship of no less than 1 million. Su Yin laughed. How much money do you think you have to act like a rich lady? If you dare, treat me to a few more meals and see if I don't eat you into bankruptcy. Tang Xia's high ponytail swayed in the night breeze, and a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes before she quickly replaced it with disdain. If you wish. Think there'll be another meal? This is the last one. Hearing last meal, Su Yan's smile froze. He realized Tang Xia wasn't joking and turned away with a hint of regret, muttering, "The last meal?" Huh. The barbecue stand fell silent, leaving only the rising smoke and the aroma of grilled food. Suddenly, Tang Xia spoke up, "Boss, bring us a case of beer." The boss was stunned by the young duo, but didn't dare to ask questions. He remembered a legend about a person who once ate so much that the entire food street had to close for the day, and the young man before him seemed somewhat similar. Sure thing, the boss replied quickly. Su Yin looked at Tang Xia in surprise. Didn't know you could drink, Xia. Tang Xia gave a proud smile. Just a bit. They found an outdoor spot near a pond to sit. The pond was filled with blooming lotuses and the constant croaking of frogs. Tang Xia stretched comfortably, her figure subtly outlined under her school uniform. Su Yin awkwardly averted his gaze. Tang Xia started gossiping. Su Yin, did you hear? This year, Yi Yuan actually gave up his chance to join the warlord class and decided to repeat a year. Su Yin paused, frowning slightly. Yi Yuan, who is that? Tang Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you kidding? Yi Yuan from Jinling High School. The same Yi Yuan who's competing with you for the top spot in the province. Su Yan's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, it's him? He then looked surprised. You mean Yi Yuan didn't join the war god class? Is he out of his mind? Su Yin continued. You have to understand, if attending a top-tier university is every student's dream, then the war god class is beyond that dream. Getting into the war god class means having the chance to become a war god. And with Yi Yuan's level talent, he's not satisfied with being accepted. Tang Xia shook her head gently, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Who knows? Maybe he cares more about being the provincial top scorer. Su Yin smirked. If that's the case, I wish him luck with his next competitor. Tang Xia chimed in. No need for that. The competition's already here. Su Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Didn't expect my words to come true. Tang Xia explained. Haven't you seen the class group chat? Everyone's talking about a student from 4th High School who, after observing the sword mark replica, got a second awakening opportunity. Although it's not dual talents like yours, they did awaken in level fire talent. And they decided to repeat the year. Su Yin was even more surprised. 4th High School? Isn't that where old Wang is going to be the principal? Yes, Tang Xia nodded. Mr. Wang made a bold statement in the group chat, saying that 4th High School will carry on the spirit of 2nd High School's borrow to buy a house and fight to the end mentality. They're ready to go head-to-head with the Yi family from Jinling. Su Yin almost burst out laughing. Oh man, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Yi Yuan. Soon, the barbecue they ordered started arriving at the table. The aroma was mouth-watering, and they chatted while eating and drinking. Su Yin initially thought that when Tang Xia said she could only drink a little beer, she meant a lot. But to his surprise, she really could only drink a little. After just half a bottle, Tang Xia's face was already flushed red, and she started to slur her words. Su Yin, actually, I invited you tonight because I'm heading to university tomorrow. Su Yin, with his mouth full of grilled steak, mumbled, so soon? Tang Xia, tipsy, explained. On this planet, due to the pressure of the demon invasion, we don't have summer or winter breaks. Especially for high school graduates. After the exams, we only get a few days off before reporting to university. She chuckled. What did you think? Our school is like a military academy, with strict requirements in every aspect. Su Yin put down his steak, feeling a bit reluctant. He nodded. All right. What time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off. No way. Tang Xia immediately refused, then started laughing and crying, clearly very drunk. Su Yin smiled helplessly. I already told you if you can't drink, don't push yourself. I won't. At that moment, Tang Xia was like a stubborn child, downing 2 more cups in quick succession. So, Su Yin ended up eating the rest of the meal by himself, while Tang Xia was passed out drunk. Boss, the bill. After filling up, Su Yin called the owner to settle the bill. The total came to over 10,000 huabi. The idea of eating someone into bankruptcy wasn't just a joke. Of course, Su Yin didn't wake Tang Xia to pay since she had invited him. It made sense for him to cover it. Late at night, the bus stopped at the last station on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Using his talent, the Eye of the Gods, for navigation, Su Yin saw that Tang Xia's house was still 2 kilometers away. Looking around at the desolate surroundings, Su Yin smiled wryly. She really lives out in the sticks? He chuckled. Let's go, Xia. I'll carry you home. With that, he lifted Tang Xia onto his back. Suddenly, he heard a sleepy, dreamy voice from behind him. Su Yin, do you think we'll meet again in the future? This sound. Su Yin paused for a moment, then replied without hesitation. Of course, we'll see each other. If you ever miss your brother, just give me a call or send me a message. I'll be at your school in no time. Ugh, who would miss you? I certainly won't. A slightly tipsy Tang Xia's playful voice came from behind, and her breath tickled the back of Su Yan's neck. Under the night sky, a full moon hung high, casting a frosty glow on the ground. Su Yin carried Tang Xia on his back, walking leisurely along the fragrant dirt path in the outskirts. A smile spread across his face as his hands firmly supported Tang Xia's thighs, feeling their softness. The gentle pressure against his back was equally distracting. However, Su Yan's attention was drawn to a sight not far ahead. In the moonlight, a transparent wall of light rose skyward, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Squinting his eyes, Su Yan recognized it as the boundary of Jiangnan City. Since the arrival of the divine punishment and the 9 Netherlands, Blue Star had expanded 100-fold, if not more, forcing humanity to gather in cities. Magnificent cities sprung up, with towering skyscrapers, whizzing sky trains, and rapidly advancing technology. Yet, this prosperity couldn't mask the desolation beyond the city limits. It was said that 80 of Huawei's territory outside the cities was uninhabited and classified as highly dangerous by the Demon Extermination Institute, strictly off-limits. Damn, they're practically living on the edge of the city, Su Yin thought to himself. Some people naturally loathe the city's hustle and bustle and choose to live on the fringes, but Tang Xia's family lived here purely out of poverty. Su Yin, Tang Xia began to mumble in her sleep. I'm listening, Su Yin responded softly. Su Yin, you're so amazing, aren't you? Suddenly becoming so powerful, suddenly in-level talent, suddenly dual talents, and then getting into the Emperor's class. In front of you, I feel so small and useless. I don't even dare to make you call me Daddy anymore. Su Yin shook his head, knowing it was just drunken talk, and didn't respond. Listen up, Su Yin. One day I'll catch up to you. After I get into Shin's University, I'll keep getting stronger and prove myself on the battlefield, Tang Xia suddenly exclaimed. Then you better hurry up, Su Yin replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Xia fell silent again. With the night wind brushing against his face, Su Yin deliberately slowed his pace, savoring the brief tranquility. Soon, they arrived at Tang Xia's rural courtyard-style home. Su Yin found the keys on Tang Xia, unlocking the courtyard gate and then the front door. The house was empty, and he turned on the light with a puzzled look. The room was simple but tidy, with a card depicting a smiling girl hanging by the bedroom door. Carefully, Su Yin laid Tang Xia on the bed, then noticed colorful papers pasted on the wall. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. Work hard, work hard, work hard. Su Yin, Su Yin, Su Yin. The first 2 lines had check marks, but the last one was marked with an X. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, she's like a female stalker. He glanced down at the sleeping Tang Xia. Her posture was a mess, with her ponytail trapped beneath her, her school uniform shirt lifted to her chest, revealing her flat stomach. Her short skirt provided no cover, exposing her fair inner thighs. Su Yin couldn't bear to look any longer. He took a deep breath, trying to control his youthful impulses. Finally, he sighed softly and whispered, Xiao Xia, I'm leaving. Su Bing thoughtfully turned on the electric fan and covered Tang Xia with a light blanket. He tiptoed out of the secluded house, but after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly flashed back to Tang Xia's bedside. Without making a sound, Su Yin retrieved a crescent-shaped special item from his bag. Alchemist's touch. Although this item was no longer of use to him, he decided to use it on Tang Xia. I can wipe out the demon tribe on my own, so what difference does it make if there's one less human emperor? Su Yin thought to himself, exuding a hint of arrogance. Without any hesitation, Su Yin used the alchemist's touch. The crescent-shaped item immediately emitted a gentle glow, and under Su Yan's mental command, it swiftly entered Tang Xia's body. After a brief 2-second wait, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully enhanced the opponent's talent. As expected, the slim chance seemed irrelevant. Tang Xia's talent was successfully enhanced, and the results showed. User, Tang Xia. Pre-enhancement talent, level fire enthusiast. Post-enhancement talent, S-level divine fire contract. Seeing this result, Su Yin smiled with satisfaction. Although the talent upgrade wouldn't happen overnight, but gradually over the next 6 months from level to a level, then to S-level, and finally reaching S-level, these details were irrelevant to him. Su Yin glanced at the worn-out bedside table, initially intending to leave some gold coins. However, considering Tang Xiao's personality, he decided to let her fend for herself. Next time we meet, I hope you'll be an S-level super genius, Su Yin silently wished. Then his figure completely disappeared from the bedroom. This midnight snack cost Su Yin over 10 billion and 100 gold coins. He had to admit, it pained him a bit, as this was the most he had ever spent in one go, depleting a fifth of his savings. However, thinking about the unmined crystal mine he still owned, Su Yin couldn't help but smile. Now that he was full and satisfied, Su Yin felt no trace of sleepiness. He decided to continue his online conquest in the land of divine punishment, with the next target being the purification of nightmare space to grind a wave of experience points. Su Yin set a simple goal for himself. With 3 days left before reporting to Imperial University, he aimed to max out his experience and take on the task of becoming a deity. As for sleep, in Su Yan's view, it simply didn't exist. Real men never sleep. In the early hours, the outer hills of the divine punishment land were shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. At the entrance to the nightmare space, 6 human experts were trying to enter this mysterious realm in various peculiar poses. Their actions seemed comical, yet revealed a hint of unwillingness and urgency. How is it? Still no luck? A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up to see a mage rushing over from the distance, his long robe fluttering in the night wind. Upon the mage's arrival, the high-level players stopped their actions, their faces filled with frustration. One of them couldn't help but complain, "Gudai, this thing is still the same as before. We can't get in at all." The mage, referred to as Gudui, frowned upon hearing this, unconsciously rubbing his chin. But someone on the forums definitely saw a player go in, he muttered to himself, then shook his head. "I find it hard to believe. It's been 200 years, and no one's ever entered the nightmare space. How could someone just get in all of a sudden?" As soon as he finished speaking, another person quickly added, "Unless it's Jean Mo." This statement caused a stir among the group. Upon hearing the name Jean Mo, everyone straightened up, their eyes flashing with reverence. At that moment, a white light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them. The unexpected occurrence left everyone stunned. "Where did this level 1 player come from?" someone muttered instinctively. "Wow, that gear is impressive," another person gasped in amazement. Suddenly, someone took a sharp breath and exclaimed, "Is that Jean Mo?" The exclamation was like a thunderclap, causing the entire team to erupt in excitement. All eyes were now focused on the sudden appearance, filled with disbelief. At this moment, Su Yin, the center of attention, was utterly confused. He had just logged in and was now being stared at by 7 middle-aged men with strange expressions. He wondered if there was something wrong with how he entered the game. After repeatedly confirming that he was indeed in the divine punishment land and standing at the entrance of the nightmare space, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So it really is Jean Mo? Then there's nothing strange about it," the leading mage muttered to himself, then quickly walked towards Su Yin, his face beaming with enthusiasm. "Hello, Jean Mo. I'm Gu Qiu, a divine punishment researcher from Imperial University. It's an honor to meet you here." Su Yin glanced at the mage who introduced himself as Gu Qiu, slightly surprised that he was from Imperial University. "What's going on here?" he asked. Gu Qiu hurriedly explained. "Here's the thing. Our research team is responsible for creating guides for the divine punishment. The Outer Hills map is my responsibility. The final version had already been submitted and approved, and we were about to publish it. But today we heard that someone actually entered the nightmare space, so we rushed here to investigate for the sake of accuracy." Hearing this explanation, Su Yin nodded in understanding. He recalled those researchers who sacrificed their opportunities to level up and enhance their strength, dedicating their limited lives to studying every map of the divine punishment. They constantly explored, died, and revived, paving the way for future generations. Through the eyes of the gods, Su Yin could clearly see that Gu Qiu and the 6 experts behind him all possessed great talent, but their levels were relatively low. This further confirmed their sacrifice and dedication. Gu Qiu suddenly became excited, his voice trembling slightly. "Jean Mo, I hope I'm not being too forward, but could you tell me if it was you who entered the nightmare space last night? Could you tell me what's inside? Please rest assured, I won't take up much of your time, or you can contact me anytime when you're free." Listening to this, Su Yin felt a bit choked up and couldn't help but purse his lips. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Gu Qiu turn away and apologize. "I'm sorry, I got too excited. The Nightmare Realm has stood here for 2 centuries, an unsolved enigma before the human race." Gu Qiu stood on the hill, the wind from afar brushing against him. With a somber expression, he said, "Jean Mo, you know as well as I do that this place is vastly different from those deemed worthless exploration zones like the Desert Blast Forbidden Area. It's right in front of us, exuding endless mystery and allure." Turning to face Su Yin, Guccio's eyes gleamed with a complex light. What's strange is that it clearly has an entrance, yet no one can get in. It's as if it's taunting everyone. Want to know what treasures lie inside? Then go ahead and figure out how to open me. The wind howled, and the surrounding human experts fell silent, sighing deeply. Guccio continued, to uncover its secrets, our research team has paid a heavy price. One by one, our elders have fallen. I once thought I would also meet my end here, unable to unveil its mysteries. But then, Jean-Emo, you appeared. Su Yin listened, raising his head slightly, his expression moved. I understand. This can be handled. Guccio's face lit up with surprise. He turned around, excitedly asking, does that mean you agree, Jean-Emo? Yes, Su Yin nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips. But you'll have to investigate it yourselves. My schedule is quite tight, so I can't go into detail with you. Guccio was momentarily stunned, then let out a bitter smile. But we can't get in. After learning someone had entered the nightmare realm, I sent a research team to try all day, but they still couldn't get in. Shaking his head, Su Yin replied, no, now you can. Now! Guccio's entire body shook, looking at Su Yin in disbelief. The face of this Imperial University researcher was a mix of confusion, excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. He couldn't help but tremble as he asked, Jean-Emo, can we really? Su Yin didn't answer. Instead, he strode to the entrance of the nightmare realm. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, he looked at the pitch-black opening and the mist beyond. Without hesitation, Su Yin raised his staff and used a purification spell. In an instant, the sky roared, and the nightmare realm began to tremble violently. A holy and solemn voice boomed like thunder, falling upon the mist. Purify! In a flash, the mist dissipated completely. The invisible lock that had confounded the human race for 200 years was finally broken. Immediately, a world announcement echoed throughout the server. Player Jean-Emo has lifted the entry restriction to the perilous nightmare realm. Players above level 1000 can now enter and explore, with rich rewards awaiting. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.